the past and take the lead. I'm ready to lead. Time to stand up and break free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light, take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep up, always be right. Till my sins are washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still come lost. Without chances of I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Ten nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
The goddess is real!
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. They cast their memories into the abyss. Again and again. As they stand on the border
scales, venom gland, and the vomeral nasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? Or the inconvenient truth of evolution? All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. Hand over to the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light, who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow.
Wait!
chase after illusions of hope, looking back with longing eyes. This is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined. 肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil and leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But This face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor, mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened. Once paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins! A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see
最后我还是失败了。所以我才又回到了这里。这一切都是你的阴谋吗？再次面对过去的噩梦。而那些噩梦的参与者又是谁呢？我所遗忘的究竟是什么？
See you, Orphe.
Long, long ago, when demons and gods walked amongst humanity, two sisters lived a life of creating fragrances.
All that you desire shall be granted if you bring me a fragrance that relieves one's sorrow.
Finally, the younger sister completed the god's request. A beautiful dress woven from painful memories is the perfect attire for me.
to go us. Without chances of I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my force. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. Done that is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. Done that is gone, no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Ten nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
The goddess is real!
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. And cast their memories into the abyss. Again and again. As they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back.
Scales, venom gland, and the vomeronasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? Or the inconvenient truth of evolution? All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
Is this place really haunted? Who's there? Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well... At the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings.
That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth? The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, Someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil and leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor, mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. about the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened. Once paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins! A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Welcome to the 2022 Identity 5 COA 5 Global Finals. Let's take a look at the competition format. The Global Finals will comprise two phases. Group Stage, first phase, will commence from April the 16th, 2022 to April the 21st, 2022. The competition format for this phase will be played in best-of-3 round-robin matches. 16 teams will divide into 4 groups by drawing lots, and the top 3 in each group will advance to the playoffs, totaling 12 teams. Playoff phase, second phase, will commence from April the 30th, 2022 to May the 3rd, 2022. The competition format for this phase will be played in single elimination matches to determine the bracket for first round 12 to 8, quarterfinals, semifinals, third place match, and finals. The best performing teams from the group stage will receive a bye and advance to the quarterfinals. The second and third placing in each group from the group stage will compete in the first round of playoffs to enter the quarterfinals. Subsequently, the winners in the first round will compete with the top seeds from group stage. Playoff first round 12 to 8 and quarterfinals will be played in BO3 format, while the semifinals, third place match, and finals will be in BO5 format. 8 maps are available during the global finals. Arms Factory, Red Church, Sacred Heart Hospital, Lakeside Village, Moon River Park, Laos Memory, Ever Sleeping Town, and Chinatown. Top 16 teams from the Chinese mainland, Hong Kong and MO and Taiwan, Japan, NAEU, Republic of Korea, and Southeast Asia have assembled to compete for the championship title. Welcome to Identity 5, home of this 5 people.
今度こそ絶対に優勝します。
小妹不见了！
Hello, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, detectives, good afternoon. And just like that, we are at day 3 of Call of the Abyss 5 Group Stages. I'm really excited for today's matchups. We've got an interesting set. We have the first matchup between SZ and GR, GH versus MS, SST versus BZ, and lastly, Wolves versus B4U. Now, I'm really excited because it's been such an interesting week, and we've seen a lot of unique picks. And most of all, this is technically like round 2 of the group stages. This is the opportunity for the teams who have lost to make up for those points, and for those who have won to really solidify their position in the competition. And bringing to you the Identity 5 action is no other than Eli O and me, Kahel. Eli, talk to us. How are you feeling on this fine day?
Thank you for that wonderful intro, Kahel. I'm feeling really good about these matches. Two very exciting ones. Actually, one I'm really looking forward to. We were talking about this a little bit beforehand. Was GH and MS. That's gonna be our second matchup, which we'll get into shortly. But just the privilege to watch a Southeast Asia region team against a South Korea team. Both regions have been very similar in terms of skill and success in the global tournament so far. So I really think that that's going to be a very exciting matchup, and definitely just a battle of, between these two regions to decide who is ultimately better. But our first matchup will be SC versus GR. Without further ado, though, let's talk a little bit about the prize pool. Kahel, tell us a little bit about these prizes for the Call of Abyss 5 Global Tournament.
Well, as Nell and I were talking about, this is like 600 iPhones. We have 4 million. This is yuan, right? Yes, definitely. And here are the points that I've been talking about so far. Now, I'm sure these teams are really going to work hard for that prize money. Look at these teams that have garnered wins so far. These are such promising teams, really big names in the game. And we have some groups here that I'm sure are going to want to catch up in terms of the points. Now, we're really excited to see them come back from that, especially because our first match is the one between SZ. So that's Scars, a Japan team. We're really going to want them to try their best this time. They've been really surprising us the whole weekend with their picks, although they have been known to stick to the meta. They brought out some interesting ones. We've seen Geisha, we've seen Soul Weaver as well, though these hunters are also kind of creeping back into the meta, so that's really exciting to see. But again, this is GR. Again, this is 3-time Call of the Abyss champion we're talking about, so it's going to be a really interesting match, and I'm really excited to see it.
Yeah, so how this is probably going to play out here is, again, SC, we did see play, I believe, yesterday, or possibly the day before. I'm not quite entirely sure which match it was, but SC did play a lot of the standard Breaking Wheel round 1, and I think went into some Sculptor gameplay as well. GR, we're going to see a little bit different. PPX on the Hunter side, as we know, is known to be very standard with, of course, Stream Witch Sculptor and Breaking Wheel, which is kind of the 3 main characters we see highlighted throughout the majority of the current tournaments. However, PPX will also bring out that Bonbon, even in a round 1 situation, which is a little bit less likely to see from other teams. Looking at the overall roster here for SC, we do have Sor, Celia, Hyron, Sanami, Judah, and 2 other people I didn't see, unfortunately. And we also have the GR roster as well. You see PPX in the center there, who's going to be the main hunter and the main highlight for this GR team. Again, GR, we talk about, they have a strong survivor side, but for the most part are strongly reliant on PPX's success. Has always been one of the stronger hunters throughout the majority of these Call of Abyss tournaments. And it looks like from the survivor side, it is going to be SC going first against GR's PPX, I would imagine, here in the first half of this first round.
And I'm really excited because although these teams were not able to make it to the actual venue, they are still very much together in spirit, competing online. So we're just going to be having those systems checks to make sure that everything is in order. Again, we want to make sure that these players are playing in the best possible condition. Now, look at this team looking very excited for their match. I mean, I'm sure the pressure is there, yes, but I'm sure they've talked about their previous matches in the throughout the weekend. Eli, what do you think the pressure is like for a pro team, especially here in the group stages?
Yeah, well, I think for GR here, they're not under too much stress. You're going against a non-mainland China team, which typically is more favorable for these mainland China teams. However, you also have to consider the Japanese region really rising up to these sort of events and succeeding. We saw the first round SST getting a 2-0 victory against ACT, which is one of the mainland China IVL competitors. So just the fact that they were able to do so, be so successful, and SST being a Japanese region team, they were able to defeat ACT very significantly. I mean, the matches weren't even close. They won by so many points. ACT never even had a chance. So I think that SC is definitely one of those surprise teams that can come out here and possibly pull out a victory against one of these teams. But GR being one of the best with PPX on the Hunter side, the SC survivors are really going to need to step it up and be successful. Now, of course, we're gonna have to look into a few things. Round 1 map selection is also very important. On the side of SC, they do have, the main hunter being that Breaking Wheel player. could be very strong on, the Ever Sleeping Town, Chinatown, as well as Moonlight River Park are the three most common here. But that also plays into a few things for PPX. PPX also likes the breaking wheel for both Chinatown and Ever Sleeping Town. And if you opt to go Moonlight River Park instead, maybe throw him into a map he doesn't particularly like breaking wheel as much for, he may just pull out the Bonbon like we saw yesterday against Team BL.
That was such a good match with that Bonbon, because even if BL was able to hold their own towards the center of the match, he still was able to turn it around by doing that teleport towards that mercenary who was trying to finish the last cipher. Now, it was such a far cipher from that war zone towards the end, and I think that's the game changer right there. Really one of those matches that I really took note of. Really excited to see what he's going to bring out today. But yes, as you said, it's going to depend heavily on the map. And I think those system checks are still going on. But while waiting, I just want to say hello to the chat. Again, thank you so much for being with us this whole weekend. And for today, it's a Monday, by the way. While people have things like work, you're still hanging out with us here in the stream, and we're really happy to have you here today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Too. Hello, everyone.
Yeah. What's up, everyone? It's glad to be here. Glad to see everyone here supporting your favorite team. Glad to see all the positive energy brought out into this tournament. Before we get into our match here, let's talk a little bit about what we're expecting to see here from both sides. SC on the Survivor side, again, we talk about faction. If you go Survivor first, if you have an option to pick faction, usually go Survivor first, which indicates that the other team had map selection. So there's a good chance that GR did have round one map selection. So, Kahel, we have to kind of, look at this from PPX's standpoint. What map does he want to go with that maybe won't be as strong for the SC Hunter side? Now, the problem is you're in one of those situations where you have a similarity in Hunter pools. PPX and the SC Hunter playing very similar characters. So you have to consider, does PPX want to go with something like Breaking Wheel right out the gate, or maybe does he want to go onto Moonlight River Park for the Bonbon, or maybe even better, PPX goes for something anti-Breaking Wheel like Arms Factory Red Church plays Bonbon of his own and forces SC onto a less preferable Breaking Wheel map, and maybe they're forced onto a different character that they normally wouldn't want to have to use in a round one scenario.
So, some really good points that you have brought out, but now I'd really like to talk about the Survivor lineups that could possibly be brought out for the first round. Now, I'm sure these players want to stick to the meta. Again, we're expecting that forward, we're expecting that mercenary, and that patient. Of course, he's been really popular for the entire for the entire tournament. But I'm really pleased that the acrobat is actually becoming more popular these days, because apart from that gate debuff, he's actually really a strong character and really nice to have in your lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's actually kind of interesting. As soon as the acrobat buff happened a little while back, obviously it wasn't in any of the tournament servers yet, so you weren't, that buff wasn't utilized for a while back in, the China IVL, but a lot of the mainland China players started to play Acrobat in rank, and they really developed him, and it was really a common character. It was almost a staple for every ranked team comp for the mainland China server, and we see that be incorporated into other meta from other regions. Now we do have a Seer ban immediately from PPX, which does indicate a round one breaking wheel here on Ever Sleeping Town. Most likely GR's map selection forward, and imagine Priestess. Yeah, there it is. It can be locked in right away for SZ. So PPX surrendering the harassment to Soar here, and this could be a little bit risky. Forward is that one character that really can help push for wins in the first round, but PPX wanted to go extra aggressive here and not have to deal with a long chase with that Seer.
Again, Ever Sleeping Town, one of those maps that we really frequently see in the first round. Again, such common picks I'm seeing so far. We do have the and just when I was about to say that it might be one of those usual matches, Monet takes out the Enchantress. So what could they possibly be preparing for?
Yeah, they're 100% preparing for a Bonbon or Sculptor with the Enchantress. There's really no other reason to play this, and PPX is going Sculptor, so this actually plays right into SC's hand here. I think Enchantress is also somewhat viable against Breaking Wheel because you can farm your stacks while you're trying to avoid spikes in the wheel form. But it can be not as strong because if you do get trapped, you can't use your skill, and if you do get into a situation where you can get snapped as well, it can be a very difficult situation to utilize that Enchantress. The only situation where Enchantress is really helpful against Breaking Wheel, for the most part, is when they reach that full presence. You can cancel the full presence ability with an Enchantress stun. But yeah, they're preparing for a Chip Hunter. They're preparing for Sculptor or Bonbon, and this really works out perfectly for them. Enchantress typically isn't the type of character you see used to counter one of these Chip Hunters. You usually see a transition kiter like potentially Acrobat or Patient. But Enchantress, again, it's been a character that started to rise a little bit in the Japanese meta. I've also seen it occasionally in the South Korea meta as well. So this is the first time we're really seeing Enchantress get highlighted on the main stage of the Call of Abyss Global 5 tournament, but I really think that this could work into their favor depending on how well this Enchantress can utilize these stuns against a Chip Hunter like PPX's Sculptor.
It also counts when it comes to the spawn points because, of course, I suppose the weakest link right now would be actually the Enchantress, though she is not really that easy to chase. We do have those portals from a Priestess. When you do find a Priestess, she can be really strong when it comes to kiting, and I don't even want to get started on that forward or that mercenary. But we have seen hunters in the beginning going for that mercenary just to be able to push him to exhaust those resources. So we just might see that today because that is one of the more viable strategies that we've seen in recent tournaments. And now, finally, we will be having the first half of round 1 between SZ and GR. Bringing it to you, the Identity 5 action is no other than Mikael and Eli. Let's go.
And here we go, getting to our match here. We do have the corner house spawn from the Sculptor, the key spawn being that bad pallet over near the island area for Tsunami. It looks like having the key spawn there, immediately rotating away from that area. Soar here as well. This is the Enchantress, so it's something that PPX doesn't mind chasing. Concerning that mercenary and forward, not really chaseable for the most part. And Priestess, you don't really want to have to commit to an Ever-Sleeping Town, but he doesn't really have a lot of options. Again, Enchantress counters the Sculptor in terms of absorbing those statues will add stacks to their ability. And then you also have and then you also have Mercenary with the elbow pads forward with the football. Neither character you particularly want to have to chase. So Enchantress, in reality, even though it doesn't seem like it would be in most situations, is actually the best here. We see some nice rotation from SC. The first target he's going to locate is the Mercenary. No early chip hits for PPX here. He may have to utilize one of these elbow pads here to get away here. And he gets it canceled by the statue and absorbs the first hit. What a statue from PPX. And a bit of a misstep from Pyrone here, immediately putting PPX in a favorable position.
Oh, there's a portal over there. I think they were trying to link that. Actually, that was really nicely placed had it been used by whoever is going to do the first chase. But it looks like it's going to be the forward this time who might need to do some containment, uses that football to get to that very important window by this graveyard. Let's see if Monet can last as best as he can for the ciphers to get decoding. By the way, there's 84% on that first cipher, so one cipher's about to be done. Really good progress for the survivors this time because, as you said, they have been rotating so well. And here is the forward again, not the best find. So hope Monet is able to last long for this.
Yeah, he's gonna take a basic hit and use that speed boost to transition away with the football. If you take any sort of speed boost at all and use it along, combined with your football, you get more of a football boost. And he's gonna use that to transition away as much as possible. Mercenary is out of elbow pads. I'm not actually sure what happened there. He only used one on that first part, so I'm not really sure where those went. But and wow, beautiful statue from PPX sniping down the forward. I mean, SC had such a strong start right out the gate, but PPX with that free hunt on the Mercenary out of elbow pads again, and forward going down with no more football. PPX is already back into a winning position.
Exactly. Now here is a long portal installed by the priestess. The mercenary is already in the area trying to go for the rescue. Unfortunately, he has no elbow pads. He could have used that in that spot right there. But here is the rescue done successfully. Not sure if the mercenary will want to do a body block. And again, forward takes that hit. Last effort is in effect. That mercenary needs to get out of the vicinity because he's probably going to want to go for a heal in case he's going to be the one who will rescue the forward. It's just that this forward is going so far away from the map. It may be because they're going to decide not to rescue at all, or what do you think, Eli?
Yeah, I think the goal here for SC is to die away from all Cypher machines. Dying in the back part of Graveyard here, in this corner in particular, is stronger than the other one, because if you die in the other corner, you easily get shared in the basement, which is not ideal for any survivor side. But it looks like the last Cypher machine, 30% of the way done. SC's going to push for this win. Now, you have to be very careful if you're the Priestess. Going for this rescue, it has to be good, right? You're going against a full presence Hunter. Maybe we'll see a double save with the Enchantress, but Mercenary is the one decoding the last Cypher, which is not going to be very fast. So here comes the Enchantress. Enchantress is going to use this to farm some stuns. And what's going to happen here is they're going to try to go for a double save, but you got to be very close. It's down to the last bit here. There's the hit and does get the swing and farms the forward off the chair. Enchantress can stun, 2 stuns to work with. Maybe she'll be able to farm a 3rd one as well. He's going to switch to Excitement. This is a really smart play from PPX here because he knows that last Cypher machine is almost primed. If Enchantress has the opportunity to even go for 1 stun, it might have been enough for FC Pyron to pop the last Cypher machine and for SC to push to a winning endgame. But now, just like that, PPX taking the upper hand here, pushing it into a draw with that Excitement switch. There's not really much chance for him to win from this position because you don't have teleport, you don't have a lot of map pressure, but you can still at least get the 2-2 for this first round.
Take a look at SZ here doing that outstanding teamwork to be able to raise their chances of securing a tie. Now PPX is feeling a bit of pressure here. He needs to he's actually guarding 2 ciphers. He finds himself guarding 2 ciphers here, one being decoded by the mercenary in the distance, and the this priestess and Enchantress actually trying to team up for another one. So now here's the Enchantress using those stunts. Again, you said she's very effective. That is a 3-stack, by the way. A lot of distance will be established between herself and the Hunter. And now the Priestess, it's like PPX is just switching in between targets right now while an extra cipher is being finished.
Yeah, Priestess, unfortunately, a bit of a short portal there. I mean, I guess using it just to buy a little bit of distance, but the problem is Enchantress kited back onto the Cypher machine. So the goal here for SE is if they can pop the last Cypher machine, they can tie the game. Again, PPX has no teleport. He has no means to pressure exit gates in the end game except for the chisel. So I think what's going to happen here, Mercenary is going to go for the save. Enchantress is going to prime the Cypher machine, and Mercenary is going to do his best to probably make the rescue with the pop, but he's trying to drag all the way to basement. Doesn't Priestess have struggle speed? I know some of these Asia teams love to bring struggle speed, and they're going to actually just pop the Cypher altogether. This is actually fine. Again, they know that PPX has no means to teleport, so if they can rush down the exit gate here, they might have enough time to get out before he's able to make it there. But they are doing Graveyard, which is right nearby. I think maybe trying to push Corner House would have been stronger, but it looks like they should be able to get the gate open in time. But at this point, it's really just a foot race.
Exactly. I was also thinking about why they would choose to open the gate here at... oh my goodness, just like that, what was supposed to be a tie is now a 4-man kill from PPX here. Again, it would have been an entirely different story if they did the one by the corner house, but yes, there is that result right there, just from actually trying to open what could be the wrong gate. So fantastic job from PPX being able to have that insight to go towards that gate, because had he gone to the other, it would have been an entirely different story. But it's a good thing that he does have the ability to check that that area out using the chisel. But that just turned around so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, SC. They had a good position for a while there in the early game. You know, finding Mercenary first is never really ideal. It was going well, but then the Mercenary, you know, I went back and was looking at the rest of that match. The Mercenary used 2 elbow pads after the Hunter wasn't chasing him. I'm not really sure what, maybe a misclick or something. I'm not really sure what was happening with that, but yeah, Mercenary pushing themselves out of elbow pad early was really unfortunate. The forward just wasn't able to last long enough. Typically, as a forward player, you want to be able to last as long as possible. I'm surprised they didn't utilize that football to transition away. He gave a free hit early as well, which means all he had to do was get one extra statue hit to get the down because he already had one chip on him. And again, even with all that in play, SC still had a winning position. But unfortunately, the rescue did just farm the forward off a chair, no option to body block. And then on top of that, the excitement switch, obviously, helping him secure at least a draw. And this, again, the survivors of SC had a draw, but then it really worked back in PPX's favor. As soon as the priestess died on the basement, and the survivors popped the Cypher machine near where he was getting chaired, they just didn't have enough time there. If SC really need to have someone kind of spread out, one person push the exit gate and one person stay towards the middle of the map. And if PPX opts to go for the gate, the other person can rescue. But SC, I guess, just got too greedy, tried to push the gate. They can't stun with excitement. And it just it kind of just spiraled into PPX's hand there. So an interesting start. Again, I thought SC was looking good. They had such a great start for the most part there, but a lot of missteps from SC at the end there. Just really handed it over to PPX for that one. It's gonna be a 5-0 lead for GR right out the gate.
Exactly. But let's definitely not take away from Scars here. They did such a fantastic job towards the middle of that match. It's just that these mistakes can actually cost you the draw or the win. So I'm still not over the fact that just happened so fast. But take a look at these stats here. It's just the survivors from SZ really did do their best in trying to secure the best outcome. And actually, with PPX using that excitement just to be able to defend the forward in the chair was also a really good decision. I was not expecting that at all. That also happened so fast. It just goes to show that you really need to be on your toes at all times. So I'm really excited for SZ to answer back from this, because this is 5 points going to GR. So they really need to be able to at least, well, actually they need to do a 4-man escape, 4-man kill rather, to be able to tie up the points and to secure a round 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, you don't really have to tie this first round. I think with GR most likely having map selection here, they're already advantaged. I mean, they're already advantaged going into this matchup, considering they're a highly rated professional team playing at an IVL level. So going into this with map selection also in GR's favor, I think it makes the most sense for SC to try to just minimize the damage, secure at least a draw for this round, and then maybe try to just make it 7-2, maybe get an extra point, make it getting 3 points with a kill there. But it's just, the problem is that you're going against as the hunter, you're going against a really good survivor team, and it's very rare to see a 4-person elimination. And this hunter knows that they don't really have a lot to work with here. They do have breaking wheel, which is an option for this map, but I think in reality, again, you're just trying to go for a draw, minimize the damage, and put your team in a position where you can at least win the last few rounds, tie the next round, maybe win the last one by a 5-point lead. It's just so difficult. Again, SC survivors, they show to have the game sense necessary to beat these China hunters, but there's just some little mechanical missteps, such as wasting elbow pads, such as not footballing early, and little things like that. But in reality, they really have what it takes to come back in this. They were on track. They were on a winning position there. They were on track to win that match, but PPX able to turn it around and get a 4-person elimination. So now, again, SC really needs to just minimize the damage and try to win in the later rounds.
And I'm sure they're going to attempt this in the next round, but for now, it's going to be up to the hunter of Scars to do some damage, as you've said. Now, I'm really wondering who the hunter is going to be. Has he already appeared? Is it going to be Celia or Mirai K?
I don't know if we saw it just yet. We haven't been told, so we're gonna have to wait and see. We do have some of the survivors for GR here as well. And again, what do you opt to ban here? If you're on the hunter side, are you going for that 4-person elimination? Are you going for that win, or are you going for just a draw? If you're going for just a draw, you can afford to, because again, as a breaking wheel player, there's always the debate of do I ban forward or do I ban Seer? Right, and banning forward is a good character for the survivors to pull out a win because of forward support. but it's also easier to get an early kill because there's no Seer Owl. So if you want to go aggressive and go straight for a 4-person kill here, banning Seer would make a little bit more sense. But then you also run the risk of losing because of that forward. But if you want to play it conservatively and just push for a draw overall as the Hunter side, then you can simply just ban the forward and put yourself in a tying position in which you can at least close the gap between this 5-point lead that GR currently holds.
Now, I'm really interested to see who this Hunter is going to be. I'm really curious because, as you know, Celia is the only Hunter so far in the whole of the tournament to bring out a Feaster and secure a 4-man kill. We all know that I'm a Feaster fan, so although really not counting on it because this is just not the round, not the time to be bringing out that Feaster. But basing on the data from the qualifiers, we know that SZ was able to bring out a Galatea, a Disciple, and a Breaking Wheel. So we have that to consider. And it is Miraike who will be playing after all. Who knows what he'll bring out? Probably a mirror match again, since he is known to also play Galatea.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see Sculptor, though, just because... we're probably going to see Breaking Wheel here just because, it is Ever Sleeping Town. Round 1 Wheel has been very prominent in a lot of the meta for both, any parts of the Asia server, whether that's Southeast Asia, Japan, and China over in NAU as well. Of course, we see South Korea with a little bit of different strategies here and there, and even, the Hong Kong, Taiwan region bring out Round 1 Photographer, which is not something we expect to see, but that's a match I'm looking forward to, but that'll happen a little bit later, and, we're going to see, again, what Mirakai wants to bring here. I think that, as you mentioned, Sculptor is an option, but in a situation, again, it really comes down to how do they want to play this. Sculptor is better, playing just sort of a Blink Sculptor build is better for securing draws, whether that's Insolence Detention with Blink or maybe a trump card build or something along those lines. But you can also go with, the Breaking Wheel, which is more aggressive, but it's more likely to lose if you give up the forward. So it's a little bit less consistent in terms of securing draws, whereas Sculptor is a little bit more consistent in that manner. But Breaking Wheel also has more win potential, more 4K potential than Sculptor does currently. So it's definitely up in the air for both of them. But I do think it's more likely they're going to see a pollen from Mirakai.
So because we could expect a pollen, I'm sure the survivors are going to want to counter this by using the best possible survivor lineup possible. Again, pretty sure Seer is going to get banned. I've seen a lot of Breaking Wheel players banning Patient also, just because he's so hard to chase. But who else can we expect GR to bring out just to be able to counter this Breaking Wheel?
Well, we're definitely going to see Forward or Seer if it is a Breaking Wheel here as the first ban. So the first pick immediately from GR should be that other character, whether that's the Seer or the Forward. Besides that, you can go with Priestess or Mercenary. Those are the two best here. Priestess is more likely going to be utilized just because of how strong the Priestess support is on this map. And you can simply go with something like Patient if you want to use that as a rescuer in opposed to that Mercenary. So I think that we're probably going to see. Yeah, I really don't know what SC's game plan is here. Again, you can go for a draw, or you can go for a win. If you're going for a win, you should probably be banning Seer. If you're going for a draw, you're probably going to be banning the Forward. If they go with the Seer ban and try to go aggressive on the Hunter side, we're going to see Forward and Priestess immediately locked in. Mercenary should be the next ban, and we'll probably see something like Patient and Acrobat. If we do see a Seer ban first, if we see a Forward ban first, we're probably going to see either Seer Priestess or Seer Mercenary, just so the GR survivors have an option at a rescuer. And if they do go Seer Priestess, Mercenary will be the second ban most likely from this Hunter, and then Patient and Acrobat should be the last two, just so you have a good Cypher rushing team comp, and again, Patient doubling as that second rescuer.
Really, survivors are really not prioritizing decoding anymore. This is a reminder that indeed the meta is changing, because although we've seen some mechanic picks in the previous matches, really all these survivors are now focusing on is rotation and transitioning in early game, just like what SC team did in the previous match, because like you said, they did such good rotation, and that's why the Mercenary got spotted first. Just a shame that he wasn't able to use those elbow pads as best as he could. Again, while waiting for this match to start, it really gets me excited, but we really don't know who the hunter is going to be on the side of Miraike. We can expect a breaking wheel, we can expect a sculptor, but yeah, it's like they're still doing those system checks just to be able to get all of those errors out of the way, just to make sure that it is the best possible condition. It looks like Miraike here is already looking forward to his match, like, are we gonna start yet? I'm ready. I'm ready to
absolutely.
go.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so just waiting for the last bit here. We've kind of already talked over the picks and bans. So how this is essentially going to play out here is Ever Slipping Town was selected by GR, which I imagine was the situation. How does SC approach round number 2? You should already be starting to consider that. Again, you just, the goal here for SC is try to, again, we're talking about minimizing the damage, try to get a draw minimum. That's the bare minimum for SC to really keep things going here. You know, of course, even if for some reason GR is able to get a 10-0 victory, you can always win the last 2 rounds, but you never want to get that far behind. And as this approaches in the next round, Miraike is going to really need to bring something that's kind of against what PPX wants. So maybe pick a map that's not good for PPX's wheel, try to ban his Bonbon, and Miraike can use something like that. But immediately we're going to see the Seer ban, which shows aggression from Miraike. They want to go for a potential 4-person elimination here and turn things back into the favor, draw things up. The Seer ban. Again, banning Forward is good if you want to secure a draw as a breaking wheel player, because Forward is on track Forward's a character that puts your team on track for winning because of that harassment. But it's also, the Seer extends the first kites as well. So I think the Forward not being banned here, again, indicates Miraike wanting to go for the win. We are going to see Mechanic locked in. So this team comp, essentially what the game plan is here for GR is they don't really care about winning here. They just want to go for a draw using that Mechanic to promote that Cypher Rush. Mechanic is not really a winning character because of that bot nerf, and we are going to see Breaking Wheel here. They just want to get the 2 points, take the tie here, and move on to round number 2 with a lead of 5 points.
And speaking of support characters that actually extend the kite, here is that Priestess. I'm kind of wondering though why Miraike would ban a Priestess, because we've seen that Breaking Wheels aren't really scared of Priestess, and is actually, you know, would actually more prioritize a patient. But again, we're gonna see just how well this this Survivor team will be able to synergize. This Mechanic needs to be able to hide that doll. Otherwise, it's just going to be one of those situations where the doll will get spotted and the Mechanic's location would be revealed. And you've mentioned this before, that if you're a hunter up against a Mechanic, all you have to do is just do some damage on the other survivors, like the Mercenary or maybe the Forward, just to be able to get that debuff on the decoding of the Mechanic. So they're really going to have to transition carefully and coordinate correctly, just to be able to allow this Mechanic to decode in the best possible scenario. So there we have it. We are now at the second half of Game 1. Once again, I am Helen. This is Eli bringing you the Identity 5 action. Call the Abyss 5, everyone. Here is the group stage game for second half.
All right, we do have the Breaking Wheel immediately rotating towards the middle area here. 2 survivors spawn over near this side of the map here. Going for, I don't know, he's looking around, does find the Mechanic stall early on here. Bot is now being controlled by the Mechanic, acknowledging that you do need to move this away here. 1 spike already down. We're going to see that pallet get utilized. Fast pallet breaking speed, so this is more of a drawing build, probably Insolence. Yeah, Insolence. Most likely combined with Confined Space. And he's really committing to this Mechanic spot here. Trying to go here for that trap. Beautiful mind game from the bot not to take that hit there, or take that trap. And we're going to keep looping around here. Wasting a lot of time on the Mechanic stall is not ideal. Is able to get the trap off, and he will be able to get the bot down. But so much time already spent. We see 1 Cypher Machine already close to 50% because of this. The Mechanic stall did go through 2 Cypher Machines to do so, but he is now going to change targets to AC here, the patient. If he's able to get 2 spikes early on with those extended spikes, he can get a quick blink kill, but he's actually going to go for 1 here. He may just... Oh, misses that trap, actually.
Ooh.
And we'll see what he opts to go for. He may just go ahead and blink and then just follow up with with another spike. But yeah, going back into wheel form instead here, trying to get that second one online.
And it looks like even though the bot was already hit, it looks like Miraike is not going for the mechanic for now. It's better to just do some damage on this patient just to get that decoding debuff. But this patient is doing really well, kiting. Even if he has already 2 spikes on him, he's really adamant about staying alive, because if he does get hit, that's it. He's gonna go to the chair. Now, one cipher here is already half done. A little bit unfortunate because we do have Zizai in the area, trying to do a bit of harassment here. Who knows? He might be able to do a balloon rescue. Then again, patient is already trying to do a self-heal probably with all that time bought. But Miraike needs to cheer this patient.
Yeah, Marquette actually dealt with the forward very efficiently. Typically, when you see the forward come in for that early support, it's really kind of an issue. But the big plus side for this hunter is that he didn't have to use blink to get the kill, which means forward, if he gets 2 spikes on him, he cannot harass. Because if you try to harass with 2 spikes, you're just going to get blinked and go down right away. If blink was expended, then you could potentially keep trying to harass and support support the patient there. But as soon as that blink stays online and 2 spikes are on the forward, you keep harassing, you just get blinked, you have to double down, and it's not going to work out for the survivors. We see that hit onto the acrobat full presence already reached here. He may go back into wheel form, he may just go ahead and blink. He's going to use that slowdown effect here, and we'll see if the patient can actually hook into graveyard before the hunter catches up. But no, he's going to get that spike on him, trying to avoid this this full presence. He's going to get himself into graveyard as well. But yeah, it really depends. How well can the wheel get this down here? Oh, beautiful mind game. Gets that there. Is he going to try to snap that? He goes for the snap and does reach at the edge of the range there, getting the second down here. Forward trying to come in harass, but confined space coming into play here. So the forward's unable to make his way in the graveyard. And the up build really working for this breaking wheel. It's not something we see as common. We typically will see more like Insolence Detention to secure more of a draw strategy, or the left-right build as well for more of a winning strategy. But we're going to see that trap there as well. And forward is forced to save a little bit early.
That's right, and that trap right there was so on point. And I believe this is the last chair of the patient. He does have those 2 spikes landed on him. Now all he has to do is just really go towards the far corner of this map. That's all he can do at this point, just to be able to get the survivors remaining to continue those 2 remaining ciphers. But on the bright side, on the part of the survivors, there is already 60% on that 4th cipher, and also 60% on that last. So if whoever Miraike decides to chase first, they can actually turn this into a tie.
Yeah, and again, forward had 2 spikes on him, and blink was never used. The patient was never able to get the blink outs, which means forward cannot harass, because if you try to harass there, he's going to go ahead and take down the bot. This is going to reveal the location of the mechanic, as she still is controlling. That bot still has the controller. Will he opt to go for the mechanic here, or change targets to potentially Zizai the forward? And it looks like he is going to go ahead and go for the mechanic. Has blink online. If you can get 2 spikes quick enough, she is able to pop the cipher machine. Forward on the last one, he's going to be forced to change target to acrobat, try to pressure him down here. But they do already have 2 ciphers at 50%. So very excellent job from the survivors to split this up here. There's 1 spike. He's going to get out, go for the... Oh, but he doesn't have the full presence, so he needs to get a hit instead. Will he use his blink right here, or is he going to just try to hit the down on the acrobat and save the blink for the end game?
Uses that bomb right there. Again, really appreciating that acrobat nerf using... it just makes the hunter switch targets at this point, especially because the mechanic is in the area. She does have 3 spikes on her. It's not going to take much to down her, but if she does go to the chair, all it's going to take is just 1 rescue. But that last cipher is already primed, so it's just going to be a matter of time. And I believe they are going to pop that cipher, and we are now at the end game. It is going to be up to this mechanic to try to contain this breaking wheel as best as she can, just so they can open that gate at the back. She goes towards this corner here, and does take that hit. She will be going to the chair, and I do hope that that gate is about to open, and I believe it is, because both survivors will now be able to get out the gate, and we have a tie, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we do have a tie. This is exactly... I mean, this is okay for SC. Of course, we talked about minimizing the damage. This is crucial for them to actually do that. But GR did what they wanted to do. They wanted to play mechanic and they wanted to get 2 survivors out. They didn't really care about winning. They didn't care about pushing for too many extra points. They just wanted to keep a 7-2 lead. They wanted to keep a 5-point lead going into the second round, and that's exactly what they did. Mechanic is a character that's really only brought out when you want to go for a draw or at least 1 survivor escape. You don't really want to bring Mechanic out when you need to win matches, unless you're going against something like a Bloody Queen, but that's a little bit different. But basically, how this worked here is even though you got a quick down on the patient, you saw how quick that down was on the patient, even the bot getting removed early game, it still doesn't matter. Mechanic Cypher Rush with the bot being dropped for a second time is still just so strong for the survivors, and it's enough for them to push for the draw, which they needed to win round number 1.
I really also appreciated how Shadow still pushed for that last cipher over the 4th cipher. Actually, it was actually already primed, and she just went for it, and just that just kind of pushed Mirai K to actually switch targets to whoever is decoding that last cipher, and they actually managed that so well, in that they were even able to prime 2 last ciphers. So that was really amazing in itself. What else have I seen there? Yeah, although that mechanic kite at the end game was not as long, it was just about enough. It was just about an enough amount of time for that forward to get that gate open, especially because he was doing a cipher that was close to that gate, and it really does matter the location of the ciphers that you're doing. And now here are the match stats. Again, we're seeing some really fairly good amount of containment time here, 83 on the mechanic and 81 on the patient. And although that first kite wasn't as long, he was able to make up for it somehow just by being able to transition towards the graveyard using that hook.
Yeah, I mean, it does show 81 seconds, but in reality, that's not anywhere near enough for a win. I mean, it's all because of the rebound kites with Tide Turner. Breaking Wheel typically, the first kiter against Breaking Wheel typically have a lot of containment time, even if the first down is fairly quick, like it was in this instance against AC. It's still, you're still going to have a lot of excess containment time because Breaking Wheels, the first rescue with Tide Turner, you're usually not farming someone. They're usually able to kite to the end of the 20 seconds of Tide Turner because Breaking Wheel has to go back into wheel form. They have to get multiple spikes on them and then get them down again. So the second kite maybe won't be as long. The second rebound kite maybe won't be as long if you farm with full presence, but there, it doesn't really matter. It's not enough for, it's just a quick enough kill from this hunter to get that down. And the problem is, if you have a mechanic on your team and you still die almost instantly as a survivor, you can still draw the game just because of how good Mechanic Cypher Rush was, and you saw that be the instance. I mean, there was enough time wasted by chasing the bot, where even though the patient's kite wasn't significantly long, they could still push ciphers. But keep in mind, the bot kited between 2 cipher machines. 2 survivors weren't even really able to decode in the early part of the match, and that also included the mechanic because she's the one controlling the bot. So the ciphers were already a bit behind, it still worked out though, just because of that mechanic pick, and that's why she's still one of the best characters in this game.
And this is basically her saying, "Not gonna ban me. See me come back from the see me come back to the meta." She still is a very strong character when it comes to decoding, and I do believe I remember Nell saying this, that Hunter's not banning mechanic anymore. It will have its effect in the outcome of the match, and it's a high risk, high reward thing. And although that scenario at the start of the game, the hunter spotting the bot at the start, that's basically, one of those scenarios that we really don't want to happen for a mechanic if she's in the lineup. But they were still able to work it out just because Mirai K didn't go for that mechanic.
前方就在你附近的，当金身六，当金身六，山对，当金身六，我去了。哇，中南2楼带没板子。什么？不是，我2楼下遗产。2楼下遗产。2楼下遗产。再走，2楼下遗产。我补2楼下，我补2楼下，我能。来。我应该是来不了的，太难了。
And
All right, so we did see our first round completed there between GR and SC. We do have a 7-2 victory for the first round, of course, for GR. So moving into round number 2 here, let's discuss a little bit about the game plan here for SC, how they're going to be able to come back. Again, you don't have this is a round-based tournament. That's always how it's been. After it used to be back with points, and we have switched over to rounds here. So you, as SC team, you have to either get a tie and then win one round by 5 points or more, or you have to win the next 2 rounds. I think the main goal here is probably to win the next 2 rounds. Getting a 5-point, sort of comeback in one of these is going to be very difficult because, again, that's going to require either your Survivor's Guide to get a 4 Survivor Escape against one of the best hunters in the world, or you're going to have your hunter get a 4-person elimination, which is actually very possible based off how Maraikai actually played that last round. If there's no mechanic on the field, they're on track for a victory there based off of the quickness in that down against the patient and how quickly they're able to deal with the forward support. So I think that's still an option for them, but they also have to consider it's going to be very difficult to actually get 5 points. It's very rare where that actually happens. So I think the most likely option for them here is to go for 2 wins in the next 2 rounds.
And exactly, that is the safest thing to do. And I'm sure SZ is going to want to push for those wins that you have said. But then again, this is going to depend entirely on the map. And this is round 2 after all. This is where it's going to start to get a little bit interesting because the survivors will now be able to ban one hunter. So they could use that to their advantage and keep in mind the homework that they've been doing on GR. Sorry. So round 2, we've seen a lot of Red Church. We've also seen some Arms Factory. But is there a map in mind? Do you have any map in mind that you actually want to see for this specific matchup?
Yeah, so I think essentially what the game plan is here for SC, again, they're probably going to have map selection based off the Ever Sleeping Town round pick and the SC survivors going up first. It's kind of difficult. Again, I guess the main idea was go something like Arms Factory or Red Church, which are bad breaking wheel maps, and then ban PPX's Bon, force him onto a hunter like, or maybe ban the Sculptor and take the Bon. Either is an option. But then again, you also have to consider your hunter can't play Breaking Wheel on those maps. So the survivors of GR don't have to ban Breaking Wheel. They can simply just go ahead and go with a ban. And it looks like we are going to see, actually GR has map selection, which means which means GR chose to play Hunter first, which is not something you see very often. Again, usually you have survivors go first because you want to see how many survivors you can get out, and then your hunter will know what type of hunter they have to play, whether they have to play a draw hunter or a winning hunter. But yeah, it looks like we're going to have GR going with Arms Factory here, which is not too bad if PPX is planning to play Bloody Queen, because considering that you're in a situation where you're already in the lead. So if GR is able to draw these last few rounds, it's definitely a possibility for them here. So the fact that GR was able to go up 7-2 on SC's map pick means that GR is already heavily advantaged here going into the second round.
I'm also wondering what the survivor team of Scars are going to want to ban in this map. A lot of hunters can actually excel in this map, and it's just that PPX hunter pool goes really deep, and he's very versatile. But speaking of that Blood Queen that you said, she could really excel in this map. It's just that I believe that she is still the tie queen, even if it's PPX.
对阵 SC 的话，就是我们也是看了他们的比赛的，然后的话，他们的求生者和监管者都挺厉害的，然后的话，对阵他们的话，我们就好好发挥吧。
Yeah, so we do have a brief interview from PPX there, and going back to what we were talking about how this round's going to play out here. The Arms Factory, the reason why we see Arms Factory picked here by GR is that, again, we saw Breaking Wheel from SC, right? So we're going to go into a round 2 situation where typically you'd want to have to ban Breaking Wheel, but now GR doesn't have to do that. They can ban Sculptor or Dream Witch or something that Maraikai would rather play, instead of the wheel here. and you just can't play Arms Factory Wheel against an IPL level team. It's just too difficult. There's too many windows. There's too many places where Breaking Wheel cannot perform effectively. So what's going to happen here is we're going into this round. We're going to see most likely SC probably ban Sculptor or Bonbon here, and then the GR Hunter PPX is going to play one or the other, or just Bloody Queen to try to secure a draw and draw out these last few rounds. That's kind of the game plan for GR, and then you're forcing Maraike to play a hunter. You know, they're going to ban one of his other hunters besides Breaking Wheel and force him onto a third hunter in the second round because he can't afford to play Breaking Wheel on Arms Factory. So you force the round 3 hunter, which typically isn't as strong. You essentially get 2 bans by going with Arms Factory because you're banning Breaking Wheel on that you can't really afford to play Wheel on Arms Factory, and then you're banning another hunter as well. You're forcing the round 3 hunter out in round 2, which is very favorable for the GR side.
I'm really excited as to who SZ's survivor lineup is going to be, especially because they've been surprising us this whole weekend. As I keep on saying, they've been taking out some really interesting picks, and this is Arms Factory. It could be beneficial to a lot of non-meta players, but here we have a mercenary, finally a psychologist. I've been waiting to see her all day. Finally she comes out. Unfortunately forward is banned, but that is really understandable because you really don't want to be dealing with a harasser at this point, especially if you really want to make up for those points. Although patient is also out the window, they still have a lot of survivors that they could put in there. I'm wondering if they're going to take after GR and actually put in a mechanic in there or any other decoder. So the wait is just aha! Like I said, finally we have a mechanic again. Looks like the decoders are making it back into the meta, at least for this matchup. And we have a Gravekeeper. So this is really interesting. A double rescue lineup.
Yeah. So the way this
psychologist,
yeah, I was gonna say the way this, and we're gonna see Dreamwitch from PPX. So the way this team comp is really built is that the survivors are trying to counter 3 of PPX's. Well, actually, a few of them here. Basically, what they're trying to do is they're banning Bonbon, and they're going with Mechanic, which is strong Cypher Rush against something like Sculptor, and then you're also bringing out the Psychologist, which is strong against Dreamwitch. Also, Gravekeeper is a good rescuer against Dreamwitch as well, especially when the forward is banned. And then you're also playing Psychologist and Mechanic, which are strong against Bloody Queen, because most of the time survivors are going to go down to 2 mirrors. In this case, Mechanic. So Mechanic's weak kiting doesn't really matter. As long as you force out 2 mirrors and you have the bot in play, you're still on pace to win or draw the game, depending on how well the rest of the team can Cypher Rush and if you can die away from Cypher Machines. Psychologist also effective against that Bloody Queen as well, because she can take 3 hits. So basically, they're banning Bonbon and they're playing a comp that counters 3 of PPX's main hunters, and Dreamwitch being one of them. We'll see how well PPX can play against this here. Again, all of these characters, you don't want to chase Gravekeeper, you don't want to chase Mercenary. You can chase Psychologist, but it's not as strong because you can take up to 3 hits. So the goal here for SC is force PPX to double patroller the Mechanic, die to a leech hit. If you have bot in play, they still can have enough Cypher Rush to win the game from there.
I think SZ really did take into consideration that Dreamwitch, because somehow Psychologist can be a really good counter for her with those remote healing. So I'm really excited to see how this match is going to play out. This is, I believe, a really strong lineup, and it could be an equal amount of chances to win, or at least to push for that draw from both GR and SZ. And just like that, we are already at the first half of Game 2. Really excited to see this match. And it is Mikael and Eli bringing you the Identity 5 action.
And here we go. We do have the no man land spawn for PPX here, immediately going towards Shack as the two survivors do spawn. There's one spawns over near Triple Pallet and one near the water tanks kind of factory area as well. Behind factory would be the key spawn in that instance. And we do immediately catch sight of the mechanic. So this is a good find for PPX now. The only downside again is chasing mechanic. Does he find the bot? If he can eliminate the bot, that's really good. Mechanic needs to make sure they're multitasking, checking the bot location as well. PPX instead is going to actually hard tunnel mechanic instead of actually going for the bot, which is actually not too bad. We're going to go ahead and see mechanic utilize the broken window speed boost, trying to transition as far away as they can, but the spawn follower is catching up. You cannot afford to give a spawn follower hit. Can mechanic mind game with the paladin? No. PPX gets the hit, and mechanic did not stop her leech, which means PPX could potentially get a quick down here, but did Mitch that leech swing, which is going to keep the mechanic alive a little bit longer. If mechanic can force a leech hit here with bot in play, there's a chance survivors are still on track for a strong position. And he is able to get out of range of the main body, which means the leech is the closest chase here. But kiting through multiple Cypher machines is not strong. Mechanic can now utilize the speed boost to get as far away as they can from as many Cypher machines as they can. But they're just staying in middle. You cannot afford to do this against a Dream Wish.
And there is that patroller right there. And I do believe I saw somebody break the pallet there. And wow, okay, so somehow what just happened there? I think PPX was that a missed hit?
Basically what happened there is Gravekeeper tried to use the shovel to body block one hit, which they did actually do, but it doesn't really matter because Mechanic's still on that first patroller. It's gonna have 4 bites before it gets essentially disappeared. Mechanic's gonna have to cancel all of them if they want to kite it out. So in reality, it just becomes a wasted shovel. And again, you die middle against a Dream Witch. You cannot afford to do that. So Mechanic, I think Mechanic should have simply used that vaulting speed boost at 3 pallet and ran all the way towards the no man's area and died over there, maybe even the water tank front gate ruins area. But now you die middle on Gravekeeper's Cypher. Gravekeeper was expended a shovel as well in the process, which also isn't really worth it. And now PBX can freely pressure all these Cyphers from the middle area.
Exactly. This is just about the strongest area in the map, not just for the hunter, but also for the survivors. But they can still actually make up for this, I believe, because the Cypher proc is actually really good. 2 Cyphers have already been done. We have 60 on the 3rd and 40 on the 4th, and that last Cypher is already also at 50%, which means that the bot is actually safe in the vicinity, decoding in peace. So whatever happens to the mechanic, she's still able to get that decoding going. And although she's going back to the chair, what is the next course of action for the survivors? Will they need to rescue this mechanic?
Well, depending on it's based off of their Cypher rush so far. You have 2 Cyphers at 50, one at about 80, so in reality, that would be enough time to push for win, but it's a Dream Witch. So you're forced to de-leech and heal. So they may not even rescue at all here and just kind of play the draw game. But no, it looks like they're going to go for a save. And I think PPX was actually camping with the leech. So this actually works out for the survivors because if you do get a leech down on the mechanic, then they can potentially... we're actually going to see Patroller on a Gravekeeper, which is it's actually not too strong for PPX because he can just shovel it off. But he opts not to shovel. Gravekeeper instead could have shoveled off that patroller there, but didn't go for it. And now it does give the time psychologist to heal up the mechanic, so maybe this will still work for the survivors. But Gravekeeper dying on that middle Cypher yet again, and that's kind of been the theme of this match. As these survivors dying too close to middle, too close to Cypher machines they need to decode, PBX is capitalizing. But with that heal getting off onto the mechanic, maybe they'll have a chance to potentially come back.
Also, note that the dungeon is by the factory, so the survivors have probably already taken note of this. This is really good for the Gravekeeper to get shared this time. Yes, indeed, the mechanic will be able to get a heal. She does need to de-leech, though. Oh, Gravekeeper already taking that hit, especially because no more Tide Turner, ladies and gentlemen. So it's just one more Cypher left. There's 67% on that last Cypher. If they play this carefully, if they play their cards right, if they're really on point with their decisions, they might actually, turn this either into a win or a tie. Gravekeeper is now going back to the chair. The psychologist, I believe, is camping that last Cypher. The mechanic, where is the mechanic?
Mechanic actually got the rescue on Gravekeeper, but the problem is it was another farm. You can't afford to farm the Gravekeeper in that instance. They need to get a save without a farm. Mechanic's going to try to commit to this heal here. And, oh, it's going to be close. PPX trying to bait the Terror Shock, and he gets up in time, and Mechanic actually takes the hit, which means Gravekeeper can get his shovel back. So just like that, if PPX was able to get that chair on the Gravekeeper, then he would have died with a shovel, but instead, Gravekeeper can easily rebound because they still have the shovel. Psychologist trying to rush down the Cypher Machine, using that main spawn follower to camp it and push her away here. But it's out of range, so Psychologist constantly pressuring, but now PPX is back into range here. If the survivors can de-leech and heal up, though, because they all have leech marks, oh, Psychologist is going to give a free hit here, it looks like, which is not too good for the survivors, but maybe if they can de-leech and heal and split the Cypher progress here onto some of these middle and that No Man's Land Cypher, there's a chance that they can still pull off a win from this spot.
PPX was able to locate the Mechanic just by hitting the bot, and he does find them here in the factory area. And here is that Gravekeeper, who will be dead on chair, by the way, takes a leech. Again, as you said, they really do need to heal. That last Cypher is already primed. Things are about to get intense, actually. It's just gonna be a matter of somebody taking a hit. Oh, but they already popped the last Cypher, and now we are at the end game. PPX will now be chasing Tsunami over here. The Mechanic, who is now transitioning towards the Backgate Ruins. Will she last long in time? And there is that Patroller, again, that is going to make the chase a lot easier, but it has been quite a while, and somebody is at that gate, and that gate is open. Somebody was able to open it, and it was the Psychologist. The rest of the survivors are actually going towards a teleport.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, though. He's already out here. Mercenary is going to stay in the game, of course, can absorb the attention. And Gravekeeper's leech is irrelevant because he can easily just shovel out the gate. And SC survivors are actually able to get a 3-survivor escape here. This is the comeback they need to turn things around and bring it back in this match. Now, the issue here was PPX had a draw or a win. If he chairs that Gravekeeper, he draws or wins the game, most likely. But the problem is that he was baited into thinking the Cypher Machine was prime when they started to go for that force heal, and they were able to get them up in time before the PPX was able to chair, and he was able to go back in, able to utilize that shovel to continue to kite, and was able to just really last things out. And you saw the survivors split the Cypher Machines. They tried to rush down middle. There was a lot of missteps from SC that match. There was a lot of missteps. The GR Hunter PPX tried to capitalize as much as possible, but he actually missed out on a few things, and that actually ended up costing him the draw or the win there. Because again, Mechanic cannot afford to die middle there, and she died middle, and PPX just wasn't able to pressure as much as he could have potentially gone for. He tried his best to pressure both the No Man's Land Cypher and middle, but the survivors ultimately were able to de-leech, heal up, and pop that last Cypher Machine, and they were able to get a 3-survivor escape here, bringing them back 3-1 in this second match.
I'm really impressed with SZ, and back in the live feed, you could actually see that smile on all their faces. Wow, we actually won this, and they must be over the moon because, again, this is PPX, one of the world's best hunters. So I'm really impressed with Scars in their gameplay for the first half of round 2, so they need to keep up this energy. Again, they did kind of catch up in terms of points. They need to keep up this energy. Mirai K is going to have to do really well for his match if he is indeed the one who will be hunting. However, we've seen in the previous matchups that Celia already was able to play as early as round 2, so we have that to look forward to. This may be, again, the opportunity for him to bring out that feaster, but that's just me talking. So round two, second half, we have Arms Factory. Everything is in place. Now it's time to get those predictions going. So, but I think it's really going to depend on who the hunter is going to be first. So it's kind of a waiting game now.
Yeah, it's unlikely we're going to see Feaster. Feaster's not really good. I mean, again, to be fair, this team does, play Feaster, as you mentioned, to hell, but Feaster on Arms Factory is not very strong. The biggest problem is there's so many walls. You have to have line of sight of your tentacle to use it. So there's so many walls in which the Feaster can't even see the tentacle to actually throw it down. So that's kind of the biggest problem with Feaster on this map. And again, Feaster's kind of, he's going to be more of a character you bring out in a do or die situation where you need to get kind of a lot of kills and surprise the other team. you have to get a draw here if you're, if you're on the side of SC. You have a 3 survivor escape here. If you're able to draw the survivors, you win round number 2, and then you just have to win round number 3. That's the game plan that we talked about that they really were going for. They don't have to come back in terms of points. They just need to win in terms of rounds. So we'll see again how this is going to play out. All you have to do is get 2 survivors eliminated. It is going to be difficult against GR survivors, but, let's see what Moraike is planning to play here. Again, you don't have Breaking Wheel. They'll probably ban his next best hunter, so you're going to have to go with your round 3 hunter to get a draw, whether that's Bloody Queen, whether that's Bon, something like that, along the lines of that. We do look at the final containment time here. In reality, it's a lot more, but Dream Witch games, as you know, containment time is not gained when not controlling those followers, and it really goes to show the Psychologist 278 decoding, splitting the Cypher machines. There's a lot of extra decoding in Dream Witch matches. Some matches you see a perfect 500%, but in this match against Dream Witch, it almost never happens. You're always going to see a lot of extras, a lot of split up Cypher machines because the Dream Witch is able to pressure multiple at a time.
I guess it's really encouraging to see this kind of turnout for a Call of the Abyss match, because usually Dream Witch in Arms Factory is really strong. So I really want the chat to take away from this kind of match and to feel that encouragement. It is really possible to win against a Dream Witch in Arms Factory, even with that kind of scenario, especially at the start of the game when you said the mechanic actually died in the middle, but somehow they were still able to turn that around. It's that collective effort to turn things in their favor, and that's something that I really appreciate. So I hope the chat is also appreciating that. Again, guys, against a Dream Witch in Arms Factory, it is quite possible. And now I think Moraike is still going to be the hunter. Yes, he will be the it's Celia. Sorry. Finally, we're seeing Celia here. Not gonna count on that Feaster pick. As you said, not the best choice in Arms Factory, but we'll see. He did bring out some interesting hunters in the previous match. I believe he was the one who brought out that Geisha.
Yeah, I think it's possible. The problem with Geisha, it's again, Arms Factory has a lot of those high walls. Geisha's probably, Arms Factory is one of the weaker maps for Geisha, just because there's a lot of high walls that are very hard to dash over, and there's also some looping areas like the middle 3 palette can also be strong against Geisha as well, because you can constantly break that line of sight. So it's unlikely we're going to see Geisha here, just because again, Geisha Arms Factory not very strong, Feaster Arms Factory not very strong. A more preferable hunter would definitely be something that's better at securing draws, that being Bloody Queen or Bon, both strong on this map. Sculptor could be a possibility as well, but it's probably a little bit less likely. We'll have to see again, what Celia opts to bring out here. We don't really know all of Celia's options, but there could be something we don't expect as well. We'll have to see. If you're on the side of GR here, again, you want to draw out these last rounds. You don't want to have to go into a round 3 where you have to get. I mean, again, if the survivors of GR only get a draw, then it goes into a last round situation where if they draw the last round, they will win based off of points. But they don't want to have to do that. They want to get a 3 survivor escape here, get by 5 points going into the last round, and just try to secure an easy win from there.
And I'm sure they are going to want to try to come back from this, because this is because of that last match. It just means that they can't relax anymore. It looks like Scars is really getting serious, and look at that pensive look on Celia's face. It's like he's raring to go. The survivors here really need to stay coordinated, because if Celia is able to do well and even manage a 3-man kill, then indeed that will push for that round 3. But I kind of hope that it does happen, because again, like I keep on saying, round 3 is really my favorite part of the match. It's when the picks are gonna start to get interesting and will veer away from the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was gonna say absolutely, and it's definitely a possibility. I don't think that it may not come out, just because mainland China never really veers off of that specific meta strategies that they have. They always play what they're accustomed to. And I would typically say the same for Japan, because that's usually the case, but we saw a round 1 Enchantress. So, anything's on the table for Scars here. I do think that Enchantress may not come out again, just because as you go into a round 3 situation, PPX can easily play Enchantress counters, whether that's Bloody Queen or Dream Witch. You can't ban all of them. You know, if you want to ban the wheel from PPX in round number 3, you can do that. If you want to ban Sculptor, you can do that. But then he just goes with Bloody Queen or Dream Witch if you want to play Enchantress to counter Bonbon. So maybe that's an option. They want to force him off of Bonbon, but they did ban it already. So I think that they're more prepared to go against the Sculptor. And you saw in the first round, they had a winning position. They were on track to win the game, but a couple of little things that PVX was able to capitalize on and turn back into his favor. In the second round here, again, a few little missteps with Mechanic dying towards the middle of the map here on Gravekeeper Cypher. They still were able to turn things around simply because, you know, that the PPX got a little too aggressive trying to go for that Gravekeeper, giving up the chase on the Mechanic for a brief second, gave the Psychologist enough time to heal up the Mechanic, and that's why Psychologist is so good against Dream Witch. So for Celia here, your team put you in a position where you can easily just secure a draw here, go into the next round. Of course, it's not easy going against GR survivors, but there's a lot less pressure than, you know, if there were more eliminations on the side of PPX.
Mm-hmm. So while we are waiting for the match to actually begin, again, let's just take a look at the chat. We're seeing a lot of love for both teams. Hello to Ganji OnlyFans, Thao, Isa Rix, Innocent Mango. Hello to everyone. Eli, say hi to your fans. I'm sure there are a lot out there who are supporting you as well.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I'm glad to see everybody who's out here supporting us, commentating, everyone from my stream. I know a lot of you guys were up here yesterday, so it's good to see everybody. And thank you for everyone just keeping the positivity again. You know, these are long matches that myself and Kahel and the rest of the commentating team have to sit through and commentate. Of course, we really enjoy watching this and being able to commentate this extremely high-level gameplay, but it is very long and drawn out. At some times, it can be very tiring. So everybody keeps the positive energy to support us. It's always lovely to see. So thank you guys for that.
Especially because you are at the other side of the world. So what is the time right now where you are, Eli?
Yeah, right now it's currently 1:14 in the morning, so it'll probably be another long night. But again, it's very fun IDV action that we get to sit here and watch and have the privilege of commentating. I always love to be able to do that, especially with you, Kyle. It's always an honor. So hopefully, you know, we'll have some continuations of these great matches. Looking into this match so far, though, we do have Celia on the forward, and Searban is banning the Mechanic, which is actually indicating probably a Bonbon, but typically you don't ban Mechanic. You only ban Mechanic if you need to go for a win. In this case, you only need to go for a draw. It wasn't likely GR selects Mechanic here, simply because they want to go for a win, and Mechanic is more of a drawing survivor than a winning survivor. So it's an interesting Mechanic ban from Celia, but it does definitely indicate that he's probably going something, one of the chip hunters with less cipher control, such as Sculptor or Bonbon.
It looks like they're bringing out all the best that they can. These are the big guns, right? We have the Acrobat, we have the Patient, and the Psychologist. It's the lovers. Finally, we see them together. And although we've seen them before, I'm really excited to see if they will be able to do that dash that I love so much. And again, the Mercenary, such an efficient rescuer, the best in the game, if I'm not mistaken. And here is that geisha that we weren't expecting. You weren't expecting this, Eli, and yet Celia brings her out for Arms Factory. How do you think this is going to play out?
Yeah, a Mechanic ban with Geisha is also very uncommon because Mechanic usually struggles against Geisha. The slow pallet throwing speed, the slow vaulting speed makes it very easy for Geisha to use those butterflies to mind game and get hits. So, and on top of that, the bot is easy. I mean, Geisha has a lot of map pressure, so you're easily able to hit the bot down, revealing the location of the Mechanic's main body, and you can just dash after them immediately to catch up to them. So you typically don't see Mechanic ban on the side of Geisha, but it is definitely also an option here for Celia. This composition is a little bit difficult. Psychologist and Acrobat are strong kiters against the Geisha, whereas Patient a little bit less so. So we'll see. We'll probably see a Blink Geisha build going for more of a draw here, and just try to put themselves in a position where SC can go into the last round in a possible comeback position. My name's Eli O, joined here with Kahel for our Geisha versus the GR survivors, and we'll have this second half of the second round shortly.
Welcome back to Arms Factory, and this is the second half of round 2. And here is Celia spawning at No Man's Land, going towards the shack to find the first target. And Zai is actually in the area trying to hide from her. If she does spot the blood marks, then that will be the start of the first chase. Tiptoeing in the area just to be able to conceal himself. But he does get spotted, and there it is. We have the first kite already. Eli, an acrobat in this area can be really strong. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not so much in the back ruins area. This area can be very difficult to actually kite in, but as soon as they make it to shack and start pushing towards 3 pallet, that's when things can get scary for the Geisha. We're going to see them go ahead and use that dash to close the distance. Probably going to use the ball here to gain a little bit more distance. Firebomb. Geisha able to walk around it, though, and they're going to go ahead and drop this pallet. Blink should be online shortly if that is the option for Celia. And, mind gaming the acrobat to walk back through, and that's a quick down for Celia. So they did bring Blink as well to help themselves get the kill, but they didn't even need it. And we're going to see Celia already on track to easily draw this match based on how quick that kill was.
Definitely, and they might not even choose to rescue at all, because that does seem like the logical thing to do. But it looks like somebody's actually going to go for the rescue right there. I believe it is Hart. Yes, indeed, the mercenary is in the area trying to at least probably trigger the earmark to know that somebody is going to actually go for that rescue, because who knows, Geisha might actually not camp this. But there it is. We have that rescue from the mercenary.
Yeah, we do have rescue from the mercenary, but again, Blink online, and there's the Blink from the Geisha here to secure the down on the acrobat. One hit away from full presence. We'll probably see Celia try to reach that full presence. This acrobat needs to do the best to avoid that. Tries to go for the pallet stun, is unable to get it, and Celia farming full presence off of this Tide Turner's acrobat here. Psychologist going to use the whistle to heal up the mercenary, but at this point, a full presence Geisha is already very scary here. And again, survivors on track to potentially still draw this based off how well the Cypher Rush is, but that's irrelevant for SC. They really just need to get a draw here and secure a win for this round number 2, so they can potentially win round number 3. So this Japanese team really giving GR a run for the money here. Celia using this time to take down some of these pallets. We're going to see Hart transition in most likely for a second rescue, but with no Tide Turner, all Celia has to do is force a farm here, and Acrobat won't even have a chance at rebound kiting.
And there it is. We have the mercenary already getting ready for that rescue, taking his sweet time before touching that chair. Would he expect a hit from the Geisha first, or will he be able to do it without... there we have it! And although Tide Turner is not ready, the Cypher Rush is already really good on the part of the survivors. 2 are about to be done, 63% on that last Cypher. Whoever is going to get chased is definitely gonna get rescued, and it could be definitely a tie situation. And here we have the patient in the front ruins using that hook to gain distance from the Geisha. This is again, these are the ruins, so there are a lot of walls, which is probably why Celia is already transitioning towards that last Cypher just to be able to put some pressure on it. And it is the psychologist that she just pushed out of the area.
Yeah, we're going to see them go for the psychologist. Gets the pallet stun as well. I actually expected Celia to swing at that pallet there, but it worked out for Shadow using the dash. Oh, but Shadow unable to skill check quick enough. So that was, a little bit of a misstep from Shadow there, giving a free hit to Celia. And now we're going to have them dash right back towards the middle Cypher machine here, trying to pressure this down. The trait for Celia almost back online in about 20 seconds here, but it doesn't really matter. The survivors can easily just start an extra Cypher machine here. Hart's going to try to kite in this area as much as possible, using the elbow pad as well to transition away here. But it looks like, again, we're in the same situation as PBX's Dream, which the survivor is splitting that middle Cypher and the No Man's Land Cypher here. So the Hunter doesn't have an option to pressure down just one. If they can go for 2 here, then there's not much that the Hunter can really deal with this situation. And Mercenary giving up a free hit here. Cypher machine almost primed. We should expect a pop momentarily.
And exactly. There's 91%. Actually, that last Cypher is already primed. They were able to do 2 Cyphers while that whole thing was going on. And yes, the Cypher has already been popped. Celia will not be chasing that mercenary and will instead go towards the front gate where Shadow and AC just happen to be. Now, the psychologist is in sight. This mercenary can actually go for that the front gate right there. Let's see how this kite is going to happen.
Yeah, we do see him catch sight of the Psychologist, but there's not much Psychologist can do here with Blink online for Celia. Celia is probably going to walk through most of these pallets, force maybe even a pallet stun. And yeah, he tries to get the pallet stun, but isn't able to do it. Just gets the down. Now he actually has his trade available, so he can teleport here. Oh, but the gate opened just in the nick of time for GR here, so Celia so close to potentially getting a 3 survivor elimination, but instead will just get the 2, but which is totally okay. That's exactly what SC needed to see here. They needed to get 2 survivors out of the match, which is what exactly what happened, and they will be winning the second round here against GR, which means that GR still in the lead in terms of points, but in terms of rounds, we're all tied up, and SC has a potential opportunity to win round number 3 and the match.
This is just really exciting because this is GR, again, a 3-time COA champion. So the team of Scars must be really happy to be able to pull this off. Again, this is a round 2 match that they just won against GR. I can just imagine how happy they must be feeling right now. And of course, they're not out of the woods yet. There's still a round 3. Again, this is going to be the last make or break match. They need to... Well, we're basically back to 0 here. It's either going to be GR or Scars for this round 3, but it's extra interesting because more bans, more chances to get creative. So we're going to be in for a really interesting round.
Yeah. So essentially, how this last round plays out is, again, it has to go in terms of rounds first before we go in terms of points. So what has to happen here is Scars has to win this 3rd round. If they win round number 3 here, they will win overall. If GR gets a draw for this last round or wins, then they ultimately will win this best of 3. There is no option for a round 4 overtime based off of how these points have kind of played out. So basically, SC really, again, they did what they needed to do in this round to get the win. So as we mentioned, Kel, we were talking about how SC doesn't really care about drawing any of these rounds and trying to go for a 5-point round. They just want to draw, they just want to win the last 2 rounds straight up. And that's exactly what is happening so far. They've been able to pull it off this round with a bit of an unorthodox strategy. Geisha on Arms Factory, not very common, but Celia able to perform exceptionally well, very fast down on the Acrobat. Only 45 seconds with even with that rebound kiting was so strong for Celia. This is honestly one of the best Geisha players we've seen so far. Definitely in this tournament, and we're gonna see Geisha probably get banned going into the last round here. But yeah, it really goes to show that Celia is prepared to play Geisha against these high-level China mainland teams.
They need to respect that Geisha if you don't want to see her again. But then again, it's going to depend entirely on what that last map is going to be. And I'm really excited as to what this last map is going to be. But Eli, if it's from a spectator's point of view, what map would you like to see for round 3?
Yeah, I mean, again, we don't really know. In terms of SC, we don't really know exactly what Celia wants to bring out here. I think it really depends on how well the survivors can do as well. But it's most likely, again, PPX did opt to play Hunter first, even though that the SC team had map selection. But I think in reality, survivors going first here for SC is really beneficial, because if they know that they can get a 3 survivor escape, then the Hunter knows they only have to get a draw. They can play a drawing Hunter, such as Blink Geisha or Bloody Queen. So I don't know what map I'd like to see here. Probably Moonlit River Park would be strong for SC. That forces the reason why is it forces the survivors to ban Geisha, because Moonlit River Park, if you're able to play Geisha that well on a map like Arms Factory, which is weak for Geisha, just imagine how Geisha will be on Moonlit River Park. You force them to ban Geisha, and that gives you more options to play Hunters in the 3rd round. So I don't know. I think Moonlit River Park is probably best for Scars, and then in terms of the GR side, it's really up for debate here. We are going to go to a couple of highlights, and we will be back shortly.
Nice. 大房地下室，闪现，然后快一点，快一点。这
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now at round 3 between Scars versus GR. Now, this is my favorite part of the match because, again, we keep on saying more bands, and it's about to get really interesting. And we did mention before that you kind of want to see Moonlit. Actually, we share the same sentiments on that because it will indeed push the survivors to ban that geisha. If they don't ban geisha, it could leave Celia, if he is who is indeed hunting for this round, to bring out more picks. I did see in the data that he also brought out Disciple and actually Breaking Wheel apart from the Feaster.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I think what really happens here is that I think for GR, you could still give Geisha and just, if you have map selection, pick a map that's not too strong for Geisha. Maybe something like Red Church that's more enclosed, not as open, harder for the Geisha to dash. But, you know, if you do have map selection as GR, that means SC will also be able to ban a map, which means they'll probably actually ban Red Church, because Red Church is pretty favorable for PPX. You know, you can play Sculpture, you can play Bon Bon, you can play Bloody Queen, you could even play Dream Witch if you wanted to. So I think that most likely Red Church may be taken off the table, but we'll have to see. Again, I think it makes more sense for the GR survivors to just straight up ban Geisha anyways, though, just because, you know, Arms Factory Geisha is already bad, and that Geisha played incredibly well. Now, GR survivors did actually come close in that if the Mercenary is able to get the rescue and get a body block for that second one, maybe Acrobat can kite until the Cypher's Prime, but the kill was quick enough where it was still a little bit behind. So, I don't know, we'll have to see again. We'll have to see again here. I think Moonlit River Park makes the most sense for Scars. And then as for the GR side, they would like Red Church, I believe, but it probably will be banned. But, you know, anything's still on the table here. We'll have to see what PPX is planning to play for this third round as well.
Actually, I think Red Church would be an entertaining map for the third round because, yes, this is where PPX is going to shine when it comes to versatility. But it looks like it is going to be Moonlit River Park indeed, and Chinatown was actually banned by GR. Now, what do you think is the logic behind the banning of Chinatown?
I think behind the banning of Chinatown is that PPX doesn't want to have to. Chinatown's really strong for PPX round number 1 because you can just go right out and play Breaking Wheel, but the rest of PPX's hunters kind of struggle on Chinatown once Breaking Wheel's banned. If you go Chinatown here as Scars, then you ban PPX's Breaking Wheel and you force him to play. We're going to have a quick interview. We'll get back to that thought in a moment.
そういった時、自分たちは、その負けた原因を絶対にはっきりさせて、次は同じミスしないといったことを意識して、次の試合につなげています。
Well, such a good mindset from Tsunami right there. But know that this interview was done this weekend, which means that they have taken that into consideration and are probably going to want to make up for the loss that they've had in the weekend. And we did see that improvement just now with them winning round 2. So really excited as to how this are high now.
Yeah, to revisit, you know, what we were talking about with the Chinatown. I think that the Chinatown ban is essentially saying if you go Chinatown here as the SC side, they banned PPX's Breaking Wheel and they probably banned something like Dream Witch, and then PPX is forced to play either Bon Bon or Sculptor on Chinatown, which isn't quite as strong because it's easy to loop around the hotel area against both of those hunters. The ship hunters are usually, it's just too many transitioning areas and too many 2-stories to actually deal with too many looping areas and too much overall support. So I think that in reality, banning Chinatown is strong here for GR. But again, as we talked about, Kahel, as we predicted, Scars wants to see Moonlit River Park. That's the map they're really looking forward here. Probably going to see Breaking Wheel and Bon Bon banned from the Survivor side. We know PPX likes Bon Bon on Moonlit River Park. He also likes Breaking Wheel, and then his Sculptor is strong, but Moonlit River Park, it's not good for Sculptor. It's too open. It's too easy to transition. It's too hard to hit statues in the open. There's not as many objects that are really enclosed for a Sculptor to hit the survivors into in comparison to something like Ever Sleeping Town.
Really expecting to see that Bonbon now from PPX, but who will be hunting first? Was it?
It looks like PPX is going to be, I believe, hunting first here, which again means that PPX chose to play Hunter first. GR chose to play the Hunter faction first, which is a lot less common, but in reality here, it's fine for them. I think Survivor going first here for SC is good, because then they know, the Hunter knows what they have to do here. Maybe PPX wants to just shut things down with the 4-person elimination, but yeah, in reality, it's, again, if the survivors get a certain survivors out of the match, then the Hunter knows what they have to go for. So it kind of, I still think it advantages SC to play Survivor first. So I think GR is kind of handing them one a little bit, in my opinion, personally. But again, these teams know more than we do, and we're going to see exactly what's going to happen here. I think we're going to see Bonbon ban. We're going to see Breaking Wheel ban. So then what does GR opt to go with? What does PPX opt to go with here? He may just pull out Bloody Queen, try to secure a draw, and have the survivors go for a draw. But again, SC has to win round number 3. So we'll have to see. Priestess, Seer, and Forward ban does indicate a possible Bloody Queen from PPX.
And just when I was about to talk about what the bans could possibly be, yeah, indeed, this could be a Blood Queen that we can expect from PPX. We have a Seer, we have a Forward, and a Priestess, and the survivors have banned actually that Bloody Queen that might just push for that Bonbon from PPX. This is really exciting. I'm really curious to see, and it looks like they're preparing for that as well with this Mercenary and this Patient. And it's just gonna boil down to who PPX is gonna want to ban from the survivor side. But this is really looking like a Guard 26 pick for me.
Yeah, so the Bloody Queen ban makes sense from the SC survivors. The reason why you do that is because you want to try to push for win. You want to try to get a 3-survivor escape here, and then have your Hunter get a 2-person elimination. If you give Bloody Queen to PPX, there's a good chance he's able to draw, because of how strong of a draw Hunter Bloody Queen really is. And we're actually going to see Cowboy banned from PPX here, which is interesting. I don't really know what that indicates. I think maybe that means he's planning to go Breaking Wheel. You don't want to have to deal with any harassers. Cowboy can be strong in this map. If you die in one of the corners away from chairs, Cowboy can harass to get a survivor to potentially struggle. And we do know that SC does like to go Cowboy, so I think that it actually makes a little bit of sense. Removing as many harassers as possible means he probably will be playing a fragile Hunter like Breaking Wheel.
Actually, Nella and I were really surprised that we saw a Cowboy, a toy merchant and a mechanic. It looks like it's becoming a staple for this whole matchup, and we're trying to, we're beginning actually to understand the value of the mechanic in the lineup once more. But I'm really interested with this toy merchant, and actually excited as to how she will be contributing to the synergy of the team. But just when we were expecting a Guard 26 from PPX, we see a Dream Witch instead, which I think is still very viable in Moonlit. I really was not expecting that, though. I really was expecting that Guard 26.
Yeah, the reason why we're actually not seeing Bonbon here is because there's a mechanic. So Bonbon against Moonlit River Park mechanic, with being how spread out the ciphers are, how spread out the map is, it's next to impossible to win. You really can't beat a mechanic on Moonlit River Park as a Bonbon unless you get extremely lucky with spawns and have a very good overall match. It's very, very rare for that ever to happen. So PPX, I mean, if he gets a draw, that's fine, but also mechanic Cypher Rush against Bonbon, even on this map, because of how spread out it is, could be enough to even win. So I think that the idea here for the survivors is they go mechanic to push PPX off of Bonbon, and you go toy merchant to push PPX off of Breaking Wheel, because toy merchant is strong against wheel. Typically what happens is they drop a catapult where the wheel's trying to get the spikes on them, and once the wheel gets out of wheel form, you simply jump on that catapult and fly away to a strong kiting area, and the wheel has a very difficult time getting you down because of how much time you waste not only juking the wheel form, but also flying away on that catapult. So basically mechanic here to counter Bonbon, toy merchant here to counter the breaking wheel, and they're essentially just saying we want to take the round 3 Dream Witch here with this team comp, force him off of his other 2 hunters, and yeah, just see they played a good Dream Witch map in round number 2, so let's see what they're able to do here in round number 3.
And I believe the match is about to begin, and I'm really excited how this is gonna play out. But I'm sure they're doing the system checks first again. Well, they always do that just to make sure that everything is going well. But I'm really excited about this because this is the first time that we're seeing Toy Merchant for today. So this is the first appearance of the Toy Merchant. Again, it is me, Kahel, and Eli bringing you the Identity 5 action. And I'm really excited. Eli, what do you think about the spawn points here?
Well, the spawn points are really important, of course. We'll have to see where we do spawn in this match, and we'll get into that shortly. All right, we are going to see the God Kiting spawn from the Dream Witch here. One survivor does spawn on the other side of 2-story, and he's going to go around the backside of 2-story here, trying to find the location of whoever that is. And yeah, instead actually rotating towards bridge, which we are going to find Soar over here, which is patient. And he didn't actually see the survivor behind broken carousel. Going to go ahead and immediately leech onto that patient. Has those hooks available to transition away here. Patient can be a strong transition kiter on this map. Using that to get away, not giving any free hits to the leech here. Is kiting. Again, kiting back towards the mercenary. This is a theme that SC's kind of struggled with against the Dream, which is kiting on Cypher machines. But if he's able to transition far enough away here, get this pallet down, and avoid the spawn follower hit. And we're going to see it immediately using that patroller. And look at beautiful game sense from SC. He's going to use this to get away from the spawn follower, so he's going to force a leech hit instead of a spawn potentially. Let's see if he's able to kite here. Does get that pallet on the leech. And another one as well to cancel the patroller by maybe he can kite this out here. But it's going to be very difficult because this is still the first patroller.
Ooh, again, the patient takes that first hit right there. Sadly, we still have the leech. So now the spawn follower is following Sword towards this the second station area. It's kind of a weak area, but at least he has that hook to be able to transition to the God Kite. But now PPX is on the way, cutting Roar here mid-route as he's going upstairs. Again, we have that patroller. He may be going down in just a bit. And there we have... Oh, what just happened there?
Yeah, we actually have... he broke the pallet with the leech so we can get the spawn follower down. He didn't want to swing there, because if you swing there and get the kill on the patient with the spawn, you lose your leech. So what he's doing is he's intentionally using the spawn follower to get the down. And this is actually... The patient did a beautiful job constantly transitioning far enough away from the main body. The patroller was inevitable, right? You're basically, it's going to come into play eventually, but you can delay it as long as possible. Same thing with delaying the blink. We're going to see Merchant be the one rescuing here. Oh, but he's actually going to set up a catapult, take the hit, and get the rescue. And no, they can't get the rescue. And Merchant's just going to go down. Merchant goes down here, and just like that, PPX has a winning position. So a huge mistake here from SE may cost them their win. They had a good start. They had good Cypher progress, but with the mechanic Cypher rush. But just like that, the favor is back into PPX with the Toy Merchant just simply going down.
Fantastic job from PPX defending that chair. Indeed, that was kind of a huge mistake. And I believe the Toy Merchant will be going to the chair. Patient is still down. I don't think anybody will be able to heal him at this point, nor will he be able to self-heal in time, because again, he is in the sight of PPX here at the working carousel area. It's just a matter of time before he's going to get chaired again. Now, that is going to put a lot of pressure on the decoding. However, we do have a safe mechanic here. We also have a safe bot, and that's actually why they were able to decode so fast. That last cipher is just about to be touched. So mechanic has finally rescued was that the patient? Yeah, that was the patient.
That was the Toy Merchant that was placed on chair.
Sorry.
Yeah, after they went down, they are able to get on their catapult and potentially escape here, but with 2 leeches in play and everybody injured, I don't really see how SE can come back. We're gonna see Mercenary go for a rescue here on the patient, so he can potentially rebound Kite, but all he has to do is we are gonna see the pallet stun on the leech allows him to transition a little bit away here, but PPX will probably switch to blink, try to blink the down here. Merchant trying to de-leech potentially and rush a Cypher machine nearby, but I think basically the game plan was that Merchant was setting up a catapult for the patient to jump into the upstairs 2-story, but he gave just 2 free hits. You cannot give free hits to a Dream Witch, and you see why here. He's going to go for that blink, gets the down on the patient, and that is going to be the last time on chair for the patient. Mercenary down as well. Does PPX know where Mercenary went down? If he's able to chair Mercenary here, he should be able to 4-person elimination here with everybody injured. Mercenary has to get back up before he gets leech if the survivors want a chance to draw this around.
That's really gonna put a lot of gonna put the survivors at a disadvantage because actually Mercenary was able to get back up. They just might be able to prime that last cipher. So PPX is now making his way towards the 2-story. He knows that it's the last cipher indeed. So was that 2 people? Actually it's the bot. The bot was actually there to add up to the decoding and the toy merchant as well. So he needs to do some damage control here to be able to defend that last cipher. But somebody is decoding another last cipher in the distance at 24%. So it's just going to be a matter of time.
Yeah, this is where Moonlit Dream Witch can be kind of weak because look at how far these ciphers are spread out. Hell, you have 4-stop, you have 10, and you have 2-story. It's so hard for the Dream Witch to pressure all 3 of those at one time. So all the survivors have to do is split the ciphers. You have 1 pressure 10, 1 pressure 4-stop, and you have that last one Merchant pressuring the 2-story. And if this continues at this rate, survivors should be able to eventually prime the cipher. PBX is going to do his best to pressure all 3, but it's simply impossible. And that's what we're going to see happen here. PPX trying to go pressure the mechanic away from Tent here. Mercenary trying to pressure 4-stop. He's going to try to de-leech himself, but as long as the Merchant stays out of range of that main body, there's no one to pressure. And look at that. She's going to continue to decode 2-story. Main body unable to pressure because of how far away it is. And just like that, the survivors should still be on track to potentially secure a draw here and at least give the SC Hunter a chance to come back in the 3rd round.
And looks like Tsunami is gonna do a bit of containment here. Again, that leech is that really did hit, and the mechanic will now be going to the chair. Again, like you said, this is kind of far. It's kind of far from that last cipher, so that's actually going to put a bit of pressure on the survivors as well. Just when we were thinking that the Dreamers is at a bit of a disadvantage, here is the basement, so that's going to put added pressure on whoever might need to do the rescuing. Will it be the mercenary? Somebody is already in the area to do a rescue, and it is the mercenary indeed.
Yeah, Mercenary is going to get the save here. We do have, can't quite see what's going on. It did unfortunately freeze for a moment here, but we do see the rescue from the Mercenary. Can they make it out of basement is going to be the key here. You have to avoid getting hit by the spawn follower. Again, we're having a little bit of delay on our stream here, so we're not quite sure what's going on. But PBX switching back to that top leech. Gets the drop hit down, but still a little bit of delay here. We can't quite see what's going on, unfortunately, but we will hopefully have this back here in a second. And yeah, for the time being, again, the survivors are doing their best. I guess to get out of basement. Oh, we are back here. We do see the mechanic getting on the rocket chair, which means Mercenary did make it out. PPX with the detention does still have 2 elbow pads available. Going to go ahead and take the roller coaster as well to try to transition away. Bot most likely going to try to feed Tinnitus as best as he can here. Merchant able to take it across the map, but PPX has a follower waiting for the Merchant Kid to get off in time. And no, they were not able to get that off. And I think that was actually Mercenary's leech that he got removed. So if Mercenary could potentially push the exit gate with 2 elbow pads, Merchant can maybe pressure a rescue, but it's just so difficult because you have that spawn follower in basement already. He's going to go ahead and go for the leech on Toy Merchant. 1 catapult still available for themselves. They can maybe use that to get on that glider and push the dungeon. But again, Mercenary hasn't touched the gate just yet. And Merchant gets on the coaster too soon. They could have just jumped off the platform and flown away in the glider. So yeah, the Merchant giving a free down there, and now the goal for SC is get at least 1 survivor out. If a 4 survivor elimination occurs in this game, PPX will secure the win for GR. They need at least one out to at least give the SC Hunter a chance to get a 4-person elimination.
Now I'm wondering if PPX can actually make it. Is that gate open at all? For now, okay, so the mercenary was able to escape. So Scars has that going for them, which is kind of nice. I mean, they still have the chance to actually win the round. Am I right?
Yeah, Scars will have to get 4 survivors eliminated. If they if they're able to do that, they will win. If GR gets even 1 survivor out, they will secure the win for themselves. And, you know, looking back into this round, essentially the game plan for Scars was that Toy Merchant sets up that catapult and 2-story for that rescue. You jump on the catapult as the patient, and you can get to the upstairs 2-story and continue to kite. But the problem is you have there's 2 downsides to that. One, even if you drop the catapult, the Dream Witch can just break it immediately. So it's just a little bit of a lack of maybe a communication or something there from SC costing them, and the Merchant goes down instantly because of it, and that's what cost them the win. They were on pace to win the game. So when the patient went down, they had 4 cipher machines 90 plus because of the mechanics decoding. So they could have easily popped 4 ciphers and then had 1 more to go, and because of how far the ciphers are spread out, PPX can't pressure all of them, and yet you can easily win with the double tide turner. So yeah, the Merchant going for that support there didn't really make sense based off how the cipher rush was. They had a winning pace, and once that Merchant goes down, it all of a sudden goes right out the window and goes into PPX's favor. He still had a they still had a draw if the mechanic doesn't get basement, but as soon as mechanic gets basement, it allows for drop down hits with the followers, and that's what propelled PPX to a 3-person elimination instead of the draw. So just little things from SC, just kind of falling into PPX's favor, just little missteps. And SC again under a lot of pressure. They're playing against one of the best teams in the world coming out of Japan here, but PPX able to capitalize on those little missteps and turn this match from a losing position into a winning one.
So, wow, I'm still amazed by that time where the Toy Merchant actually rode the roller coaster a second time, and it was just too soon, and there was a terror shock right there that really did lead to PPX winning the actual match. But now let's discuss the win condition. Oh, actually, let's take a look at the match stats first. Again, like you said, not a lot of containment time when it comes to Dream Witch matches, but look at this containment time from Soar right here. He did land in 104, so it actually was a good kite in itself.
Yeah, overall, 104 seconds against the Dream, which is very impressive. Soar got the job done. They kited away from ciphers for the most part, and they're able to delay the patrol as long as possible for extra ciphers to be done. Again, we talk about the big issue, the big turning point back into PPX favor was when Merchant went down for free. You cannot go down for free, especially against a Dream Witch, because you can simply chair both the survivors, and it just makes the survivor side so much harder. It makes it so much harder for them because then you have to have 2 different people rescue, which means that one person's not decoding, and it just really falls out of favor. So, if Merchant doesn't go down there, if Merchant just pushes ciphers and decodes, and you simply just have the main you just have someone go for the save besides the Merchant, the survivor should still win the game based off of the progress they have. But they got a little greedy there. They tried to play a little bit too aggressively, and it just didn't work out. So, now again, the win condition, as you say, Gahel, it's very, very simple. Scars Hunter needs to have a 4-person elimination for Scars to win. If they get anything less than that, GR wins the round and will be advancing to 2-0 in this group stage.
Now, so much for the win condition. I'm sure the pressure is immense on both teams. But now it's time for the predictions again. And given that Celia may be the hunter, I'm sure that Geisha is going to get banned because she really did do well, and she does excel in Moonlit River Park. Who else could be the possible option for Celia at this point?
Well, again, it depends on Celia's hunter pool as well. I think we're most like, we should 100% see Geisha. Well, we're not going to 100% see Geisha, actually. The reason why is Geisha is kind of a tie hunter. If you do bring Blink, Celia will have to play very aggressive, either bringing Abnormal or Teleport. If you go Blink Geisha, you're probably not getting more than a draw, even on a good map like Moonlit River Park. So the survivors may even just give up Geisha because they know it's an easy hunter to get one survivor escape against, because she's not a winning hunter, she's a tying hunter. So maybe they give up the Geisha, maybe they don't. If they opt to ban Geisha, they'll probably ban Breaking Wheel along with that. And I do believe Celia has the Feaster, like you mentioned, Gahel. So maybe Feaster will be an option. I don't know. Feaster could be a surprise pick where you get a 4-person elimination as well. But Feaster is still also a draw hunter. So I think, you know, it's just really tough here. If you are on the side of SC, you have to have a hunter that can get all 4 survivors eliminated. You probably will have to waste a ban on Mechanic as well because of how fast Mechanic Cypher Rush is, which means you also have 1 less ban to work with that you'd want to ban maybe something like Seer, Ford, or Priestess. So just the pressure's on for SC here. 1 less ban to work with because they're forced into banning Mechanic. For the most part, if you give Mechanic to the GR survivors, they can easily get 1 survivor out or even a draw.
Actually, when you mentioned Feaster, that got my hopes going up. So I really do hope that Celia would consider him, especially because he was able to manage a 4K with that hunter. But this is GR after all. Again, one of the big names out there. They could be really prepared for that. You did mention that Feaster is not, you know, there are better picks apart from a Feaster. But again, I'm just really feeling hopeful right now for Celia. So I hope you understand. I really am a Feaster fan. But speaking objectively, I really do agree that he couldn't really excel compared to maybe a guard 26 or even that Geisha if she does get to go out for this this half of the 3rd round.
Yeah, so again, it comes down to what is GR prepared to play against. And Geisha's not a hunter. You don't necessarily have to ban Geisha again because Geisha's kind of a draw hunter, but they may do it anyway just because of how strong Moonlit Geisha really can be. Maybe you give Geisha and just play a Geisha counter comp. You know, there are characters that counter Geisha. It's actually interesting. There's actually a lot of off-meta characters that will counter Geisha. Things like Female Dancer and Enchantress are options. But if you want to go for more standard meta options, you have Entomologist is very good at looping against Geisha and tight kiting there as well. You have characters like Acrobat are always very good, especially on this map. And considering that Acrobat's probably not going to be banned because he may waste a ban on Mechanic, which is most likely going to be the option here, I think that, you know, if Geisha is given here, you're probably playing Geisha as Celia. But again, Geisha, if you go with Geisha, you have to go with the winning strategy. You have to go teleport or you have to go abnormal. If you go blink, it's just not going to cut it.
I was also thinking the same thing. If you're gonna go Geisha, the usual strategy these days is that for Geisha you need to bring abnormal at the start of the game to be able to put pressure on the ciphers, and that could put the hunter at a great advantage. So I really hope they get to. I really hope Celia will either bring out that Geisha or that Feaster, but again, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, and we are this is of course considering that Geisha isn't banned, but again, it probably makes sense for GR to ban Geisha just because its Moonlit River Park Geisha is so strong. It's the best map for Geisha by far. The walls are so low. The map's so open. It's so easy for Geisha to dash. It's so hard to kite Geisha here. So again, we'll have to see. Again, from the side of Celia, I expect Mechanic probably will be banned just because he has to eliminate 4 survivors, probably in addition to Seer and Priestess or Seer and Forward. Or maybe even Priestess and Forward, depending on what he plans on playing. Maybe he doesn't ban Mechanic and he takes a huge risk, but it just makes sense to ban Mechanic just because you can't afford to let even a single survivor escape. And you see how Mechanic Cypher Rush is so strong. You can get instant kills and still possibly lose the game. You see Seer, Priestess, and Mercenary, so he's giving up the Mechanic. Maybe he has a hunter that can deal with Mechanic pretty easily. Maybe something like Dream Witch, maybe something. Oh, we're gonna see Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel, so they are giving the Geisha here. Will they take Mechanic is the big question. Forward will 100% be one of the lock-ins here for GR, but do they go Forward Acrobat or do they go Forward Mechanic? We'll have to see in a moment.
And yes, I do believe we are about to see that in a bit, but the survivors are now deciding on that first 2 survivors that they will be using in the lineup. Very important here. But at least we do know for sure that the Geisha could probably come out. Again, we have that Forward and a Psychologist. Who could they be preparing for?
Oh, well, obviously, yeah, they're obviously preparing for Geisha. I mean, Psychologist is a character that can take up to 3 hits, so, you know, that's always strong against Geisha, force extra dashes. Embalmer banned from Celia here is kind of, I don't know the idea behind that, maybe he's planning to play a hunter that struggles against Embalmer. Geisha usually isn't too bad for dealing with Embalmer because it's very easy to dash around the map. I guess GR is a team that could potentially bring out Embalmer here, but you know, Embalmer is not bad on this map. I guess the idea behind Embalmer is that Embalmer is a good character for getting a draw because you're able to push the Survivor across the map. And we are going to see Postman as the substitute decoder for Mechanic. So I guess this is okay. The Survivors don't want to have to play Mechanic against a Geisha again, because Geisha can deal with Mechanic pretty easily. So they're instead going Postman, which is a better kiter against a Geisha with the Postman slowdown dog. And now that I'm actually thinking about it, Embalmer makes a little bit more sense, because Embalmer is a character that, you know, you can put your coffin on the exit gate just to help one Survivor get out. You can use your coffin to push the Survivor across the map, wasting enough time for a draw. And we are going to see Celia's Geisha here. And I think we have to see Teleporter abnormal. You cannot afford to go with the blank, or you're probably not getting anything more than a draw.
I'm actually interested with this Postman, and I'm actually curious to see if he will be able to give those letters of tranquility before getting spotted, if he is indeed going to be the first target. And again, that's going to depend heavily on the spawn. But looking at this lineup, this is really strong. We have some tanky characters here. We have the forward and this psychologist that can actually tank hits. It does take 3 hits to get her down, and this acrobat, we do know that Moonlit is basically his playground apart from Red Church, but he's really somebody who can excel in this. Not the best target in my opinion, if putting myself in the mind of a hunter. So maybe the Postman would be the weakest link in this scenario. Really curious actually with this Postman. This is something that we don't see every day, but he has been used previously in many tournaments before, so I guess it's really understandable they do need to make up for that decoding, because it's hard for a mechanic to kite a Geisha. So it looks like they really are prepared for Celia's Geisha.
Absolutely, we do have Celia's Geisha versus the GR Survivors here. Celia needs a 4-person elimination to secure the win here for the Japan Team Scars. GR needs 1 Survivor out. We'll see if they can do it as this match begins in a moment.
And here we are in Moonlit River Park. This is the last match for this matchup. So now Celia is here at the 4th station, already finding Zizai here, going towards the tent area. Not the best find. Again, it is the forward after all. Uses that football to gain distance from Celia, and now this area is really strong in my opinion actually, but he does take a hit, but I don't think it's gonna be it's gonna be a while before he will be able to down this forward, unless I'm speaking too soon here.
Yeah, I mean, it might actually not be that long. He's wasted a lot of football already. He does not have blink. He does have abnormal. So the goal here for Celia is to try to kill this forward and then pressure a Survivor. He has to get a kill early if he wants to abnormal Cypher Machine before it's popped. Trying to mind game the forward around this palace. Will he walk to the palace? Forward's going to throw it down. Here's the butterfly dash. Will he use football to get around this? Goes for the swing, and forward is going to use the last bit of football here. So 1 dash away from Celia could potentially secure the down here. Zizai trying to transition to a stronger area. There's the dash on the forward. A last bit of football just to get around that pallet in time, but he walks straight through the pallet. Forward goes to the vault. The mind game here is super important. He's going to revault again, and Celia can get the down here on the forward. Now, it really comes down to how close can he chair to one of these Cypher Machines. If you can chair the forward and abnormal a Cypher Machine before it gets popped, you can potentially still win here as Celia. But if these next 2 Cyphers go down before an abnormal comes online, then it's going to be tough for Celia. Here we already see Tinnitus being fed onto this chair by Heart. Will they go for a rescue? Probably at least 1. But again, no Cypher Machines nearby for Celia to abnormal. So yeah, it's not looking too good for Celia so far.
We're just gonna have to see how Celia is gonna try to at least manage the situation. But for now, the forward has been rescued by the acrobat. Also takes a hit. Was that was a body block, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was he did take one body block hit there, and he also used the slow bomb as well to slow down the geisha. Ford trying to mind game this pallet. What can Celia do? Trying to get the angle. Oh, he dashed. Oh, but the Ford predicts the dash there, and he's able to avoid that. What a play from Zizai. That was super important here to keep these survivors on top, and that should give enough. And he's able to get the vault off it well. Yeah, that should give enough momentum for GR to just simply just win the match from here. Again, they only need one survivor out. There's not really much chance for Celia. Celia, again, playing this very well, but this kite is lasting a little bit too long here. And we're going to see forward most likely go down here. And there is the down on the forward, but the last 3 Cypher machines almost completed here. And we do see GR most likely coming out on top.
Exactly. Unless a miracle happens here, it looks like the survivors or GR are really on point with this. They did prepare for this geisha. Already 70% on that last cipher. It's just gonna take one more rescue, but Celia teleports towards that last cipher being decoded by the psychologist. It's kind of far from that that area, and they actually can get started on another last cipher because this is a strong area. The psychologist can really excel here if she does play her cards right, just like the forward did. Oh, I did speak a little bit too soon with the psychologist being down here at God Kite. And actually, the 3 remaining survivors are really far, but it's not going to take much because that last cipher is already at 44%. And this acrobat is perfectly capable of saving this psychologist. No tide turner, but it's really not going to take much. That last cipher is at 70. Am I seeing 70%? Yes, indeed, it is 70%. So just a little bit of support from the acrobat. Oh, he takes a hit right there.
Yeah, we do see him taking that. We're going to pop the cipher. Oh, but a missed pop from GR here actually allows Celia to get it down, and he's going to go after Shadow as well. Shadow being a psychologist, no abilities to kite with. Psychologist, as we know, not a good kiter for the end game. How quickly can Celia get this time? Goes for the mind game, goes for the swing at the pallet, but or walk through the pallet rather, but Shadow able to get that here. He can potentially still draw this. Celia's geisha is incredibly strong. We've seen that in the first 2 rounds here. Trying to mind game here, goes for that swing there, unable to get it. There's the dash. Oh, what a dash from Celia. Straight through the pallet, no chance at skill check. Not giving him any opportunities. Psychologist going to be placed on the rocket chair. Hart will be able to get up here, but can he actually go anywhere? You know, you can't go to the exit gate. Geisha's going to go there. She can simply chair here on the acrobat and then go for the chair next to the acrobat and then chase the acrobat and potentially get a draw to the situation. Again, Celia needs 4 survivors down, but we are going to see Celia at least try to get a draw against the GR survivors here.
And I was panicking a bit for the acrobat here because they're so close to the chair. He might just make it out. Celia not knowing where he is. Oh, okay. So it looks like he will be patrolling the outside of 2-story, and there are those blood trails. And I think Hart was trying to do a rescue there, but that teleport just allowed Celia to be able to successfully defend this chair. Is he gonna make it to the dungeon? Because he did use that bomb. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just a little bit short there. Celia still able to get the draw from a losing position. That's actually quite impressive here. We're going to see him go ahead and share the last survivor. Yeah, that is going to be a tie for GR survivors, which means they will be winning here. But yeah, I do want to highlight what an impressive geisha, not dropping a single game here. We saw Celia getting an easy draw on Arms Factory, a really bad map, and in a losing position, able to come back and get another draw. I just want to highlight again how strong we have a geisha player coming out of Japan here and performing exceptionally well against against the GR survivors. This might be the best geisha player we're going to see in this tournament. But yeah, ultimately, GR does the job, though. They get the job done. They get the draw. At least one survivor out here. They will be advancing to 2-0, so congratulations to GR here, going into first seed in their division.
I'm actually really excited to see the match stats because that game was really intense. So GR, again, proving their position in the scene. They are the 3-time COA champion after all, so it just goes to show that they are still on top of their game. But let's definitely not take away from Scars right there. Such an amazing job. They actually kept GR on their toes, not giving them a chance to relax even just a little bit, especially by coming strong in round 2. But ultimately here in round 3, it was GR that came out victorious. And yes, congratulations. It's such an impressive play.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Celia got the job done in round 2. And round 3, you're going into a situation, you need 4 survivors out. It's next to impossible. But again, Celia did what they could here. But yeah, GR still coming out on top here, ultimately. A very close matchup. It's always nice to see a non-mainland China team come out here and take one of these teams to round number 3. But yeah, GR advancing to 2-0, looking very strong here. They do have GG in their bracket still. So that's going to be something that you have to watch out for. And it's really going to come down to those 2 teams out of GG and GR. Which of the 2 teams will come out on to first place? Again, it doesn't really matter because the first 2 teams will be in, as well as the third. I think it really comes down to Scars versus the 4th team in the bracket, which I believe is BL, if I'm not mistaken. We will have an interview here shortly, as well as the best deduction. Kahel, who do you think will be receiving the best deduction out of GR team?
Well, it's still PPX for me, of course. He's such a consistent hunter. He never failed to impress us, and he did lose a match, but I still believe that he is one of the most consistent hunters out there and one of the best. What about you, Eli?
Yeah, most likely going to go to PPX, but you also have to consider the round 2 match, right? The survivors were able to secure a win, so there's a good chance that PPX loses some deduction points. Probably still gains a lot simply because it is Dreamwitch. It's a hunter that gets a lot of hits throughout the match and gains a lot of deduction. We're gonna look at the final match stats here. The first kite from Zizai, 115 seconds. Some of you may be asking why chase forward first, but Celia, based off of that spawn, no other survivors spawn near you. You have behind 4 stop with the forward spawning at 4 stop. Behind 10 with forward spawning at 4 stop. The next closest survivor would be at working carousel, but they probably already rotated to 2-story. Another survivor spawning near bridge is already rotated away towards first stop. Cypher Machine, and the last survivor being at God Kiting. So there's no option for Celia to really change targets because the rotation will be too strong. They'll waste too much time. You're forced to chase forward there. And Celia did what they could. They got the forward down relatively fast, made them waste all of their football early on, and didn't miss too many dashes. And even from there, the forward did a strong kite. That's how strong forward is and how unlucky that spawn might have been for Celia, but still able to come back and get a draw. Ultimately, doesn't matter though. GR survivors utilizing the Postman's decoding letter. You see why Postman has taken over as a decoder. That decoding letter adding 20% is so relevant, and GR using that to their advantage to secure a draw and move on again to 2-0, getting the job done against Celia here, which still, in my opinion, so far what we've seen being the most impressive Geisha player in this Global 5, Call of Abyss 5 Global Finals.
I'm sure it will put a smile on Celia's face to know that you've acknowledged him as such. Again, I do agree, one of the best Geisha players out there. Actually, I'm also expecting a lot of Geisha for the rest of the tournament, especially because we've seen a lot of scenarios where she really does excel, especially in Moonlit, and who knows, we might even see her in the future in maps like Lakeside. So I was about to think of others, but the map that really came to mind is Lakeside. I really want to see that. So if the hunters of all the teams are hearing us, yes, we do want to see more of that Geisha. She is making it back to the meta after all. But apart from that, I'm actually looking forward also to seeing a Soul Weaver. We've seen her also in the previous matches, but I hope that she will be also considered. She can be really strong in Chinatown because Chinatown is becoming a frequent map also in the competition.
Yeah, Soul Weaver is fine for later round picks. Again, Chinatown is one of those maps that has a lot of good looping areas, such as the hotel, as we like to call it, is one of the best ones. And Soul Weaver really counters that, using those webs in those narrow areas to excel with those speed boosts. But for the most part, we've seen Chinatown get used up in the first round, and Breaking Wheel be the main hunter of choice, which again makes the most sense. There's very limited windows on that map, and the windows that there are on the map sometimes, some of them will be broken if the survivor vaults it 4 times or the hunter vaults it 4 times. So Once those go away, it's just so hard. A map with almost no windows is so easy for Breaking Wheel to control on. So, yeah, it's Chinatown, of course, is good for Soul Weaver in later rounds, but again, Chinatown usually gets used up early on because it's better for a Breaking Wheel player in the early rounds, and that's the most common round 1 character thus far. So I think, yeah, Soul Weaver could potentially come out, but again, we'll have to look at how that is gonna play out. Now, looking into this bracket so far, we have, I'm gonna pull it up in a second so we can see who's in the group stage and how these points will be looking at in a second. But yeah, let's go back to the best deduction. We're gonna see that in a moment here. Yeah, I was thinking it still could be PPX because again, very good Hunter gameplays. Was able to get a 4 personal elimination in the first round, should add a lot of those deduction points, 3 in the second, and then Dream Witch itself is a hunter that gains a lot of deduction points because you get a lot of hits throughout the match. Every hit you get will add to that deduction. And even though there's a lot of hitting, a lot of healing, deleaching, it goes back and forth around the match, you usually see Dream Witch pick up a lot of points. So we'll probably see that. Again, you can't really judge an MVP based off of best deduction because you could get best deduction as 112,000 and still lose the match. Just because, you get a lot of hits, but it doesn't really matter because the survivors are still able to come back. So you also have to look at it, who's the most valuable player ultimately. But I think in this instance, it's still PPX. 2 of the rounds where he was able to win, one with a 4-person elimination and one with a 3-person elimination. Some of the matches, there were some missteps from Scars that PPX was able to capitalize on, but a good hunter is always able to capitalize on survivor mistakes. And we do have our best deduction here. Again, is going to PPX with an 11,000 plus score here. So this is going to be, again, PPX ultimately being the overall MVP. Again, you can't always go based off of best deduction, but here it is going to be the PPX again coming out on top as the best deduction player here and the MVP. We are going to have a short interview in a second, but for the time being, yeah, let's I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the group stage here for for this team and what's been happening so far. And we'll talk about that in a moment. We are gonna have our interview with, I imagine, PPX and one of the GR survivors. We're going ahead and having the an introduction to both of these players, GR Hart and Ziza, actually, so no PPX here, but these are 2 of the main survivors, one of them being the forward player with Ziza.
这是因为这算是战斗的证明啊。因为平常打的时候要涂那个爽手粉嘛，然后就容易就粘的衣服上都是嘛。
可以说今天也算是。
Okay, so they're asking here about the clothing option for the players here. It's not the standard clothing that they usually bring, so they're going a little bit different here.
那你觉得未来可能会在哪方面需要做一些加强的调整或者训练？
未来可能所有方面都会提醒。
哦，所有方面，对，还是要求比较严格的。那仔仔，
in this next question, they're asking about, since GR has been the champions multiple times, they're essentially asking if the pressure is on here or if there's less pressure, as these group stages progress.
I'm sure they're saying that they're gonna want to come back to that champion status, especially because that is 3-time champion after all. They're gonna want that glory back.
在备战间看到开门战门口击倒2个人的时候，你们当时对场上的局势是一个怎么样的判断呢？仔仔？
当时他们是2个人点门嘛，觉得他们就是摊了，想摊平，但是按正常来说的话，这个进度的话应该是要1个人让佣兵出去卡，然后让周10点门，然后佣兵卡着看能不能走地窖吧，然后博个平局。
可能也是有一点点小小的失误，后来2个人都选择去点比较近的门，最后被抓到了机会嘛。那吴昕其实下半场的时候表现也很棒，但是解说都在夸你那2波保人非常的关键。那你当时是怎么博弈到的呢？很帅的杂技没有吃到刀。
So essentially, she's asking about the team going 5-0 in the first round, especially on the hunter side of PPX there. And the survivors essentially just answering with the plan is to go 5-0 as much as possible.
对面那种非常想赢的那种欲望 ，BP 很拼。那你们当时是如何去回应、去化解？吴昕。
总之肯定不能让他们拿到大分数嘛。然后就是想办法先保平嘛。
那第3局下半场也是求生者发力，对面放了前锋出来，因为仔仔从预选赛开始就一直在打前锋。今天其实最后一局我觉得表现的也很好，吴昕要不要来
So it looks like they were pushing for that map 3. That's why they kind of played it safe in the second round.
虽然说是很严格，但是其实也在变相的表扬仔仔平常训练赛是不是打得挺秀的？
是
吧？
可能是吧。
可能是吧。你今天对自己的前锋打几分？我觉得最后有一波预判的那个翻版是很帅，当时你是怎么博弈到的？
就心理博弈嘛。
They're saying that. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was saying basically they're responding to the other team saying that they played exceptionally well in these matches and always work on improving as this tournament progresses.
Really good mindset for the team here, and in good spirits too, starting so well in the day 3 of the group stages.
然后第2波站起来很关键的，今天仔仔前锋还是发挥的不错的。那我觉得截至目前呢，GR战队已经拿下2连胜了，状态还是很好的。所以小组赛马上就剩最后1场了，有没有什么小小的目标，或者对接下来比赛的一个展望，自己的也好，团队的也好，想来分享一下呢？仔仔。
那就先拿一个小组赛第1吧。
然后前锋争取下次上赛后采访的时候让星子哥满意，对不对？给他打个10分。那吴昕呢？
还是得先拿个小组第1嘛，一步一步来嘛，到之后的事之后再想。
So it looks like they're giving us tips as survivors, and it's to count down on the skills not only of the hunter but of you as well. So that could be really helpful when assisting with your kite, and to wait for the right moment to actually execute those skills for full effect.
所以是期待接下来 GR 战队更好的表现，对不对？也是感谢2位来到我们的赛后采访环节，也是再次恭喜 GR 战队拿下了今天比赛的胜利。那么接下来呢，即将进行的就是我们今天的第2场比赛，由 GH 对阵 MS。我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Okay, so yeah, basically the last question they're asking is how did the players play today? They said they played well, and the other team can improve. We're going to look at some highlights. We will be back shortly with our next match in a bit.
call from PH, and today I'm with my teammate. Yeah. This is Captain. Hello. And Dynamos. Hello. Here is T1 Atali. Hello. Here is the last human. Hello. And last one is Little Boy. But Koke is not here today.
Oh, saw the wildling right here, and this also means Rahima really needs to focus on encoding. Now the wildling is right here trying to bomb the Siphon Machine as much as you can, and Demologist is now taking that. Ooh, is going towards right here. Was expecting the blink of Captain Kun.
Yeah, and Capcom being a solid find here. Again, the Capcom doesn't have any bees to utilize, but we see that the portal is already being placed. Will buy enough time, and Capcom is closing out the distance here to try and go for the dungeon. And Capcom, he's gonna use the speed boost. Capcom, he's able to get the exit.
We want to thank our friends out there from us. แฟนที่คอยสนับสนุนทีมตลอดนะครับที่จะทำให้
안녕하세요. 저는 섹시 MS팀의 리더 MS 세금이라고 합니다. 저는 팀에서 주로 용병 포지션을 맡고 있으며 MS팀은 머니 스윕이라는 돈을 휩쓸다 라는 말 그대로 상금 목적으로 이루어진 팀입니다.
ここで球根が入った。入っていない。
いや、読み合いが強すぎる。これもかわす。ここで呪いを使って4人逃げ。
뭔가까지 들켰는데.
풀존재의 또 한 대 가격. 자, 지금 타이밍이 쓰러지면 진짜 게임이
틀어졌습니다.
이렇게 하면서 이거 근데
자, 이런 식으로 의사가 아무것도.
저희 팀은 암소 섹시 선수, 통통 선수, 미우 선수, 시카 선수, 퍼퍼 선수로 이루어져 있으며 흔히 랭킹전에서 쓰이는 조합만이 아닌 색다른 조합과 선수들의 어그로 실력과 센스로 게임을 이끌어 나가는 편입니다. 두 번째로 한국 대표가 된 만큼 열심히 하겠다는 마음가짐으로 저번보다 좋은 모습 보여드리는 MS가 되도록 노력하겠습니다. 많이 응원해주세요.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our second matchup today. We have MS versus GH. This is going to be the Southeast Asia team against the South Korea team. And I think this is actually one that a lot of people are looking forward to. GH, arguably the best team out of Southeast Asia, against the South Korean representative, which typically South Korea, again, is very evenly matched when it comes to being paired against Southeast Asia teams. But the South Korea team, very impressive against FPX EQ yesterday, almost able to get a victory. The Survivors consistent draws. So I think we're going to see some very back and forth action here. This match should be the decider of this group for who is going to be advancing to the top three. The two mainland China teams in this division already both out on top. So again, the team that's able to win here should be moving on to the top 12. Kahel, how are you feeling about this matchup?
I'm really excited because I'm sure both teams are really going to want to get that win because they both lost their first match in the weekend. And like you said, these are two non-mainland China teams and also not Japanese teams. So it's a lot more interesting, you know, seeing players from other parts of the world, especially in Southeast Asia where I'm from. And although I support all of the teams. Really looking forward to seeing how GH is gonna want to recover from that match with Daewoo. So they're really gonna want to show their skills this time, and I'm sure MS is equally prepared. So it's going to be a very interesting match. And again, I just want to say that MS is really unique with their picks. They've brought out the most interesting hunters we've seen, and also we've seen a Mad Eye. So that's something that I really was not expecting, at least not for Call of the Abyss. So actually wondering how GH is gonna want to prepare themselves for these hunter choices.
Yeah, now the biggest issue here is that the Mad Eyes was a surprise pick, right? We didn't see it coming. I don't even think FPXCQ saw it coming because they played a comp that wasn't necessarily too good for Mad Eyes. But now that GH knows there's a Mad Eyes incoming, you can counter comp Mad Eyes. The reason why Mad Eyes isn't a very strong tournament hunter is because there's so many ways to counter him. Whether that's Seer, whether that's Priestess. Seer can farm owls easily. Priestess can portal through fences. Those will most likely be the bans. But you can also play characters like Doctor. We might actually even see Doctor here just because it's such a hard counter to Mad Eyes. And it may seem not so standard, not so meta, but it actually makes sense if you know a Mad Eyes is incoming. So Mad Eyes is very good as a surprise pick when the team doesn't know that a Mad Eyes is going to be selected. But now that GH is ready for this Mad Eyes, I think it actually would have made more sense for MS to surrender the FPXCQ matchup straight up and surprise GH with the Mad Eyes, catch them off guard, because GH is the team that they need to beat if they want to advance, and GH is going to need to beat MS if they want to advance. So I think it makes more sense for them to save the Mad Eyes, but they went all out. Unfortunately, it worked out for FPXCQ over MS here, but now that GH is prepared for a potential Mad Eyes, they should be able to handle it pretty effectively.
Exactly, especially because, as you said, he already has been brought out. So there's kind of a heads up for GH here, but who knows? MS might just surprise us a second time with another pick that we haven't seen before. So I'm really looking forward to that. However, for the hunters on the side of GH, pretty sure we're gonna see more of God J's Breaking Wheel. Also, he did bring out Soul Weaver before, so we were just discussing this in the previous round. I did mention that I want to see more Soul Weaver, so this could be just the matchup to give us that.
Yeah, it's possible. Again, we're gonna have to see what comes out. I don't think Soul Weaver will be an option for any of the MS hunters, but possibly for GH. And also it comes down to, thinking about how this is going to play out. Does MS continue with their round 1 AND strategy? We saw that yesterday against FPXCQ. It did not work out. And the reason why is it's not that the AND player even played bad. We saw Papuya play very effectively, hit most of their cats. It's just Chinatown AND is so incredibly weak. And that's kind of the biggest issue for them there. So, with the round 1 AND with the Priestess support as well, it's very difficult. And only really works if you have map selection. If you're able to pick a map strong for Anne, such as Arms Factory or Red Church being the best 2 maps, then you're off to a good start as a round 1 Anne player. But if you don't have that as an option, it's very, very difficult because then you can play an anti-Anne map and put your team in a bad position.
And now here we are finally seeing the players from both teams. Again, I would like to celebrate the presence of that female energy in the tournament. We don't get a lot of that, but it looks like we are having more female players participate in Call of the Abyss, and in the group stages, no less. So, shout outs to all the female players in the chat, all of the female spectators. This is a feat for us. I'm really excited.
Here we go. We're about to see which team will be on the Survivor side first. We're going to have, this is Captain Kuhn on the side of GH here. The team captain, if I'm not mistaken,
yes.
Also has captain in his name, so that works out pretty well. But, and we do see Captain Kuhn on the entomologist and psychologist, also known to be a seer player, if I'm not mistaken. We see GH. Looks like these players have a lot of positive energy already for this match, and it looks like they're definitely very confident, very happy to be here, and it's always nice to see that from these teams.
I'm actually waving towards the Capcoon as he did that, but look at the smile on Skyfall's face. Such a fan of this player right here, and it looks like they did mention in their interviews before that they are here to learn. They are here to enjoy. They are here to support each other on the way to the top. And I think that is such a good mindset for a team to be, especially a pro team from Southeast Asia, no less. And here is Little Boy, definitely not little in terms of his skills. And here we have Hatari, the resident harasser, and also uses Gravekeeper for that additional rescue presence in the lineup.
Absolutely, yeah, and I'm really looking forward to this. Something I'm really looking forward to is the GH Survivors. I know they put in a lot of work. This is a very strong communicating team. They have very good communication, very good teamwork. So I'm really excited to see how they can go against Papuya. We have Anne and Hellember. I don't think Papuya actually plays Hellember at all. I think they're simply one trick Anne, hard one trick Anne, and since they have to put two characters, they might have just put Hellember down, I guess. So I think that's probably what this is. Again, Papuya known for that round one, and we're going to see that come out. This is a strategy you almost never see anywhere in the world. Only South Korea would pull something off like this. Ever Sleepy Town, the first map here for these two teams, most likely chosen by GH because, again, Ever Sleeping Inn isn't too strong. Priestess banned first from Papuya, which is actually quite interesting because, you know, we saw the Priestess be so strong against the Anne yesterday, so much support, able to kite out those cats, immediately locking all of these characters in. Forward and Seer make the most sense here, definitely, and Mercenary will be the follow-up. And we're going to 100% see Anne. I don't think Papuya plays anything else from what we know from the data we have on him. And it looks like Acrobat and Gravekeeper. This is an anti-Anne team comp for the most part. Seer, a good kiter against Anne. Acrobat can be strong as well. Entomologist would have also been an option, but just going with the standard meta with that Acrobat, and then two Rescuers forward and Gravekeeper.
I believe it will be Capcoon who will be playing the Seer here, since we know him to be such an efficient Seer player. And yes, I do believe that they are prepared for this, and they know that Papua will really bring her out. But I'm also looking at this Acrobat. Actually, I thought it was Capcoon who will be using the Seer, but it looks like it's going to be the Acrobat for him instead, and it will be Little Boy on the Seer. And that's something that I haven't seen much of, so I'm really excited how this is going to turn out. Again, Skyfall on the Gravekeeper, again, the next best option next to the Mercenary, and Hatari, of course, with that forward. This is going to be one exciting match.
Here we go, the matchup I've personally really been looking forward to, and I think a lot of you have as well. MS versus GH, this is definitely going to be one of the deciders here. The winner of this team most likely will be the one advancing to the top 12. So it all comes down to this for these two teams, MS versus GH here. What can Papuya do? Again, MS is known to have a strong survivor side, the hunting side strong as well, but our round one Anne has never really been something that people are expecting to see yet again in the survivors doing their best to counter. They know it's coming. They know exactly what MS can bring out here, whereas maybe with GH, a little bit more surprises as an option, but yeah, MS bringing out all of their surprises early on here. We do have our first round coming up here. GH Survivors versus MS Hunting. Let's see who's able to come out here on top on Ever Sleeping Town.
And here we are, finally at the first half of round one between GH and MS. And here is Papua going towards the first target, who actually is Hatari. But I don't think that's the best find. And she actually does go towards the middle. And we have a drop pallet here. And Capcoon is actually already in the area. And I'm really excited about this because he is the first chase. We know him to be such an efficient kiter, just waiting for her to lay down those cats, and there they are.
Yeah, we do see Anne trying to mind game here, trying to hide the red light here, but Captain Coon not falling for it at all. Beautiful job from Captain Coon here, not getting mind game. The cats will be close here. Oh, but the and closing that distance pretty well. He's able to get that vault off. Now the question is, what kind of build does Papuya have? We see fast pallet breaking speed. This most likely means up, down, blink like we've seen Papuya use so far. Getting stuck on the wall there, giving Captain Kun a little bit more distance. How can Papuya mind game here? Seer Owl online. And Captain Kun able to avoid the cat. That's so crucial. Every cat missed from Papuya is 10 more seconds spot for the survivors. We're probably going to see a blink here. Will Captain Kun try to dodge it with a bomb, or is he going to go ahead? No, he's going to... Oh, Captain Kun giving a free hit. That's not good at all for the survivors. GH was off to a good start, but a slight misstep here may put Papuya back in a position where he could potentially come back. Seer Owl is online. You have to use it before you get blinked here. And we are going to see that bomb. Where's the Seer Owl? Here it is. And it's going to be baited out here. So he's going to try to wait this out and then go for a blink right afterwards.
Well, at this point, Capcom could take advantage of that here by transitioning to a better area. But it looks like, oh, there's that blink waiting for that to actually hit. But luckily it didn't. And I believe we have some support from Hatari right there. Amazing gameplay from GH so far. And now Capcom will be transitioning to the graveyard.
Yeah, that forward stun, keeping him alive a little bit longer. He will go down to this next cat. He needs to try to force out a cat. If you can force out a cat here, and there it is, you could potentially kite this out. Oh, he actually misses the cat. I don't think it's going to matter. Oh, but Papuya with a misstep messing up the jump there, and that gives Captain Kun keeps him alive even longer. Hatari's waiting at the window. If he vaults this window into him, he's going to get stunned, and there's the stun from Hatari, giving Captain Kun even more distance. No confined space, which means forward can vault out of there, and Captain Kun staying alive even longer. GH has played this start incredibly well.
Exactly, and look at the Cypher progress. It looks like they are safely decoding in the distance. 2 have already been popped, and yet Capcom is still up and about. And Hatari being able to provide this support. And although that's one less person decoding, it's just that Capcom is really doing well with this kite.
And this is how you have to play against an N. You have to use that forward support. We're going to see Captain Kun go down right here, but forward is in the area. The cats are on cooldown. Basically, what the forward has to do is he has to get that cross out and make the N at least drop that so he can buy a little bit extra time. But already, Kahel, we see 2 Cypher machines remaining. Forward going for a stun on chair rescue. This is a smart play. You don't want to risk getting stuffed because of how strong N's camp is. We actually see no tide turner here, but it doesn't matter. The forward has a long enough stun where Captain Kun can transition away, and it's still going to waste about 20 seconds here. Captain Kun, another cat dodge, and that's something that's very impressive to see here, considering that the majority of the FPX ZQ survivors yesterday weren't even able to avoid the cats, but Captain Kun showing that he can do that here. We're going to see the last Cypher machine 40% of the way done. Skyfall most likely coming in for the save here. And at this rate, the survivors should have enough time to actually get a 3-man escape here if they continue to play this effectively.
And here is Skyfall burrowed right now, going for that rescue, taking his time actually with it, and being very disciplined before actually unearthing himself and doing that, probably baiting that cross as well.
Oh, but he's able to actually stuff the rescue, and the survivors didn't go for a double save. I don't know why. They could have easily just double rescued there. Atari's even going to give a balloon hit in the process, so GH had such a strong start, but two missteps from them here. Atari's going to try to save. They're just going to hit them back and pop the Cypher. This should still be a drawn position. He's able to get the shovel. Yeah, he's able to get the shovel off in time, so this should still be a drawn position. But if GH double rescued there, they had a win. They had a win on board, and instead they got... I'm not really sure why. They opted to instead just have a single rescuer there. Took too much. That's just too much of a risk there, and just like that, this game should most likely be drawn. I don't think Ann has enough time to catch them here. Oh, I guess possibly they do. Forwards does still have self-heal, so this is still fine for GH, but MS, Papuya has brought things back here in the later half of this round.
Yes, exactly. That was the game changer right there. I was also wondering why they didn't go for the double rescue, but so much for that forward. I don't think he's going to be able to heal in time. They do need to get the at least one gate open. Oh, he was actually able to heal. It's just that Papua is just so close behind him.
Yeah, we are going to see the survivors go ahead and probably make it out here. He's going to go in and slug because he knows that he doesn't have self-heal. Can Skyfall make it in time? No blink avail. Yeah, he is going to be able to make it. So GH survivors can get a draw here. Papuya knows he's relieved by that one. You can tell on his facial expression. that he got. He got a stake from GH, and he capitalized on it. Again, all GH survivors have to do is go for a double rescue. If forward Gravekeeper double save their Seer will, with accelerated decoded and Tide Turner from Gravekeeper, they will have enough time to prime that last Cypher machine and easily get a 3 survivor escape because Papuya doesn't have teleport. But yeah, GH, I'm not really sure what happened. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication, and that is going to be a draw. Papuya, an excellent job to capitalize on survivor missteps, and it is going to be 2-2 for the first half of this round.
That was such a strong start on the part of GH. I was really impressed by the support that Hatari was able to provide, and that Seer Owl as well. Although it was kind of a miss, it was enough for Capcom to actually survive that blink hit, as Anne did blink through the window on the 2-story. And again, I also was really wondering why they didn't go for that double rescue. That could have been an entirely different story, but still, be that as it may, still such an amazing display of teamwork on the part of GH here. That was such a strong comeback from what just happened from their match with the WOLVE.
Yeah, and GH played the early game as exactly how you need to play against an Ant. You had the forward come in support, and a lot of people ask, why do you take forward against an Ant? You don't, Ant can't counter forward because the cats on them, they can't stun. But you see why forward is so strong against Ant here, because what happens is if you get a cat on the survivor and they try to jump after them, you simply, as the forward, just have to stun the Ant, and you can keep the survivor long enough to kite out the cat, and that's exactly what happened in this instance. The forward, definitely the MVP here, in addition to Captain Kun for the survivors, but yeah, again, Papuya, an excellently timed cross there at the end to stuff that rescue on the Gravekeeper. That was crucial for him to get that stuffed rescue. Again, GH could have easily just double saved to prevent it, but it didn't matter as GH Skyfall was able to get stuffed by the end, and that's an excellent job from Papuya here. 2-2 after this first round here. We'll see how GH can come back. Again, this is GH's favor simply because I believe GH probably selected this map. We're probably going to see GodJ's Breaking Wheel come out here. So we'll see what GodJ can do here. But again, MS is highlighted by how strong their survivors are. And we've seen that in the first round. So how can MS survivors play against GodJ here?
Well, they're going to need to, well, first of all, you really can't survive here if you can't kite a Breaking Wheel. But we've seen a lot of players here being able to successfully juke a Breaking Wheel in the open area, and we've seen a lot of that. We've seen not just people from GH or MS, but also in other teams that rotate, that mirroring motion between the wheel and the survivor, and then as soon as a wheel would switch back to human form, you would drop the pallet. So, well, basically there's that, and then again, they need to carefully transition, since this is now the meta, in order to last long enough to secure that Cypher Rush. All of the players need to hold their own and transition successfully, just to be able to give the first kiter an ample amount of time, or space rather, to contain the hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, again, let's look into this next part here. So again, map selection was most likely in GH's favor. Again, we talked about, I mean, I don't think there's ever an Anne that chooses ever sleeping first. It's just not a great map for Anne. And that's kind of, same with Chinatown. Any map that has multiple 2-story areas and has these many pallets to work with, these transition areas that's hard for Anne to catch up with, is very important. And you saw, again, GH had very good, the key there was the forward support. It really did the job. Even with Captain Kun doing a strong kite, the additional forward support from Hatari was just made it over the top. That's what gave them the winning position. But a perfectly timed stuff again from the end here. So looking into round number 2, we're most likely going to see GodJ. Now, what's the game plan here if you're GodJ? Do you just take a draw and try to win in the later rounds? I think you, as GH here, you want to try to win round number 1. You're kind of gifted by going against a non-meta hunter in round number 1. Of course, it is MS's strategy. For them, they believe that it's very strong, but against these really meta team comps, it usually sometimes doesn't work. They were able to get the draw, which was what Papuya wanted. They got the job done. So now it comes down to, what does GodJ go with? Does he try to push for a 3-person elimination and give GH a lead here, or do you just secure a draw and try to win in the later rounds? Now, if you go into the later rounds, you have to go against you, who played very effectively against these mainland China teams yesterday. So it's going to be difficult. I think this is your round 1 here with round 1 map selection is the round for GH to really try to win. So yeah, I think they really need to take advantage of this tie in the first round and see what Gaje can do here with the Breaking Wheel and Ever Sleeping.
Well, I'm pretty sure they were able to watch Gaje's Breaking Wheel matches, and they really need to be prepared for that, because in Southeast Asia, Gaje on the Breaking Wheel is just an absolute beast. So yes, they need to take that into consideration. I've seen a lot of Breaking Wheel matches wherein even if it's Ever Sleeping Town, he doesn't necessarily win. So that does mean that the meta these days is very survivor-sided. So we could expect that from MS. And so it's just really gonna boil down to how Gaje intends to manage the fact that it's going to be quite survivor-sided.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, we'll have to see. Again, GH played that match incredibly well. You've seen really how this team has improved. GH has been one of those teams that's really showed up in these past COA events and has struggled. But here, they're able to play that so well. That match was played at a China IVL level by both the kiter, Captain Kuhn, and the forward support. That's exactly how I have to play against, and they did that perfectly. Beautiful communication, and this is what I meant when I was highlighting GH's communication. They're one of the best communicating teams in this tournament. And again, the only downside was the little bit of the misstep of not rescuing with 2 survivors there, but still works out as they do get the minimum, which is the tie here, and again, pressure on Gaje. So if you're Gaje here, what do you go with? Again, if you're going for a draw strategy, you're probably just going to ban forward and take the draw that way. Or if you're trying to go for a win, you'll probably ban Seer and play more aggressively in that instance. So it really just depends what you're prepared for as Gaje and what the game plan is and the mindset is for GH.
And here are the survivors of MS getting ready as well. It looks like we have an empty stage today, but look at the spirit on this team saying hello on that iPad. And I'm sure the fans of MS are really excited for them to bring out their skills. And yes, here is I'm So Sexy. Actually looking forward to see that female dancer. He is quite known to bring out that female dancer, and he has actually brought her out. We didn't see much of her in the previous match, but I hope this is the match where we actually get to see a female dancer shine. And here is CH, their resident priestess. If that priestess does get banned, however, no problem. We've got a psychologist in his survivor pool. I'm really liking the smiles on this team. It's like they're also here to enjoy themselves and to learn, just as how GH did describe their drive in participating in Call of the Abyss.
Yeah, absolutely. And we still are waiting to see the Hunter for GH. Again, we talk about it being Gaje, most likely going to be the case. They also have Last Human, or the Last, I believe, is the other Hunter, if I'm not mistaken. So I think we're going to see, again, most likely Gaje there to play that round 1 Breaking Wheel, that round 2 Sculptor. That's what he is known for. And so again, on the side of MS here, what are they going for? I think MS's strategy is they don't have to win here. I think the goal here is to at least get a draw and put themselves in a position where they can simply just, and it is going to be Gaje, it looks like, put themselves in a position where they can go into the later rounds tied up. Because this first round, they are at a disadvantage. When you have a round 1 in and you lose map flip, you lose the map option to pick the map, you're at a disadvantage because and gets countered by certain maps. However, if you're able to draw in that disadvantaged situation and you're able to pick maps as the rounds progress, then you put yourself back into a stronger position.
And here is Gaje with that game face of his. Pretty sure, yes, indeed, it is going to be a Breaking Wheel. But let's talk Persona. So you have yourself a team of unconventional players. They do bring out the rarest picks, like that female dancer I just mentioned. What could be the best Persona possible for a non-meta kind of survivor lineup?
I mean, it's not really, it's going to be less about non-meta. It's just going to be more about how many kills Gaje wants to try to go for. If you're trying to go for a draw, you're probably just going to play Confined Space Insolence or Detention Insolence. Those are the 2 best draw builds for Breaking Wheel. And if you're trying to go for a heavy kill 3 or 4K, then you're going to go left, right, Insolence, and Trump Card. But of course, Insolence of Trump card is more risky because your chase won't be as strong with slow pallet breaking speed and no confined space. And you also won't have detention in the end game. So it's more of a strategy saying, you know, I want to win the game as quickly as possible with my Trump card and my Insolence, and not allow the survivors to push for an end game scenario. So it's gonna come down to, you know, what does GodJ want to go with? Do the survivors also play something risky like Female Dancer, like we saw yesterday against Afu's Breaking Wheel? The survivors of MS were able to get a draw against Afu's Breaking Wheel twice, actually, which is quite impressive, almost able to win. So GodJ's really going to have to step up and play around that that level. You see GodJ focusing up here, getting ready for this match. This is it. It comes down to this for GH here and MS, these two teams. The winner of this match between MS and GH will most likely be the one advancing to the top 12.
Now that you mentioned that they were able to draw against Afu's Breaking Wheel, it makes me think that the pressure on God J is actually quite immense. He's really gonna need to at least secure a 3-man kill just to be able to take home the round. And here we are finally with the picks and bans. I believe Aesir will not be joining us for this match.
Yeah, it looks like it is Forward and Priestess. So GodJ banning the Seer, which means that he's really going in for a heavy kill. And we are going to see Mechanic. And again, this is what MS wants to do. They want to draw in this round. We're going to see anti-Breaking Wheel for the most part. Gravekeeper, again, MS likes to use Gravekeeper against Breaking Wheel. It's not too strong if Grave gets found first, but if he isn't found, then he could be good. And this is going to be... yeah, this is a tough comp for GodJ. Do you actually play Breaking Wheel into this, or do you go for the Sculptor? Because Sculptor is fine against the Gravekeeper. You can easily farm presence off of that. So it really comes down to what is GodJ prepared to go against here. And we'll most likely see the Wheel again. You know, Wheel is it's the best character for this map, but with the Forward and the... so there's the Breaking Wheel. With the Forward and the Mechanic, it's going to be hard for GodJ to get anything more than a draw here, though, although he really does, again, want to win. He wants to put GH on top here because GH, if they want to win as these matches progress, they're going to really want to try to win here in round number 1.
So the best course of action here is, again, to hope to find that bot that the Mechanic will really want to hide. That's... and then... probably, of course, not go for the Forward. He's just so hard to chase. And then we have here a Gravekeeper. You could, yes, farm some presence there, using, if he does use the shovel. Priestess, again, I'm sure she's gonna be in there to provide some support. We have seen some amazing Priestess gameplay from MS, but I'm really, all my attention is actually on this Mechanic. It's gonna boil down to how, well, first of all, it's gonna boil down to where she will spawn, and then she's gonna need to be able to deploy that bot and successfully hide before transitioning to a different cipher.
Absolutely. So getting into our match here, GH Hunter, GodJ up against the MS Survivor side here. It is 2-2 for the first round, so GodJ bare minimum is to get a draw here, but is going to try to push for more and go for a win. We'll see if he can do it in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The second half of round 1 with GodJ going towards the middle as Breaking Wheel and finding, actually going towards, I'm so sexy here, the Mechanic. Again, the best find. Eli, I know that this is the best scenario for GodJ right now, especially because if she does get shared, well, we do have a bot and the bot is safe, but she is the fastest decoder in the team and not necessarily strong against a Breaking Wheel.
Yeah, we did see Sika trying to loop around here. Oh, Sika throws a pallet using the God palette into the wheel form, which is interesting. You typically, of course, if you want to save your pallets here, we're going to see them go ahead and take this portal heal, trying to stay alive as long as possible. I think it actually is fine for Gaje to get out of wheel form and just go ahead and go for the down here. We're going to see the second spike onto the mechanic. Will go down. Gaje has to get down the hole. We may see him just go out the door instead here. Another portal most likely will be set up instead. I'm So Sexy is going to go ahead and leave here, get out. And we're going to see the snap. Can he get it before he gets to the portal? Just in time for Gaje. That was super important. That Priestess, the Priestess support, not going to be enough here. And Gaje will put them on the chair. We do see Confined Space and Insolence. So this is going to be a just excitement. No trait swap available at all. Prepared for Sika's forward. And will it be CH coming for the rescue? It looks like that may be potentially the case here.
And also note that actually the bot is safe and about. So decoding, yes, but it looks like she will be rescued early. And I don't... that kind of strategy is something that we don't see every day, especially because we really want to give this mechanic some time to get that bot decoding. And I'm actually also wondering why they had to rescue before half. What do you think is the logic behind this?
I mean, yeah, it's fine to rescue before half. Obviously, it wastes extra time, of course. And we're going to see them get placed on the rocket chair yet again here. We'll see who actually comes in for the rescue. Of course, we saw the Priestess get that first one. Mechanic spot still in place, so the Cypher Rush is on point here. We see Gravekeeper using a shovel early, I think possibly as a bait. Gaje is actually going to go ahead, go for the bot here, use the snap to down it. This does give a free rescue to the forward. Oh, but the Gravekeeper came for save as well. I'm not really sure what the game plan is here for MS. Maybe trying to, maybe a little bit of miscommunication. I don't really know. There's no really, you don't really have to double save there in that, you already have the forward getting a free save since he is on the bot. He's going to go out and get that full presence. An extra spike on forward as well for Gaje, and he's going to go ahead and go after this mechanic, get out of wheel form, use this snap, and he does have excitement, which means that this forward is unable to harass. Oh, but the snap is on cold, but he gets the trap before he's able to get on the tram. That is important, but, well, actually, it's actually not, because you can snap the mechanic off the tram, so... I don't know why I got excited about that, but anyways, we're going to see him get out of wheel form. He does have excitement. If forward tries to harass here, it's not going to matter because he has excitement. Because he's going for the excitement. There's the excitement, and he gets the forward down with the excitement. Forward not expecting that there, so MS, a huge misstep here, which is going to give Gaje the advantage to potentially go for more than just a draw.
I'm really excited for Gaje here. It looks like he's really coming back from yesterday's matches. But here, the forward will now be going to the chair. Mechanic has flown back to the manor. Okay, so we have 2 ciphers remaining, 86 on that fourth one, 69 on the last. So things are still looking good for MS here. They could possibly turn this into a draw, except that Gaje is really such a beast on that wheel. He might just be able to defend that chair and keep that from happening.
Yeah, Gaje actually opts. Yeah, he actually opts to go back here. I think it would have been stronger for Gaje just to keep chasing the Priestess, because now Priestess can go straight for that last Cypher machine, which is, I mean, it's 70% of the way done. If you can double hit, okay, he's going to get the down on the Gravekeeper with the double hit. Now you have to go to the Priestess immediately. You cannot wait around any longer if you're Gaje. It's now 80% of the way done. Here we see him head straight over there. He knows he has to pressure the Cypher. He sees the portal from the Priestess. He's going to go all the way around here. And again, Priestess will go down to 1 snap. So he's going to get out of wheel form right here. Oh, lost sight of the Priestess, actually. So Gaje giving MS, giving him a little bit of time to work with. So I'm not quite sure the idea behind this. Maybe he thought the Cypher machine was being worked on by somebody else. But if you're Gaje there, you got to just chase the Priestess, down her, and put her on a chair, force them to rescue. Now you give them time to freely heal up here and go through the long portal as well. So yeah, Gaje had a winning position, but it might be going into a draw here because of a little bit of a, I don't know, a little bit of a misstep from him. But let's see what he's able to do to come back here. We're going to see the survivors try to heal up to full. Gaje knows exactly where they are because of that long portal. Can he get up there before the heal gets off? And no, he's going around the other way here, and they're going to be able to get another heal off here, unfortunately, for Gaje. Let's see what MS is able to do. Going to that window, he's going to be able to probably get a spike on the forward here and try to get him down. He's going to be on chair for the second time, but that last Cypher machine at middle is about 80% of the way done.
Well, that last Cypher is just too far, and there are 2 survivors here already. Gaje, if he's able to cheer this forward, that priestess is just too close for them to get that cipher done. Actually, somebody is Seiyun is actually at the last cipher. I spoke too soon, so now all it's gonna take is just a rescue from the priestess. Oh, he did go through that portal right there, and the cipher has been popped, and we are now at the end game.
Yeah, so Gaje could have actually taken the survivor into basement there, and there's no option for them to portal trick if they're in the basement. We're going to see the forward use that to get away here. Oh, this is actually looking really good for MS. Gaje missing that full presence spike. He's going to have to go back, and he may actually just push the exit gate. He has enough time to do this. And yeah, he's going to go straight for Seiyun. He knows he has time to push this gate here. He's going to use his extended spikes here, followed up with full presence. No blink available for Gaje. Again, he has excitement, not blink. So it's going to be hard for him to get the down without blink. Seiyun has an opportunity to kite to dungeon, maybe. Oh, but the tram leaves before Seiyun can get on it, and Gaje can get the down just like that.
And I believe this is going to be a tie situation, unless some sort of miracle happens. But I do believe that gate is about to be opened, and the priestess is already approaching that gate over there.
Yeah, we're going to see Priestess go in here trying to make it. Oh, it's going to be close, but she's going to make it just in the nick of time with that speed boost, and that is going to be a tie for the first round between GH and MS. Excellent job from MS survivors. They did exactly what they needed to do. MS's goal was to tie round number 1, and that's exactly what they did here. And it's really interesting. It really goes to show just little things make the difference in these matches. If GH goes for that double rescue in the first round, they win the first round 3-1, and Gaje gets that tie, then GH would have actually been the team winning round number 1 here. But then you look over to the side of Gaje. If Gaje continues to chase after the priestess and goes for the snap on the priestess instead of going back to the cipher machine, he could have also won from that position. So GH had the momentum the entire time through this match, but MS was able to just really, capitalize on little things and take the and sort of not really take the lead, but catch up and secure a draw for the first round, which is exactly what they needed to see.
I also think that the game changer right there was when Gaje actually lost sight of the priestess and came back towards that last cipher. That was actually dragged the match on. But somehow he was able to, well, not somehow, it was because of that long portal and the priestess being able to go towards the corner house that Gaje was able to successfully locate them. But even if he was able to use that mobility to get through them in a flash, they were somehow able to turn it around. Somebody was able to, actually it was Seiyun who made it to that last cipher, and also that priestess rescue with Gaje going through that portal just as she was about to rescue the forward. That was amazing. That's one of the tricks that we've actually seen in ranked match, and it's such a joy to see. And yes, that actually was what allowed them to establish some distance between themselves and Gaje when that cipher was popped.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and look at our match data for this round here. You see the overall containment time so long, and that's really just how breaking wheel matches play out. They're really drawn out for long periods of time. You saw GH Hunter have a pretty perfect start getting the mechanic down, but that mechanic Cypher Rush is so strong. Again, MS wanted to secure a draw for this first round. They did not want to lose. As long as MS doesn't lose round number 1, they put themselves in a good position. And that's exactly what happened here. So they played the mechanic just to go for that draw. Even Gaje was able to play. He played a draw build. Confined Space Insolence is not a winning build. It's a drawing build. If you play the trump card, that's when it becomes more winning because you have more map pressure. You can trump card into, something like Teleport or Peepers or Abnormal or something, right? And you can pressure ciphers a lot easier that way. But here, Gaje played a tying build against a tying team comp. Almost was able to win, but MS, again, doing what they came here to do, especially in this round number 1. Tie up round number 1. Now, as you progress, you have your Hunter Yu, who has been very, very effective against these mainland China teams with that Mad Eyes, with that Bloody Queen. So let's see how GH is able to combat this.
I think now that you mentioned that, I think everything is going into MS favor. So GH really needs to answer back from this. You said that they came here to get a tie and have you play the later rounds to actually do some real damage. So I'm really excited to see how that's going to play out. I'm excited to see how GH intends to make use of this information. But I also remember that you mentioned that GH has such momentum at the start of the match, only to have MS kind of turn things around. They really need to take note of that and apply it in round 2. At least with that tie happening, we get to see a round 3, and I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah, so in terms of hunter picks, really depending on the map, how sure are we that we could actually get you to bring out that Mad Eyes?
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about Mad Eyes a little bit earlier. It's a little bit less likely that Mad Eyes is going to be as useful, just because, there's so many anti-Mad Eyes team comps that you can use. You can have characters to stun the Mad Eyes off their console, like Ford, like Batter. You can also go things like Doctor to heal off those fences as well. So I believe we're going to be going to look at some highlights in a moment here, and we should be back in a bit for the round number 2 of our match. Or not yet. Okay, never mind. We're still talking. Anyways, so Kahel, so moving into the to round number 2. Since it's probably going to be MS's map pick, what do you think they will probably be going with here?
Well, there's Chinatown. Chinatown is up for grabs, so I'm really looking forward to actually seeing that map, since we haven't seen it at least for today. So that could come out there, but they might also want to consider Red Church. But that's just also me, because I also want to see Red Church. But what about you, Eli? Any maps in mind that you want to see for round 2?
Oh, we're gonna go look at some highlights. We'll revisit that in a minute. Let's see these players in action.
เครื่อง80พี่85สอนไม่ต้องกลัวผมมาแล้วต้องรีบมา97 98 99พี่ขอโทษเลยว่ะแม่งกูอยากให้คนซ้อนพี่ให้플래시는 빼고
아 씨발 나이스
만들지 마
대줘 대줘
화강하게 해도
중앙에 개고 아까봐 중앙에
오케이
나이스 나 뮤.
Welcome back. We are now getting into round 2 of the match between GH and MS. It has been an intense first round. We have a tie on both halves. So, like you said, this is part of MS's plan, because this is where you might actually come out. Talk to me, like, could you elaborate on what could happen according to MS's plan?
Yeah, so MS's plan, basically the game plan for MS is you play a round 1 up, down, blink, and up, down, blink, and is pretty much just there to get a draw. It's so hard to win with up, down, blink, and it's mostly just It's mostly just you know, you don't have any pressure in the late game because you don't have an option to switch to teleport. You have fast pallet breaking speed, you have confined space, and you have detention. Basically, the goal is get a 60-second kill with one cat and then plus a blink, and then get another kill in the end game, potentially with blink and detention, and you just get a draw that way. And then MS Survivors will also go out and get a draw, because MS Survivors we've seen so far are very consistent in draws. Actually, in all 4 rounds they played so far, I believe every single round has been a draw for the MS Survivors. In this tournament so far. So I think for the most part, their goal is go out and win and tie the first round 4-4, and then try to win in the later rounds. And so far, they're on track to do that.
I actually have been seeing a lot of survivor lineups plan for this kind of outcome. So all that survivors need to do is to secure a draw, which is basically also a win in my book, especially if they expect their hunter to do the actual winning with those 3 or 4 Ks. So I think we can expect the same from MS. But in terms of the survivor lineup of GH, I think they're thinking about things quite differently. This survivor team really does try to go for those 3-man or 4-man escapes. So it's gonna be an interesting thing between the two of them. They have different goals, but it's all gonna boil down to the skill level and actually the avoidance of small mistakes, because they really do count. And it really influences the outcome of the match. Like we said, every second counts, every mistake counts, and every trait that is used correctly can heavily influence the match as it progresses towards endgame.
Yeah, as you're talking about, little mistakes make the difference. There were 2 key components that actually allowed MS to, because again, GH had the momentum that entire match, both on the Hunter and Survivor side, but there were 2 little things that made the difference that allowed MS to secure the draw that they needed for that first round. The first one was, again, we talk about this, GH not going for a double rescue, and we saw how strong Papuya's Ann is. I believe what I've been told, one of the best Anns on the Asia server. So using that strong camp, using that game sense of playing Ann to stuff that rescue is so important, and that was a very excellent job from Papuya. Of course, that can be avoided if the survivors go for a double rescue, right? So that's kind of the first little misstep. And the second misstep was from Godjay, in which if he continues to chase after that priestess at 2-story, uses the snap to down the priestess, and then potentially chairs the priestess, the survivors have to go all the way to get that rescue on I think it was the Ford or the Gravekeeper, and then you can they can't really pressure the ciphers from there. So that was kind of the big difference maker there. And we do see that we are going to have you coming in here, just as we predicted, Papuya doing that round 1, and just all they play is in, and they did their job. They got the draw, which is what the up-down blink and it's bent to do. And now we're going to see you coming in here for round number 2. Now, what did the survivors opt to go with? What did the survivors opt to ban? Do you not ban the Mad Eyes, and do you play an anti-Mad Eyes team comp, or do you just ban Mad Eyes straight up and take one of you's other hunters?
I think the best course of action here, given how that Mad Eyes was able to do in the previous match, is to just let him come out, actually. They could, I think the better choice would be to just have a team comp that is very anti-Mad Eyes. They could try to go for a tie, only to have Godjay do some actual damage. They could take from MS's strategy, but we really don't know what they're thinking right now. Plus, we also don't know what the map is going to be. So right now, we're just seeing them keeping up those smiles, staying positive the entire time. Really appreciate that. And this is really encouraging, not only for the people spectating, but the other teams as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, again, we'll see how this is gonna play out here. MS hunting side here. I don't know what map we're gonna see. Since MS does have map selection, and Ever Sleeping Town is the favorable map of choice for Who's Mad Eyes. I mean, Ever Sleeping Town is already selected, so we're gonna see something a little bit different here. And I don't know if you even wants to play Mad Eyes, since they can just counter comp it so hard. Again, we also don't know what you could potentially bring out. We saw FPX CQ ban the Dream Witch from you, but you never even ended up playing Dream Witch at all. So maybe they know that Dream Witch is something that that we don't know about. We don't know if you plays Dream Witch. We don't have that in our statistics. The only thing we have for you is Axe Boy, Bloody Queen, and Mad Eyes. So again, maybe the survivors ban Dream Witch, play anti-Mad Eyes, and force out an Axe Boy or Bloody Queen, or maybe they ban Mad Eyes and be prepared for a potential Dream Witch, or be prepared for something else like an Axe Boy or the Bloody Queen, as we discussed.
Now that you mentioned that Axe Boy, I'm actually also very much looking forward to you using that Axe Boy. But here we are getting into the picks and bans, and I'm seeing Ever Sleeping Town on top there. Is this a ban or is this actual? Yes.
No, yeah, it looks like they chose Ever Sleeping Town again. We usually don't see maps get chosen 2 rounds in a row like this because, you know, obviously if you choose one map, it's going to be you know that the other team likes that map. They're not going to want to go back to it. But strategically speaking, sometimes it makes sense. And hell, we see Dream Witch ban, so they are taking the round 2 Mad Eyes here. Yeah, let's see what GH opts to go for. Will they go Doctor? Will they go some sort of character to counter the Mad Eyes? We have Patience, so that's as the next ban, okay. And Ford and Acrobat again are fine, but yeah, does GH try to counter comp Mad Eyes? Mercenary and Psychologist, so no counter comp for Mad Eyes. They're giving you round 2 Mad Eyes on one of the best Mad Eyes maps and not too much to counter it. So yeah, I don't know if I agree with this necessarily from GH, but maybe they know something that we don't. We'll have to see.
They're probably preparing for something else. You know, these teams are really vigorant when it comes to noting what. Oh, there we have it. We just said that you could probably bring out something else, but it looks like we will be dealing with a Mad Eyes after all. And I'm really excited because this is actually my first time casting a Mad Eyes match. So everybody getting ready now. I'm really excited how this is going to play out. Again, I also agree with you that this is not exactly a counter to Mad Eyes. We don't have that Doctor. And also, unfortunately, that Seer is banned. But we'll see how they intend to make up for this and how they actually want to manage these ciphers and also contain the Hunter. Well, at least we have a forward.
Yeah, I mean, some of this is okay. I mean, Psychologist is fine. You know, you can use Psychologist. First 2 chips will get healed off Psychologist. You do lose some of that stress, but you will get healed off. And Acrobat can be fine at kiting Mad Eyes. You can also use the Flame Bomb to cancel their walls, which helps them actually be a good rescuer against Mad Eyes. The forward can also stun on chair and can also harass the Mad Eyes off their console. But, you know, there's other characters that can just be better. You know, Batter can be strong against Mad Eyes as a good supporter. You can stun on chair rescue. You can also... you know, you can also knock them off their consoles. You know, Doctor works as well. Again, Doctor it's just so risky, but I think it's like because Doctor's just bad against every hunter pretty much in the game except for Photographer and Mad Eyes, right? And then Dream Witch as well can also be effective, but yeah, I don't know. They're just not. I feel like going with the risky Doctor here actually makes sense. I never thought I'd actually say this, but I actually think it would have worked here. But anyways, we're going into the match here. We do have MS Hunter with that Mad Eyes up against the GH Survivors on Ever Sleeping Town. We are currently tied up 4-4 in the first half of this second round.
And just like that, we are back once more in Ever Sleeping Town with round 2 first half, with you spawning at corner house and going towards a console right off the bat to find a first target. But it looks like these survivors are also going to want to, well, ideally they would counter this by also touching a console. Capcoon in the area as the Acrobat. Looks like he will be doing the first kite.
Yeah, he does find Captain Coon here. We see Little Boy as well using that console to waste some of the energy. Mad Eyes is actually going to commit to the Psychologist, which is a bit risky. We do have Blink on the Mad Eyes, but they have to get 3 hits to down Little Boy. So let's see what Little Boy's able to do here. Yu's going to go onto the console, try to trap him. Little Boy actually put himself in a bit of a tough position. The Mad Eyes can easily trap him in here, so I don't know if I necessarily agree with Little Boy's route, because now, yeah, now where do you go? You're trapped in. Oh no, the Mad Eyes messed up the fence. He actually, a misstep from you here. He didn't push the fence all the way to the edge of the wall, which means Little Boy can actually escape it. So, yeah, a misstep from you. He's gonna go ahead and use the blink for the first hit, but it's still only one hit on a Psychologist that can take up to 3. And since a lot of the energy has been wasted there, GH actually has a pretty decent start.
Exactly, and look at these ciphers already. One has been, actually 2 are about to be decoded past that. Oh, what happened there? It looks like she was just trapped on that wall right there. Actually, such an amazingly thin distance between the window. That's actually amazing. That's something that I haven't seen before. And just like that, Psychologist is down.
Yeah, Little Boy had a good kiting position to start, and yeah, unfortunately, you can't vault the window against the Mad Eyes like that. A good Mad Eyes will get that up quickly. We're going to see the Ford. Oh, but the Ford comes in for the stun, and the stress is there. You did not pay attention to that, unfortunately. He's going to be able to hit him, putting 1 chip left on the Psychologist. He means he will go down to a fence, but that forward support from Hatari is a really big turning point here, keeping Little Boy alive a little bit longer, trying to kite as much as he can in this area. So yeah, Little Boy with a little bit of a mistake, it works back into GH's favor with that stun, and we're going to see him try to get to this area. Oh, but he is kind of trapping himself back here. You can easily just fence this off, trap Little Boy. Can he dodge this fence? Dodges 1. There's 2. He has to dodge 1 more, but he may be trapped here. But again, Hatari is still here. Oh, but he missed the fence again. I think, possibly missed the trap. He should be able to still get the hit here, but a forward, I imagine, will stay in the area to harass.
Yes, indeed. The forward is in the area. It's not going to take much to down Little Boy at this point, especially because she is in such a dangerous area. But hopefully Hatari will be able to provide support. And indeed, he is providing support. That does put a bit of a pressure on the Hunter. And still, Little Boy is kiting. Such an amazing kite from Little Boy so far. 2 ciphers have been popped already. The 3rd one has been touched, and the 4th has been started as well. Is this going to be a repeat situation? Well, no. And now, again, Hatari with that amazing support. They're just staying in this graveyard, and really effectively, too.
Yeah, and actually what happened there is you switched to his console to try to fence Little Boy as he went over the wall. Again, he tried to do the same trick, but Hatari actually canceled that out by being on the console himself, so the Hunter couldn't actually use it. And GH seems like they're prepared to play against the Mad Eyes. We see Blink come back and land again. We're going to see the Blink get the down, but the forward is still here to harass. However, you can use these fences to potentially block it off here. He's using these fences to pressure down these ciphers as well. Let's see what Hatari is able to do here. Most likely, we're going to see a stun on chair rescue and potentially try to help them get a rebound kite here. Blocking off Hatari completely so he can't harass, but he still can stun on chair if he walks all the way around this fence. A little bit of missed fences here is causing him a bit of a downside here. Here comes Hatari for the rescue. Will he go for a stun? He goes for the stun, and he missed. He hit a wall. He actually hits the wall instead here. You hitting the chair somehow. Here comes Hatari for the stun. He will take the basic hit. He will get the rescue off, and let's see if Little Boy can kite here. Gets that valid speed boost as well to transition away. Will you go back to the same trick? He will, and GH Little Boy, he fell right into the same trick again. I feel like you just gotta try to kite graveyard. You can't keep following that if you're Little Boy, but you fell for it again, unfortunately. So you taking advantage again of another misstep from GH here, and just like that, Yu has put himself back into a pretty decent position.
And I don't think Hatari will be able to provide support this time, nor will he be able to rescue. So this is exactly why we see Skyfall in the vicinity already, actually getting ready to be the rescuer this time. But look at the Cypher progress. 1 has popped already. The 4th and 5th are about to be... the 3rd, the 4th is past 50 and 35 on that last. And yes, Skyfall was able to rescue, but Psychologist does take a hit. Last effort is in effect, but once she does get down, she will be dead on chair, and you will now be able to move on to his next target.
Yeah, we are going to see him try to fence down these ciphers while we wait for this character to go down. Yeah, the thing is here is Yu's going to have Blink back so he can potentially chase another target. The survivors have to be careful that they don't fall into a position where they get trapped between those fences. They have to waste the energy first before doing Cypher Machines. We see the Mercenary try to push the Graveyard Cypher here, and that actually makes the most sense because that energy on that console has been wasted multiple times. He's going to try to fence off Skyfall. Skyfall being prepared to leave here, and yeah, you're going to go ahead and vault, trying to find his next target. Acrobat, Captain Kun should be able to pop another Cypher here shortly, and Hatari on the last one. If Skyfall can pressure the Graveyard Cypher as well, the Survivors can still be on track to get a draw. And you see, yeah, 20 energy on that console, 47 on this one. Almost no energy for you here. An excellent job from GH Survivors, constantly killing the energy from these Mad Eyes consoles. And you know, we'll see what you can do here. Again, you being a very impressive Mad Eyes, getting a draw against FPX ZQ yesterday was one of the best things we've seen in a while. But so far, GH Survivors able to avoid a lot of these chip hits.
And there's only 40% left on that last Cypher, but you here doing some damage with those walls. Woo, was able to down Hatari using the walls. He is down, and he well, he's really far from you at this point, and probably somebody is gonna need to go in for some assistance if they don't want to use up that self-heal. But Cap Kun here in the area trying to probably distract you so he doesn't go towards the forward, but you being committed to the goal here, checking on Hatari from time to time just to make sure he just doesn't get out of there. It's kind of a hard situation now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. We have to see someone come for the rescue. We'll probably see Captain Kun come for an instant flame bomb rescue. When you chair that Survivor, we're going to see him pressure Skyfall again. But again, not a lot of energy to work with here. So, yeah, I don't know. It's tough for GH here. It looked like a good position, but now it's becoming increasingly difficult as you was constantly pressuring these down. The Cypher machines are getting close, but not quite enough. We're going to see him probably chair Hatari. I don't know. I mean, Hatari has self-heal still available. I don't think we're going to see him use it. Yeah, we're not going to see him use it here. The fences will drop down here, and Yu is able to go ahead and go for the chair. Captain Kun needs to try to go for a flame bomb here so he prevents any sort of fences from being used. Skyfall trying to push the Cypher. It's almost there, 80% of the way done. Here comes Captain Kun. Can he get the flame bomb in time? He gets the flame bomb, canceling the fences. This will give Hatari, this will potentially give Skyfall enough time to pop the Cypher, but he does get a farm off the chair. Captain Kun getting ready to instant rescue that Cypher machine, almost prime. He needs to save right away before he can fence off Skyfall from the Cypher machine. And he's drawing him away here. Captain Kun actually wasted a ball there for some reason, possibly just didn't want to give up a balloon hit, and he needs to be ready to instant rescue. They can actually just pop the Cypher machine and save because there's probably no detention.
Exactly, and oh, there's that again. The flame bomb has been applied again, and that Cypher has already been popped. But the tram, Hatari needs to be careful. I had a bit of a panic moment there, but yeah, we are now at the end game. So all that needs to happen now is for them to safely open a gate without being interrupted by you using the walls.
Yeah, we're going to see trying to use these fences to trap off the Survivor as he exits the tram, gets Hatari trapped up here, so he's going to go down to these fences. Now, you do have to be careful. Hatari does still have self-heal, so you got to be careful what you go for here. Skyfall looks like staying towards the middle of the map and using those consoles as Yu goes over here. He's going to probably chair Hatari. Oh, he's actually blocking off the Mad Eyes from reaching Hatari, so this is a good a high game sense play here from Skyfall, and we'll see if Captain Kun has the exit gate open. That's going to be the big thing here. He's trying to push it here, but it is an acrobat. We're seeing you really focus on getting a draw more than anything. Will they go for rescue? Skyfall, no tide turner, so I think the Survivors should just take the draw and just kind of play from there and see what Gajay can do.
I definitely agree, and here is Skyfall actually going towards that gate already, and they will indeed take the tie, and again, it is 2-2 to both teams. We're still basically at 0 here. Somebody needs to step it up, and will it be Gajay or will it be the Survivor team of MS?
Yeah, and you do see that GH Survivor is very happy with that draw, and you a little bit disappointed. Again, this is kind of a backwards to the first round. The momentum was in GH's favor. In this match, the momentum was in Yu's favor in MS. You had, I mean, the start was slow. You saw the Survivors played it very well. The forward support was very, very strong. The kite from Little Boy was good, but he did, of course, make the mistake of vaulting through that window 3 different times over in Graveyard, and you did not miss a beat on that. The only time where it didn't work is when the forward canceled out the console by being on it. And the other 2 times, you immediately hit the console, hit the fence. You could tell he practiced that. He's known how to use that fence perfectly at that window. So now it kind of comes down to, at this point, you know, what can GodJ do? We're going to see the Breaking Wheel almost 100% get banned here. So probably GodJ Sculptor here against MS here. I think we're going to see, there's a good chance Priestess will be banned because MS's Priestess support is definitely their biggest weapon. We've seen that be the most effective so far in this tournament. So yeah, the pressure's on GodJ here. He needs to at least get a draw. I think that's kind of the goal, is get a draw here and then see if GH can win round number 3. So yeah, we'll have to see again that you had the upside once that was it, the Psychologist was eliminated. He had enough time to pressure down the Cyphers and win, but the MVP in that match was actually Captain Kun with those flame balls preventing him using that fences on Skyfall decoding corner house. If you notice, the Mercenary decoding corner house would have been fenced off from the console if the Mad Eyes could do that after sharing the forward, but he used the flame bomb to prevent that and got a free rescue, and that was the difference maker in this match.
And I also really liked how you said that was such high sense gameplay on the part of Skyfall, using that console to protect Hatari from you. So ultimately that led to them securing a draw. And here are the match stats. Fantastic kite, actually, from Little Boy with 150. That was such a strong kite, even if he did pass through that window 3 times and it fell for the same trick, not just twice, but also 3 times. Rather 2 times, because that other time it was canceled by Hatari. Still, it's really impressive right here. This is something to be commended. And Hatari with that 89%, probably from that time that he was providing assistance as well. But I definitely agree. Capcoon coming in there with those flame bombs really is what did it for the team, because that was how he was able to secure that really important rescue that led to the end game.
Yeah, we talked about it a little before the match. Yeah, a lot of twos. We talked about it a little before the match, why Acrobat can be a good character for going against the Mad Eyes. You know, we talked about the comp wasn't so I mean, Psychologist is okay. You can take chip hits and absorb some of them, and you know, Forward can use that support as well, which we saw a very good job there from the Survivors. I don't think Mercenary is necessarily necessary. It's not really necessary against the Mad Eyes. You could have gone with something a little bit more like maybe Batter, which would have been stronger, but it actually still ended up working. I mean, they got the draw against you. This same Hunter was able to get a draw against FPX EQ, so GH really showing they can play at that FPX EQ Survivor level is very good for them. So now going into this second half of this round, GodJ probably going back at it here. Breaking Wheel should be banned, although I don't know, because MS actually didn't ban Afu's Breaking Wheel yesterday, so who knows what MS will go for. They've pulling out all the cards here. Yeah, they could be prepared for it, and here we go with GodJ. I think GodJ wants to ban Priestess. I think that makes the most sense for him here, because Priestess support from MS has been their key. If Priestess goes out the window, MS might not have enough, you know, they may not be ready for this matchup without the support that they had from the I mean, you saw the Priestess in the first round was very good. It was very good against Afu last time, so we'll have to see how it works out for them.
So it looks like Seiyun really does value her friendship with her team, and she did say that they have been friends for 2 years. That's actually almost about as long as I have been playing the game. So it's really nice how you get to meet this group of friends and have the common goal. But so much for that. Here we are with the picks and bans, and just as we predicted, GodJ's Breaking Wheel is now banned, as well as that Seer and that Forward. Actually, I'm wondering why GodJ wouldn't ban Priestess first.
Yeah, I think GodJ actually should have banned Priestess here. You know, I mean, obviously you don't know what character or what Hunter they're gonna ban, so, but yeah, Breaking Wheel makes the most sense. They're going with Seer. forward for Godj's ban, which means Priestess is available. I still think, and we're going to see female dancer. I still think that for Godj here, Priestess would have been the better ban. I think maybe even giving forward or even giving Seer works fine for Godj. Just because, yeah, the Priestess support for MS has always been their biggest weapon. It was the biggest weapon against Afu. It was a very strong weapon in the first round. So, I don't know. Godj banning Mechanic here as well. Banning Mechanic means he wants to, I don't know. I don't know if banning Mechanic here actually makes sense.
Ooh.
Because again, at the Survivors, he's going to go Sculptor. Banning Mechanic here means that Godj wants to try to win, because Mechanic is a good draw Survivor. He wants to try to win this round. I think giving Mechanic here and just taking a draw for this round on MS's map selection would have been fine. But yeah, Godj playing aggressive here, trying to go for a win, and trying to put GH out on top.
Somehow I think that Godj being able to use Sculptor might be a better choice compared to Breaking Wheel. It could turn out a different outcome this time, especially because it's the same map. I think that this is a pretty good lineup against a Sculptor. It's a 50-50 thing. I don't know who's at an advantage at this certain time, but I guess we're just gonna have to see as the match plays out. Meanwhile, I'm really excited to see this female dancer. Like I said earlier, she didn't have that much exposure from I'm So Sexy in the previous match, but I hope this time she does end up in the kiting route of Godj, so that we get to see those music boxes in action, as well as the dancers' pirouettes, which is actually one of those adjustments, the better adjustments that she's had.
Yeah, here we go. GH Hunter, Godj up against MS Survivors, round 2, Ever Sleeping Town. We are tied up 2-2 from every single round so far. Let's see if MS Survivors are able to pull ahead here with a potential win, or Godj can keep the string of draws or even go for a win himself, putting GH in the lead. We will find out shortly.
And once again, we are back in Ever Sleeping Town with Godj playing the Sculptor, this time going towards the middle area first. And it looks like somebody is already there. And I believe this is the entomologist that has now deployed the bees and is using it to gain distance. And again, here is that favorite portal spot from MS. I wonder who is going to be the next chase at this point. Will it be the psychologist? Will it be the priestess?
Yeah, and this is why Priestess ban, I think, would have been better for Godj. But we're going to see here, Priestess is going to go ahead and just straight up leave. She's probably going to drop another portal as well. Chasing Entomologist in Corner House is really risky for Godj. Let's see what he's able to do here. She's going to try to, yeah, Entomologist going straight for another portal setup here. I believe, oh, he gets a statue and, oh, just misses that hit a little bit short there. Godj going to go ahead and break the bees as well. Can he get a statue hit? No, he's going to go for one more. Oh, but the statue pushes away. Godj getting a little bit too premature with those swings. He's going to force a basic hit as well. Godj has Blink, not Teleport. So Priestess is going to go ahead and take that long portal. You do, of course, have the spike to work with, so you can use that spike. But we're going to see 2 survivors go for the heal, which means Cypher Rush will get slowed down a little bit. But Godj can at least have a little sigh of relief, because, only one person is going to be decoding in this time, but they can't. Wow, look at how quickly they got them up. He's going to use those chisel to try to slow this down here, but they should be able to heal Entomologist to full in this time.
And as Godj is approaching them, they just might be able to get that healing, especially with 2 people healing. But here they are, the 3 of them in this one area. Like you said, the Cypher Rush is going to get slowed down a little bit. Godj, at this point, I actually can't tell who the target. Okay, here we go. It's still the entomologist here at the back of the graveyard, and I'm pretty sure that the 2 other survivors that actually healed her are on their way to Cypher machines, as they should be doing. However, actually Seiyun is here, just really decoding nearby. So I also don't think that the entomologist needs to transition at this point because didn't make it to the tram either, Eli.
Yeah, Sika not taking the trem here. Here's the statues from Gajay. Can he use it to get it down? Goes for the blink and gets the down on the entomologist. 2 Cypher machines down here. This is interesting. This is a tie pace here for Gajay, but the survivors could potentially win if Sika's able to rebound Kite. So it really comes down to will they opt to go for this? You do see the priestess nearby, which is really good for MS. It could potentially allow for a rebound Kite. It also comes down to how well can Sagan perform this rescue. Gajay I believe is at max presence now, so this is a pretty difficult rescue for her. The priestess portal should be there. There's that first statue, able to dodge that from Seiyun here. Here's the second follow-up from Gajay. There's the first chip. He's got one more set to work with. If he can double hit this mercenary, he can put himself in a winning position, but he actually misses, gets the rescue and the hit, and they're going to go straight for the portal. Gajay needed to try to force a farm there, and just like that, Sika's going to be able to make it all the way to Corner House, and yeah, again, the priestess coming in key here for MS. This is their biggest sort of support against these players. But Sika actually doesn't vault the pallet here, and Gajay can use this to get down, but he misses the swing. Gajay with a little bit of a misstep there. There's the statue. Can he get this down? Misses the swing again, and Sika staying alive a little bit longer. This rebound Kite just too long here for MS, and it's really gonna probably work into the favor of MS. I don't think Gajay can come out with a tie anymore.
Actually, it really is looking good for MS, especially because there's just one more cipher remaining and 50% already on that last cipher. They actually can turn this into a 3-man escape if they really become careful with this. But Gajay ought to send that chisel down to the last cipher. He knows where it is after all. There are those music boxes giving that speed boost for the decoding. And I saw a pirouette just now from the female dancer. And here's the priestess trying to rescue the entomologist. Needs to be really careful with this, but things are still looking good for them. And that is a successful rescue from the priestess. That last cipher has been popped already, and just like that, we're actually already in the end game.
Yeah, we are in the end game as well, and this is actually, the survivors can potentially even 4-man escape this. You do have Dungeon in the vicinity. We know this. He's going to go ahead and teleport, but he finds Mercenary, which is not good. He does see the female dancer, though. You have to chase the dancer here if you're Gajay. Here's the first statue. Does get that first one. Gajay needs to try to stand outside of the boxes so he doesn't get slowed down too much, and he needs to try to just hit these down here. Oh, he's going for the Mercenary who can just leave. I think you have to chase dancer. Now you're chasing a Mercenary in the end game here. Mercenary does not have elbow pads, but he does have the dungeon nearby, and the survivors are pushing the other gate here. Gajay needs to be careful. The survivors are almost there. He may have enough time to get Mercenary down. And yeah, he can't get Mercenary down with this charge attack. Oh, but he misses. Gajay needs to get the hit. He does get the hit. Mercenary is not going to be able to make it to dungeon, but the survivors can get a 3 out here, and MS is going to be going on top here going into the 3rd round.
Congratulations to MS, and just like that, everything is now in their favor. And as you said, it looks like this is all according to plan. And I really am. Look at the relief on Seiyun's face. Looks like she's quite pleased with how she and her friends have performed for this match. And yes, I think it's pretty questionable why Gajay decided to go for the Mercenary instead of the female dancer, but at least he was able to secure that 1-man kill as intended, because that's all that he could have managed at that point.
Yeah, and you see why giving Priestess to this team is so crucial. Priestess on this map is one of the best forms of support on Ever Sleeping, and MS really showing why it's so important. They use those portals to constantly transition away, and they're able to kite longer. If Priestess is banned there's a good chance Gajay can easily just secure a draw. You don't really have to ban forward or Seer here. You can go one or the other and then just go with Priestess as the other. It makes the most sense. Of course, Seer is always a good ban, but if you do have Blink, it's easier to get kills. So it's just, I don't know. I really think that it made more sense for Gajay to go with the Priestess ban here. And again, you don't want to give forward, you don't want to give Seer, but this team's Priestess support has been so incredibly strong. It's been the highlight of MS so far in this tournament. So I think that it definitely would have benefited Gajay there. And you see, Priestess is the main reason why MS was able to clutch up here and get that win. They were on a drawing pace for the most part, right? Even after from the start of the match, GOG would have had a quick kill on the Entomologist if it wasn't for that long portal, right? So then you also get into and they were able to go through the long portal, heal up to full, and then GOG all of a sudden goes from a winning pace to a drawing pace. And as soon as he allows Seiyun to get that rescue, and the Entomologist takes the portal towards the middle of the map, then he goes to a losing pace, and then that's where the MS survivors are able to go ahead.
That was also the reason why that rebound kite actually happened. So amazing kite from the Entomologist Sika with 161.7 seconds. That's a lot of time bought for them to finish those ciphers. And as you said, even if GOG had such a good start, because of these small mistakes, it is just what keeps happening since the first round. So I'm sure GH is going to want to take this into consideration as we go to the next round, because that's it. They're going to need to win this just to be able to push for a round 4. So looking forward to that. I'm really excited to know what the map is going to be. I'm pretty sure that we're not going to see any more of GOG's wheel, nor will we be seeing his sculptor. They're probably going to want to push for the Soul Weaver this time. Or who knows, he might have something that we haven't seen yet, especially because according to Nell's insider information, GH has been trying very hard to catch up to the playing standard of China. They're playing on the Chinese server to really improve. So they might have something up their sleeves that we haven't seen yet. Really excited for that. Then again, MS has always surprised us with their picks, and apart from that Mad Eyes, who knows what you might actually bring out next.
Yeah, so going into this last round, it's going to be interesting for sure. How this is going to play out, and just I want to recap real quick again. GOG didn't really make any mistakes that game. He actually played very, very well. The only mistake GOG really made was ban picks, not banning Priestess, and that's just how it goes. And typically, as a hunter, sometimes you're like, oh, I don't have to ban Priestess. It's not going to be too bad. But Priestess support will be it's always been the key for MS, and you've seen them consistently. They haven't lost a single match from the Survivor side, even against China level hunters, because they're constantly able to have that good Priestess support. So I think for GH here, again, GOG hasn't made a lot of mistakes so far at all. It's just that one ban pick was
yeah,
there you go. And I know I keep bringing this up, but it's literally the game changer. A single ban makes the difference in an entire match, and this could be the victory round that MS needs to take this entire thing. So we'll see again how this is going to play out from here on. GOG's two best hunters, Sculptor and Breaking Will, out of the way. So going into this last round, MS should have the slight advantage.
Make or break point for both teams. They're gonna want to equally win these matches just to catch up with the points in terms of rather on the side of GH. Sorry. So now we get to the predictions right off the bat. I'm really excited for the map. I know we're waiting for it now, but do we have any maps that we want to see for round 3, considering the play style of both MS and GH?
Yeah, I don't really know. I think I don't know. To be honest, I think it's a little bit more. I just want to discuss the win condition for both these teams first, and then we can kind of talk about the maps, because usually the map is going to depend based off of that as well. So basically, right now the win condition for GH is that they need to, actually at least a tie, they need to win this last round by 2 points or more. So that's going to be a 5-3 victory. Most likely is the most common instance. And then, you know, they can also go above and beyond and win by more points and end up winning ultimately. But GH has to win this round and to at least tie. And then depending on how many points they win by, they can also win straight up. And as for MS, they only have to draw this round or win, and they will be advancing most likely to the top 12. Again, this is the decider between GH and MS, most likely to see who will be advancing. So basically, again, what has to happen here is that, and again, let's go to what you're talking about with maps, Kahel. So for the side of you here, you probably will just be playing a map that's good for Bloody Queen. And Bloody Queen's best maps are Arms Factory is probably one of the best ones. They may also go Church. We saw them do that yesterday, and then you went with that BQ. But again, if you was able to get a draw and Survivors able to get a draw or better, then they will be advancing here. So that makes you really think that the Survivors might want to try to ban Bloody Queen and try to just push for a win against the Mad Eyes or Dream, which was a little bit risky. On the side of GH here, they need to go with something a little bit different. I mean, I don't really know what Gaj's third round option is besides Soul Weaver. We might just see Soul Weaver straight up. So that can actually make Chinatown a strong map for Gaj. Maybe you pick a map that's not so good for Bloody Queen, such as Chinatown. Chinatown isn't one of the best maps because it's very big and it's hard to mirror around some of the buildings. And Chinatown's very good for Soul Weaver. I do expect the Survivors of MS to ban Chinatown. It makes the most sense, but Chinatown would be a perfect map here if you are GH.
I mean, Soul Weaver could also excel in Red Church because of all those spots where you can put the web. I mean, the walls are just so close together as compared to Arms Factory. But then again, as you said, if it's a tight map like Red Church, we could see that Bloody Queen from you. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. But looking at GH, I think they have what it takes to counter a Blood Queen. I've seen them in tournaments before excel against a Blood Queen, so they could take that into consideration. What else? That Soul Weaver from God J, I'm sure MS is also going to want to employ a Survivor lineup that is going to counter just that, especially because, as you said, we don't know what else God J can take out.
Yeah, so yeah, it's definitely an option here, and we'll see what they're able to do. Again, map pick is going to be super important, and this is where the map ban is also really important, because if you get to straight up pick map again, Chinatown would just be so strong for GH, but it should mostly be banned. If Chinatown is banned, what does GH go with? I think we'll probably see them. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you have to. The biggest issue here is that assuming that you play Dream Witch, it's going to be Dream Witch, Mad Eyes, and Bloody Queen, and you really just want to ban Mad Eyes and Dream Witch, right? You don't want to have to deal with any of those in round 3. But since GH Survivors probably have to 3-man, so Gajay can get a tie and they can tie things up, Bloody Queen is the best tie hunter in the game currently, so you may have to just ban the Bloody Queen and actually take a Mad Eyes or take a Dream Witch, which is just not ideal by any means.
Well, whatever this map is going to be, I'm pretty sure that both teams are going to need to bring their A game for the final round, because as I said, this is it. This will make or break their position in the tournament, and is also going to determine who will make it to the top 12, as you have said. And while we're actually waiting, I just want to again acknowledge the chat, who has been such a welcoming crowd, not just for the players but for us as well. Thank you for sending your support. Also, don't forget to share the stream, let your friends know about Call of the Abyss. And it is just the group stages. We still have the playoffs, so we have that to look forward to. So as of now, we're just selecting the teams that will be joining the playoffs from the group stages. And also, just to recap, this is technically kind of like round 2 for the group stages, because we've seen in just this weekend who are the teams that came out stronger than the rest. And this is the match between GH and MS is particularly interesting, because these are teams that really want to come back from that defeat. And so far, we're seeing MS really trying to gun for it. Now it's gonna be up to GH to catch up as well. Really curious as to what the outcome is going to be. Now we have a substitution from God J, and here is the last human, as you have mentioned before. He's finally making an appearance for GH. Really excited for that because usually God J plays round 1 and round 2. So to see last human in the third round is something that I've actually seen before. So that's really exciting. But let's get into the picks and bans.
And it is going to be Chinatown. So this is something that we did kind of expect here. If it wasn't banned, they actually opted not to ban it. So Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel bans here. So what does the last want to play here? We're going to see Seer Forward and Priestess banned as well. And yeah, I mean, it looks like we're probably going to see, okay, Mercenary immediately locked in here. Priestess, of course, gone. You can't give them that again. And I know the last does have a few options here. Bloody Queen and Bonbon are both definitely on the table. I'm not really sure what he plays besides that. I don't too much information there. We're going to see Entomologist get locked in, which actually isn't too strong for the survivors. If we do see Bonbon or Bloody Queen, both Entomologists, both those hunters, Entomologists can struggle against. Psychologist will be the last ban, so maybe not Bonbon, maybe Bloody Queen. And we'll see what Sika and Seiyun opt to go for.
It's just gonna be a matter of time before it is revealed to us. But I am seeing a toy merchant and a female dancer. Again, one of the characters that I've been looking forward so much to seeing, especially because we all know that a toy merchant can be really tricky to chase in Chinatown because of those catapults and how she's able to take advantage of the terrain to go from point A to point B. But this female dancer, again, she wasn't seen much in the previous match. I'm hoping that it's going to be much more interesting for us as far as this female dancer is concerned. We do see a Bloody Queen from the last human here. What do you think is going to be the course of action for this Blood Queen to be able to secure at least 3-man kill for this map?
Yeah, well, this comp is pretty good for Bloody Queen, actually. Entomologist, Dancer, and Merchant are all pretty easy chases for Bloody Queen. Again, Dancer's a good tight kiting character, so all you have to do is stand outside of the boxes and just mirror the Dancer. Now, of course, you can use the twirl ability to actually get out of range of the mirror. We actually saw that be used yesterday from I'm So Sexy. So actually, a player who's proficient in kiting Bloody Queens, they kited off who's Bloody Queen very well. But yeah, looking on the side here of MS for survivors, again, it just depends on, I guess, locations as well. So Dancer could be a pretty easy target for a Bloody Queen, depending on where you do find them. Whereas with Entomologist also can be an easy target. Entomologist, of course, can juke mirrors easier with those being the increased speed on the bees. And Toy Merchant is a pretty easy chase as well. Toy Merchant here is interesting. Usually you only see Toy Merchant to counter Breaking Wheel, but Toy Merchant on Chinatown is strong as well, so that's definitely also an option. Yeah, pretty much anyone besides the Mercenary here is chaseable for Last Human. We do have round number 3, Last Human, Bloody Queen versus the MS Survivor side. MS currently on top 2 points. GH needs to come back in this last round if they want to advance to the top 12.
And now here we are at Chinatown with the last going towards the middle area, looking for that first target now here at the tree. And although there are survivors that are evenly placed across the map, we have here Sika, the entomologist, yet again, who will be doing that first kite.
Yeah, we did. We did unfortunately lose the stream for a second here. Let's hopefully we can get back. No, we're back to us. So maybe a little bit of a technical issue. We'll get back to that shortly. But yeah, it looked like A Godjay has found, sorry, not Godjay. Last Human has caught sight of the entomologist and is now, back onto the entomologist here. Was not able to get that first mirror, which is a bit unfortunate. Here we go, another mirror onto Sika here, and another miss from Godjay, which, from Last Human, which means he's going to be able to kite a little bit longer. So yeah, not a good start for GH so far in this match. We're going to see Sika try to last as long as possible. Blink is available. Will he try to go for a blink right away here? We're just going to see Sika again transition away to the tables area. But yeah, 2 missed mirrors right out the gate is not looking good for GH. He's going to go ahead and use that blink, to get through the beast there, and now he can just use a mirror to secure this down.
Well, although that was a successful blink, that was just the first hit, so the chase continues actually, and already Last Human has missed a lot of hits. Again, Entomologist is not exactly easy to chase as a Blood Queen, as you've said, because she can be really speedy when it comes to those jukes. And again, wow, such an amazing job, amazing kite from Sika so far. Already 2 ciphers have been popped, already 3, so now the last is suffering a cipher rush, and still Sika is not down.
Yeah, we do see that mirror finally get the down here, but already 2 cipher machines remaining. MS on a winning track to definitely take this here, and we'll see Mercenary come in for the save with 2 Tide Turner rescues. The survivors have more than enough time to secure a 3 survivor escape here. We're going to see Last go towards this middle cipher. I mean, they did die towards CH's cipher machine, so maybe Last can use this to pressure them off here, maybe slow down the cipher rush enough, but I don't know if it will really matter. We do see Seiyun coming in for the rescue here. Maybe he'll try to go for a potential double hit terror shock. Nope, just a regular save there, and Entomologist is back on those bees. He just missed the double hit on Mercenary.
It's an amazing use of elbow pads too. But again, this cipher is so close to that chair, but because the Last actually came to defend the cipher, the Entomologist was able to get away.
We're going to see them continue to go for, I guess, the Entomologist here, but at this point, the Last needs to secure at least 1 kill. 4 survivors do get out the exit gates here. MS will win straight up here. Going on the beats, going around here, trying to last as long as possible. The last cipher machine, 65% of the way done. Still another chair to work with. We're going to see them try to stand at this window as long as possible. The Last needs to get them to vault here. Maybe he'll just change targets to the cipher. We're going to see him, go for the mirror onto the cipher machine, but it looks like it should be primed up here. Maybe he'll go for an abnormal switch.
Just waiting for that hit.
I think what he's actually going to do is he's going to... Oh, no, he's just going to hit. What he could have done is he could have switched to teleport and tried to make them think he switched to abnormal to bait them into popping and then just get a detention hit. A quick down on the female dancer is good for the Last, but it's the first chair here. All the Mercenary has to do is stay in the middle area, push a rescue here, and the survivor should potentially be able to open up the exit gate. Immediate teleport here as well is just going to go right into the Toy Merchant's catapult, and Mercenary should be able to make a backdoor rescue.
And also, Seiyun has already located the dungeon. That's really important because it could be the difference between a dungeon escape and a fixed 3-man escape. Now, I'm so sexy here going towards that, the other side of the map. Uses that pirouette right there and was able to do such a beautiful juke. And again, the tension is in effect, so it's just gonna take. It's not gonna take much to down 1 survivor, but the Last is.
Pushing for the end game here. Can they make it for the 4 escape? It's going to be very close. Can the max sticker work out here? Here's the beast to try to slow them down. He needs to get the pickup, and he is going to try to get the force out. You have to pick up the dancer. He is going to get the pickup just in time. Again, if that dancer makes out the exit gate, it is over. But the Last is able to get 1 kill here, taking him away from the exit gate. Maybe dancer can potentially struggle free here. I think she might actually be able to. And no, just a little bit short there. The survivors most likely will just take a 3 escape here. There's no need to push for 4. If you get a 3 survivor escape, your hunter needs a single kill. The G8 survivors will need to get 4 out. So we're going to see the Last, just checking around here. Maybe he can mirror onto CH. But no, the mirror is a little bit off here. And just like that, the survivors should be able to get out the exit gate. That is a 3 survivor escape for MS, which means they put themselves in a position where the GH survivors need to get 4 out if they want to advance.
At this point, you is just gonna have to cheer one, and look at the happiness on this team's face. It looks like they've done such a good job for the team. Now, actually, you can just relax a bit and be safe with it. But having considered that, are we going to see another Mad Eyes in Chinatown?
I mean, the problem is that since you need a 4 survivor escape, you have to ban Bloody Queen. You can't give Bloody Queen to you in a spot where you need a 4 Bloody Queen is the best hunter for at least getting 1 kill, because a detention mirror with a blank, there's just so much that can go wrong for the survivor. So Bloody Queen has to be banned here. Now, the second ban, do they ban Dream Witch or do they ban Mad Eyes? You got to take one or the other, and you have to force survivor escape. I think you ban Dream Witch, and I think you ban Bloody Queen if you are GH here and you take the Mad Eyes, because Mad Eyes is a hunter that doesn't bring detention, which means there's possibilities for 4 escapes. Since it has to be a 4 escape here, it's just really tough. You got to go one way or the other, and we'll see what GH opts to go with.
I'm actually curious as to what they are planning and what the ban is going to be. But here is a summary so far of that previous match. Again, it was such a great Bloody Queen match. As you said, it's a good choice to use Bloody Queen to secure 1 kill. And although last human was really, I'm sure he was hell-bent on doing some damage on the survivors. It's just that he actually missed a lot of mirror hits, and that was such a good kite from the entomologist as well. And speaking of kite, here we see it, 116 seconds, really something to be commended here, triple digits all the way. I'm really impressed with the individual containment skill of MS so far.
Yeah, so again, we're going to see 3-1 for MS here. Excellent job from Sika there. And, Sika's jukes with the entomologist avoiding those mirrors were very strong. That's not, not out of the question. The biggest thing here was that the last just missed so many mirrors. And, you see why Bloody Queen can be difficult on this map, because there's a lot of these buildings, there's a lot of these 2-story areas you have to mirror around, but there was just a lot of mirrors that were slightly off. And again, MS is a team that has constantly been taking advantage of little missteps from the GH team, and that's what's happened throughout the majority of this. Again, back in round 1 with the double rescue situation, the Hunter for Puya taking advantage, the survivors taking advantage with the Priestess not being banned, and then now here, the last mirrors just being slightly off, and the entomologist taking advantage of that, using that time to kite out the mirrors and make it so there's a 3-cipher kite and put MS in that winning position for this round.
I think it would have been an entirely different story if he found the female dancer first. As you said, and basing off that last and that end game kite, she would be one of those easier targets. But unfortunately, it was the entomologist, and as you said, she was with the use of the bees. She is so hard to chase using that mirror. And again, let's not take away from the teamwork of MS as well. Really on point, because I actually kind of thought towards the end that they were going to go for a rescue, but I think it's high time that they just went for the gate and go for that 3-man escape.
Yep, absolutely. And so now, again, looking into this last half of this round, the survivors on GH, it's the same situation we saw in the last round with SC versus GR, in which the SC Hunter needed a 4-person elimination. Now it's for GH, except backwards here. GH needs a 4-survivor escape. So if GH gets a 4-survivor escape, they will win and essentially probably advance to the top 12. MS, if they get a single kill, then it's over. Then MS will be the winner here. So GH has to go for a 4-survivor escape here. And I think, again, the best course of action, ban the Dream Witch and ban the Bloody Queen. You cannot give Bloody Queen in a situation where you need a 4-survivor escape, regardless. It's just a hunter you have to ban. Normally, you never want to have to ban Bloody Queen, but in this situation, it's a must here. So Bloody Queen will 100%, should 100% be banned from GH. And I think Dream Witch, again, makes the most sense. And give up the Mad Eyes. Give up the Mad Eyes. It's a hunter that has really good win potential, but also can lose and can get 4-survivor escapes because it does not bring detention. And Mad Eyes can struggle if you're able to get to the end game with 4 survivors up.
So while waiting for the match, I do believe some predictions are in order, but while the survivors are getting ready, I'm sure, the energy is there, the pressure is there as well. look at the team of GH right here. Still have some hope in their eyes. I'm sure that this is they should be encouraged for this last match. And oh, looks like they were actually taking into consideration what you just said, because Dream Witch and Bloody Queen are out the window. And here we see some hunter bands. We have the Seer, Priestess, and Forward not to be joining us into this last half. They need to lock in that mercenary, definitely, and I do believe it's going to be Skyfall who will be using the mercenary. And Capcoon, are we perhaps to expect an acrobat again, or will it be an entomologist?
I don't know. I think I mean Acrobat's fine because Acrobat's a survivor that can kite to dungeon in the end game because they have, ability that they can recharge. They can add new balls to their inventory when they do certain effects. So Acrobat's a good character in an instance when you need a force fire escape. They're really thinking about this. They're gonna go Patient.
Ooh.
Patient also works as well. If you can conserve your hooks for the end game, you can use that to kite. You can use that to kite to end game, and also you can use Patient hooks to get out of being trapped. Patient is good against Mad Eyes because you can avoid, if the Mad Eyes traps you with fences, you can use those hooks to get out of that trap. The second ban here probably should be Acrobat from you, because Acrobat, again, is a good character for kiting the end game, and it's good against Mad Eyes. Now, you also has an option to go Axeboy. He can just go up, down, blink, detention, Axeboy. That would be very strong as well. It's going to be Psychologist, which is interesting. So a Psychologist here, it doesn't really make sense because Psychologist is a character that cannot kite to dungeon. She has no late game kiting abilities. And in a situation where you need only one kill, you don't have to ban Psychologist. So I'm not sure. The Psychologist ban doesn't make any sense actually at all for you. I'm really curious to why he goes with that. Because again, think about it. If you're in an endgame situation, you have a Psychologist that can take 3 hits. All you have to do is hit them with detention. They die instantly and you get your 1 kill. That's all you need. So I think the game plan behind you is he doesn't want to get kited in the early game by Psychologist because she can give up 3 hits. But again, when you only need 1 kill, you don't have to ban a character like that. So anyways, we'll see how this works out here. We're going to see Acrobat and Patient being locked in. All of these characters can kite to endgame, and maybe Soul Weaver from you, and it is going to be Soul Weaver. So this is a bit tough. Acrobat and Entomologist, good kiters against Soul Weaver, whereas Patient not so much. But if you're able to find one of the kiters that GH would rather you find, being the Acrobat Entomologist, maybe they'll have a chance at this 4th survivor escape.
I think it's a really good foresight from you to use the Soul Weaver against that Patient, as you mentioned, because he could counter the Patient using the hook just by using the web. And I have full faith in Yu's sniping potential. That's something that I'm really excited to see. It's going to be an interesting match. But first of all, suppose we take the spawn points out of the formula. Which is the best survivor rather, to chase first on the part of the Soul Weaver?
Oh, well, yeah, 100% Patient. I mean, because again, as we said, Acrobat and Entomologist, you can't. Entomologist is good against Soul Weaver because you can simply put up the bees when they're using those fast webs and it will slow them down completely, or you can get away. Acrobat can easily just drop a slow bomb or a fire bomb to slow down those speed boosts as well. And Mercenary, of course, being a Mercenary, you just can't chase him. So Patient is the best transition kiter out of this team comp, but the Soul Weaver can cut off that transition kiting by catching up very fast with those webs.
Well, but something that could get in the way here is the support from the Entomologist and that potential of the Acrobat to do some rescuing towards the end game. But we are about to see how this is going to play out. Ladies and gentlemen, this may be the last match between GH and MS. Bringing you the live commentary here is Mikael and Eli. And yes, let's get this match started.
All right, here we go. We do have the Soul Weaver spawning over all the way in the corner of the map here near the what we call the bad two-story area. And this is actually a pretty good spawn for survivors because you don't really spawn close to a lot of the survivors at all. Very spread out and it gives a good opportunity for rotation. We're gonna see what you opts to where he opts to go. He's gonna go ahead and go towards the tunnel area first, locking onto Hatari, which is the patient. Wow, so this is the perfect find for you here. Very unfortunate for GH. Of course, he does have the, they're gonna use the bees a little bit early. You wanna try to conserve the bees here. We're gonna see you go ahead and take down this pallet. Hotel is usually a very good kiting area, but it's a bit risky against a Soul Weaver. He's gonna leave the patient. He actually leaves the patient. That is the best chase target for him in an area that's actually good for Soul Weaver. Hotel is strong for Weaver because of how quickly you can catch up with the webs. So I don't know. This is a very interesting decision from him here. And this gives the survivors extra time to rotate and decode.
I think the reason behind that is that you was concerned for getting looped in that hotel area, which is why it will now be up to Little Boy to do some kiting here. But look at this, the progress on these ciphers already. One is past half, and again, as you said, that patient was already the best target here. Oh, Entomologist takes a hit just at the entrance of the cafe. But again, as you said, Entomologist not an easy target to chase, and still those bees are supporting her to be able to transition to a better area. And you did say that this is the bad two-story area. How do you think this is going to play out for the Entomologist? Is it gonna take a while more for you to actually down her?
Yeah, the problem is Entomologist has bees, so this is why Entomologist counters Soul Weaver. You see here, Yu is using all of his webs to catch up here, but constantly getting stuck in the bees. Look at this kite.
Ooh.
The survivors can actually maybe push for the 4 survivor escape here. I mean, the biggest problem here is that the Entomologist has no more items, so it's hard for her to kite to dungeon in the end game. What's going to need to happen here is that Entomologist needs to try to get Blink out here if possible, so he has no trait later, and then the Mercenary's going to have to item swap with Little Boy. The Mercenary has to item swap. We're going to see the Blink. That does get the down. That is okay, though, for the survivors, because Blink is now gone. The trade is on cooldown, and the Cypher machines are almost done. So what needs to happen, again, for GH, the Mercenary needs to search a chest, and he needs to drop his elbow pads at the chair when he goes for that save, so Entomologist can pick them up and use them. This is called an item swap, and that's the only way Entomologist is going to kite to dungeon. You're not going to kite a full presence Soul Weaver to dungeon without any items.
And here is Skyfall taking that hit before going for the Entomologist. Will you be able to defend that chair? This is Skyfall's... oh my goodness! Such an amazing defense from you right here, denying Skyfall of their rescue and using these webs to patrol the area for another one to potentially do that rescue. And indeed, somebody is going for it. I do believe that is Little Boy. That is Hatari. Okay, so Hatari is going for the rescue, but I don't think you has seen it just yet. Picks up Skyfall. Will he be able to rescue?
He's going to wait this out as long as possible. He's trying to... Oh, he gets the pallet stun to make the Mercenary become free here. What? That is a game changer. The problem is the rescue was after half, so they have to try to body block this out here. He goes for the swing. Can he hit the Entomologist? There's the web shot. The double body block trying to keep him alive. Here's the vault from the Ento here. Patient has a hook to work with, which... I think he used to get closer to the, I don't even know what's going on. I can't even see. We're going to see the, yeah, they're trying to body block this as long as possible. Skyfall trying to body block. Captain Coon blocking off the door here. Can they keep this alive long enough? The Cypher machine is going to be worked on by the Patient. Captain Coon blocking the door again is going to eat a web shot. That's okay. He can afford to do this. And maybe he'll teleport. No, he's going to chair the Mercenary. He has to give up on this, and now the Entomologist needs to get away. She needs to use this time to transition away. Captain Coon cannot give a free hit, and he's not going to do it. He's going to ball away here. They're going to try to prime the Cypher machine, and if Mercenary is the one with the endgame kite and opposed to the Entomologist, Mercenary has 2 elbow pads. They can actually potentially kite to dungeon.
Exactly, especially because that dungeon, it's just sitting there. It's ready. It's ready for the end game. This is looking really good for GH. But Yu here is doing his very best to defend this chair. He needs to be careful, because if Capcom is able to successfully, actually no, even if Capcom does fail this rescue and takes a hit, they could just pop that Cypher. And there it is. There it is. Okay, so Skyfall has been rescued. It's just gonna take one more hit, just one more hit for that Cypher to be popped.
And Captain Kun uses the flame bomb. The reason why he did this is so that the hunter cannot use the web shot. And there we go. They're going to pop the last Cypher. We're pushing for the end game. No trait, no webs for you until this flame bomb runs out. So they're actually, GH has put themselves in a position where they can form, and Captain Kun needs to be very careful. He knows where the dungeon is, but going into this two-story area gives you an opportunity to use these webs. And an immediate teleport here, who does he find at the gate? It is the Patient. Patient has 2 hooks to work with, and he knows where the dungeon is. Oh, but Patient needs to, he goes for the hook. Does he get it off in time? And he does, but you using these webs to get caught up as much as possible, trying to get the kill on the Patient here. He needs to try to mind game the pallet. There's the web shot. Swings the pallet, doesn't get it, drops the pallet. One more hook available. Can he potentially use this to push for the dungeon? No, he's going to push away from the dungeon, which is a bit risky. He's kind of trapped in here. Mercenary needs to elbow pad towards him to go for a body block. That's the only chance here for Hatari. He's going to vault that, get the speed boost, try to push to the gate. No webs for you. Maybe this could be a possibility. Oh, but Hatari's caught in a bad area, and the Mercenary is not nearby to go for a body block, and he will go down here. This is the first chair for Hatari, if I'm not mistaken, so they can still go for rescue. The tension is almost out, so they're not out of this yet. Both exit gates are open. The 4 escape is still on the table, Kahel.
Now, all that's gonna, anything that they need, probably somebody with Tide Turner just to be able to turn this around. Yes, I do believe that this could be a 4-man escape, depending on where you decide to put Hatari. Kind of close to the dungeon, by the way. By the way, what is the logic behind this? Somebody's actually in the area that I think they might go for that rescue.
Yep, and they do have the item swap available. You see Mercenary Skyfall juggling an elbow pad and, 2 elbow pads and a perfume. So we should try to, I think they're going to bring this to the Patient. They want to try to get this rescue before half. That way they can do this play twice. They have 2 opportunities. Nope, they're going, I think they're going to go one and done here. If you get the rescue on the Patient before half, you can potentially try a second time if the Patient isn't able to get out, but they're going after half. So this is the only opportunity they have. They have to make this work here. Here comes Skyfall. Here's the rescue. Did he drop the elbow pads? He did. He's trying to body block, and he hits the entomologist. Captain Kun goes for the bomb here. Can he elbow pad to the dungeon? The problem is Mercenary also goes down in one hit. But he goes for the swing, and he gets the down. A missed elbow pad from Hatari there, and all he has to do is get the chair, and MS is going to be winning this. So exciting down to the wire, but it did not work out there. They needed to try to get that rescue before the halfway mark there so they could try this play twice, and that is the one elimination here. So close for GH, but unfortunately, they were not able to pull it off. MS is going to be the one advancing at long last.
An outstanding play from you, dealing with the pressure of having all those survivors try to go for the rescue. Actually, that was all of them. And I think he might try to go for more at this point. This is somewhat a healthy Acrobat with chip damage, but Skyfall is already in the area. It's just going to take one more hit. It's not going to take much to down him, but will you actually go for it? Will Skyfall make it to the gate? It's really intense right now, Eli.
Yeah, going to go for the web shot. There is the miss. Captain Kun taking the hit, and the survivors will get 3 out the gate here. Just a little bit short here, and Kahel, that really goes to show, if you're able to get a draw there as the last in that last round, maybe they can pull this out. But MS barely squeaking out here. You see the relief from you there. He knows he barely managed to pull that out, and an excellent job from you, though, to at least get the job done. He got the bare minimum. He got the kill, and you can see the excitement on his face there. Excellent job from MS, and MS is going to be advancing to 1-1 in their division.
Well, rather than excitement, it was more like a sigh of relief. Finally, I get to do my part, and I was able to do it successfully. That was such an amazing effort from GH, though. They really did their best in that last match. It was really a strong start for them, but you coming out in the end as the victor, being able to chair just one survivor. He did lose the battle, but as is said, he did win the war. So congratulations to MS. You will be a part of the top 12, and I'm really proud of this team, especially because they're not part of the China mainland team. So we've seen them excel up against FPX ZQ. So I'm really excited to see more of MS as they advance.
Absolutely. And yeah, what an exciting way to end there. MS able to come out on top. They will be advancing the top 12, as you mentioned. And, it's always a privilege to be able to commentate these sort of matches, these close matches down to the wire, especially in that high intensity situation.
Yes.
So that's, it's always great to see. Looking back and analyzing that match again, you played Soul Weaver into a comp that's pretty good for going against Soul Weaver. And he did opt to give up chase on the patient. I think if you continue to chase the patient in that two-story area, you're not in a bad spot. It is difficult because, of course, patient can hook away very easily. But again, you see why Entomologist actually counters Soul Weaver, because if they use those webs to catch up very quickly, you can easily just jump off the bees. They get stuck in the bees, and you lose that speed boost. So Entomologist might have even been a better ban for you there. But again, you only needed one kill. Again, the Psychologist ban, of course, doesn't really work because you can't item swap with the Psychologist. But it still ended up working out in Yu's favor here. Look at that overall containment time. Every character above 90 seconds. That really goes to show how back and forth this was. And again, just an excellent kite from Little Boy. That was the big difference maker for GH here in terms of actually making it as close as they did.
They did put out such a good effort, but as I said, it was Yu who was he acted so well under all that pressure because a lot of things was going on. A lot of things were going on actually. So for him to be able to pull off that teleport at the end just shows how much he was able to make up for the situation and make use of that trait at the last opportunity. And there it was, that patient, you said he was an easy target. So that was kind of a good thing going for you because it didn't take much for him to down the patient and sharing it. Now, they did try to rescue, yes, but he was able to keep his cool, focus on the target, and ultimately be able to cheer the patient. And I think that is something that is commendable in itself. Congratulations once more to MS. We are really proud of you and looking forward more to your future matches in the tournament.
Absolutely. We are going to go into our best deduction shortly, then our player interview. Based off of this round, I think we'll probably see you get the best deduction just because, again, how long, that match was. You most likely had a 12,000 deduction just because of how extended that match was. But I think in reality, if you're looking at MVP, I think the MVP either goes to Sika or it goes to, I believe it's CH, who was the Priestess player. Because, again, the Priestess was the big difference maker. For the MS team, able to support against GODJ, get them that round 2 win. That round 2 win was the most important one, and the round 3 win, of course, was very important. Both of those, just getting that one extra survivor out was the difference again against GH. Because if either of those rounds, if GH gets the GH Hunter GODJ gets a draw as Sculptor, then we're still tied up after this round ends. Or if the last gets a draw, then we're still tied up after this round. So it was in a situation where getting that extra escape, whether that was Sika in the 3rd round or the Priestess support in the 2nd round, those two should definitely be the MVP for the MS team here.
I'm really kind of torn, not just between Sika and CH, but also really proud of Seyun because she is really such a disciplined rescuer. She doesn't rush in. She was able to do those really correct rescues at the right time. And I just want to focus on that match against, I believe that was GODJ. She was able to rescue and lead the entomologist towards that portal, and that is how the entomologist was able to pull off that rebound kite. But then again, I think collectively, if it's possible to assign a whole team of MVPs, it's definitely going to be the survivor team of MS. They are so good. They have been so impressive with us. Their team play is on point. I'm really impressed by how they were communicating and trying to make up for situations, making good use and capitalizing in those moments where they saw that GH was kind of losing their momentum.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, again, just MS really, again, MS didn't really make a lot of mistakes. I mean, they all played very well. GH played, I think GH actually, in some instances, played better than MS, but then GH also had some mistakes that sort of cost them in certain situations, right? And MS just played consistently all throughout the match. So GH again had very good moments, and then and then some moments that weren't quite as strong. Whereas MS played a consistent match, and that's consistency is important. Consistency is key in this sort of tournament setting. It's always been that way. That's why we always see a lot of meta. We see a lot of these consistent hunters that are good at getting draws, and that's those kind of teams are usually the ones that end up continuing on and advancing in these tournaments. Again, GH in the first round had a very good start, and then there was putting that really good forward support against the end, putting themselves in winning position, having a very positive situation, and then it turned around with that one step of the rescue, and then Papuya, again, very good job there. We're now going to look at our best deduction here. It is going to go to Sika, as we predicted, Kahel. Again, Sika's kite on the entomologist, very impressive in both rounds, actually, the main kiter in both of the wins for the Survivor side of MS.
Congratulations to Zika, indeed. He was able to pull off such amazing kites, and that's definitely such a joy to see, especially because when we're talking MVP, we mostly get hunters. So to have a survivor actually be the best deduction and MVP in a match is really a breath of fresh air, really refreshing and impressive in itself. So now here we are finally at the interview.
我是潇潇。首先恭喜 MS 战队拿下了今天比赛的胜利。我们请到了 MS 战队的小姐姐Sun，先来请她给我们的观众朋友打声招呼吧。
자, 이제 세훈 선수 시청자분들께 인사 한마디 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요.
哦，听到了，声音非常的甜美。因为刚才的比赛最后一刻还是挺紧张刺激的，所以想先请我们的Sun小姐姐来分享一下心情。
자, 이제 3라운드 후반전 경기가 되게 아슬아슬했잖아요. 그래서 그때 소감이 어떤지 궁금합니다.
They're asking essentially about how Seung's feeling from this match.
팀워크가 너무 좋아서 기뻤는데 건서분이 저희 이제 생존자가 너무 잘해주다 보니까 긴장을 많이 하셔가지고 조금 이제 많이 실수하시는 걸 보고 저희도 많이 마음 졸였던 것 같아요. 정말 올탈 날까봐 많이 무서웠어요.
就是当时呢，我们求生者打得很好，然后感觉也给他带来了很多的压力，所以我们当时其实也非常的紧张，就是会怕出现4出的画面。
哦，最后一刻大家还是很揪心的。
It looks like they're feeling a lot of pressure. They can't rest easy for now, but as I said, they need to stay on their
오늘
toes.
자기의 퍼포먼스나 경기력에 점수를 매겨준다면 몇 점을 매겨줄 거예요?
저는 실수를 안 했으니까 한 80점이라고 생각합니다.
因为我今天没有失误，我觉得给自己打个80分吧。
哦，很高的分数。那其实接下来问一下比赛的问题。那第一局的时候是一个拉平的比分嘛，第二局他们是先手拿下了一个优势。昆虫学家去应对雕刻家表现得非常非常好，所以想问一下他们那一局的一个整体的思路。
자, 이제 1라운드에서는 무승부로 끝났고요. 이제 2라운드에 가서 생존자 그 권총학자를 선택해서 조각가 상대로 되게 잘 대처를 했는데 혹시 그때 전략을 어떻게 짜셨는지 궁금합니다.
저희는 사실
So they're basically asking about the first map, obviously being Ever Sleeping Town, and how they are prepared to play on that map.
생각이 드는데요. 다행히 시카 선수 개인 역량으로 너무나 잘해주시고 팀워크가 연습한 거에 맞게 잘 나와서 열심히 했었던 것 같습니다. 딱히 전략은 정해져 있지 않았습니다.
因为我们队内是没有主指挥的，应该我们是在所有的出战深渊的队伍当中唯一一个没有主指挥的队伍吧。然后我们当时就是因为 Sika 选手他 他用他自己的个人能力，然后再加上我们之前练习时候
So
的那些
she's
团
saying
队配
that
合都
the
出来了，
technique
所
that
以
they
达到了
employed
这
was
样的结
listening
果。
to in-game
也是
sounds
之前
and
训练的
on-point
经验带到了
coordination
比赛
with
当
her
中，非常非常
teammates.
棒。那下面一个问题呢，就是非常好奇他们在第3局的时候，差点就4出的那一个阶段，队内语音是什么样子的？因为当时我们观众看到最后的开门战还是很惊险刺激的，险些就爬出去了，感觉。
그때 3라운드에서 이제 얼탈 할 뻔했잖아요. 그래서 그때
네.
팀보이스가 어떤 상황인지 궁금합니다.
올탈 했으면 한
So they're asking how she's feeling on Chinatown, especially considering the Jade survivors were almost able to secure that 4 survivor escape.
이래서 정말 나갈 수 있어? 진짜 나갈 수 있어? 이러면서 엄청 소리 많이 지르고 나간다 이랬는데 정말 아쉽게 하지 못해서 좀 많이 탄식을 한 것 같아요.
因为之前那个我们队内就是喊得很厉害啊，然后就非常的激动说，哎，我们可以出去，可以出去，但是没有达到4出，也就又叹了口气，有点遗憾。
听他刚才的描述，感觉当时队内语音也蛮热闹的。所以下一个问题就是想问一下森森小姐姐，知不知道在我们登场之后圈了很多很多的粉丝，想问一下。
It looked like she felt a lot of pressure and was a little bit disappointed because they weren't able to do a 4-man escape.
저는 몰랐는데 사실 트위터와 인스타그램에 여러 각국 나라 분들 팬분들이 찾아오셔서 팬아트나 DM이나 인스타 언급을 해주셔서 알게 되었습니다.
就是之前在那个就是在推特呀，还有那个 Instagram 上面就有很多各个国家的粉丝都找过来，还有发给我饭会什么的。他也是了解到了，他从粉丝那里收获了很多的关注。
大家都好热情哦。那有什么话想要送给喜欢自己、支持自己的粉丝吗？或者今天可不可以请他摆一个爱心的手势？
그럼 혹시 팬분들께 한마디를
Seiyun appreciates all the love and support that she's getting from her fans from Twitter and Instagram and all their social media. And there she is doing that heart sign.
그렇게 유명한 편이 아닌데 인스타그램이나 개인적으로 찾아와서 저가 유튜브 같은 걸 하는지 물어봐 주셔서 너무 감사드리고 유튜브는 아직 할 예정이 없지만 만약에 더 인기를 얻어 하게 된다면은 알려드리도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 MS 한국 팀인데도 여러 각국에서 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고 응원해주시는 팬분들 정말 너무 다 소중하고 감사드립니다. 사랑해요.
就是那个，因为在 Instagram 都粉丝们就找到他自己来嘛，然后也在 YouTube 上面也有提到他，所以虽然他现在还没有想要开 YouTube 的那个打算，但是如果后面有那个计划的话，一定会告知粉丝们的。然后我们 MS 的话也不是特别有名的队伍，但是有粉丝们这样支持，真的非常的感谢，觉得粉丝们非常的珍贵，爱你们。
哇，非常可爱，而且非常谦虚的小姐姐，那也是感谢3
And they're asking her if she has any plans of putting up a YouTube channel, but instead she would just go ahead to say thank you to all the fans. She doesn't have it in mind at the moment, but nevertheless is grateful for all of the love and support that she's received from the fans.
나이스. 2조.
맞지. 야 여기도 다른 중.
도코 다른 체이스
오도리코.
아 고메 걸렸어
목소리.
ไล่ร้านอาหารอยู่เป็น3ใหญ่
ผมเล่นหลังโรงแรมพี่บอลปลอกแขน3 อันเก็บไว้ให้ผม2 อันพี่จ่ายให้น้อยที่สุดอ่ะลิงก์หลังโรงอาหารคัตเตอร์ขวาล่าง
ไม่ได้ดีเศร้า30สวยเดี๋ยวกูดึงให้บล็อกสุด
สวยพี่
네,
Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings.
That's all.
サンシスターのアルフレッドです。僕たちサンシスターは長い間同じメンバーで続けてきたチームなので連携力があるチームです。
真ん中先に上げて前走で花火の動きを上げて出現しようという
狙ってきましたが、いや助立ちに来ます。カズメコのタックル。
ゲートが空き、オフェンス墓守と出ていきました。ミエルはハッチ。
さあ加速を使ってどうだ。
さあ勢いがある。
思い切るンピ選手、ここでダウンは取られず。
いつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。COA V では最高の結果を残せるように頑張りますので、最後まで応援よろしくお願いします。
大家好，我是来自港澳台赛区的 BC 战队99。
你不如说你上2楼把这个翻转加速留着一下。
对，先站定，然后躲了一个2连，
一个3连连，哎，
还是躲掉了 A 了一刀上2楼。
但是这边是个满状态有动的祭司，
是的，
你不太好追呀。但这个镜像应该是能。
哦呦，
打动过去还是吃了一刀。其实
我们很期待能带给大家精彩的表现，我们也会拼尽全部的力气，跟发挥我们所有的实力，跟展现出不同以往的打法，也请大家拭目以待。
玩伴随时配，游戏从此不单排。上 TT 随时有玩伴。
We're going to be your commentators for series number 3 and 4. Nell, how are you feeling today?
Ni hao, because I'm from Guangzhou, by the way. Just feeling great. Yeah, we should definitely do that. But speaking of which, the games today, it got me really excited, and it's not really good for my heart because it's the second time we witnessed like another attempt of getting 4 survivors out of the gate, and it's basically the game deciding match. And I'm just amazed, like GH versus seeing MS to pull off in such a clutch way. It just shows how much teamwork is so important in this game. Like missteps are bound to happen, but with communication, they managed to pick it up and get through it.
But we got to move on, and we're going to move on with our third series of the day. Again, congratulations to MS. GH give us a great fight, but we have SST versus BZ. And Nell, you know, you have been watching these teams. Actually, SST had an amazing performance versus ACT. Didn't even go for that BO3, went with BO2. And BZ yesterday, bring out the JoJo, bring out the Gardener. Initial thoughts on this matchup?
It's a classic big versus small. I'm not really sure what I can put except that SST has been showing us a lot of dominance from the very first match, going 2-0 against ACT, especially against US Dream Witch in a BO1. Yeah, getting a 3 escape out of Yue is definitely a huge deal. And even Silk responded with a Dream Wish of his own, and he managed to get a 4K against ACT. So I'm very very excited to see what SST will be pulling in this match, but no doubt they're very best. And as for BZ, one thing you need to be careful about, Tosh, you might see another photographer today, because that's what they pulled yesterday against MRC.
JoJo?
Yeah.
Okay, get ready with those
2K.
poses.
Oh my god. JoJo pose, yeah, let's go.
So here's the thing though, BZ Survivors, they did pretty well against MRC's Hunter XC yesterday. In the first part, right, towards the second part, they started a little fizzle out. But again, this is MRC, one of the top teams out there, one of the most improved teams, I would say, in IVL. And BZ showing us just a taste of what they got. I can't wait for them to go up to Sun Sisters, one of the teams that I would say is proclaimed to take it. If we're gonna look at teams outside the China mainland region, Sun Sisters is definitely one of them that could take the global finals. But let's talk about these survivors. Lo-Fi having an amazing performance yesterday. Lo-Fi, your thoughts on how he was able to kite with this patient?
Yeah, I mean, Lo-Fi has definitely bought a lot of time with Patient, and he kind of a respectable 70 seconds on average, which is what he actually did yesterday. And I'm just very impressed that as a whole, especially An on the Psychologist yesterday, he actually bought a lot of time. He was the one kiting. Yeah, he kited for almost 3 ciphers there, and in one game against MRC, and which was what brought the team to a draw in the best of 1 against Xiao Qiang's Dream Witch from MRC.
Yeah.
So that's very, very impressive. And this guy, do you know this guy? This is definitely the guy you should watch out for, Fox, because guess what he plays besides the Priestess and the Forward on the screen right now?
The Gardener? Or did he bring out the Emma? Yesterday, that was him. Okay,
He did.
There we go. Yeah,
He did.
I love the fan-friendly style. Again, it was already a lock-in that MRC won, but you know, I have to commend his Forward and his Priestess too, because even, I think it was the Hospital, his Forward was still very menacing. He used not just for stuns, but also for avoidance of those hits. So that's BZ Survivors in a nutshell. And I would have to say that the non-mainland China regions, they really bring a different edge, a different flavor to this game. But Silk, I think you and Eli pointed it out, still sticks to the meta, but tweaks it just a little bit. Dream Witch bringing not Patroller, but Blink. I know you and I talk about this back and forth, Nell. How do you feel about Dream Witch bringing that Blink instead of that Patroller?
I mean, he's shown that it's so effective against, against the team of ACT. Like, he manages a 4K against it, so it's saying a lot. It caught them off guard, especially the Acrobat at one point at the 2 pallets, already camping in. So they were expecting a Patroller coming out, but because they weren't expecting it, because they weren't expecting a Blink to come out, Silk just capitalized and got the Acrobat down in just 1 swing. And that's how and that's an upside as well. When he uses Blink first, he's so free to use Patroller, Abnormal, Teleport,
change it up.
And this. Yeah, and fun fact, he changed it to Patroller.
There we go.
Very last one.
like we said, you know what? They have that freedom to change it to Teleport, Patroller, depending on how the tempo and ebbs and flows goes. But yeah, I think that edge that they bring to the table, just tweaking just a little bit. But here we have the picks and bans already opting for a Priestess and Seer ban, rightly so, because this is Chinatown. But now they have Mechanic for just the international lineup on the side of BZ. Having that Mechanic could definitely be spell doom for Silk if he's not that mobile, because all these other survivors could buy a lot of time. So he's going to want to stick to that Mechanic or find that Mechanic. But now Silk is sticking with that Dream Witch. I wonder what kind of build we're going to see. I mean, the trait, the first. Probably, yeah, he's probably going to bring the same from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, look at his face, silky smooth, and I think we should expect the silky smooth blink as well, because that's what he brought yesterday. And mind you, Posh and viewers at home, if you guys were there yesterday during the match between SST and ACT, he was very, very patient with his Dream Witch. 15 minutes in BO1, but managing a 4K. So that just shows how patient it is and how calm and collected. So definitely a trait of a very, very good hunter. So BZ has to be really, really careful. The Mechanic needs to hide the bot well, hide it well. Don't let the monsters creep out on the little doll, because you know if he gets the doll, it's gonna be a disadvantage for Team BZ.
Yeah, that's what's scary, because yeah, spawn points are very important. If it just so happens luck is in the favor of Silk, could spot out the BZ first, even though 87 YT, yeah, 87 YT's the Mechanics bot first, and that could spell doom for them, because yeah, they do, the keys to victory here is get that Cypher Rush going. So guys, here we go. First match of that third series, BZ versus SST. Potch Spice and Nello Melly are commentators for this matchup. Let's see how this one will happen.
Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Chinatown, first game, first half. We are seeing Silk on the Dream Witch. He will be making his first appearance on Chinatown against Team BZ. Let's see what is in store for us.
Okay, spawning at the center here. Let's see who his first target will be. Already making his rotations around the map. Yeah, distance might be the friend of the survivors, but having no Priestess would definitely be in Silk's favor. And immediately it is Ola that is in the vicinity here.
Yeah, I mean, Ola is just saying Ola to the Dream Witch right here. Definitely not a survivor that Silk wants to commit to, simply because of the balls that he has. Yeah, but look, he's already changing, but he already spotted out the robot. Let's see if he actually takes the time to beat the robot down first before pursuing. But it looks like Silk does not care for the robot. And look, he's gonna leech straight away. So Silk is going on the offensive. He does not want to let the Mechanic go away, and he's already using the leech to chase up, trying to make a sandwich situation there. And
yeah,
look, oh
that's
my
tough.
God.
Chase going to that right. Yeah, there's nowhere else to go but to this bridge, and he already pinned him down. The bot is already here, so he knows he has visual aid on where he's at. Drops down the bot, and now it's only a matter of time, because in this corner, no one is here to aid this Mechanic except that pallet up there in the fire escape. But you see the sandwich situation. Like, what do you pick between a rock and a hard place when you're trying to kite this sandwich here? It's going to be quite tough. And you see the patience here. So still buying some time. Mechanic is still just staying up here. You know, it just has to wait for the inevitable, goes for the drop down, and now it will get away from that sandwich situation. So patience, you know, it is going to be a chicken match between the Mechanic and this Dream Witch. Drops another doll, but let's see how Silk will be trying to mitigate the situation here.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, he's not using the blink, which I find it very weird. I thought he likes the blink, but instead he's going to choose the doggo. Like in that situation where the Mechanic jumped down from the second floor, he could have gotten the blink there and hit actually, that will catch the BZ survivors off guard, and there you have it. He already removed the second bot, so basically Mechanic is kiting raw right here. If he goes down, if BZ87YT YouTube, I believe, goes down, he's basically just sitting on the chat throughout the duration.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
but
note, Nell, that aside from picking up the anti-curse, the psychologist already healed her up. So it's kind of back to square one here. And you saw that the Mechanic was already working on just de-leeching. 3 ciphers still remain, so the pressure is now on the side of our Hunter here.
Yeah, I mean, Silk, we know that Silk in the previous match against ACT, he got that early down because of his blink, but because right now, it doesn't seem like he's even using the first patroller yet. He's still struggling to get the first, so I think it might sort of backfire against him because this is such a big map, and right now Silk, he is going to be leeching a survivor for the 3rd time, and I'm not really sure what's going to happen in the mind of Silk because apparently Patroller, he doesn't seem to be a fan of Patroller at this point, or rather, he has not found any opportunity to use the Patroller at all. So I really think that, the blink should be better. Like
just when we thought it was an advantageous situation with that the sandwich, you know what? It was Mechanic that was kind of drawing him. I think he took a little too long with that positioning, making the survivors capitalize on the positioning of this Dream Witch. And now still this pallet is going to buy some time, but switches to blink and now hits the Mechanic. So the trait was swapped. And now first survivor down, but 2 ciphers still remain now.
And that's the thing, like Silk should stick to his unconventional pick of Blink. I mean, it's not really unconventional, but Blink has definitely got to be better for him because look, he's like, okay, I have enough of this. I will just change my trade straight away into Blink. And there you see, instant down. But that's the thing though, he has used up his trump card. Almost getting it there though, but the pressure is just so high up. He leaves a leech there, just trying to camp the cipher while camping the Mechanic as well. But the Machinery, Lo-Fi is gonna get that. Is gonna get that rescue, and Machinery is just using the second pad to run away, just to avoid the double down right there.
Yeah, so it seems like we're in a tie situation as of now, but we're going to see how this shakes out. As I'd like to say, it's not how you start, but how you finish. So Silk, let's see if we can add a little more pressure to the survivors here because this Mechanic will be falling down. Mercenary already injured, has 1 elbow pad left, but we have actually maybe 2 rescuers on the team with our forward. I'm not sure what the psychologist built, but still they have to be very careful. Already expended some blinks here and there, so it's going to be quite tough for him to try and go for a chase here if the Mechanic has a great rebound kite. But in this area, not much to work with, so this forward has to be very careful with how he's going to stun this Dream Witch follower.
Yeah, I mean, the Cypher is definitely at good progress now. BZ is at an advantage right now, but because Silk is camping the last Cypher, they have to get started on the new Cypher. BZ has to get started on a new Cypher. And the forward trying to stun, but gonna miss it, but it's okay because he got the save for the 2nd time, and he's gonna go up again. He's gonna use the blink straight away.
This is what I was talking about. The aggression. The blink on this Hunter is so deadly that, able to down this Mechanic. When the Mechanic falls, you'll be going down. Maybe the forward can go for a stun just for that, for that rebound. But let's see how this one will shake out.
Yeah, we definitely have to see how it shakes out. Okay, here's a theory though, Posh. I don't really know what's going on here, but Cypher has been popped. I'm saying that Silk is in a very, very tight spot. I think the most he should do now to salvage the situation, try and get 1 down, and that's it. Try and get Lo-Fi at the very least, or even because there's a leash right there right now, or even getting the Mechanic, because Mechanic is essentially on the last chair. They should definitely not allow Mechanic to go to the dungeon because that's where the Mechanic is going now, and he's getting on at this moment.
And like you said, just mitigate the situation, stop the bleeding, not making it get worse, because if he probably overextends, they could go for a 4-man. But maybe just kind of save it for another day. But we have Ola going for a long stun here, getting the rescue, no tide, so he can try to potentially down. And once again, no blink just yet, 22nd on that timer for that blink. And he has to be very careful with trying to just get at least 1 survivor, which I think is on the mind of our Hunter here. Gets the Terror Shock. Downing once again. Let's see how he's gonna how he's gonna act now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's really nothing much BZ can do. Like the tension is still up. Like at least like it's already past the 60% duration. But right now, it looks like Silk is still chasing after the Mechanic. Mechanic is gonna go down. Wow, 2 people down. It looks like Silk might be able to make the best out of it. Chasing the forward.
Oh my
God. Might be a draw here.
could
All he has to do is
be
just chase the mercenary.
the mercenary. Detention still is in the air. He can down, but here we see it. Can he go for that mercenary hit? Okay, mercenary using the elbow pad, cuts off and hits it once again. And now he has to chair both the mechanic and to just try to mitigate the situation. We thought that this Hunter was going to get a 1-3, but it seems like Silk wants that tie situation. But that mercenary still sticking in the area could prove to be a nuisance for him. So let's see how Silk is going to try and chair both these survivors. Mechanic is up already.
Yeah, I mean, he still has another blink. He's just going to put the psychologist down before he struggles free. But it looks like Silk will not be able to get the mechanic. Mechanic has taken the route, and that is why Chinatown is just so annoying. Like playing against a team of survivors in this Chinatown, especially with good composition, they will be able to escape. BZ, just excellent communication right there and teamwork, and just wasting time because the moment he saw Silk, without the blink, they know, okay, this is probably a patroller Silk. So nothing he can do when we're at the second floor. Like Posh, you notice that Silk, he didn't even break the pallets at the 2th floor. He didn't break for the longest time. Mechanic was kiting there until psychologist healed the mechanic. So
The momentum was definitely, I mean, it was back and forth at the start, and it was starting to, the survivors were trying to seize the situation there. But yeah, a tie would have been really good for Silk. I think that maybe him trying to experiment with the meta, I feel like he should stick to his guns and stick with what's comfortable. But unfortunately, that his Dream Witch is probably going to get respect banned, because I'm pretty sure the survivors of BZ saw the damage that he can cause to other survivors. So might ban it in the next round. But still, this is a really big victory on BZ's side, since Sun Sisters haven't even seen that best of 3 yet.
Yeah, I mean, Sun Sister has been going very strong, even 2-0ing, like going 2 wins to nothing against a ACT. So right here's a theory though, Posh. I don't know if you guys agree with me as well. Here's a theory. Silk might have forgotten to change it to Blink. He might have used the general recommendation, and he probably experimented with patroller and he forgot to. But it's just
I do that all the time. It's like I rescue. I'm like, wait, there's no tide. Oh no, what did I bring?
No.
3-9. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no, it happens to the best of us. Who knows? It could be that he brought that trade. It could be he brought that trade, but he's gonna have to. He did kind of roll with a punch as well. He did have some winning moments here and there. Thought he was gonna get the tie, but I think we have to highlight BZ's overall communication and I would say support and strategy, because even though it was just the mechanic, he did have that Wi-Fi heal happen. We did see that forward save. Mercenary also playing his role here. So here are the match stats. Nell, take us through it.
Yeah, I mean, when a mechanic kites a Dream Witch that long, well, it's definitely going to be in favor of the survivors team, and that's what 87 YouTube has been doing. 114 seconds, like very respectable without the bots. Though,
that 114 seconds deserves a subscribe, so I hope you guys subscribe to his YouTube channel, and also Nello's and Grizzly and everyone's also on the casting desk. But 87 YT. I would say in position. I'd like to do this after every round so we won't forget. 87 YT probably props himself for MVP. Well, just one. We're gonna put an account on his name just in case. Oh, that's definitely memorable, because that really did change how things went, because we said best target for the Dream Witch to go for is that mechanic, but here this mechanic was ready for the worst of it.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to what I said again, bringing the Blink like he should have been, like, it's not a very good map for Dream Witch. It really depends situational. But bringing the Blink might have allowed him to catch up much sooner, instead of letting the mechanic run for such a long time and finally escaping as well. So that's one thing to take note of.
And let's try to go down that path, right? If he brought that Blink first, towards the middle, like early down, right? Let's say they have a rebound kite. We always say that you still have that option to change to teleport. And in this huge map like this, that could have been a game changer.
Yeah. He couldn't take enough. He's had enough. He's like, and mind you, he didn't even use patroller, which shows that my theory might have been right. He wanted to use Blink at the very start. But you know what?
Yeah,
SST,
evidence
BZ,
does lean that way.
Yeah, but you know what? SST versus BZ. SST is a strong team. BZ definitely has a very strong survivor team as well. But it's not over for SST because right now we are gonna see the all-rounded team of SST with Kazuneko. You saw him just now.
Yes.
Unpi, Lim, and Mochi facing off against UKG in Chinatown. I am very excited to see if UKG will be bringing the photographer or at least the feaster, because he got a 4K with the feaster in the qualifiers. So I'm very interested to see which one will he go for.
Always a fan of unconventional hunters, and I think if you said the F word, which is feaster, I'm sure Grizzly might be listening in on that, and Kahel as well, who knows. But Kazuneko, I want to highlight this player. Really amazing forward. SST survivors are definitely up there in the upper echelon when it comes to competitive Identity 5. Lim also has been very present in competitive Identity 5, can also play that Gravekeeper, has that support priestess. I think overall communication will be on their side. So this is what's amazing about SST. If they're facing a little bit of a diversity now, so we're going to see how they're going to act, because the survivor team needs to really pick up the pace here if they want to still mitigate the points come later in the game.
Yeah, I mean, and here's Mochi as well with the acrobat and the lucky guy, I believe. But I'm pretty sure he plays the mercenary more than the lucky guy. But just bringing out your attention to some of the players here. In the last two matches against ACT's 3-man escape, the 2 games where they got 3-man escape, Lim has substantially contributed a lot with the priestess support in game number 1. She was the MVP undoubtedly, and even in BO2, the Arms Factory, she, with her Gravekeeper, she managed to spike that that rescue and becoming the MVP and allowing the 3 escape for the team as well. So Lim definitely stepping up, becoming very, very indispensable. The Korean player indispensable for this Japanese Sun Sisters team.
Yeah, so they definitely have to look out for Lim. And, you know, I would have to say, Sun Sisters representing the Japan region. Japan has always been right neck and neck with the Chinese mainland region. So Sun Sisters could be the one kind of marching them down and marching all the way to the grand finals. Again, we might be getting a little ahead of ourselves because they have a problem in the name of BZ here, Nell, because I'm pretty sure they're definitely not going to go down with the fight, especially this guy right here, the UKG, the Hunter. Thinking about, should I go photographer? He has a Hell Ember too. My goodness,
oh my
this guy.
God! Yeah,
but Feaster too. I don't know. I think everything's up in the air, and the element of surprise. Yesterday, me and Eli talked about it. Sometimes, you know what, ignorance is definitely not your best friend in this game, and sometimes you gotta take these big name teams to, you know, unfamiliar water. Just bring them to a little bit of your own meta to see if they can hang or try to adjust along with it, because it works.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. So far, non-meta picks have definitely shown to surprise the Chinese mainland teams, and they definitely managed a draw and even a win. So I'd say continue the surprise. And UKG just now was just looking lost. He's thinking a selfie first with the photographer or takoyaki for dinner with the feaster.
Let's hope the feaster doesn't become takoyaki. And,
oh my God.
And in this map, though, if we're gonna have to choose between the two, it's a huge map. So, what are your thoughts on it? Because I would say maybe Feaster over photographer.
Feaster.
I don't know. Yeah, Feaster, right?
Yeah.
At least you can have the GPS the tentacles to show where they're at, even though he's kind of a slow and chunky boy. But photographer, you're just gonna prolong the game, and I'm pretty sure high-level team like SST knows what to do with a Feaster match here.
Yeah, for sure. And guys, those of you who are at home right now watching, this is SST versus BZ. First game, second half. If you guys are for Team SST, I see a lot of people talking about Lim right there. Hashtag SST if you're a supporter of SST. And of course, hashtag BZ if you are rooting for Team BZ, because both of these teams deserve our very love and support, guys.
Yes.
So spam the chat, guys.
And I think they need your love and support more than all, because these two teams definitely not from Chinese mainland. SST, well known in Japan. BZ from the Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau region.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know what, they do want to make their claim in the Call of the Abyss, since, you know, let's call a spade a spade. The Call of the Abyss top 8 or top 4 usually, it's all Chinese mainland teams, but every year, you know what, regions have been stepping up. So here we are at the picks and bans.
Yeah, Seer's not gonna see the light of day again. There's a joke ongoing in the chat. Eli is in prison, never going to be seeing the light. And the
Eli
second
was
one to
just
join.
here. I'm kidding. No.
Oh, he was.
He's asleep now.
He's asleep. He's asleep now. So he's taken out of the game right now, along with Naibu. So they're wasting no time. They're picking up straight away the forward, the priestess. I believe forward will be played by Kazuneko. At the very least, since he is a forward main, and Lim will probably be on the priestess, which leaves Unp and Mochi on the patient and the acrobat. So UKG. Oh, okay. So he's going for
BQ.
a meta pick. Interesting.
Yeah, I think the Chinatown map made him go this way because we talked about the picks that he wants. I think that's what he was thinking about. No takoyaki for tonight, no selfie. Let's go with the queen. Let's bring out mirrors. Yeah, put on glasses. This is the anime. This is the shing. You know that moment where they put up their glasses and then like he goes plus ultra. But Nell, I have to bring it on the side of SST. You mentioned that Lim being the MVP with that priestess support. This is very scary because Chinatown is, you know what, we say that Ever Sleeping Town is her playground. This is like her domain. This is her kingdom. She is the queen of the jungle here in this map. So it's gonna be so scary to contain this priestess.
Yeah, for sure. And it's Chinatown as well. So bringing her a little bit back home, feeling at home with her mirror placements. But the key is we've already seen how some hunters have struggled a little bit in Chinatown simply because of the placement of the structures. It really depends where you place your mirrors, because over the corner you cannot see where the hunter is going. So if you just misplace one mirror, you're gonna waste even more time waiting for the cooldown. Yeah, so if this goes on, missing the second, the third, it's definitely gonna buy a lot of time. And with the likes of Priestess, Acrobat, Patient, oh my god, everyone, one roach, one acrobat. Oh my god, it's a nightmare for DQ.
Yeah, and we're gonna head right into the match, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot wait. It's still the first round, second half between BZ and SST. Nello Mello and Poch Spice, your commentators for this match. Let's head into Chinatown.
Let's go. The chat, takoyaki is delicious.
What's up, chat? We're looking at you. We see you, chat.
You chat.
We see you, chat. Keep it wholesome with takoyaki.
Yeah. All right, there you have it. So UKG is actually ended up in the 2th floor, just decides to jump down like the graceful lady she is. UKG is going to be rotating towards the middle, just trying to find a Tinnitus and find the nearest survivor. But look at what Kazuneko is doing. Kazuneko just hiding beside, trying to proc the Tinnitus, but realizing... Yeah, he realizes that UKG didn't even spotted him. So Unp, realizing that the mirror has been deployed, has already used a hook to get distance away.
Which is good because you were able to kite out that mirror, and now he's going to try to run through this pallet. Let's see if UKG, watch out, trying to play the mind games, but the trade-off was not in the survivor's favor there. But at least he was able to utilize this mirror, trying to break that line of sight, but still can see the blood trails here. UKG still on that pursuit. However, Umpy still has 2 hooks to utilize while he's waiting for this mirror to get popped. Let's see if he can get this hook shot from happening. Waiting for it, able to escape, but now the teleport will be deployed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about BQ. Even I'm using the blink straight away. Beautiful. I would have missed that blink right there, but beautiful blink right there, and just catching up with the mirrors. Very, very nice use. Even if she, oh my god, it's gonna be a basement party. UKG, hello. It's still in the middle of the day. Why are you? Is it a party down right here? Because the patient is the first guest to be invited to the basement party.
A little too early to RSVP for the basement party, but we have Kazuneko here, as well as Lim in this area. This is not good on the side of the survivors. Gonna go for a portal, breaking it. Excellent awareness by UKG, but now pressuring the top part. Kazuneko has to get away from that cipher, but now 2 people at the basement waiting, just trying to just prime it for the last minute. And we see Umpy utilizing the area here in the basement. And we see that the priestess was able to body block.
What the? Oh my goodness. And that's why I said Lim is just so formidable with the with the support priestess, like body blocking in that situation, amazing. So right now, Unp, what he has to do now is just to avoid getting hit one more time. Use the clip if he needs to. Just use it, and he used the last clip. He used the last hook to get away from the mirror image by UKG. And Unp is definitely extending the kite right now, but mind you, 4 ciphers remaining because of the basement rescue.
Oh, and now this is actually good on Unpy's side. You know what? Oh my God, I didn't even see that stunt from happening. Unpy prolongs his kite, and now he's away from the basement, forcing UKG to reroute his, trying to chase down this this patient. But yeah, he has to be very careful and always have eyes at the back of his head, because we know that the forward is in this area. The mirror is going to be deployed and hit. Unpy is down for the second time, but he was able to be saved at the before the halfway mark. So Kazuneko still sticking in this area, gonna get ready for that second save.
Yeah, he definitely needs to. Well, the saving grace is being able to save before half. So, the way things are progressing right now, look, one cipher is at 72%. Only 1% is decoding right now. Mochi is doing it, and Unpy's on the floor. Lim obviously cannot do anything right here. But Kazuneko is just gonna try and force heal. Okay, and extended and stunning. What the?
Holy smokes! This team never says die, and now we have a portal. But the thing is, now 3 ciphers remain. This is well and good, but they still got to put some objectives on the board here. This cipher has not been propped yet, and we're back in this area where the basement is. So Unpy has to be very careful. Blink is back online, tries to drop down, but the mind games on this survivor.
Calculated right there. He knows, like, okay, that's gonna be a blink, and oh my God, emotional damage right there. You can missing that drop blink, but the mirror is he gonna get? Oh,
okay.
Nice
okay,
one.
UKG trying to take the reins in this match. It's been kind of crazy here on out, but he wants to get this patient back on that chair. 3 ciphers still remain. Some haven't been moving yet, but we're back at the basement. I think Lim is in the area doing some heals. They do have a little bit more time here, but it's going to be quite tough to try and go for this rescue now. Forward is the one that is saved, and Forward has not used his tide as of yet. He's been on stunning duties, and this is kind of like deja vu, cleaning up the mess here again, propping up the mirror. Who's going to go for the save in the basement? Forward seems like he's the one who's going to go for it, but drop down hit has to be careful.
Oh, but fortunately the mirror actually hit, so Kazuneko was very smart, just taking that hit right there. And just take one more hit, it's okay. Just run out. Unp! It seems like Unp was Unp was glitching right there, but you know what? Managing to get in out.
I think it was the spectator, because like I think he went for the stun.
For sure.
And now Kazuneko again, he knows the last effort was popped on his side. He goes stun again! He is going down fighting. Forward is now down. Unp is the one that they have to save. He is the VIP here. He needs to be the designated survivor, but now Unp, be careful. He's running towards him. Oh my gosh, this is so scary. Go for a charge hit. Unp falls down and now chases away Lim.
Oh my goodness, I think Unp, the team was doing very, very good at that point. I think Unp didn't realize that the Mary didn't go through the portal.
He was
expecting
not
to go
sure
through.
if he was looking. Yeah, he was running straight towards UKG. Now this is the best possible scenario. Priestess already down because he knows that this patient will be flying back to the manor. Acrobat is the one on saving duty, while these ciphers aren't even close to being primed yet. The closest one is 70%, but it is Mochi that has to be saving this priestess now.
Yeah, I mean, but nonetheless, definitely beautiful teamwork right there. As you can see, we were talking about 4 ciphers remaining, 3 ciphers remaining, and all of a sudden, it's 1 cipher remaining at 77%, and managing that rescue, no tide though, but he's gonna get down there. Yeah, it's really, really unavoidable. One person has to finish that last cipher if they want to get this to late game, to prime cipher right there.
This is best case scenario for UKG, right? Because who's going to go for that save? These survivors are definitely down on resources. More on the forward, though, because he only has like an inch of a ball, like a micro inch left on that football. Acrobat still has his juggling balls left, but you know what? These guys are injured.
Balls.
It's no balls. Or,
the
all balls and half life here. So it's going to be quite the daring rescue from either of these, but I like how they're going to go for this rescue. Yeah, it seems like, I don't think so. I think they're just going to try to sacrifice, save up their resources, and just try to go for heals. UKG now put in a great position here for BZ to lead this.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game plan is, well, at least try and go for the draw. Try not to give a 5 point advantage to BZ. But UKG right now looking so amazing with the standings. Like, UKG has turned the Thai Queen into a potential 3K to 4K queen right here in this match. And props to UKG. But
UKG.
yeah, UKG. But the pressure is not over yet. Kazuneko is still trying to look for a box right there, and Acrobat is just hiding, trying to give tinnitus. The danger is not out. We see that the dungeon is in the middle here, but I don't think UKG can spot. And that's the thing though, when there are 2 survivors left, sometimes when they hide, I don't know. It seems like it takes forever to find one person when they're hiding.
Yeah, this is the test of patience that UKG has to go. He cannot waver from this strategy. He wants to get as much survivors as possible, and he's in that position, so he has to be very careful because he is in the advantage now. He has the high ground, and he's about to actually cement BZ in the lead here. So let's see if he can try and like snipe out or find any of these survivors, because it seems like Mochi is going to be in the area. Pops that earmark, and now he sees him. Pops the mirror as well. Mochi utilizing that ball just to get a little more distance away, and UKG still trying to follow with that mirror image. Might have to switch already to the mirror image to try and just chase this this acrobat while we see the forward priming that cipher. UKG seems like he's going to be changing targets now. Switches to that forward, adding another nail to the coffin.
Oh my god, UKG, apart from just pushing the survivors into 2, sending 2 survivors back, just nailing that nail into the coffin. Oh my goodness. Wow, it looks like the forward has changed occupation to becoming a perfumer and avoiding that hit with the mirror. Yeah. But the trouble's not over. They're obviously pinging now. The hunter has changed target. Mochi. This is so unfortunate though, because 2 of these ciphers are at the exact same spot. So it's so easy for UKG to just, you know, just to come back and forth. There's no other ciphers. There's just 3 ciphers at the very same line of street.
Yeah.
So UKG is like patrolling. Oh my god.
It's really bad for the survey, especially he times his mirrors well, so they have to be very careful when touching these ciphers. Just any wiggle that's going to happen, you know that UKG is going to pop up that mirror. The good side here on the survivors front here, the resources are still pretty good. They can tank 2 hits. They cannot pop the cipher too fast, but I think I'm thinking a little ahead of myself because it's only at the 50 to 40% mark. So this is going to be the long game, Nell. Who is going to flinch first?
Yeah, it's the long game, but right now UKG definitely has the advantage because why? The moment the mirror is up, she can just go and try and snipe a hit. Even if she doesn't snipe the hit, it's fine because the longer the time progresses, the longer the time progresses, all she has to do is just wait for the cooldown of abnormal to be over, and bam, the cipher's down again. And
which is about to happen. It's happening right now. Abnormal is online once again. We do see. Oh my god. Just as you say, the emotional damage on these survivors. They're trying to go for it, but you got to give it up. Let's talk about the science of this. As she's trying to, trying to hit through the mirror image, she's walking straight towards that forward too. So this is a great possible position. Yeah, uses already. Gets that hit. That ball. That ball usage was not able to avoid the hit of that Bloody Queen. And now Kazuneko has to be very careful because Acrobat could fall down. And the thing is, they can't even heal themselves because they are being separated by this Queen.
Yeah, and that's the thing also because all these 3 ciphers, like what I pointed, is on the same street. If it's like one on the other end, it would have made a difference. But right now, it seems like UKG still trying to snipe out the Acrobat, and Acrobat is forced to use the last red ball. But on the saving grace, he still has 2 more black balls. Was that the black?
I think it might be. I think it might be the black one. Yeah,
the black one. Yeah. So.
But the thing is, he's unaffected by the ball usage because it's the mirror image. This is what he's going to keep doing, waiting for the cooldown to happen, trying to snipe out Mochi while he's still holding on to this cipher that the forward is trying to pop. Forward already on the 2nd floor here. UKG just waiting for his mark, again, staying at this middle part. Again, not out of the woods is our hunter here because anything can happen. Even though the abnormal is coming online, every time you use it, it keeps going lower and lower. But we see he's kind of overextending himself a little bit. So it's a little risky, but still, I would say the Bloody Queen is still in a winning position.
Yeah, I mean, let's just Like he's still trying. They are still trying to prime the cipher. They're still trying to touch the cipher, but just unfortunate. So that is the third time abnormal has been used. Posh. I'm predicting at least 5 abnormals before the match ends. 5 abnormals.
I'm gonna go with one more, just one more.
One more. Okay.
Let's
One
see how
more,
that's
one
gonna go.
more.
Can't be 6 because that's just gonna move. I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah,
Let's
we'll
see.
find out.
I
It's
wouldn't
just
be
back and forth though.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case because look at this. They're trying to again the best case scenario here. Oh my god.
He's gonna get it.
Yeah, the best case scenario here for SST is really to just try to push for a dungeon escape. But oh my god, he's switching. Okay, he's gonna
finally. Yeah, he's gonna move.
He's gonna commit. Yeah, he's gonna commit now. This is kind of scary because you know that the voice comms is telling the acrobat, "Yo, you got to push that cipher," unless that's what he wants him to do. Because mirror cooldown is about to be finished. But now you know again. Survivors on VCs or on voice comms, yeah, they're definitely gonna keep saying if they have the heartbeat. Oh, watch out, acrobat!
Oh my god!
Careful! Oh,
he's gonna be forced to use it.
He's still getting closer. Oh man! All right, he teleports. This is gonna be huge, and now the chase ensues with the acrobat.
Yeah, I
guess
mean,
not.
But he's going back again. Like, I don't blame him for playing like this because obviously, the moment he chases one person, he's just gonna
Look at this.
The cipher.
I just want to point out that the forward got a syringe. So
yeah, okay, another 5 minutes at the very least into
so
this match.
we might hit the 5 abnormal like you said.
5 abnormal, yes. If I win, you sing. Oh, the fourth one.
That's the fourth one. That's the last. I don't know. I have a feeling it's not. This forward is gonna heal up.
Yeah. Yeah. This is very unfortunate because this is the only thing UKG can do. Like, he has to. It seems like he's practicing his long range mirror shots right here. Seems like what he's doing towards Mochi.
Watch out.
And yeah, watch out. Mochi. He's gonna use the last ball, and there it is.
See, that's the thing, right? The longer this game goes, it's more advantageous to the hunter because resources never replenish. This mirror of the Blade Queen replenishes as well as that abnormal, which I hope he's not going to use yet. But Kazuneko's still trying to
he's gonna use it when
push
it's gone.
for when it's done. I have a feeling. Yeah, and we see that Kazuneko probably priming his heal just so that giving that false sense of security. And Kazuneko has to be careful. Already propping up that mirror, but there he primes up that heal. Oh, that's pretty smart. But hits him again. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my goodness. This is like a game of ducks and chicken. Like the first one to flinch is gonna lose. And
honestly, Nell, I have a better analogy here. It's like a red light, green light game. If you
yes.
It's quite like red light, green light. Go back and forth. Here we go. Oh, don't get shot. Dude.
Yeah.
Scanning the area. Scanning the area. Don't you dare abnormal.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. No, abnormal. Just abnormal. But seriously though, that's the only thing though. What the survivors can do from SST now is bet on UKG finishing using that normal over the 5th time. Let's go. But the efficiency, like what you said, is gonna decrease by so much. So basically, they're counting on the abnormal to do nothing in the end. So basically, what they're trying to do is, okay, at the same time, I'm going to try and decode. And when the Mary is looking towards my direction, I'm going to stop decoding and run away. That's their mission right now. As for UKG, he needs to snipe either one of these survivors. 15-minute mark.
Wow, 15 minutes, 2 survivors still remain. And honestly, this is very taxing on both these 2 survivors and Hunter because this is still a BO3. Goes for the mirror, forward already healed up. So has to be very careful here. Again, the mirror image is kind of closing in on this forward, but this forward can't tank that hit. Mochi, now both these survivors are trying to prime ciphers on both ends. Oh wow, UKG. And this is where it starts to seem like it might be in the survivor's favor instead of a 4K. Can't go for 3-1, they pop it! Oh my god.
They
did it. Yeah, it was 5. He'll abnormal the execute. I'm kidding. We see him trying to go for it. This could turn to 3-1. Can he keep kiting until he does not have any blink? So the chase will have to just rely on the mirrors. While Mochi, no juggling balls left. He's gonna try to make a mad dash for the dungeon. Can he escape? Oh my god! Forward is still taking some time. Can he though? Look at the forward, past 50%, and now UKG is gonna cap this one out. This is so scary. He's gonna chase him out. Oh, watch out! Oh my god, the juke, but it's not enough. And we see that UKG able to get 3 survivors. Still, you know, I saw a smirk there. He was not satisfied, but this is still huge. 3 survivors up against SST in the first round with not that much bans, with their meta survivors is huge. BZ in the lead, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. I mean, that game also gave me goosebumps. Not just because it took almost 20 minutes, but because the back and forth right there. And look at UKG. I think he's really pleased with his performance in the end. But let's not take anything away from SST, because despite the slight hiccups by Unp, did not realize that Mary actually took a turn at the corner and getting that hit onto him. They managed to drag the game out, forces the Mary to use the abnormal for 5 times, I guess correctly.
There you go. I gotta sing.
You gotta sing. Yeah. And finally managing to at least get one person out. So it's not too bad right now. So in terms, but BZ, they definitely have to be very happy, because that's a 6 points for them. So that's 6 points. I'm writing it down now. And SST 2 points. So 6-2 is not as bad as getting a 4-man elimination like 7-1.
Yeah.
Sorry, 8-1. So it's not as bad as that. So 6-2, I'd say game 2, all they have to do is just SST, reset in game number 1, go back into game number 2 and saying, like, you know what? That's not the best we can do. There was a slight hiccup with Silk, but it's okay, because Silk is definitely more than capable with Dream Witch. And even if Silk decides to give way to Alf is also very proficient. So that's what SST should be thinking. But BZ, going into game 2, they have to be very defensive. Whoever gets the first half, they have to be defensive. And get a draw at least.
Yeah, just to add to what you're saying, I would say have that winning mindset, but don't overextend, because if you gamble a little more and you want to end it at BO2, you could put yourself in a losing position, especially SST. Yes, they have not seen adversity in this tournament, but they have faced so much adversity in last year, and I'm sure also in their own region qualifiers and even in their own regional matches. So you cannot celebrate just yet. Yes, it's a great victory. The war has just the battle isn't over. The battle is over, but the war has just begun in this match again. Like,
so deep.
Thank you, Sun. I don't know. I'm trying to be deep here. Art of War, whatever. But 3-1 in the match stats. Look how long. 16 minutes. If you guys in chat were trying to predict how long this was, I don't think you guys would say 16:43. And it took so long for that last cipher to pop. Imagine now, like, look, the 4th cipher popped around the 4-minute mark, and we've been talking for that long until the last cipher popped.
But it was fun though. It didn't feel dragged out, simply because it's just so exciting to see these 2 players battling out. But right now, let's just talk a little bit about what's at stake, because SST, they already won one game. They already won out of the 3 games they're supposed to play in group stages. They already won 1. BZ, however, versus MRC, they already lost 1 game. So if BZ, actually it's more dangerous for BZ. If BZ loses this game against SST, they are highly unable to make it at top 12 teams that are going to advance to Japan in the finals. Whereas SST, even if they somehow did not manage to get through this battle between with BZ, they still have 1 more shot at the 3rd game. So the stakes are actually quite scary for BZ. So they have to make it count. They have to make this game count.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that. I think they're playing with that fire in their under them or beneath them, because they really want to make this work, because the stakes are definitely higher. SST had a great start, so they can afford it, but knowing SST, they're very competitive. They want to represent the Japan region in the global finals. So I'm sure that they're going to be able to bounce back from this. So let's check out some highlights before we move on to round number 2.
은비出たい。
これいけねえよ。青手が出てけ。
一応こっちはパール。同じで登った同じで。
気持ちだけだ。
気持ちに。
一つでもでもトンネルかやっぱタックするわ
運備トンネルワークあるトンネル
トンネル
Welcome back, guys. We were just back from our short coffee break in a coffee shop in Guangzhou. So intense match. But before that, just want to give a shout out to all of you in the chat right now. Oh my God, the chat is so wholesome right now. Shout outs to Lacrimosa. Shout outs to Big Boss. Shout outs to Innocent Mango. Hey Woo. Even Sarah, Shimbia. Thank you so much, guys, for making the chat so wholesome and being positive. Yep.
And I want to shout also Ray. She was like, "Oh God, the casters are reading the chat. Of course we read it, guys. Come on, we're in this together. We want to be supportive, and we also want to help these teams out. So please keep it positive, and also support your favorite teams out there because they're definitely leaving a lot on the line, and a lot is at stake for BZ and SST because we're already in day number 3 of the group stages. Again, top 3 of each group move on, but placing is still very important in this because one will move on to the quarterfinals for the Call of Duty Global Finals, while the second and third spot will have to battle it out, which is kind of scary if you think about it in the global finals.
Yeah, it is very, very scary. I mean, you can't imagine how stressful it must be for them. But if you guys look at the highlight just now, I think the communication was very, very calm. Like you look at there's so many different styles. So I'm very, very impressed by how they handled. They have their own style of communication. So I think one of the most important keys in this game, especially to differentiate between win and lose, is communication. The one with the most communication, able to communicate their routes, able to communicate their next action to their teammates is going to win because that's what they really need right now.
Yeah, 100%. You just to highlight from both survivor teams, right? We had some highlighted moment from BZ as well with the mechanic, but you also saw, I think, more of the survivor showcase on SST side because they had to face so much adversity with the Bloody Queen of UKG, which again, we're not really used to seeing that Bloody Queen. We thought it goes off meta. Now we're gonna move on over it. It's Zeta that chooses the red shirt. Oh, sorry, BZ. Sorry, my bad. BZ. Zeta is another team. I was like, dude, whoops. BZ. I was thinking another Japanese team. No, this is BZ, Poch. We're talking about the Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan region. Yeah. And it seems like UKG will still be on the hunter side, which in Red Church opens up a lot of his hunters now.
Yeah, I mean, could easily go for the Soul Weaver, could go for the Photographer, oh my god, and even the Feaster, so definitely very, very scary. Like, in their previous match, BZ has actually done very well tying against MRC in the first game. But in the second and third, they actually went with Maitake, so it's actually in BO2 and BO3. Maitake took the stand for BZ. So it's actually a pleasant surprise that they're changing it up this time. BO2, they are still sending out UKG. UKG with the glasses. If in the beginning of the match, he looks pretty focused. He looks pretty tense, maybe very concentrated, but now he sparks a little smile there. So maybe he's getting a little bit more comfortable and he's saying, yeah, you know what? Let me take BO2. I can bring out the Joseph in this map. Let's go.
That's what's so scary. If you see that smile from a hunter, that means he knows something is up. So I'm really scared. And SST, they still remain stoic as ever. Like you mentioned, the communication was very calm and collected. But right now, I think they might feel a little bit of that pressure because we have been heralding them as one of the teams that can make it, or like the shoo-ins. And as our friend Eli said, that one team to look out for, and that's non-mainland China, that's not from the Chinese mainland region, is SST.
Yeah, very, very strong SST. Even I know the team is not in the roster today, but even AG was very, 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 very creative, very, very strategic. They even You'll see. We will see when we get to their match later. But right now, let's just say SST isn't the only one that is surprising everyone in the main stage of COA 5, because we might be seeing the rise of the mainland China team, which is bound to catch up sooner or later, and that's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing because we want people to improve. We want everyone to improve. We want to see the best of the best compete each other and bring up the standards of non-mainland Chinese teams. Definitely has been helped. Thank you so much, NetEase, as well, because you guys have been doing so many community tournaments, organizing so many events just to prepare the teams outside of China to prepare for this main tournament. So it's definitely showing now. It's definitely showing now.
You know what? They've been stepping up each and every day, each and every year with Call of the Abyss, right? We keep saying like, oh, Call of the Abyss, right? It's China that we always have to look out for. But I think we're starting to see the rise. The match we just saw prior to this with GH versus MS, this could be the rise of the Korea region. And I would say that GH has nothing to be ashamed of because they really fought their hearts out, especially at that final match. They really fought tooth and nail. And we were backstage, if you would call it backstage, and like on the edge of our seats with that match because any representation outside of the big regions is so important for this game and for the community. So big shout outs also to the other non-mainland China regions. And as you mentioned, this could be the rise of the Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau region with how well they're playing against SST. But they still have to get through them. Go for it.
Even against MRC, because MRC is one of the 3 top China teams at the moment. Correct me if I'm wrong, because XC Xiao Qiang is one of the best Dream Witch players right now, and they managed to get the draw and bringing it to a best of 3. So I'm very, very impressed to see what BZ will be bringing to the table. SST, they've already proven themselves 2-0 against ACT. These 2 teams definitely want to watch out for, but unfortunately, one of those 2 teams are going to be moving on. Depending on today's result. And
I like they brought up their match against MRC, right? Because MRC, one of the most improved teams in IVL, and they're able to take wins over, I think, like X-Rock, all those big names that you know of, and they were slated to be the ones to kind of go through like these non-mainland China teams with ease, but BZ had other plans. They're here to stay, and they're here to tell everyone that you got to put some respect on BZ's name here because they're here to definitely slay the competition with how well they've been performing, and probably at the expense of SST. But knowing SST, I don't think they're going to go out without a fight. They've seen the big stages before. They do have an IVC competition in Japan, and I think they've also seen the big stage of Call of the Abyss. So always excited to see these 2 teams, 2 non-mainland China teams, kind of duke it out and show them what they got.
Yeah. I mean, I was so impressed with what happened with SST just now, even though they only managed to get 1 person out. But, wow, speaking on the side of SST survivors, everyone had their own highlight. We were actually talking about it just now, like 1 person, Unp with the bling drop down prediction and just double backing going back through the pallet. And Lim with the support at the dungeon, body blocking at the most impossible angle, and even Kazuneko, holy smokes. Kazuneko stunned like I don't know how many times he stunned, 5, 6 times, managing to heal, doing a stun again. So that's the kind of teammate you want in a ranked team at the very least.
And also to highlight, after all the amazing plays on the survivor side, UKG was still on top. So that's what you want in a hunter side. We saw patience, we saw resilience, and we saw 5 times abnormal. We're gonna see me sing in a bit, but I'm gonna try to I'll try to gain it back now. I'll double or nothing that. We'll see. But
double or nothing.
Let's not take anything away from UKG because I want to shine some light on how well he performed and just showing us again that it's similar to MS, right? They're very unconventional with their survivor strats. We thought they were going to force the Enchantress. We thought we were going to force all these unconventional picks, but you can also see that they can rock the meta. And I think that's actually a really scary thing to have if you're so used to non-meta picks. And once you go to the meta and you start using it, you're so effective. So I'm excited to see the deep hunter pool, or like how deep this game is going to be going between Sun Sisters and BZ, because it's only a matter of time. They're gonna have to bring out the big guns soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is not the first time I mentioned it, but sometimes non-meta characters, like what you mentioned, it catch people off guard. Like I've been practicing my whole life against a Bloody Queen, a Breaking Wheel, a Sculptor, a Naiad, a Dream Witch, and suddenly you throw in the Mad Eyes. That's what, yeah, that's what happened just now. A Mad Eyes pick in the previous game, from, I believe that was from you.
Yeah.
You brought up
MSU.
the Mad Eyes. Yeah, so MSU, it caught them off guard, and the first time it happened, wow, a draw at the most, against the most formidable survivor lineups. One of the
Yeah.
most formidable. So who knows? Maybe Lucino.
Who
Lucino
knows?
next.
I mean, Professor's coming out. This would be a great spotlight. I'm pretty sure that's going to be one of the featured matches. The thing is, though, I think that's a double-edged sword. If you bring out your ace or your hidden like trick up your sleeve, these China teams or these other teams, they're gonna study that and be like, we gotta watch out for this. So
yeah,
I can't wait. I know, like, let's say MS or maybe BZ, we might just be scraping the iceberg here. So I wonder how deep their hunter pool goes. And yeah, who knows? If Mad Eyes is on the table, we and Eli talked about how it's weird to say now, but how unviable he is. Like, he's so hard to use in a big tournament setting, but he's still got these tools that can make it work for a tie, for a 3-man, and it just shows. I think you just need one person to show you it can work, then everyone's gonna start to flock towards it. Kind of like how we look at IVL as like, okay, this is the meta now. Like, this is the beauty of Call of the Abyss, right? It's all regions showing what they have worked hard for and putting different metas to the test to see what comes out on top.
Yeah, for sure. Especially after this tournament, there's gonna be an update. I believe, I don't know if you've heard of it, but there's announcements of an update, and it's definitely gonna make adjustments to the cipher, adjustments to the hunter, new traits, and even in the upcoming tournaments, the new survivors can be used. The little girl, the novelist, the nightmare. So we're bound to see so many different metas coming into the mix, and it just gets me so excited because how can we not see that this game is so exciting? This is the only game throughout the 3 years that I spent which I always come back to. I'm a person who gives up after 2 weeks of a game, but this game is so exciting. I don't know. Oh, what is this?
Okay, so straight to the picks and bans. Now, bans the Bloody Queen, doesn't want to deal with that, but we're going to see a JoJo here at Red Church, which isn't bad. But how's Neko on the Prospector? Now, look at this. And we know Japan, they love their Prospectors, sometimes the Perfumers, but this is a pretty interesting lineup as well. Priestess, not banned, by the way. They didn't opt for a Priestess here. They went for the Entomologist and Postman. So interesting that, I guess Umpy is more comfortable with Ento than Priestess, because we know how crazy the Priestess can be. And actually, wait, I don't know if they're going to shift it up, but Lim actually more on that Priestess. So I'm not sure if they're going to switch it up. Maybe Lim might be playing support, but if not, let's go. Lim on that Mercenary.
Yeah, Lim should be on the Mercenary. She does play Rescuer aside from support. So, okay, here's the plan. I think that this is what they're doing. Like, UKG, you can obviously see, like, okay, this kind of lineup, I think they are focusing on forcing me to use a Blink at the very least to catch one survivor. And once I finish using the Blink, basically, I'm just chasing with barefoot. So, what can I do when that happens? So, I think UKG's strategy right here should be downing one survivor, at least with the Blink, like during the chase after the Mirror World collapse, downing them down, and don't even bother going for like a double hit.
Yeah.
Like, just wait. Okay, you want to rescue? Just rescue. But I'm waiting right here. The moment you rescue, I'm just gonna hit straight away. Because Joseph is so hard to chase, especially when he loses the ability to blink. So maybe that's the game strategy here. Get a draw at the very least. That's the plan for UKG.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if that plan will come to fruition. BC versus SST, round number 2 of the first half. A JoJo here at Red Church. Let's go.
Let's go. Oh, we are going straight into the game. It looks like UKG has already activated the mirror world, finding Unp. He's gonna be picking up Unp onto the balloons, but at the same time, we can see that two ciphers are being done at the same time. So Postman, it looks like Entomologist is already leaving the area, going towards the grave. I believe. Yep, he's running towards the grave right there. And UKG, he's just gonna chair straight away before the mirror collapse. Lim is in the middle there. Can he find one more? He's gonna find. If he finds the mercenary here, oh, that's gonna be 25% chip damage right there.
Yeah, he's gonna play conservatively. He just wants to down this mercenary right away. Going back and forth here. So Entomologist is down. Mercenary does not have that delayed damage anymore because he will be falling down to Jojo's sword here. So still monitoring the area in the graveyard now, waiting for his next target, trying to see and snipe out. But still, so far, so good. This is a Joseph match. No, every time you try, say, hey, I want to do a quick match. I only have 5 minutes to play the 95. Then it's a Joseph match. You're like, oh, okay,
Oh my God.
we're in for a treat.
Yeah, this like we've seen how UKG was so patient with the Bloody Queen, so it makes sense that he's very, very patient with this as well. Managing to heal Unp to maximum, but tanking the 75% damage from the Joseph. Mochi has to do that. So I'm expecting, will UKG be committing towards Mochi or the Entomologist? Because right now, yeah.
Something to take note of now. One thing that we did say is that Blink, but did bring that excitement. So I just want to reiterate that because, yeah, he will have to chase on foot. Yeah, no Blink and brought the excitement. So this is actually respect for the Prospector. Found the Entomologist again, playing it very conservatively. Will have to down her once again. But yeah, this does take a lot of time for the Cypher Progress or the Cypher Rush to happen. But I'm sure that the team of SST is kind of aware and they're going to try to, again, just look at that lower left side of the screen. They're healing. They're staying away. They don't want to touch any ciphers when he keeps going back and forth to the mirror world. Now it's Unp on the screen here on the church side. Watch out.
Oh my God, Kazuneko is the one getting hit down as well now. I think the plan for UKG right now is to drain the resources of the survivors. Like you can see, Unp's bees have already been drained a quarter, but the good thing is Kazuneko's magnets are replenishable, but that's where the Titan comes in. So basically, I think his plan is just to drain everyone and use up the self-heal, use up everything. Oh no!
Oh no!
Auntie, no man's
Speaking
land.
of which, yeah, just right there in the red carpet, here for the premiere of his chairing in the rocket chair. So UKG again, just able. I would say this is a great find because again, this was the very pesky entomologist, and also the Prospector needs to be healed up. So still holding on to that excitement. Now, UKG still has a full presence is going to be really tough to kite now since he has that card trick. And we saw how kind of efficient he was with it. So now 5 ciphers still remain. So UKG really putting the pressure on the survivors now.
Yeah, that's the sad thing though, because you see, he's waiting for the mirror world to activate again. And look, Unp is almost past half, and he's gonna activate the mirror world again. Looks like no one will be able to rescue before half, and it's still 5 ciphers remaining, Posh.
And yeah, UKG just popping up right there. Just make sure he blocks the windows. He's already gonna be camping out this this entomologist because he's soon gonna be flying out. I don't know if Mochi's gonna go for the save here because it's gonna be real tough. Probably just still wanting to keep him here in the real world, try to mitigate the damage. But no, okay. We see that Kazuneko is also here. He's gonna have to go for that hit. Gets the save. No, oh my God, the excitement popped, and Unp is down once again.
All in calculation of UKG. UKG pop, but oh my God, that almost hit him though.
Watch out.
Kazuneko not giving up, but unfortunately he's just too far away. Unp will be the first survivor to go back to the manor. It's already almost 5 minutes, and the first cipher has been done. And look, he's gonna find the. Oh my God.
2 of them actually, and the mercenaries here too. But like he's just gonna leave that. He just wants to injure everyone, and yeah, keep the mercenary like that. Resources are looking, I mean, like item-wise, looking pretty okay. Postman's letters have not been effective as of late because of just the mirror world. And now UKG is in a position once again to slowly but surely be like quicksand. The more you struggle, the faster you sink. So how do you try to counter this Joseph that's gained so much momentum at the start of this match?
Yeah, I mean, UKG's photographer, especially in Red Church, is definitely one hunter. Everyone, not just SST, needs to watch out for. Look, he's already draining all of the resources, and like everyone's injured. What can they do? If one person goes down, no one can rescue, and that's the thing. And he's just playing his card trick, waiting for the camera world to activate again, making sure that no one will be able to be healed. But Kazuneko, fortunately, will be healed. I'm just saying, at this point, SST might be thinking for me, I think they definitely should have respect his Joseph, and at least bring
Yeah.
a doctor if you're not gonna ban the Joseph in
True.
this match.
That would definitely see respect ban or respect counter
Take
pick
that
or
list,
like
yeah.
It's to bring that doctor because right now that doctor could be the difference maker. So it's going to be quite tough for UKG. Well, to just seize the momentum away from UKG. And yeah, him downing this prospector again. It's just really keeping survivors away from the objective here of just popping these ciphers. 3 ciphers remain. Dungeon is revealed, but now just look at the damage that this photographer is doing.
Because Neko is sniping the rescue. He's sniping the rescue, and he's trying to stop, but he's going to again. What is this? Oh my god.
Yeah, look, this is just confidence on the side. This is what's so scary if you allow him to bring his hunter of choice, and his hunter of choice, even though on tier lists, I don't know if you saw Eli's tier list for subscriber YouTube and also Nello, but it's not the best when it comes to this type of tournament, but UKG is making it work.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing though. Joseph still needs to find that survivor, and the SST survivors are being very smart here. They are making sure that they cannot, Joseph cannot find Mochi, because right now what they're doing is they're spread out. Mochi is at the very end because this strategy is very important. This action is very important, so that the card trick will not point UKG into the direction of Mochi. That's what they are trying to do right now. And Mochi is up.
Another photo.
Oh my god.
Okay, we should have actually predicted how many photos are gonna be taken.
I don't. It's uncountable, man.
It's hard, dude. It's not like abnormal where it just depletes, but here it's just constant.
Oh my god!
Now, again, the prospector. How many hits is this guy gonna take? And now Kazuneko getting away from the graveyard area card trick. Already popped up here. It seems like he's going to shift on back here. Wow. No, just covering so much distance here. Finds another survivor. The hunter instincts on UKG. Man, he turns into a different person when he puts on glasses.
Yeah, next level right there. And look, he's going back again. He's gonna pick up right in time. Oh my god, this. Right now, guys, this is how you play a photographer. This is how the photographer is meant to be played.
The economy of movement during the mirror world and the card trick, just how he's able to just go back and forth. Wow. And he still has the card world up, but he's been so efficient. Look, he's downed 1 survivor. He's shared 1 survivor. Mercenary again. So far from being, actually, if he's healed, that's not even going to be, it's not going to be anything. So not even going to bother healing him. And now UKG still in control here, but 2 ciphers still remain now. You have to give it up to SST. They're still unwavered with the plan. This could be the same scenario that they're still going to pop for the end game and for them to push for the last cipher here. So UKG cannot rest on his laurels. Yes, he's got a good start, but it really matters how you finish here. So UKG finding Lim.
Yeah, I think he's really struggling at this point, like trying to find where Kazuneko has actually dropped. I mean, he is not Unknown Z, so he wouldn't be able to tell where the survivors are without using the card tricks. And that's the thing about playing Joseph. Like, even if you get 1 survivor down in the mirror world, like using the multiple card tricks, you can see that he's actually struggling. And now activating the mirror world again. So. But I have to give props to UKG. Like, I haven't seen a photographer this good in COA ever since Yuelan.
YMM, yeah.
Yeah, Yuelan as well, YMM as well. And I just have to give props to him because right now he's doing all of this without blink, without teleport. He's just walking and he's just making his movement count. And
this is like I was just gonna say, like, this is unheard of with how well he's doing, but you gotta give it for SST. Just when he was about to pop that mirror world, prospector got up. They don't want to keep that prospector down if the mirror world is done. And UKG now again kind of struggling to find some survivors here, and the mirror world is going to only take the camera world is going to only take up so much time, but these survivors still really spread out. He's trying to look for more survivors to down here, but yeah, the SST just showing their adaptation and their resolve here. And we see that one of the survivors was actually in the area. UKG just shifting back and forth, to the reality and into the camera world. Camera world is already done. Still holding that card trick.
Oh, they have been holding on, and that's the thing. If they know how to counter a Joseph, they've been healing to 99%. The moment the mirror ends, both of the half heal, boom, full health. And Tranquility Letter sent straight away. SST is making this work, even though Unp has been sent back first to the manor. But look, 2 ciphers, 3 ciphers are being done, two of them more than half. So it's not over for UKG. UKG just transitioning so well right there. But without a blink, without a teleport, it's just making it so hard for him to do this all the time. Like everyone can kite UKG when he is just on when he's just on foot. That's the thing about you.
And the card trick can only do so much, right? You know the SST, they're not going to fall for the card trick shenanigans. Already another camera world here, but we see all the silhouettes, they're already ducking. They knew he was going to take that picture, so they're already hiding. So more and more as he's using this camera trick, but not the postman though. So this is going to be huge. More and more as he's using this camera world, SST is understanding more and kind of adjusting along with the process here. So it seems like UKG might have to commit to just keep going back and forth here in the graveyard and the top broken area. We do see that there is a survivor that was crouching there. UKG still just going back and forth, but still SST holding on.
Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to play mind games, just trying to make sure that the survivors don't really know where they are. And as soon as it's over, I think he's finally had enough. He's just gonna chair Mochi. Otherwise, look, the cipher is already at 87%. One cipher is almost done. I believe they can push it. They might be able to push it into, and they did. One cipher remaining before the mirror will end. So SST might be able to make it a draw here.
They could. They definitely could. But I really think that the excitement, that does bring some respect to Kazuneko's name, but it's you can feel that Joseph really does struggle with just walking and the card trick, even though that is an amazing skill to have. But SST, all they had to do is just really run away because he can only step back from that card trick. And now again, just the tug of war continues. We're not at Chinatown anymore. We're at Top Broken and Graveyard in this map.
Yeah, UKG is finally gonna find Mochi, but special thanks though to Mono in the chat. 5H Ace Young's photographer as well, getting a 4K elimination. Yang Mei in COA as well. Thank you so much for pointing it out and bringing the attention towards Joseph and how he's been underused in this tournament.
Oh my God, they pop it! And now they're pushing for the end game. Big shout outs again to all the JoJo mains out there. YMM and Yang, I think they're the same person, but still, now they're actually primed here. Oh my God, they see Mochi though. This is gonna be scary. And we see SST. He's got it. Oh, sorry. We see what's that? Kazuneko. This is scary because excitement is ready. So Mochi has to be very careful. He uses it. Oh, but this is gonna be quite tough. He's gonna have to vault it, and now Mochi. Oh, this is a tough spot.
God.
He popped up already, and he's not going to be able to. Oh, that's going to be a long stun, allowing the postman to make his way and transition to a closer part to the exit gate. Kazuneko still has all this magnet, saving it all for the end game. Oh my God, another stun! And Kazuneko, he's gonna try and buy as much time as possible. UKG trying to go for a big swing and miss, and SST, 3 survivors out.
Oh my God, with the detention, Joseph some more. He definitely brought 612 right there with just it was a high risk, high reward thing. He was counting on him. Oh my God.
Just when, again, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Sun Sisters telling everyone, it was the Mad Joseph plays. Sure, he was getting a lot of hits, but I believe it was sort of the same scenario of the first match. Yes, the survivors were able to buy so much time, but they weren't able to push those objectives. Here, yes, UKG, impressive performance, finding the survivors early on, but still, like, towards the middle to the late game, you know, the camera world, SST was able to adapt and adjust and ultimately win this first half.
Yeah, he did nothing wrong. He did exactly what a high-level Joseph would be doing in that kind of situation. It's just very unfortunate that Joseph has no auto detector. Like, if there are survivors around, his card tricks does not allow him to locate the fallen survivors, and that's the thing that happened towards him. Very, very unfortunate, and he does not have trump card to go for the late game. He was betting everything to end before the cipher was primed. But going on the side of SST, what an amazing display. 5 ciphers remaining. Unp has been sent back to the manor. They played with 3 survivors, managing to prime everything. 5 ciphers.
And no healers.
No healers.
No barmaid. We got no doctor. No psychologist. That was amazing plays. One thing I do want to point out is a little bit of, I think the mind games got to UKG. He did pop that abnormal before. I think that he could have waited a bit before he got latched on with a magnet. Just yeah. So yeah, exactly. So it was.
It doesn't slow him though. Like
Yeah.
excitement, I think excitement didn't even slow him, because even if you are bitten by the dog, it doesn't remove the slow. I believe that was the case because he was still moving slowly.
Yeah, he was. I think, yeah, maybe the magnet, if he could have gotten hit by the magnet, but yeah, the slow, I don't know. Yeah, I think it doesn't affect. Again, it was just a really mad dash towards the exit gate, and you got to give it to SST. They really stuck to their guns. What a draining game, like mentally.
Yeah, definitely. My mind is blown, but props to UKG. Like, at least getting one survivor down. And look at the amount of time. I would imagine this match to, like, you might have a longer containment time, but it looks like they have been spending most of the time healing. Mochi, you should be playing doctor, because 5 healings right there. And even Lim, 2 healings and 1 healing by Kazuneko. Anti is unfortunately being sent back to the manor at 27 seconds containment time. Yeah, a lot of high level plays that just very unfortunate that excitement in the end, it couldn't really contribute towards the chase potential. It did contribute towards stopping being stunned, but who cares? Because like in that situation, SST didn't care, because okay, so what if I miss one magnet?
I still have
the
another.
moment your excitement's over, I still have another donut.
Exactly.
Like, you don't want to eat it, but I'm gonna feed it to you anyway. So and that's what happened.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the pros of the pros of the prospector is that it always replenishes, like you mentioned, and yeah, it could have been different maybe if he changed the trade up a bit, but you know what, that's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas. He still got one survivor out of the game, which was again a victory in its own, because you don't get that big gap, and they got. I say that they really cemented sort of a lead in round number 1, but now the pressure is on SST's Hunter side to really just take this round in the hole here with Alf, or probably they're going to go back to their first round Hunter. But BZ survivors, they've shown they showed yesterday and today that, you know what, their survivors are definitely more than capable to get the win here.
Yeah. I mean, there are some insights going on, like they are discussing about the things in the chat. But yeah, I believe one of the things that maybe UKG could have done there was instead of trying to control the Cypher Rush, I mean, it's a good thing to control Cypher Rush. At the same time, should definitely just chair the survivors and just make them waste their self-heal resources at the very least. So when they are busy spending time healing, at least that's time not spent on the Cypher. So it might have worked another way. And also maybe bringing a blink instead of an excitement. But look what we have here.
It's Alf. Alf will be the Hunter now. So I would say Alf having a bigger Hunter pool. So BZ have to be on their toes with whatever Alf brings to the table. Alf also not shying away from the meta Hunters. So this is definitely going to be something. Oh, it's 99 now. Okay.
Choo-choo.
He's got the mask too, so subscribe to the 87 YouTube.
he needs to plus 12 to get 87 to 99 right there. And Alf, his team has already done their best against UKG's Joseph in Red Church. So basically, what Alf needs to do right now is try to secure as much points as possible just to reset what happened in game number 1. Game number 1 was 6-2. And right now in game number 2, first half, SST has managed to get 1 point. So basically, total point is now at 7-5. So as long as Alf manages to get, like, you know, at least, let's say, a 3 kill, that would have resetted the point and managed a win overall against BZ. So Alf, look at him, he's stretching. I think he's about to transform to Gandalf. He definitely needs the magic though. He definitely needs the magic.
Let's check out his interview though.
ボンボン初めてなんか大会で見た時にもう衝撃を受けて、いやすごっと思って、でそこからランク戦とかよく見たりして参考にさせてもらってたことも多いし、でなんか前回の COA V で注目している選手みたいなので僕のことを言ってくれてたので気になります。
Hey, real recognized real there. Hunters respecting hunters there. I can't wait for that. Are they in the same? I gotta check the group stage because if they're gonna run into GG because yeah, they definitely showed respect to each other back in COA 4, but this is COA 5, ladies and gentlemen. So Alf will be doing the hunting. I wonder if he's gonna bring out that guard 26 that he mentioned that he respects from PP Ja.
Yeah, game recognizing game right there, and he was being a little bit cheeky. You know what? You're watching me, but I'm watching you too. So yeah, so a little bit of bromance, right? A little bit of romance right there. Like, you know, it's always good though to keep a healthy relationship back and forth between high level players. Like outside of tournament, you guys are still friends. We can all be friends, and that's what we should do in the chat as well. Like we come from different places, we support different teams, and we all have our own opinions. But at the end of that day, we try and be positive. We try and respect each other's opinions, and you know what? We don't have to put anyone down just to make a point. And yeah, back to the game 2 second half.
Yeah, we're seeing the ban of Alf's Sculptor, which is one of the hunters he's very formidable with, especially in a map like this, Red Church. So yeah, that's definitely a good ban on this side. But it seems like with a Forward and Seer ban, let's see who else he'll be banning. It seems like the mechanic, so he's really wanting to control that Cypher Rush as well.
Yeah, he's definitely they're definitely afraid of Alf's Sculptor. I mean, Alf did mention that he particularly loves playing Sculptor, especially now it's in Red Church. So I think Alf has no choice but to go. But I'm not really sure what he can go in this kind of situation. Like what hunter can secure a 3K, because that's what he needs right now. I don't think he's going for a draw, because even if he goes for a draw, if it comes to a tie in a best of 3 situation, it's gonna be coming down to points advantage, and BZ will be in the lead. But
yeah, he's going for the Bloody Queen here, which we do have that meme that she's the Thai Queen, but as of late she's been, I mean, we've seen some 4Ks here and there in the qualifiers, and Alf I would say very adept and very skilled with this Bloody Queen. And looking at what he has banned, it kind of makes sense now. You know, he doesn't want that Cypher Rush to happen. He also is afraid of that Owl and also the stuns. But now they kind of just substituted that. No main decoder, but a lot of staying power on the side of the survivors here. So he has to worry about the Acrobat's juggling balls and also the batter's swings here.
Yeah, I mean, BZ's drafting is definitely gearing towards a draw. They're trying to tank up in face of Alf's Bloody Queen, but Alf, knowing him, I think he's definitely gonna try and push for 3 to 4K.
He's got the postman's dog on his table.
It is, and he's watching him. What is going on? So, well, it's a good thing.
Slow him down. We'll see what happens.
Well, he might need to bring excitement for it.
That's not the postman dog. That's his patroller, dude. He's a hunter. How can we forget? He's a hunter, man.
Of course. Hunter, okay. Patroller on BQ. Let's go. New meta.
That's gonna be so annoying.
It is. Like, you know, get one hit and then get one bite onto the survivors. But I don't know. It just feels like he's just gonna go with the blink. And Dogo might be a trump card change. Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows? But we'll find out in our round number 2 second half here against SST versus BZ. BQ making her way to the Red Church.
All right, it looks like Alf is going to be exiting the Red Church. He's going to rotate towards the back gate, going to spot out Ola. Ola is going to try and say Ola, but I think Alf didn't spot him. But he did spot the trail though. And Ola, he's going to risk being hit by the mirror. And he got... Wow, I didn't thought that would hit. But it hit.
And just right when the real estate wasn't in favor of Alf, able to get that hit. So that's already a victory on itself. Though Ola hasn't used any of his resources yet, he will try to kite as long as possible here at the exit. the back
God.
exit. Yeah, just getting rid of this pallet could actually prove to be really good for Alf's side. Has another pallet to work with, but he's just waiting for the mirror to be ready, and there he goes. Yeah, so the ball won't be affecting him anytime soon. But Ola cornering himself. Oh no, he's able to get the sandwich hit. Not quite yet. He's gonna have to use the ball, and he's able to hit him over the air. Alf gets his first target down. Alf's got his anti-airs on point.
Yeah, I mean, Ola definitely shouldn't be staying at that position for that moment, because Alf was obviously boxing him into that corner. Like, you know, he was obviously waiting for his mirror to cool down, and then he could get him with the mirror. So I think the transition there would have been better for Ola. But you know what? That is a very good start for Gandalf. Sorry, Alf.
Alf.
And Alf is working his magic. Like 5 ciphers remaining, 1 person already down, and Lo-Fi is gonna have to leave his cipher, come for the rescue, dashes in, gonna get that hit. What?
That's so huge. And now Lo-Fi will be falling down. Oh my god. Another last effort. This is gonna be a double down situation for Alf.
Oh my god.
Alf firing on all cylinders here, taking no prisoners, waiting for the last effort to finish up. My god. This is
That's
insane.
not Alf. That's not Alf. That's Gandalf right there playing for SST. Gandalf
Alf,
from
Alf
Moon
the
Brothers.
Great. Not the Gray, the Great. Alf the Great.
The Great.
It's
Alf the
double
Great.
down, and the timing on that. Can we just say how amazing Alf is downing this mercenary, putting BZ in a really bad spot here. Anne is the one next to go for this rescue, and it seems like Alf has to be very careful with this bat. But we see that the mirror has already been popped up. You can be very careful, but now the mirror is trying to snipe out Anne. Gonna change it up, and this is buying so much time for the acrobat to stay in this chair. Are they gonna try to go for backdoor rescue?
Oh
No,
my God.
Anne eats the hit in time for the rescue, though.
Yeah, I mean, but still, 3 ciphers are almost done. Oh my god, that ball by Anne was so good, but he got the hit onto Ola at the same time. So very, very unfortunate right there for BZ.
Oh, watch out.
Watch out.
Yeah, I
Is he gonna
I
try
thought he
and
was
get
gonna
the
get the hit.
double down?
Yeah, he's gonna try, but at least they can. At least Anne could just move on a little bit away, and now Ola will be heading back to the manor here. So Alf again, such I would say a smothering pace early on, forcing resources to be diminished here. Batter mercenary is already healed up, as well as the batter psychologist is going to be a normal character since she's already going to use that whistle to heal. But it's again, we still can't call this a game, right? We've seen from match 1 that we cannot call anything until the Exegatus Pop or the last survivor is sent back to the manor. So let's see how Alf will try to respond to this situation now.
Yeah, I mean, BZ is definitely in this game. They can still manage to make a comeback out of this situation, because, you know, with a psychologist using the remote heal, it's just game changing. Like, you know, you just heal the psychologist, you just heal the mercenaries from so far away, even faster than you heal by hand. So that's definitely one thing to watch out for. Alf is gonna choose the next target. Yeah,
Smart.
so Juju 99 is going to be the one making the kite right now. But like what you said, Posh, the psychologist is just gonna be. What? Did that hit?
Wow, it hit. Yeah, just when he tried to slam that pallet down. Alf again with the timing and also the distance to not get slammed by the pallet. And Alf, oh my god, Alf has some problems, but 99 problems is not one of them. Look at that. Oh my god.
I love
Alf
that. I love that.
is on a tear right now. BZ has to respond quick, but at least two ciphers still remain. Mercenary still has some elbow pads to utilize, but no tide turner on their side since it was already used on the acrobat.
Yeah, they've used up all of the tide turner. So basically, right now it's a war of attrition. Like, they're obviously decoding the third cipher because the second last cipher has been camped by Alf. 99 is so near right there. And the moment An touches the cipher, the mirror's gonna come out, gonna try and camp out. Is making sure that the cipher will not be primed, will get hit. Oh!
Has to be careful.
No.
Lo-Fi, he's done this game before. He has to be very careful. Alf, he's playing the long game here. Gets the rescue, but down goes 99 once again. Yeah, Alf realizing, all right, try to go for the rescue. I know you don't have tide turner anymore, so you're gonna have to try to play this game again. Has to be careful once again not to get that terror shock.
Yeah, I mean, just beautiful play right there. Just making sure that even though the mercenary didn't get hit and could potentially go for another rescue, but here's where it becomes tricky. One more hit, never mind, it's fine. I'm just gonna hit you. Oh!
Ooh, that was scary,
I
but
thought
no
he hit the
chair
chair
hit.
there.
Me too. So now Lo-Fi has to be time this one really well. Times the ticking. Has to eat the hit. Goes for the hit on 9-9. Blink is already online for Alf, and he goes for the blink hit. Missed here 9-9. This could be a rebound kite for his life. Goes for the charged up hit. Nothing yet. 9-9 able to buy a little more time, but now the mirror image is propped up.
Oh my goodness, this is a... Oh, but unfortunately, Alf's mirror is up, and even though he missed that hit there, it's just very unfortunate because right now, Jiu 99 will be sent back to the manor, the second person to send after Ola, saying sayonara, and there, Lo-Fi is actually trying to rush that second last cipher at 71%. They are both actually trying to rush the cipher, so they really need to prime. So Alf has to pick his poison, Better or Merc. But I think that he will definitely have to go for the Merc because Merc is gonna be a liability when he has that delayed damage, like when he goes down.
Yeah. Just get rid of it right away. Nice elbow pad on the side of Lo-Fi. Able to counter and try to get that trade off. Using the trade for him to use that elbow pad to expend it. And now buying a little more time for the Cypher to try and get prime. 91% on that Cypher. So Alf still has to down this mercenary at the right time to be able to secure that victory. Now we see that the mirror skill is ready. Goes for the hit. Lo-Fi will be falling down. So now will Alf, he really wants to just down this mercenary right away, and he does. Leaving and the only survivor. Watch out. He's got to switch and pick it up if he's going to make it in time. And he does.
Yeah, at this point you have to wonder, Anne, should Anne prime the Cypher? But Anne is at full health, so I don't think he should prime the Cypher. He did! He actually primed the Cypher!
This is huge.
My god.
Now you have one survivor remaining with a Bloody Queen, with her skill to be ready, and has detention. We have a batter with two cricket balls to utilize, but Anne might run into the Bloody Queen. Has to be very careful. Repositions the mirror, but he's just hiding there. Is he gonna? Oh no! He's trying to go for the hit.
Oh,
now he sees the
trail.
marks.
He saw the trail.
Yeah.
I don't understand the logic behind priming the Cypher though. Like he already checked Lo-Fi. He might as well just wait longer because he can definitely take two
dungeon.
And get dungeon as well. He has two balls left. Like now Alf has detention, and it's so hard to kite like a detention.
He's trying to go for the save. Can he go for the hit? He's gonna go for the save. Oh, watch out! Can he go for it? He does. Mercenary falls down, and now this is again. We're back.
It's
to
gonna be a
square
4K
one here.
now. Oh my God.
It's gonna be quite tough. Detention is nowhere close to being run out. And has one shot left, but the blink is gonna beat that baseball bat, and Alf secures himself 4K. Doesn't have to share the mercenary first. Alf the Great, man. Alf the Great coming from Gondor, coming with the Eagles. Ending the 3 books.
Under lightning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fly, you fools! Or was it?
You fools! And he was even drinking coffee or tea when he finished the game. I caught him drinking something. But you know what? I think just a little bit of thinking, a little bit of thought right there, guys. Tell us what you think in the chat. Maybe Alf has already checked the machinery. Maybe Anne shouldn't have primed the Cypher, like what we mentioned just now, because there's no point in priming the Cypher. Like, Mercenary is already in the chair. You just have to kite. Yeah, you just kite.
And I believe I believe in Anne's ability. Yeah, with how rescue, force the second chair to happen, and just kite out till dungeon. I believe that would have been a good scenario. But again, I like how the chat is being very supportive and also giving their insights. Again, shout outs to some of our friends here. We have Soy Milk and Aurora in the chat too.
Oh, really?
We also have, they're definitely in the chat. So big shout outs to you guys. Shout outs to Lazy. Yeah, a lot of them just giving their insights and whatnot.
Everywhere. Oh, even Devastri, one of the Joseph players on stream. Hello,
let's go. Yeah, Lisa Pockets also. Just everyone just being very supportive to all the teams. Again, we want to be able to support these players, especially with how much stress they're going. And SST just showing us, yes, they faced adversity early on in round number 1, but yeah, they could just shake it off. They could definitely, they're playing on another level now.
Yeah,
we don't want to get... That might be the song I'll sing, but we might get DMC struck, so I won't sing it.
Yeah, I'm just rapping right now, so I think it's fine. But you know what? It's instead of just getting a 3K, instead of just getting a draw, instead of getting a 3K, they actually got a 5-0. And this is where things are gonna start getting very, very dangerous for BZ, because right now they are both at 1 win each. 1 win each, BZ 1 win, SST 1 win. Basically, all they can do is all BZ cannot tie best of 3. They need to win in order to win 2 rounds against SST's 1 win. And on the other hand, SST, they can relax right now because all they need to do is, well, they just need a draw. They just need a draw, and basically they win. They win by points. So right now, points are at, let's see, 10 to 7.
Wow, just like that, right?
10 to 7 in favor of SST.
Oof,
oh my
this
God.
This is them firing on. I mean, we're seeing different levels to SST. Yesterday, we saw complete dominance. Here, we saw like them put in a really bad spot, and they're able to bounce back just like that. And this, mind you, Nell, this was a map choice by BZ. So they really wanted that Joseph to, or they wanted UKG's Joseph to really do some work here, but it was Alf's Bloody Queen, which again, he's really known for that sculptor, and I don't know if he has that breaking wheel, but yeah, really known for those hunters. The Bloody Queen, again, just very stable in our eyes, but we saw how well he was able to down the Acrobat early on in that corner, back gate part of that map. So yeah, you're gonna have to be very careful going up against Alf in this competition and his Bloody Queen as well.
Yeah, I mean, Alf the Great, definitely showing his greatness as Bloody Queen, turning the Thai Queen into the real Bloody Queen.
Oh yeah,
with a 4K, just spectacular.
Long live
right there.
the Queen.
Long live the Queen. Long live the Queen. And but let's not take away from BZ as well. BZ has definitely done their best. They have tried their best. Just very unfortunate that, like what you said, the moment SST survivors got used to the way UKG was playing, things changed.
Ooh. And now we're checking out the highlights again. Great start to UKG's Joseph here, but this was the last the relay race, going straight to the exit gate. Tries to go for a last-minute swing here, but unfortunately for UKG's Joseph, it didn't turn out in his favor. So let's check out the rest of the highlights. Sorry, we're just talking. We love talking about this game, so enjoy the highlights, chat.
技能是好的，技能是好的。小门多少？小门技能是好的，你要休息。修完了，修完吧，修完吧。反抗，反抗，等会儿就死。修完他死了。不会死，不会。
And they're seeing us dance right now, Nell.
Oh my God,
we're back. Elevator music. We are back. Yeah, we're definitely back. Because we still have to settle this this match here between BZ and SST. Both of them showing successes in the first and second game, but now all comes down to round number 3.
Round number 3, like what we pointed out before, the short break just now. BZ definitely needs to get a win in terms of round. Doesn't matter what the points are, as long as they can just get the slight advantage over SST, they'll be taking this game and will keep their tournament alive. Whereas SST, they are more relaxed because right now they are at an advantageous. They are at a huge advantage in points. Even though both of them won 1 game each, but if it comes to a draw, and you know that anything can happen, draw is the easiest. It's a very common thing in especially BO3, BO2s. If a draw happens, SST can safely take the second win out of the 3 games and secure the top 12 going to COA finals.
I would have to say SST, I'm just looking at the leaderboard here. Yeah, they could be leading the pack because they will have the 2 victories, and at the expense of our friends in BZ over here because, yeah, they are fighting for their lives. Again, you want to get the top 3 spots. That's who will be advancing to the global finals. Again, you want to get the first place because you do get better seating in the tournament, but getting top 3s is in these I would say these killer brackets, because you can mention so much. Actually, all teams are the teams on every group are just stacked and packed. So for you to get a top 3 going to the global finals is a feat on their own. So I'm really excited to see how this match will conclude.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why I'm just feeling so nostalgic right now. We're already at COA 5, the fifth edition of COA, and speaking of which, we are also at the 4th anniversary. And I don't know if you guys have checked it out. We are NetEase is releasing a 4th anniversary gift box with the white seer. So we've come a long way. We've come a long way, and to see all these teams grow. My God, so good.
like you mentioned, right? There's gonna be some changes to the game, right? You know, every time in COA, like Siler comes in and gives his announcements and changes things up. So I'm really excited if they're gonna. You said there are gonna be some changes to ciphers, new metas, new characters coming into competitive play. I think this might be a really big shakeup, because we have noted that, right, coming into this COA, Little Girl's not allowed, Novelist not allowed, as well as Nightmare. So I think they're keeping it at a point where they're keeping the game in like a stasis mode for now, because I think the changes that are about to come up are pretty big. So it's too big for this grand stage. So I'm excited. I mean, this game is still so exciting how it is now. So what more as the changes come? But let's go back to the action here. We're going to Moonlit River Park, chosen by SST.
Wow, what is their plan right here? SST going to the Moonlit River Park. Are they gonna finally unleash the Breaking Will on Alf? Does Alf plan to bring out the Breaking Will, or at least force BZ to
ban it?
You know, to ban it, because I think I'm not really sure if UKG has it to play a Breaking Wheel, because we know that he plays a Bloody Queen, we know that he plays a Joseph. Right now, I think if ever I haven't seen any substitute coming in. Like Maitake is the substitute for BZ, but I think UKG will be the one we'll be seeing in the BO3. And already you can see Mary being banned, the Seer, the Forward Priestess being banned as well.
It seems like Alf was the one hunting, because they gotta put respect on that Bloody Queen. So Alf might bring out that Breaking Wheel, because we know how viable it is here. Or he could give a shout out to the Bonbon mains out there and bring out Bonbon. We have seen PPX rock the Bonbon, even though the map is so huge. He's still able to get 4Ks there. That could and his Sculptor as well. So these are some pretty good bans on the side of BZ. So let's check out their survivors.
Yeah, let's check out the survivors. But before that, well, yeah, we talked about how Alf, let's see, he does play the Sculptor, he does play the Bonbon, and he does play the Bloody Queen, and both of them are being banned right now. Like what you mentioned, he might bring out the Bonbon, but in order for that to happen, he needs to take out the Harasser, he needs to take out the connector between the two ends of the map. So he managed to take out two of them, Priestess and Forward. So I think what BZ can do right here at this point, they have to gear up towards a win, or even a draw. A win or even a draw, and then just let UKG get it. But if I am BZ, I would definitely try to get at least a 3-man escape, because putting so much pressure into like letting the Hunter be the decisive factor in the second half is gonna be so much pressure for Team BZ. So I think they're gearing up towards a 3-man escape, and the Acrobat and the Mercenary, best two startups.
There. I actually thought he was gonna get rid of the Patient, but I think he really wants to get rid of the Stunners. I think he saw some fire in Anne. That's why it's like, let's get him away. But we're gonna see a Cowboy, Nell. So a Cowboy in this map is gonna be huge. BZ going a little unconventional. I'm not sure if this might be a bold declaration, but this might be the first Cowboy in the group stage. I'm not quite sure. I think it might be. Chat,
Cowboy, let's go.
Let's go. Here we go. Everyone in the chat, spam howdy for the Cowboy Kevin here. Howdy,
let's
partner.
Go.
Let's go.
Howdy.
And Mechanic. They seem like they're going a little bit with comfort here, and I don't know. I know Eli always mentions Mechanic is going for that tie, but okay, now going for that Toy Merchant. Okay, so really building up a comp here that would be such a nightmare for anyone to chase. especially with maybe like the toy merchant support. Cowboy, you always have to look behind if you're about to balloon a survivor. So let's head on over to Alf's side and see if he'll be maybe using the breaking wheel or Geisha in this map.
Can we forget about Geisha? Oh my god.
Geisha. Okay, yeah.
It eliminates everything BZ was setting up for.
Building up for. Oh god, you're right.
Oh my god, Alf, in one flick, in just one pick, getting rid of 2 harassers, getting rid of the priestess of the seer, he manages to just outdraft BZ. Like, what can you do against a geisha? What can an acrobat do? Like, you can throw the bombs all you want, the geisha's butterfly will always stick to you. And even the machinery, you cannot create distance. Toy merchant as well.
Yeah, that's true. The distance is definitely mitigated with the changes. I mean, you gotta love how they changed the geisha, especially added more layers when she can throw her butterflies. Remember before when it's just like a red light, green light game all the time? Now you saw how viable she is in competition. Shout outs to Pen from Southeast Asia that also rocks the geisha and he's eating well tonight because, you know, geisha is being represented. Shout out to Dong Xuan that just shows how amazing his geisha is. I think he's the one that also popularized, or a lot of people popularized, the abnormal geisha. I'm excited to see what Alpha's going to bring to the table here as well in terms of traits.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he needs to worry about Cypher Rush, especially since this build is geared towards heavy support. Survivability, heavy support. So I think what Alf can do is probably just bring teleport, a normal one.
Standard,
teleport with fast breaking pallets, with detention, and that's it. That's all he really needs, because right now, even if he gets a draw, it's fine for him. He's more chill. He's more comfortable right here. And yeah, there we have it.
Alf the Great on the geisha here, up against, I would say, a very unorthodox pick on BZ's side, but that's what they gotta go for to win this map. So let's head on over to the Moonlit River Park to see how this match will conclude.
This commentary is brought to you by Posh Spice and Nello Mello.
Please like, share, and subscribe.
Let's go. Oh, the bride. Hey, one fun fact though. Like a lot of people likes the bride. A lot of hunter mains like the bride because of the hitbox. The hitbox is really, really accurate. Like that's why a lot of people rather choose the bride right here. And like, speaking of which, he is going to be rotating towards the 4th station, and on the cowboy will be the first person to be spotted.
Alf saying howdy to the cowboy here. So Anne is gonna have dropping the pallet already, but chasing him at a pretty tough spot here. Gonna try to flip over, but he already double backed here, utilizing the butterfly to be able to mitigate the distance here. And now Anne trying to just move away from this spot and try to get to a place with more pallets, or a place where he can cut line of sight to buy so much time. But yeah, this is gonna be tough. He's gonna try to do another lasso trick here. Waiting for it, but now downs the cowboy here right in front of a chair. And he's also brought, just looking at the traits here, can just change to, he brought trump cards. So he will be, what did he bring? He brought Blink. So he really is aggressive on the on-start.
Very, very aggressive. And speaking of which, like, this is what I was talking about. Like, Alf bringing out the geisha, it counters cowboy, it counters toy merchant, it counters acrobat. And look, just like in 20 seconds, not even 20 seconds, and the cowboy has been down. Ola has to...
Wow! He got hit off the air! Alf, a master of just sniping the acrobat out of the air, and again trying to do a lasso trick, but still Alf doesn't even need to use his skill. Went for a regular hit, but at least Anne moving away, going towards the bridge part. But Alf already covering the distance here, throwing a butterfly there, saying, there's nowhere for you to go there. And this is where, you really miss having a priestess on the map.
For sure. And that final hit has finally unlocked Geisha's full presence, and right now, Alfsha is gonna be dashing faster, stronger, simply because it's already at level 2. Full presence Geisha. 4 ciphers remaining, guys. Ladies and gentlemen. Alf with the strong geisha right here.
Yeah, a strong geisha, and now we see that the blink is online. I mean, he's just gonna camp this one out because once the cowboy is out, it's gonna be so hard. Oh, he's gonna go for a drop hit. Can he get this one? He's waiting for it. Oh, gets the chair hit, but still has a regular hit available. Alofa has to be very careful. Okay, he gets the regular hit. How can Cowboy try to mitigate this situation? Lasso's there, but the butterfly just counters it and has to be very careful, try to break that line of sight. The last effort is popped, and Alf will be downing this cowboy. No one here to harass, probably the acrobat, but still, it's going to be too dangerous for him to try and approach Alf at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're gearing up towards, it's very unfortunate. Anne is going to be the first one to be sent back to the manor, but good thing on BZ, at least they are trying to heal each other up. Now Acrobat has been healed to full, but we're very unfortunate. Wanted order for 2 seconds right there. But I think Alf doesn't care. Alf doesn't care. He's
blink. Oh, he's able to get Ola. Sheesh. Alf on this geisha once again, just flexing the BQ and now just showing his prowess with this character. Olaf, oh my gosh, again, just trying to stay in this area, but the geisha, oh wow, able to use the flame bomb to just move away, but Alf still has some butterflies to utilize, able to skill check him now. A bit of a game of a red light, green light for Ola to be able to hug the pallets here, but still, Alf, just the patience and the controlled aggression is being displayed on our screens, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a display of geisha mastery right there. The dashes, no hesitation at all. Just very sharp, very clean. And that's what exactly Alf did to take down Anne, number 1. And now, Ola, number 2. Machinery at half health. Lofi, even if he manages to rescue here, there's no doubt it's going to be a double down. And that's the problem because there are still 2 ciphers left. And they actually look at the cipher progress. 4 ciphers being done.
Able to get... Oh my God, he wants the double down.
He wants it.
Alf really is not settling for anything less. We did say the stipulations for him. If he gets a tie, again, that's going to be a good position for SST, but Alf not wasting any time. The slow ball will waste some time for him, but Ola, again, just sticking to some pallets here. But again, the butterflies, butterfly, zip right through those structure and goes for the hit. Now has a double down situation. Alf going to be sending the acrobat out of this game. Can focus now on the toy merchant, or if he so chooses, the mercenary, but still 2 ciphers still remain. It's going to be quite tough, and this is where we're going to see the dashes come out of Alf.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's trying to chair the machinery here. He remembers that the machinery definitely must be dropped here, but 99 has already left the area, and I'm not really sure. I think he was just scouting for Tinnitus in case there's someone trying to rescue, but at this point, I don't think 99 is going to go for the rescue. I think at the very least, BZ right now, to salvage the situation, at least go for force Alf to chair the machinery, and at least go for the dungeon, make it a 3-1, so that BZ Hunter, at least BZ Hunter will have a chance to make a comeback with 3K in the second half. But if it's a 5-0, if it's a 4K elimination by Alf the Great now, I think BZ is gonna be very stressed, very pressured.
Yeah, switches to teleport, finds the mercenary. Excellent dash on Lo-Fi's part, able to skill check him as well. So this is actually pretty good. Can he buy enough time? 1 cipher still remains. He's gonna have the kite of his life here to buy enough time for the toy merchant and able to get that hit. Alf is being very patient here, but Lo-Fi drops the pallet here, able to get the hit though. Yeah, so it's still quite unfortunate. Mercenary already expended his self-heal, so now all sights are set on 99. And did you I mean, like, it's just insane how Geisha could just cover the distance like that, not even crossing that bridge. She's so good on this map.
Yeah, that's why I don't really like playing against a Geisha in this map, especially such an open map. It's so easy for Geisha to cover the distance, like just in the blink of an eye, like a Thanos snap. And the dungeon is going to be here, but Alf is definitely not going to give any opportunity for 99 to escape the dungeon.
But yeah, 99 still buying enough time, but yeah, it's gonna take some time for the mercenary to bleed out. He's gonna try to go towards the roller coaster here, but Alf just putting a butterfly. That's a stop sign for you, miss. You're not adding on that ride. You need to be this tall to enter the roller coaster, and Alf downs the toy merchant, leading to a 4K situation for SST. Wow.
Mind blown. Like if you notice, this is exactly why every player might not like kiting against a geisha. Look at Alf being so happy. Like you notice a few times he has used this technique. Every geisha player knows this technique. Putting the butterfly in between, avoiding the loops, and when the butterfly is there, just dash and quickly swipe the phone over, quickly swipe the screen over to make a back hit. That's what geisha means always do in that kind of situation, and it always catch people off guard.
Yeah, the 180 hit, like dash, 180 hit. He's so good at it. I wish we could see an Alf hand cam with how well he's been playing. And also, just mechanically gifted, undeniable how well he is on the hunter side. And yeah, if Nell, I know you're gonna do some quick maths here, but I think SST might be a lock-in unless. Oh wait, what is there an unless or unless?
Unless there's no unless here,
there's no
unfortunately,
unless,
because even if they bring it to a, a draw. It's still gonna be in favor of points because of Alf the Great's bloody queen in game number 2. That ultimately cost them to win by points, even if they go into a draw right here. But just for the sake of completion, we are definitely gonna see a second half by BZ versus SST. So basically, SST can maybe go crazy with their picks. Maybe an Embalmer.
Embalmer. I want to see that Hell Ember come out of UKG. Who knows? Like if we're gonna have this for the fans and whatnot, because we still have to complete out this game, and you're also gonna have some scrims with one of the best teams out there. But before anything else, let's try out these match stats again. Alf really took no prisoners here. Again, compared to the 15 to 10-minute games that we've been having, Alf finished this game in 6 minutes and 51 seconds. Kiting times almost reached that 60-second mark, but once he had his sights set on Ola, it was the Anne at first. It was really a snowball that turned into an avalanche for Alf, and he really took no prisoners in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how much 99 has been decoding right there. Definitely master decoder in that game, but just very, very unfortunate because the moment you are caught off guard with the geisha, like the cowboy has been caught off guard, and just allowing Alf's geisha to get the full presence, it's just going to be so much harder to anti-dash. That's number one. Number two, the speed of the dash. It doesn't matter how you try to kite, no matter how far you gain the distance, what you can see over the bridge, just by one dash. So that's definitely 1 point to Alf. Alf definitely has gotten 2 5-0s in this match against BZ.
2 5-0s. Sheesh, ladies and gentlemen. Ice in Alf's face. Sheesh. Let's go.
You're starting sheesh in the chat too.
Oh wow, we're sheeshing. We're sheeshing in the chat. You gotta give it up. I mean, you gotta highlight that. And I know we talk about Lim, we talk about 99, we talk about all these amazing players, but you gotta admit Alf is kind of in a prime position to get MVP here now. I mean, 5 points back to back. That's pretty undeniable for the MVP award. But we will head into this last match of the day again. Show your love and support for both these teams, because I know BZ is not going to go down without a fight, and they also want to. UKG does not want to go down without a fight. I'm sure he wants to entertain the fans as well. Same goes for SST. So
Maitake, let's go.
Maitake coming in. Yeah, just change that up. There we go.
Let's go. Yeah, Maitake is probably going to bring out his Bonbon or even his Naiad, because he has done Naiad in a big map before in best of 3 against MRC in Lakeside. Unfortunately, he got a 1k out of that. But nonetheless, I think he has more hunters to choose from if the main hunters like DQ, Breaking Will is being banned. So yeah, but I just want to point out though, Posh, like in the middle of everything here, it looks like SST is number one. SST is getting their smiles back. Like Kazuneko is definitely smiling here. Look, he's trying to tidy his hair up, playing with his hair.
I have a feeling when he plays, he puts that on like Eli, and he just feels it. He's like the seer, right? He has the blindfold on.
Let's go.
Playing on Ultra Instinct, he sees everything. But I do see that they are smiling. So I think Alf being able to secure those 5 points really meant a lot to SST. So at least they're able to, take the next group stage a little more lightly, and also kind of prepare for the bigger picture here without revealing too much of what they have in store for everyone. Because technically, this is the first time SST in this group stage. We'll be seeing them in the 3rd round.
Yeah, for sure. But regardless of the situation, BZ has definitely proven themselves to be a very formidable opponent. It's just that, just to put it out there, a lot of the times.
He's part of the iPad gang. I just.
He's part of the iPad gang. Yes. That's what we were talking about with Grizzly yesterday. Yeah. But
Man, sorry, can I just share? If I try playing
ahead.
lying down, I just drop my phone on my face. So it's like if I have an iPad, I think it's yeah, it'd be so scary if I drop. And you're a PC player, right? So
PC,
you
yeah,
play lying
actually.
down in a laptop. Oh my gosh, no.
No, I'm not gonna do that. But I did try to play. I did try to play on PC. Sorry, I did try to play on iPad. Like I actually got to peak tier using PC.
Let's go.
On 3 seasons. So after I do that, I just move on to a Smurf account and I try to use mobile phones. I tried to use iPad and I couldn't even.
Between
play.
phone and iPad, still like it's the same to you. Like it's really hard.
Because my fingers are rather long. My hands are quite big. So I think when I'm playing Hunter, iPad would be better. But when I'm playing Survivor, playing on mobile phone is so much better. I think the sharp turns are very, very useful. The quick swipes compared to playing on iPad.
Right. Okay. Cool. I mean, I just love how we're being kind of shown like different techniques and regions in terms of meta, not just that, like preferences too with a pad or like a mobile phone. So I wonder like what would be the most optimal one, because you gotta admit, like when it comes to Identity 5 and mobile gaming, like there's a certain like preference you'd have, like sensitivity wise as well, especially forward user. It depends on the characters as well. But speaking of characters and survivors, we have pretty much a similar ban on the side of on the bans of the Survivor, but changing things up. Instead of Sculptor, we're seeing a ban of that Dream Witch. Maitake has his work cut out for him. I think he just wants to give everyone a good match here.
Good match. Let's go, Lucino. I'm just kidding. Yeah, but I would say it's a high possibility, like a Bonbon or even a Naiad. Like we've seen him using Naiad in a big map before, and right now SST can pretty much play anything. But I think they don't want to. I think they're still, regardless, I think they might not go too crazy with their picks. They might still go with a very strong lineup because, people have different opinions. Like when you play fun characters, for some people it feels like, yeah, we're trying to do fan service. Like, look, Mochi is finally smiling, like he's been cool all this time. Yeah. But for some audience, sometimes playing seriously, picking the meta characters, it shows respect. So it really depends on how you see and where you're seeing it from. But right now it seems like they are seeing it from the perspective of just giving it their best and the respect.
Going all out, right?
Yeah, all out.
And even though it is set in stone, if we do the math that SST will be moving forward, they're going to play this like they'll give 110% like they always do. So they're just going to give 110% while smiling on SST side. BZ, I'm sure they've already gained so much fans. I think they're looking at the chat, like everyone has been very supportive of both these teams. So they have nothing to be ashamed of, and they have to hold their heads up high. And Maitake can end on a high note here with how well he's going to perform up against, I think, the best of the best here in SST. And you got to give it up to SST. They are respecting Maitake here. They are not pulling any punches, I would say. So it's definitely not a show match. It's not a mercy round. This is definitely SST firing on all cylinders here with an entomologist and a mechanic. So yeah, still a very formidable lineup on the side of SST. Now Maitake, all eyes are on him. Let's see who he will be locking in with as we play the last game for this series.
Maitake. Well, SST is playing a very international lineup, just with the exception of entomologists. Like, you might not see entomologists a lot. Yeah, but Breaking Will, counters a lot of the survivors there, like entomologists, for example, mechanic, for example. But this is the first time we're going to see Kazuneko being on the defensive mercenary, and Lim is the one that's going to be doing the kiting. So maybe this is like, oh, you know what, a little bit of change up for the team. Look at Kazuneko. It's like, me on the mercenary.
I want to stun. Give me my stuns.
Okay.
I think this is also a time for them to experiment. Yes, this is an international lineup, but they can expand their survivor repertoire resume Because again, if you're you don't want to be a survivor that's like a one-trick survivor that just once it's banned, you really are kind of at a loss. Especially in competitive games, you want to be able to have a deep survivor pool. So if this is the lineup of SST, I think they're also this is a chance for them to also kind of prove to themselves that their survivor pool is deep.
Deep it is, like, but if it's really, really, like if they have a very deep survivor pool, I think, well, since they're already winning now, I think it's safe to say they should save a little bit of that secret strat, that extra survivor pool they have been training for, just so that in game number 3 they can surprise everyone, or even during the finals. Because right now, SST is definitely going to the finals. They are among the top 12. Look at Kazuneko. He's like, you know what? I think he looks like the kind of person, the kind of player that's gonna waste 3 pads on the machinery and try to wish for a gun from the chest.
The mercenary wishing for an item. Oh my god. He'll stab someone with a needle, I think. But Kazuneko again, a bit of a change up here, going with the mercenary, not going for any stunners, but this is going to be the last match of this series. BZ versus SST. Once again, Punch Spice and Nello Mello giving you the commentary for this match.
Sheesh.
Sheesh. Yeah, the chat was sheeshin. We sheeshin.
Yeah. Hashtag sheesh. Actually, we can't hashtag sheesh, right?
I don't know.
It's like hashtag I'm eating. Hashtag cringe.
Hashtag match is starting. Hashtag River Park.
Hashtag smile. Okay. All right. So Maitake on the spinning ball, the spinning breaking wheel, Unp.
Death.
The spinning wheel of death. Unp!
Oh my god.
What thing is this?
Yeah. Wait, he's just in there. He's still got 1 spike on him, so still forcing him to get out of the wheel form, and now keeping the bees at bay. Now using these traps. Now is Maitake now forcing go back in wheel form. No windows here, so it's gonna be a little tough for Unp. Has trying to get to an open area here to try and just loop him around. And we see that Unp doing a great job as of late. So let's see if Maitake can add 1 more spike to this entomologist.
Yeah, I mean, Maitake is gonna break form, gonna put it down, and it's only 5 seconds before the blink is up. But Maitake is gonna drop that pinch towards the. Yeah, but unfortunately, he's gonna dodge that pinch, and Unp is gonna continue kiting. He only has 1 spike onto him. Unp, what a monster! 2 spikes straight away.
So this be it. Okay, now has 2 spikes, has a trap ready. Unp's gonna walk right into it. A hit's gonna be huge for Maitake. So able to buy some time here. 1 cipher is able to be popped, and we still have some ciphers moving along, but Maitake finally able to get his first survivor in a rocket chair. And in a map like this, it definitely I would say it rewards mobility. So we're gonna see him go back to that wheel form and try to look for another survivor to spike.
Yeah, I mean, not too bad. 4 ciphers remaining. 3 ciphers are being worked past the 60% mark. It's only 2 minutes into the game, so ciphers are looking very good for SST. Kazuneko right there, he's like, yeah, you know what? Please let me finish up the pad. I'm going to use up the pad 1 time. Maybe I might have to use the pad the 2nd time so that I can wish for the gun. But Unp, let's not forget, he has a blink. Yep.
And as you said, blink, your wish is my command, Nell. That's what he says. Already pops that blink. Unp going back to the corner area here. And we do see that, Kazuneko's still holding on to 2 pads, so I don't think he's going to get that gun just yet.
Yeah.
But he might have to go for that rebound rescue. But no, I think it's Mochi that's close by here.
Yeah, for sure. And mine, guys, take note, Maitake is not full presence yet. That's 4.5, so it's going to be a huge difference. Lim might be the one going for the rescue, but Lim does not have to really worry. I think Mochi has to transition. I'm not really sure. Either that, or I think they're just going to sacrifice Unp, because right now, Lim is the one rushing towards it. If she gets another spike, Maitake is just going to break, but it's okay, because now she's managed to reach the target in time.
Watch out. Okay, forcing the mechanic to eat that hit. Actually, that's the best case scenario, while Unp still moves on. And Lim just, like, all right, cool, I get the hit. Now I'll go back to my bot here. Unp now trying to make a dash towards that first stop, but able to go up here in the slide area forcing Maitake to choose, because once he's going to go up there, he's just going to go for that slide. Now he has to thread the needle, go back down, and still buy more time. And Unpi just looping this slide area, just playing mind games here. And now Bees once again forcing him. And now the spike was able to get one at least on Unpi, but still these Bees, they've been so pesky and now still unable to trap him. And now he's going to force him to go in this pallet area. Blink is not available and Cypher's primed now.
Yeah, I know. Cypher's primed. And he's gonna...
Oh!
What? Oh my god. And this is a potential 3-man escape at the very least, simply because the map is too big. So as soon as Maitake gets one person up, it's not going to be a 4 escape. I would unless if Lim just keeps...
unless
Unless,
still available, but okay. And now the mechanic will be going down. We do see that the entomologist is at the 2-story part of this map, but Maitake still trying to play some defense here, just trying to secure it. But he sees that Mochi has already opened the gate, and we see that he's just gonna try to stay as far away as possible from that hit. Lim is down and out, and we see that entomologist at the 2nd story here, just taking away the spike, while we see Kazuneko trying to look for that flare gun that you said at the start. Does he get it though? Does he get? Oh, he's got a syringe.
Oh, okay. So not too much of a luck there, Kazuneko. It's fine. It's fine. But Mochi will be the first person to leave the game, unfortunately, because of the 2 spikes on the body. If he doesn't leave, he's gonna die. So Kazuneko trying to be cheeky right here. He does not have any spikes. He knows that Pollen does not have any detention. So both of them are gonna come in and join the fun. They'll be like, yeah, this is the fans of the king, and he's gonna sneak right.
Wow, yeah, waiting for it. Still just before half. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Turners in effect to help push away. Oh my god, drops a patroller down. And now he's gonna try to go for Lim. Lim trying to juke away from the patroller, able to get a bite. Oh my god, the mercenary's there, but the mercenary unable to tank that bite hit, and now goes back to wheel form to try and spike some of these guys so they can go down because he has no detention.
But she's gonna go up to the tram. Oh my god, this is what are they doing, man?
Yeah, no tide turner though, so they're gonna try and see if Lim can make this escape. Mechanic does have a spike on her, just waiting for him to exit that wheel form, but it seems like waiting for him at 2nd stop. Oh no, the burst is gonna get to him. Snap, and Mechanic is down once again.
Yeah, and just like that, they're gonna say goodbye to Lim, and she'll be like, "Yeah, Lim, you're gonna buy us dinner tonight." Yeah.
But I think they're all gonna celebrate because SST is moving on with 2 points in the group stage, ladies and gentlemen. Sun Sisters showing their dominance, even though early adversity they faced in round number 1, they're still able to secure the victory. Smiles all around. And again, such a stoic team, but still, they deserve this victory. Congratulations to them. But you got to give it up to BZ as well. BZ went down swinging, and they've definitely showed us that the Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau region is something to look forward to when it comes to competitive Identity 5.
Sure. I just want to put it out there. Both teams have performed very, very spectacularly. But one thing we have to take notice of, regardless of how BO1 turns out, there's a lot of games that ends up with BO2, BO3 being the comeback. So we really have to watch out for it, because there's a lot of teams that actually got a win, like unexpectedly against like established, more dominant teams. And they got a win, they got a draw at the very least in BO1. And in BO2, BO3, that's when the comeback kicks in. And so there's a lot of matches like this so far. So guys, if you see, when putting your predictions, you definitely have to be careful, because comeback is a common thing apparently nowadays in COA 5.
That's true. And 5 abnormals. That's something I got.
5 abnormals, yeah. I called it.
Yeah. Never bet against Nell. He'll make you wash his dishes. So that's an amazing performance so far on the side of SST. I don't think, they look like world beaters as of late. They were able to take one over ATT, and now they're able to get a victory over BZ. Here are the match stats. Now talk us through it.
Yeah, like as you can see, Unpi definitely the MVP of the match. This match, like I like how he was trying to kite at the treasure box at the beginning of the map, and that was the only place where he got one spike. Other than that, his kite was amazing, 176 seconds until the very last second, he's the one to escape, and Lim is unfortunately sacrificed to Maitake's breaking wheel. Very, very good teamwork right there. No ciphers over decoded. 200, 100, and 200%.
Yeah, again, we saw I guess a bit of a cheekiness in the swap ups. Kazuneko really known for the harasser,
Yeah.
but he was the mercenary. Again, yeah, I don't know when it comes to the bans, but maybe his characters were banned. But still, we saw some levels in the game of SST. Still can't wait to see BZ perform, because even though they don't have they have no points yet, they're still looking to get at least end on a high with how this group stage is going to turn out. But I think it's a sure lock that Sun Sisters leading the pack in a team where ACT and MRC are in that group stage is huge. So big shout outs to SST, and I think Alf the Great deserves that MVP award.
Alf the Great, or as we call him, he hails from Gondor.
Gondor. I can't. I know the flu. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, they're gonna know where
they're gonna know. Yeah, but definitely they both did really well, and I believe Silk would have done really well as well, if not just for the hiccups with the blink. But otherwise, it was a very, very interesting match. Like
very competitive, very competitive,
very, very competitive, and it wasn't one-sided. It was very close, neck and neck. It's just that one mistake when everything is so strong, when everyone is so strong, just one hiccup, one mistake, one slip up, that's gonna cost you the game, and that's what happened with BZ. By no means they are the inferior team. By all means, they are all of the highest qualities. So props to them, kudos, and hope to see them again.
Yeah, I would say that BZ definitely had a lot. I mean, even though they didn't get the victory here, I think they got the moral victory with how well they played this match, and how well, bless you, with how well they made out their performance to be. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them in future matches. Yeah, hello. Can you hear me? I could definitely hear you, Nell. You can't hear me? Hello? Yeah, I can hear you. Hang on. Let me chat with. You can't hear me? Oh, okay. Can you hear Nell though? I'm on an island here. Oh, you can't hear Nell? Okay, so I'm gonna just try to translate what Nell is trying to say. I think his mic kind of went out. I'm not sure, but I could definitely hear him on Discord though, so which is a little weird. Maybe his battery went out on his headphones. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, that was an amazing match. I'm so glad to be sharing the mic with Nell on this one, because wow, just a lot of highlighted moments here and there when it came to SST just showing their dominance with how well they can perform in the group stage here, already leading the pack here. And BZ, really nothing to lose here, everything to gain, because Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan region is definitely a region to look out for. So, whoa, I am 2 now. Look at that. Oh, what's going on, Poch Spice? Nothing much, Nello Mello. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep moving back and forth. But anyway, I'm gonna talk as myself right now. Is this me? Oh no, we're not. Okay, so back to the MVP. It is Alf the Great, ladies and gentlemen. Undeniable, and still running that win streak of having 4 survivors eliminated. Score on average is 12,000. So let's shift it over to the interview while we try to sort out what's happening with our friend Nell over here. So hopefully we get this translated.
SST 的选手 Alpha 来到我们的线上采访。Hello Alpha， 先来请我们的 Alpha 来给大家打个招呼吧。
Here we go. Alf is definitely introducing himself. The very stoic Alf. Just acknowledging. Man, a few words, I would say. Saying hello. Look at that. Look at his smile, ladies and gentlemen. That is a smile worth $1 million.
就是连续2场胜利了，想问一下，感觉今天获胜的关键会是在哪里呢？
はい、無事2連勝を収めることができたということですが、ズバリ勝利の鍵と。
So he's asking about how he's feeling today and how if he feels pressured, because we all know that they are leading the pack with their points.
そうだな。勝利の鍵。まあ1セット目取られて、でまあその2セット目ですかね。まあなんか1回戦目2回戦目どっちも。 サバイバーが長期戦で疲れてる中、その1戦目きつい状況で1、2ゲして、で2戦目にその何十分も試合して3、2ゲしてくれて、その後に僕が 分けでいいっていう展開を作ってくれたのが勝利の鍵だったと思います。
好的。他们在第一局的时候也是输掉了第一局，然后在第一局和第二局，他们队伍的求生者都是进行了很长的比赛，也是身心疲惫吧，算是。然后最后在第二局的时候，我们队伍的求生者也是成功3跑了，所以说我在第二局的时候只要能保平就可以，所以说当时这个心态也比较好。而且我们在第二局的时候也抓住了这个状态，所以应该是
He felt stressed out, ladies and gentlemen, the first match because they weren't able to get that win. So he's felt a little tired with how this match played out, but they still got the victory in the end, which ultimately, led him to that smile. So, yeah, again, yeah, still humbled with what's going on.
结束之后，大家有没有赶紧互相鼓励一下，调整一下状态呢？
第1セット相手にリードされたということで、そのタイミングで第2セットが始まる前のタイミングでチーム内では、どういった話し合いが行われてましたか？
基本的には
So the hostess asked how did they bounce back from that loss in the first round, and how was the communication like coming into the second and third match?
ハンターへの対策どうしていこうかみたいな話。例えばジョゼフだったらジョゼフなんか 4VC だとジョゼフって結構厳しいハンターなんで、それでジョゼフが来たらこう行動しようみたいな、そういう戦略的な話をしてました。
好的，在第一局结束之后呢，他们队伍内的求生者，主要还是因为对方的这个约瑟夫比较厉害，所以大概率也会出现在第二局，所以说他们主要就是在想怎么去做对应，怎么对应这个约瑟夫的动作，然后因为我们也是4个人连着麦，在配合，所以。约瑟夫来的时候该去怎么动，怎么去。
So now he's mentioned that the other team was really great, so they had to actually go back to the drawing board with his team and kind of come up with a game plan to secure the second and third match.
状态了，那也是在第二局的时候 ，SST 成功的完成了翻盘，但其实求生者上场的时候开局 有一点点劣势，我们那局都会以为是一个4抓局，结果没想到完成了一个3跑。最后我看到每一位队员都非常的兴奋，所以想问一下 Alpha， 当时队内语音是一个什么样的情况？大家都很兴奋，还是说非常的已经乱作一团了？
はい、第2セットで、ジョセフがこう序盤でやっぱり大きなリードを取っていたというふうに見えていたんですけれども、結果的には、3逃げできたということで、VC とかの声が、少し漏れていて聞こえてたんですけれども、かなりこう興奮しているようにも、見えましたと。なのでそのタイミングでこうチーム内のこうボイスチャットではどういう会話が行われてましたか？
Okay, now the hostess did ask about the last match and the turnout, like 3 survivors escaped. How is the feeling like? Especially like there was some pressure on Alf's side because he wanted to get that 5K. 5 points for that 4K.
どういう話をしてた？
5K if you counted the bots.
That's true. That's true. Are we healing Nell? And Nell back? Yeah, Nell's back, right, guys?
Yeah, I was sent back to the mana.
There we go. Dude, Alf, Alf summoned you here, dude. Alf the Great.
Thank you, Alf sama.
情報をちゃんと喋りながらみんな声出してできてました。
好的，当时呢，我这个语音频道里边也是非常的热闹，说是，因为非常的激动，能够因为从开局非常一个不利的一个局面，然后到最后是可以3个人。 打开了大门，然后也成功3跑了，所以当时在频道里边也是大家都
So it was a lot of relief and a lot of the relief of tension that they were able to get a 3-person out and secure themselves in the top spot in their group
我们
stage.
也有通过画面去看到，那今天第2局和第3局的时候，阿拉夫是分别通过了红夫人和红蝶，拿下了2把4抓。想问一下，他个人比较满意哪一局呢？为什么？
Okay, I'll be the lady, okay? So the lady was saying, I've got 4K in both games. Which one is he more satisfied with?
チ、2回のマッチでより満足した試合、個人的に満足した試合っていうのはどちらになりますでしょうか？
そうですね、3試合目の芸者を使ってる試合が個人的には
You mentioned geisha, so I'm thinking it's
自
geisha.
分のキャラ範囲っていうか、ウィル使えるんですけど、ハリン使えるんですけど、ハリンがきついキャラ、例えば患者だったり、おもちゃ職人だったりが中華とかで流行ってるけど、患者はあれなんですけど、おもちゃ職人を中華の人たちを結構使ってたりするのを見るんで、それ対策に芸者練習してってやってたので、本番に間に合ってよかったなって思いました。
好的，阿尔夫觉得自己是在第3局的时候的红蝶的那一局比较满意吧，相对来说。
And like we translated in Japanese that he actually prefers his geisha match, which me and Nell agree with because that was way more hype, way more technically sound, and yeah, it shows how he was able to highlight some of the points that he's made with the geisha plays there.
练了红蝶这个角色，所以能够在 COA 的这个大舞台中去表现一次这个自己红蝶的一个好机会吧。
拿下了4抓之后，自己也是非常的惊喜。那下一个问题呢，就想问一下阿洛夫，接下来呢，你们即将迎战 M2C 战队，
Hostess Nell, what is she
在
asking?
M2C 战队当中有没有哪位队员是你比较熟悉的？所以后面有没有什么话想要送给 M2C 战队的成员，或者鼓励一下
Is
自己的
there
队员
any team, she's saying, any teams that you are more familiar with? Is there anything you want to say to them?
MRC との対戦が決まっているわけですが、相手選手の中でよく知っている選手などいますか？そして
Final words from our friend and yours, Alf the Great.
などありますか？
チームメイト知っている選手。今までシャオディ選手はよくランクマッチとかで当たったり、あとは
MRC, I guess.
MRC, yeah. Oh, yeah, they're going to be facing them next, I believe.
キャラがなんか環境になるみた
Say
いな。
nice things first.
聞いたことはあります。すごいなって思います。で、とりあえず今トーナメント2勝して、グループ戦2勝して、トーナメント確定してるんですけど、1位になるたびに MRC にも勝ちます。
はい、ありがとうございます。阿尔夫经常在中国服务器的排位也经常玩，然后当时他也是遇到了小丽选手，对，然后他对，然后印象非常深刻，因为他玩的好的角色，经常会成为这个第5人格最受欢迎的角色吧。所以，然后接下来，虽然已经拿到了2次的胜利，所以说在小组赛也成功晋级了，但是，下一局面对 MRC， 他们也会全力以赴拿下下一次比赛。
好的，那也是希望 SST 能够在接下来的比赛当中打出
There you go. He just brought up the history he had with MRC. Can't wait to see him again. And yeah, mentioned Xiao Di. So there you go.
Yeah.
Bye, Nell.
Yeah, and I said, yeah, thank you so much for the interview. Like, wish you guys all the best.
I can't wait.
Hope to see you guys after this. Bye. I'm so pretty. See you guys later.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it to the highlights. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, it's going to be the last series of the day. It's going to be B4U versus the reigning, defending IBL champs, Wolves.
我电源少了，我头像没到。
哦，不行，我飞太快了。
有没有？
哎呦。
真ん中何割なんかでいこう。
あ、これまっすぐ行ったらいけるわ。あ、うまい。
いける。い
けるのうまく。これ食べて。
といて、一応といて。8割。
あ、いけるよ。9割。
rhinum gland and the vomeronasal nasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? Or the inconvenient truth of evolution? All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
Wow, I will step over the last of my boundaries. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Lucchino, the identity system, the professor, the new survivor that is going to make its way into the next season's rank essence right there. So ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to check out the beautiful design of this survivor side of Lucchino, the professor. I can't wait to play this. And I hope that you guys are excited for this as well, because we are gonna see a lot of interesting things about the professor. Speaking of which, we also have beautiful skins returning thanks to the vote of everyone. Deduction stars right there in the form of Eli, Joseph, Mary, and Emma. So those beautiful costumes are up for grabs. Deduction stars right there. Posh, we were just talking about the beautiful costumes back.
Of course.
Or promo.
I was here the entire time. Beautiful.
Which one did you want?
The
Which one do you
professor. I'm a fan of the Seer, dude. I'm always a
Yeah.
big Seer fan. So I know these are amazing costumes. I gotta get that one though, because like that's something that I definitely skipped out on. But again, you know, one of the biggest things about Identity 5 is the amazing skins that they have, and it's just awesome that they bring back these skins and they also bring out more skins. So please, you know what, support the game, get whatever you want, and also, yeah, support the game by talking positively about it, because they really do care about the communities everywhere around the world.
Yep. Funny that you mentioned that though, because that's the only skin that I have.
Hi, I'm
True.
Hi, I'm Cats.
Hi, I'm Leg.
Hey guys, I'm Roland.
Hey everyone, I'm Pablo.
Hi, I'm Sprinter.
Hi everyone, my name's Schmitty and I'm Captain of B4U.
Taking that patroller ahead of time, and all Walmart has to do here is wait for that perfume to expire, and you can hit that perfume.
The rescue's he's going for a chair shot. No, he's not. Prospector, beautiful hit from Sprinter through the Prospector. That's going to get the down. Goes to the mirror image as well.
More distance between himself and the Bloody Green, but Sprinter being able to utilize the mill yet again. Could get the chance to actually go to the dungeon, but that's a long distance. He could utilize the slow vault.
We all just wanted to say thank you for all the support and love you guys have given us through our journey. We can't wait to see you guys supporting us in the Call of Bix Global Finals. Can't wait to see you there.
你钻过去之后，反转之后呢，防内反成功，很漂亮，架住了。哇，艾丽这边的话意识拉满了。
对，但是体验知道他不是往门方向走的，前面还相互夹到了，夹到了，但是没有终结能力，没有终结的两个人要出门了。
门已经开了，等下没就这样直接跳了，我的天哪！
就看这一刀的精准度了，
很大概率扛到呀，这个走位直接把双手锁到，这有个双刀之位，
这两个站位没有打
到，死跑了，完了。
现在的话，我们开赛了，我们的目标肯定是第一啦！好，其他两位我们加油啦！加油！加油！
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with more Identity 5 action. You saw the teams there. We got B4U coming up on deck against Wolves, one of the fan favorites and one of the king of kings, I would say, in Identity 5 as of late, because they have been setting the standards for IVL, back-to-back champs. And I'm excited to be sharing the mic with the one and only Nello Mello, giving you the last game of the day. How do we paint a picture of this story, Nell? It's a David and Goliath story, if I would say so myself, because Wolves has been so dominant as of late, and they have, I mean, all of the teams, if you ask them, which team are you looking out for? Which team do you idolize? They all mention Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, for good reason as well, because Wolves, one of the best Survivor teams. Actually, the best Survivor teams in terms of research and statistics, Wolves actually has the highest percentage of 4-man escape, which is why it brought them to the status of best Survivor team in China right now. And just a fun fact for you guys at home right there, if you are thinking about what they usually call Wolves team in China, we usually say Lang Dui.
Lang Dui. Oh god, I gotta work
Lang
on
Dui. Yeah, so that's the meaning of wolves. Or you can just go awoo.
You can get some awwoos in the chat, guys. Awoo, awoo for the wolf
emojis,
and 487 Sibachi. How do you pronounce it?
Sibachi, yeah. 487. Yeah.
I mean, like, he's easy on the ice, man. I'm not gonna lie. He's like one of the poster boys of Wolves, and how he's very iconic with his Survivor plays. And I would have to say, like, their style really really marries well with the meta as of late, being a very Survivor-sided meta. And they have Alex as their hunter, and it just really shows that they're the best Survivor team. And fun fact also, in COA 4, they almost made it in the wild card stage to qualify for the global finals, but they kind of fell short. So now this is like the redemption arc. And as we see it here, Wolves, ladies and gentlemen, they are staking their claim, got the instant invite, but they will be going up against the NAEU representatives, which is B4U.
Speaking of B4U, we've seen Sprinzer right there. Definitely a team full of emotions, full of experience, because this is not the first time they are in the COA main stages. Sprinzer especially, Posh, if you watch Sprinzer, he actually managed an impressive 4K against the Japanese team AG. A 4K in best of one in the Arms Factory against AG. That says a lot. And I also have to point out my shout outs to you, Problems as well, because Problems have been kiting phenomenally. Like, we saw him kiting against a breaking wheel. Kiting! The power of kiting. I think with the power of his teammates, his legs became my legs. And, you know, Problems, he definitely did his part right there, contributing a lot, actually managing a 2.5 Cypher kite. So I'm really looking forward to how they're going to be playing this. Right now, we are looking at the captain of B4U's team. The character that he plays a lot of is forward. We have actually seen his forward in play during the first game, and he also plays a patient. And the stats are very impressive as well, 83.33 containment time.
And as we mentioned, Problems, the kiter here, also has a patient, but really known for that priestess and support as well. And I think there was this one moment yesterday where it was a very crucial kite, but hopefully, like, B4U can bounce back today, because they're in the same boat as BZ, which is, if they're able to get 1 point, you know what, that kind of mitigates them from at least getting one and being kind of in the conversation of that top 3. So it's really do or die for them in this matchup. And you know what, David and Goliath story, they're up against one of the best teams to set the bar for competitive Identity 5, which is Wolves. And now moving on to Roland.
Yeah, Roland is staring right into your soul. He's like, when are you going to talk about me? Oh, no, please don't. I'm shy. but we have to talk about you, bro. So he plays in Rescuer main as well, Mercenary and Gravekeeper. So definitely the rescuer of the team. Speaking of which, now it's my legs. Sorry, not my leg, but his leg, which is actually his leg. But it's actually in the form of my leg. So that's me for you. Did I confuse you there?
Sorry, I just have to point out in the chat, a lot of awoo and arfs in the chat for Wolves. But speaking of my leg, just trying to break Hunter's ankles here with the character he's really go for. Really known as like the domain decoder, but you see he rocks that entomologist too. But we're gonna shift on over to the stage, because we will have to introduce as well the Hunter of Wolves, and he's also been, you know what, we always say, like, You know what, hunters really have to stick with the survivors, but you know what, with Alex, he's also been getting very impressive performances with meta and non-meta hunters, and we've seen in like best of 5, best of 7, he's still a force to be reckoned with. It's been a back-to-back grand finals with Wolves and Do5 or Do. So I think they want to be able to replicate that same magic to try and go to the global finals. Even though I am speaking a little bit ahead of myself, they will have to go through B4U first.
For sure. But definitely, like, Alex is definitely one of the top players up there. You know Dongshen from Dou, you know Alex from Wolves. These two are definitely worth mentioning, and I don't think it is over the limit if I say that these two are definitely the top hunters in China right now for a very good reason. Their 4K eliminations is over the roof. Actually among the best on the very top there. Even the average elimination is at 2.33 to 2.88, which is very impressive. It means that every single game you're gonna get like eliminated 2 survivors at the very least.
Yeah,
so,
and I mean, if you round up, it's like, yeah, it's gonna be like 3-ish. But tying in this game, I talked about this with Eli, that in this meta also, tying is actually pretty good because the survivors really do most of the work. And if we look at someone, let's say like Afu, he's been one of the most consistent hunters, which is great because the team of FPX heralded as one of the best survivor teams out there. But Alex, even though the team is asking him to just tie while they go do the surviving and gain the points, he still also puts points on the table for his team, and that's the most you could ask for with a game like Identity 5, right? You can't just have one half of your team doing all the points here. That's why Wolves has been always taking home the gold when it comes to IVL.
Yeah, I mean, like what you said, this is a classic David versus Goliath game. At this point, I think even if B4U manages a tie, that is in itself is gonna be a very big achievement on the side of Sprinter. And for the side of B4U Survivor, getting 2 survivors out from the hands of Alex, win or lose, I think they're trying to make their impact here. They're going out with a bang. They are going on with a bang, and even if they are out, whether they are proceeding or whether they are out of the competition, I think they're trying to leave a mark here, and we can definitely respect that because they are representing NAE region.
Oh yeah, and also they have been consistently representing NAEU, so you gotta give them credit for putting in the work for, you know, winning the qualifiers for them to move on to this big stage. And now in the group stage, they're definitely going to be tested by one of the best here. And we're going to Chinatown, which I feel like could definitely favor Alex since he can bring out that breaking wheel.
Yeah, for sure. Alex breaking wheel in BO1 is definitely a force to reckon. Considering this is Chinatown, I mean, at this point, if you are B4U, what do you go here? Are you going to go on the offensive straight away, or are you going to go for a more balanced team, or are you going to go on the defensive, like just try and play the long game with Alex? But I can see this is an uphill battle right here. Roland and Problems are going to pick up the forward and the priestess first. Alex took out the mechanic and seer, so it's saying something.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to deal with the Cypher Rush.
Yeah, which leaves open, like, wow, Entomologist. I was actually thinking Patient, since that could be, or maybe Schmitty's on that forward. Really depends, but now we see that all these, they might be going for more survivability and trying to go for kind of aggressive here. They're not going for like a mechanic. They can't go for that mechanic. Not going for any postman here. So they want to be able to make sure that whoever Alex spots first, that they have that kind of ability. Because yesterday we did see the how menacing a priestess and entomologist combo can be. But Alex on this breaking wheel, very seasoned, very ready for anything that an international lineup can throw at them. So let's see if B4U can introduce a little bit of the unknown and bring Alex to some unfamiliar territory when it comes to this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to go with the conventional lineup, I'm pretty sure Wolves Alex is going to be very, very prepared to face this kind of lineup. I can imagine how many times he has practiced against this kind of lineup throughout the training, throughout the scrims, throughout the previous tournaments. But I have to say, if you want to play against the best of the best, you want to play against a Goliath, you need to be more strategic. You need to be more sneaky. You need to come up with picks like Embalmer, Toy Merchant, something that will catch Wolves Alex off guard, or maybe even an Acrobat. Like, you know, it's definitely a very good chance there. Like, but you know what? They've already locked in their pick. the team composition is very balanced. I have to say, very balanced. There's a support, there's a rescuer, there's a stunner, there's even a slower.
I get your train of thought though. Like you want to be able to. IVL has definitely trained Wolves and all the IVL teams that this is the meta. We know what to do. So if you're doing the same thing, you're gonna have to do it radically, right? To like how the Blink Dream Witch, right, to catch them off guard. But let's see how B4U is able to make this composition work because it still can. So let's head into the first match of the series number 4 here. B4U versus Wolves, ladies and gentlemen. Let your voices be heard in the chat. And let's throw some sheesh. We're sheeshing though. We're sheeshing in chat, guys. Sheesh. Let's go. So, Wolves Alex will be hunting on that breaking wheel. So let's see how B4U survivors will be handling that. Again, I'm Potch Spice with Nello Mello, giving you the commentary action. Yeah, brought to you by our love for this game.
Brought to you by love indeed. Sheesh. Here's the challenge. You can always do lang dui. Lang dui.
We'll see if that.
Yeah. Lang dui.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you can.
Lang
Yeah.
dui.
Yeah.
Let's see, chat.
go.
Can I do it? Can I do it? 自把气.
自把气. Yeah,
Go.
but start with Lang Tui. Alex, Lang Tui, Alex, Wolves Alex is gonna be in the middle of the Forbidden Tree, gonna make his way and gonna spot Roland almost immediately. And that's the thing, so scary. One spike onto the board. He's not gonna risk it. He's just gonna use the pad straight away. Going through the he doesn't want to get it.
So Alex here, it's just going for the mercenary early on with 2 more elbow pads to utilize, can buy some time, but the trap placements just blocking out the hotel, forcing Roland to use his second elbow pad. So this is actually a pretty good chase so far. So Alex is very confident. Conventionally, you don't want to be chasing a mercenary early on. But he's just so confident. He's going to probably put in another trap placement, but no, just denying it with the elbow pad. Mind you also, Nell, that there is a priestess out and about here, so probably has a portal set up here and also at the 2-story part of this hotel.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they are giving a lot of respect for Lang Tui's Alex right there, but Roland, he is going to be potentially getting spiked there, especially since he has... But that's the thing, though. Alex does not have a blink. He's just gonna go in for a normal. He's just gonna go in for a normal hit there. But because he had 2 spikes, Roland is gonna go down. But because of the delayed effect, I think I don't think that they should. I'm not really sure what they can do at this point because. That down.
The main rescuers, and also look how much hits he's given him. By the way, it's a 9-6 build on the side of the hunter here. Also brought excitement here. So this is kind of tough because a full presence wheel now is going to be so hard. Has the snap, also has the extended spike. So I wonder if they're going to be doing a handshake here and trade for some objectives, but it seems like he's already spotted someone out in the Forbidden Tree, and it seems like Schmitty already on that forward will be in the area again, trying to push away.
Nice.
Alex again, trying to just mitigate the bees here, trying to
nice!
Chair hit.
Nice! The double back into the stun! He's not gonna use the excitement just yet. He wants to keep it a mystery yet. But at this point, B4U needs to know that it's probably gonna be an excitement because he's not using the blink just off yet. But just keeping a mystery there. Schmitty, is he gonna lose sight of Roland though? Nope, the trail sights is gonna make him come back to Roland almost instantaneously. Roland, however, mind you, he has already used up all the 3 pads, so kiting at this point is gonna be a little bit hard.
And dropping the traps, just to slow him down, and now it's only long before the mercenary will be falling down. So again, just amazing discipline on Alex and confidence in himself, just chasing this mercenary down. Saved before half though, just trying to keep it as far away as possible. And we do know that I think they are making their rotations. 3 ciphers remaining. I think Schmitty is the closest one in the area since he does have that heartbeat. We do see that the long portal is being deployed for exit strategy, but the body block needs to be on point, and the forward getting wanted order can sniff out where Schmitty is going to be at. Alex not wasting any time, going back to wheel form to try and spike him out with these extended spikes. Okay, watch out. Gets the vault, but still able to get a spike onto this forward.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have you can see that the Cypher progress actually 2 Cyphers remaining, so it's not actually too bad for B4U. But
Whoa! There it is now!
Yeah.
Saving the normal for a crucial...
The excitement,
punch.
yeah, I know. Oh my god.
Again, excitement. my
Nah,
bad.
it's fine, it's
Go
fine.
for it.
But that was the thing that Alex was looking for. He was counting on Schmidi to do that forward stun before going down, and that's the thing though. I think if if he managed to avoid that spike, that burst spike, like he could definitely make that rescue for sure, 100%. But just like that, Roland is going to be sent back. But the good thing is, B4U is still in the game. Look at the Cypher progress, Posh. 50% on the last Cypher, and Priestess is decoding. Entomologist is already on his way.
So, and now, yeah, it's still kind of clutch here. We can't call it as of yet, but Alex is, Alex definitely now trying to buy a little more time for himself, just trying to, keep this Priestess preoccupied, forcing him to go into regular form, and Palblem's exiting right away, but has to be very careful because this Priestess has 2 spikes, 1 hit, and she will be falling down. Again, the excitement has been used, and now Priestess has fallen down. Forward is up, but you do see that he is trying to decode. Alex not wasting any time, going back to will form, just being very proactive in just keeping these survivors on their toes and not pushing Cyphers.
Yeah, and this is where you see Alex is finally showing his colors. Like, he isn't in a hurry to chair the Priestess, even though he knows that the Priestess can heal up fairly quickly. And look, Priestess is already up, Problem is already up. But Entomologist, half health, everyone is half health. He's just slowly draining the resources. He knows that the forward couldn't decode as fast. But right now, Alex has to be very careful because Problems is trying to decode the last Cypher. Forward is trying to decode the other Cypher. 2 Cyphers are fairly far from each other, even though he is in the will form. He's going to get Problems there. And he really needs to be careful right there not to get a normal hit in. And right there, I think Alex is gonna leave the Priestess. He knows that this place is just the spot for Priestess.
Yeah, it's too strong for him, so he's not going to waste any time. Again, just keeping all these survivors in check and not allowing them to push for these objectives. Now, Entomologist about to receive 2 spikes, goes for that snap, and I think he's going to go for this chair now. Probably, in this spot that is going to guard the last Cypher from popping, and we do see that Palblems has to be very careful. Can choose to remove that spike, but he can use that portal just to go for a rushed rescue here. Just trying to get rid of this this vaulting area, and goes back into that wheel form just to keep these survivors more pressured into even not pushing for a rescue. Palblems go for it. And now Palblems is the target. He goes through the portal, cutting off the Priestess's exit path.
It looks like at least a one escape here at this point, simply because of 1 hit. No!
No! Wow! He snapped just so he could save the regular hit. My God, the big brain on Alex. Sheesh.
And Alex is definitely on fire here. That's why I said I predicted this is at least gonna be a 3K. Yeah, at least a 3K on the side of Alex, but they have to just play it right. Schmidi is already at the exit gate. One thing that Alex does not want to do is, like, make it into a tie. Like, if he can get... Oh
my God, that was big brains again on Alex.
Big brains.
And now he knows that the Priestess has already used up the self-heal. So, oh my God, he's going to try to go back. I think he's going to go back and check on if anyone's here. He spots out Schmidi. He might chase him out first. Schmidi has to be very careful. I think, he's going to have to leave this map already. And now he said, be very careful. Okay, now we can go back and reap the rewards here. Priestess isn't going to be coming up anytime soon, but the Entomologist can still come up. And mind you, Alex bringing detention here just shows that endgame respect that he has for B4U. My leg already up here, receiving a spike, will be receiving 1 more, trying to transition to a good spot here. Has the windows, able to avoid the extended spike, but my leg trying to make his way towards there we go, to Palblems, but no, wow. Entomologist already expended his self-heal. Like you said, Nell, it's going to be a 3 survivor down and out on the side of Alex.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see that Alex, like what you mentioned at the very beginning, he brought insolence and detention. He was ready to deal with the late game. But on the side of B4U, even though they got 3 survivors eliminated, I have to say, it's a pretty good, good situation. Like, you're not getting 5-0'd. That's definitely something to speak about, because Alex, he has a 4K, an insane rate of 4K elimination. So just to get 1 survivor out, I have to say, they shouldn't beat themselves up. They should just regroup and let Sprinzer do his thing in the second half.
And
Cool, game
I
two.
would have to say, like, 1v1, like when it comes to like the rock hiding, like they really put up a good fight when it came
did?
to yeah, just prolonging the chase. And usually Alex, I mean, we've seen in IVL how we can get instant downs, and these are Chinese mainland teams, so you got to respect that B4U mechanically gifted, and also their communication is very on point with how well they're able to support each other. You saw that Schmitty able to get a hit, a rescue, and also be able to stun again just to give support and aid. But yeah, I mean, you're going up against the best of the best here, so you will be tested. And yeah, B4U really has to kind of hit that next level for them to stay on point up against Wolves here.
Yeah, I mean, but one thing though, he brought only excitement, so he's just prepared to live with excitement until the end game. Not even at normal, not even playing. There's a few things you can say about that. Number one, he's just confident about his gameplay. After banning mechanic, he's just confident about it. And look at the stats; it shows 31 hits on survivors. That's all he needed, and without blink.
Yeah. Again, like him chasing the mercenary was already a statement on its own, right? Just being able to, I trust in my skills. I trust in my trap placement, and also him. Again, it's a breaking wheel, so him just sticking to that abnormal. Sorry, the excitement. Jeez, I'm getting this mixed up. Also, I think, yeah, it's 5, right? It's definitely
normal.
It's respect. I think they also did homework on Schmitty's side, because they're early games, they're very stun reliant. B4U, we know that Schmitty's so good on that forward. Put some respect on that forward, but also confidence in him just bringing excitement, and just knowing that having the confidence in downing the mercenary early on. Even though the mercenary takes really long on that rocket share and really long to down, he was fully fed by the first time the mercenary was down. So I think that exchange, or that handshake that they did, like mercenary down, for him to get mercenary's down, but he got full presence, I think that was really in favor of Alex.
Yeah, really in favor of Alex. Like he did what he needed to do. Like, even though the kite was very good, like they finished 3 ciphers. By the time Roland actually got sent back to the manor, it was actually 3.5. So, but right now I'm actually worried about Sprinzer, because right now he is going to be facing the strongest survivor team from China at this point of time, and I am worried for Sprinzer, because what can he play here? Obviously, Sprinzer's go-to hunter, as we have seen, is the Dream Witch.
Yes.
But I have to say, I am still worried for him because of how well they just counter. They're just so good at countering Breaking Wheel. They're just so good at countering Dream Witch. Basically, all the meta characters you can think about.
Especially in a map like this, right? I mean, we've seen Joseph on Red Church. We've seen like some interesting hunters, but not in this map. This map, it really demands respect for how big it is. Anyway, we're going to get to that in just a bit. Let's introduce Wolves, the members of Wolves. We have Lion here, again, main survivors, and then Mercenary, Acrobat. But, I have to say, like, Wolves' survivor pool very deep, and they're also the ones that kind of push the meta in terms of kind of introduce a little variety in the different IVLs, and a lot of them have been clipped for their, I would say, eccentric survivor picks. And now moving on to Juan.
100% escape possibility. Please play rank with me. Play rank with me, please.
Carry me, Master Juan.
Carry me. And impressive containment time as well, 71 seconds. With the priestess, with the psychologist. Look at the peace side. Hi,
let's go.
Yeah, we're doing it with you right now. And cute mask, by the way. And nice hands.
Hey, man, those hands are the bread and butter. Those are the money makers.
Bread and butter, for sure.
So he's got to keep that. And here we have Zibachi.
Easy on the eyes.
Yeah, very easy on the eye. Poster boy, Wolves. I would say one of the big characters here in Wolves, and also one of the main kiters. He's exceptional play. I think he had a really incredible prospector play, which in China it's rare to see that in IVL, but he was able to make that work and really escort his teammates to victory and escape. I think it was an Arms Factory. I have to recall for that match. Follow IVL. Like that one.
Yeah, for sure. And right now we're gonna see Jelly. So Jelly will be the one who actually I'm not really sure what his role is here, but he's going to be playing the patient and the postman because looking at the containment time, it's actually at 23 seconds and 33% escape probability, but I'm pretty sure that he's definitely done a lot of decoding, and that's his contribution when he's playing characters like the postman. So
yeah, Jelly, one of the main decoders of the team, but you saw how, I mean, their stats were so impressive, right? And we kind of just glaze over some stats, but that 100 is really nothing to look past. Now we have All Smile Sprinter as well, just showing everyone that, you know, cool, calm, and collected, but once the game starts, he's definitely going to go all out when he plays this game. Again, you know, NAEU, an emerging region here, Sprinter will be tested. He knows that the feat that is required of him, and he's gonna have to pass in flying colors because Wolves definitely aren't gonna hold back in this first match, second half.
Yeah, and he was looking at you just now, Paul. She's like, "Oh, you guys are talking about me, bro." Yeah, but it is nice to see that before you is not getting that jitters. Like Sprinter, especially doing the hunting right now, because having the nervousness actually affects your performance as well. So looking at him, he feels comfortable. He's smiling. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign of that he's ready. He's probably more than prepared for this. But when it comes to facing the strongest survivor teams in China right now, you need more than being comfortable. You need the patience. You need the persistence. You need to be fully aware of what the survivors are trying to plan against you. And you know what? One simple thing. Take things one thing at a time. Just get one person out. Just get one person sent back to the mana first. If you can do that, things are gonna just slowly build in for Sprinter right there. So that's the goal right there.
Yeah, and usually it's like when you're able to kind of make the hunter worry or kind of not play at their pace. That's when you really secure that 4-person escape. So Sprinter needs like really strong mental fortitude to go up against Wolves, because we've said time and time again they're the best survivor team out there. I mean, their stats speak for themselves and their accolades speak for themselves. One thing that they don't have is a trophy for Call of the Abyss. And I think they want that trophy for Call of the Abyss. Now they have to go through B4U to be able to claim that. And if they're able to gain that, they will be in a good spot come the global finals, because they will be leading the pack in their group stage. So they're just about to get ready for this match in Chinatown. Maybe we'll talk about the potential hunters that Sprinter could possibly use. Because in this matchup, what haven't Wolves seen in this scenario?
What kind of hunters you mean? Like maybe they wouldn't be expecting a round 1 Soul Weaver. Maybe the Soul Weaver is pretty good in this map, but I don't think element of surprise is in it for Sprinter. I think Sprinter is fairly a meta player as well, like with Dream Witch, with his Ultra. I think it's and the Bloody Queen. I think he's pretty meta as well. So basically it's just a battle of attrition, like who can hold out longer, who will the hunter lose patience first, or will the survivors make mistakes first. So it just comes down to that. So the person who crumbles under pressure is the one that's gonna slip up.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't I kind of agree that you can't surprise Wolves with, especially with Sprinter style. I guess just try to gain as much as possible, not try to push it too much, because this is Wolves we're talking about, but kind of play conservatively without overextending yourself, because Wolves known for getting 3 to 4 person escape. So even if he gets a tie, that's still pretty good. Like, I think he's got to secure at least something to carry on over to the later rounds. Because yes, we get kind of caught up in the point differential. Like, I need to get this, but no, it's still the first round. So you can just kind of reset, just kind of reassure your team, because the mental game is one thing that you have to look into. And I would say Sprinter, like, he was all smiles, so I think he's taking things in stride right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good sign. It's a good sign considering you need to play calm and collected. So we'll just have to see what Sprinter will be bringing to the table. Like what you said, conservative, Take things one at a time. Don't lose sight of your objective, and at the same time, always be aware of the surroundings. What are the survivors trying to do? If there's a forward, what are the possibilities that could happen? Like for example, you saw Wolves. He was ready for Schmidt's stun. That's the sign of like great awareness, like Beam said, great awareness.
And the thing is, it's like it all went down to Alex's plan, right? It's like he knew what he was gonna do, kind of visualized it, and he wasn't kind of overzealous with anything. The efficiency and the economy of his resources was so good. He knew that he didn't have to use excitement right away, because if he used excitement right away, he's just gonna trade a regular hit with that forward, which wouldn't lead to much because the forward was still out and about. So he saved it till the very end, the crucial save that kind of really shifted the pace in his favor. So, yeah, I think Alex is one of those hunters that you have to look up to when it comes to being very level-headed and very aware of what's going on and knowing the battles to take. Like, yeah, you know, it's cool that like it's a clippable moment when Schmidt got that stun, but he knew it's like, yeah, all right, cool, you'll get this stun, but are you gonna get the next one? Are you able to move away from this, allowing the rescue to happen, but he know who's he gonna go for. So I think Alex are these amazing hunters. They don't look at the short-term reward; they look at the long-term game, which ultimately led to the
long-term goals.
Exactly. Look at
long-term goals.
I don't live in this reality, man. You gotta go.
Don't be shallow, man. Don't be shallow, man.
I feel the connection in everyone. You guys see way past what's in front of you. Let's go. Yeah. What was the thing in the intro to this? Oh my God, Sprinter Dream Witch. Let's head into the action.
Yeah. If there is anything, if there's one hunter that can make a difference with Sprinter, it's definitely going to be the Dream Witch. Sprinter has done a 4K against an AG, a survivor in the first encounter, and I believe he's going to get it this time as well. He just has to keep himself calm. It looks like he's about to gear up for a patroller. He's going to use it on the low, and he's going to chase 487 with it. 487, the best kiter, arguably the best kiter of the team. He is going to be pursued by the patroller. I have no idea what is going to happen at this point because you know what? That one hit is definitely going to hit. So we just have to see how Sprinter is going to carry forward from there.
Yeah, and just looking at the situation here, still has a football to utilize, has a window to vault, and also let's look at the lineup now. We have an Embalmer. Did we actually like highlight that? And we have also a Priestess. I'm pretty sure those were the first round pick. Acrobat pretty standard, but an Embalmer makes me think that Wolves wants to really rest on the I would say secure just the bare minimum to move on as the victors of round number 1. So we're just going to wait on a little bit of the technical difficulties on the spectator side, but it seems like the match is still ongoing. So it seems like Sprinter is definitely going to be tested. Seems like he's going to get that first hit on 487, but 487 still has a football to use, and if you want to look up to a survivor with a never say die attitude, which you think that you think he's gonna go down, but then again tune into the next episode, he's still alive. Look at 487. He's so good at just staying alive here, and now forward has to eat that hit. Mind you also that the football has been utilized, so just gaining that hit, gaining that distance, and now another patroller fight.
Yeah, Sprinter is definitely going to try and capitalize on this. He's going to get that second hit onto it. But 487, he's going to try and create. But wow, he's going to get hit down straight away here. Very nicely done. But 487 has been bombed by Jelly.
Okay. And yeah, he's definitely going to get resurrected here. And we see that Sprinter, at least he has that spawn follower on him, also on the Acrobat. So he does have a little bit of map awareness with where things are going to go. And it seems like the Embalmer now is going to be being chased.
Yeah, Jelly trying to stun, but the leash just went right through the pallet and getting that one hit onto Jelly. That's definitely going to be a very, very huge difference. And you can see 3 ciphers remaining, but I think they're planning to rescue 487. Are they going to even sacrifice 487 at this point? Because he's almost expired. He's almost going to be sent back to the manor. And it doesn't seem like there's any sign of them. I don't think they are going to rescue him, Posh.
Yeah, we're going to go frame by frame with this, and it seems like, forward will be going back to the manor soon, because everyone, I think, this is going to be a handshake for them. They're going to, trade objectives with 487 going back to the manor. So this is huge for Sprinter, because one of the main fighters is out of the game, and main rescuer as well. Embalmer already used up that coffin, is at half health, doesn't have the best toolkit when it comes to kiting now. And now, but there is that priestess and that acrobat. 3 ciphers still remaining, but 3 survivors only in this map, with none of them on that leech. So Sprinter still has his work cut out for him, because they can still push for either a tie or, I mean, or
Yeah,
more.
for sure. Like Spritzer, he still has a trade going on, so he can definitely change. He already changed to Blink, so he wants to go for the offensive right now. I think his goal is just at least to get a draw or even a 3K at this point. He's just trying to spread out the. He's just trying to spread out the leeches, like trying to camp the last cipher. But we can already see the acrobat is already trying to remove the follower, is already trying to be get his follower removed by the priestess. And you can see Embalma has actually been running around Jelly with the crows already. So it's good Terra Shock. Wow, Spritzer is feeling it right now. He got the Terra Shock onto that. And Lions, he's trying to bait out. Oh, he missed the blink. Oh my
This
god.
is huge for Lion now, just buying so much time. But go back to the original objective. Don't take one thing at a time, right? This is a victory on its own. Getting the Embalmer, not wasting too much time on that Acrobat, being able to chair this Embalmer is already huge. And we see that Juan able to find a way, an exit plan already. But you saw that Cypher is close to being popped. So Sprinter still has to hold on to this lead. I'm pretty sure that smile is getting bigger, but now we see that Embalmer already escaped.
Yeah, he was already slowed, and oh my goodness. And even if he falls down at this moment, Jelly has another coffin waiting for him. So basically, they can actually push their objectives. One cipher is at 82%, the other one is at 54%. So I think Wolves is just trying to settle. Like they've already gotten 3K. So like even if they get one escape at this point, they're still happy. They're still comfortable with the lead. So Spritzer is trying to go for the leech against acrobat right there, and just trying to move towards yeah, Spritzer is under pressure now. He wants to he wants to control the cipher at the very least, but it looks like Juan is gonna finish that
Wow,
cipher.
so persistent. And now we see that one cipher remains. He's going to have to get rid of these holy keys, because they have been the exit strategy of this priest as well. Embalmer, I'm pretty sure he's just trying to de-leech, while Sprinter, again, from 3 ciphers remain, 1 remains. So Sprinter really needs to try to prime, or at least make it a 3-person escape, because I think what Wolves is aiming for is at least a tie, so at least they're able to claim that round 1 victory. Sprinter moving around. I'm pretty sure they have they're priming their leech followers, and we do see at the lower left side of the screen, Embalmer is halfway done removing, but the blink connects. But he's just going to embalm himself. Oh, chooses not to. So let's hope that the Embalmer or Jelly was able to move away from the coffin, just so that, Sprinter would second guess himself in trying to chair him or just leave him down to bleed out.
Yeah, I mean he should definitely just leave him on the floor right there, because even if he gets knocked down, he chaired, he would just use the coffin, the rebirth ability, and that's gonna be a problem because there's gonna be 3 survivors running around instead of 2 right now. So so basically he's guarding the last cipher here. Acrobat is just trying to run, make his way, maybe try and heal up the Jelly, because none of them are on leash at this moment. It is basically the spawn follower. Yeah. It's basically the spawn follower and the acrobat's leash at this point. So they have to make this work. Wolves can deal with anything except for a 3-man kill, except for a 3-man elimination. Even if it's a tie, they are still very comfortable with it. But Sprinter, Sprinter is actually very comfortable now.
Can I just say that getting a tie over Wolves, it's Sprinter, this might be a huge boost to confidence. Even though they didn't win the battle, the war is not over if that happens, right? And Balmer is already up. It's Jelly that is trying to prime this cipher. It's at the 73% mark. While we try and move around from the followers here, at least he's able to leech the acrobat, so at least he has some vision. Able to also leech the Embalmer, so they don't want to push for the end game if they have these followers on their tail. So they still have their work cut out for them. This might still push for at least like 2-3 more minutes, because they don't want to be a little too hasty in popping that last cipher, since it's already at the 80% mark. Now Sprinter is starting that camping strategy of this Dream Witch.
Yeah, he's already moving forward towards just securing the last cipher there. Sprinter already gonna get a leech onto both. But I think at this point, Acrobat is priming the leech so that when it actually chases someone, he's just gonna remove the leech straight away, or even when he's chasing someone. So that's the thing, though. That's their game plan. Like what you said, don't touch the cipher, don't prime the cipher at least until you are priming the leech, and that way at least you'd be able to manage a 2-man escape or even a 3-man escape if they play it right.
With dungeon available. And yeah, it's actually really scary because Embalmer has already seen the rocket chair. Acrobat also, it's like the Embalmer, is half health. Priestess is the only one able to really run around and be all right. Has a holy key, and another one is about to spawn up. Not sure how long it is for like a long portal, but Lion is gonna get spotted out here, and it seems so scary because he's gonna have a sandwich situation since Lion does have a leech follower, and the main body is bringing that main follower right to Lion. And we see that cipher is the one that's close to being primed, 90%. And we do see lower left side of the screen, another cipher is being moved.
Yeah, and that's the thing though. The other cipher is at 82%. Oh, the miss right there. Oh, that's gonna be game changing right there. He needs to get that. Yep, he's gonna bring it up. Cipher is gonna be primed almost. Like both ciphers are actually being primed right now. So, regardless of what happens, it's definitely gonna be. The moment Acrobat gets rescued, it's definitely gonna be in a prime situation. They just have to make sure. Prinzer just has to make sure, even if the survivors escape, he needs to make sure that at least it wouldn't go into a 3 escape situation, because this is setting up Sprinzer for a draw or even a 3K. So
yeah,
he has to hold tight. He has to hold tight.
And speaking of setting up, the Priestess is setting up for this rescue. Although Sprinter was able to clean up, Acrobat does fall again. But then now we see the primed Cypher, and now they're going to push for this exit gate war. I don't know if they're going to split push here, but the main follower, well, we see that the two of the survivors do have leeches on them, the Priestess as well as the Acrobat. So they have to be very careful. Another blanket on this Acrobat means that this Acrobat will be seeing that rocket chair, but not yet. I think he could still wait it out, wait for them to touch these exit gates while this Priestess is still trying to remove that leech. So Sprinter still wants to aim for at least 3-person down and out.
Yeah, I mean, the follower has been removed. The follower has been removed just in time. But look, Jelly is actually in time. He's gonna be the one kiting, but don't forget he has a coffin available, and that coffin is actually pretty far away. And oh my god, what is this?
That was so close, my god. Just like a few inches to the left, and Jelly would have fallen down. But still, yes, he does have a coffin. He has expended the blinks already, so this is definitely going to be real tough for Sprinter. It seems like Sprinter, it will be counting this. The coffin is ready. 2 of the survivors have already opened up the exit gate, so now Sprinter is going to have to go to the coffin, and now already resurrected. And it's right there in the dungeon. Wow.
What a beautiful setup. When did...
Oh my god. I didn't even know it was there.
Yeah, that was such a beautiful setup. Like putting the coffin there and then deliberately showing himself to Sprinzer so that he can be the target, and when he got down, that's it. Rebirth activated.
It was all part of the plan.
Part of the plan.
He wanted to be chased. He wanted to grab the attention away. He had the only exit strategy available, because I was kind of questioning Embalmer. Are they trying to go for a tie? But no, it worked out in the end. We did note that 487 did take that first kite. I want to see the match stats with how long he was able to kite, but it looked like he was Sprinter was getting that 2-person or at least a tie situation. But leave it to Wolves, living up to their reputation being the best survivor team out there, turning a tie game into 3-1. Just amazing performance.
And that's why you get caught off guard with characters like Embalmer, because you never know where they will place their coffins. You never know what happens when the coffin is out. Just amazing coordination right there. 2 people just leaving as soon as the Embalmer got down. 2 of them left. The dungeon opened, and as soon as he got out of the coffin, there you go. I'm out. I'm out of the dungeon. That's it.
You know that meme where you peace out and then they just fade. Like that's what happened that's what happened with the Embalmer. Oh gosh, that was just I would say textbook survivor, Wolves survivor at its best. Now it's 6-2. So point difference isn't that grave, but I think B4U needs to focus on getting a round victory. No matter by how many points, go for a tie 3-1 to 3-1 and tie. That's all they need to think about. Don't think about the point differential. Just think about getting the round victory because Wolves is in a prime position. So let's check out the match stats. We do see that 487 was able to get at least 60 seconds of kiting time. Again, it's really hard with this Dream Witch because you don't know if the spawn follower is following you, so it keeps shifting back and forth. But triple digits all around when it comes to Lion, Juan, and Jelly.
Wow. Imagine kiting the remaining 3 ciphers with 3 survivors. This is exactly why Wolves is just so scary. Like Spritzer is just having a hard time trying to pinpoint, and I don't know if this is intentional or not, but I did mention that just putting the coffin at the dungeon and then revealing himself to Sprinzer, that's genius.
That was an AWU moment, or a
That was
sheesh.
an "Ow" moment,
AWU, yeah.
and yeah, but at the same time, B4U did manage to get 2 points out of the exchange, so it's
Yes.
6-2. But I would say B4U is we still need to applaud B4U for the valiant effort. It wasn't a clean sweep against Wolves. It wasn't a 10-0. It wasn't an 8-1. It wasn't a 7-2. It was a 6-2. It was actually very, very valiant. And I have to say, if this is the result in BO1 with no bans on hunters, I have to say they're still doing very well against a Goliath. David is still doing very well against a Goliath. So
Right, he just needs that one. He just needs that one stone, that one kill shot, right? So Wolves still can't slip up on B4U because they clearly did their homework. Again, if we just look at the scores, yes, it doesn't paint the entire picture. Though, ladies and gentlemen, you got to look back. It's quite competitive, and I would say very entertaining to watch because they are on that level to compete with Wolves. And who knows, in round number 2, before you could gain a victory over the current reigning IVL champs here. So yeah,
sure.
definitely Wolves cannot. And I think they won't because I was gonna say Wolves cannot look past them because knowing them and knowing how they played this game, they did not hold back. They were playing it very conservatively, and I think they treated B4U with that respect. And
Yeah,
honestly,
for
like,
sure.
how they've been playing, yeah, that respect was definitely earned with how they were able to manage that outcome with Wolves.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? I'm just glad that we're seeing this. Like, we are having team favorites here in the chat going on right here, but I'm just glad that everything is happening for a reason right now. Definitely, like, going up against one of the strongest teams, if not the strongest at the moment, I have to say it's nerve-wracking. But you know what? Before we go on more with that, let's look at the highlight and enjoy it.
That's fair. Yeah, exactly. Oh, 刷个10秒钟，后面的渠料再点，不直接点就可以点。没事 ，OK， 来了，来了，我点上门，我刚到，直接走，刚点在最吗？对，你们直接可以直接走，可以直接走的，可以直接走，走了，直接走。我这个恶心声音好大，我操！不是。
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the match between B4U and Wolves. And you know what? Me and Nell were just talking about like the subtle, like, maybe decision making. A lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas. And yeah, if we look back at the match again, hindsight is always 20/20. But I think this outcome I think this is a learning experience for B4U, and hopefully in round number 2 they can try to bounce back from this, because I mean odds are definitely in the favor of Wolves because they have been the tried and tested and undisputed team as of late in competitive Identity 5. So really a learning experience for them and everything to gain if they're able to get a victory here. So Nell, how do we kind of build up this next match in round number 2? Because we did see Chinatown. Now we're gonna see more bans and probably a different map.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves, they would have to ban Sprinzer's Dream Witch because they have to respect his Dream Witch. Like that's one Dream Witch that actually got 4-7 out. Like not in like a prolonged kite. He actually got he got 4-7 out, making him exhaust all of his resources as a forward, using up all the balls, and finally like the teammates like, you know what, 4-7, you've used up your resources, we're just gonna let you go, leave it to us. And that's exactly what they did, and they got a 3 escape. But at the same time, now that we have the opportunity to see one hunter ban, and even maybe potentially a different map, I have to say Sprinzer, if he wants to come back from this, he could. If his Dream Witch got banned, maybe a Sculptor would help him. A Sculptor, or even a Bloody Queen. Like ultimately, it is a team effort. Both hunters and survivors have to play their roles, and well, if Sprinzer manages to get he got a 1K previously. If he gets a draw in this game, well, I think it could motivate the survivor teams of B4U to, to build, to dig in deeper, and just go all out even better.
Oh yeah, I think depending on which side they'll be playing, if like say Hunter or Survivor side, it does give a morale boost to either the Hunter or Survivor team. So I think it really depends on also the map, because let's say they pick a map that's if I'm hoping if it's B4U that's picking the map, they're gonna pick an anti-breaking wheel map, and I don't know if they're gonna respect ban the breaking wheel, but Alex still has a lot of meta hunters, so at least they can hit 2 birds in 1 stone with that map. At least he's not gonna consider taking that breaking wheel and just change up and also maybe ban Sculptor, maybe ban the Bloody Queen of Alex. I think Alex also has a Naiad, by the way, so I don't know if he's gonna bring that out this early on, but that just taking note of that. So yeah, I think it all starts, as you mentioned. I think in the previous match too, with the picks and bans. Like if you draft really well and you already win half the battle with that. Now it's just executing that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just really excited to see what Sprinzer will be bringing in game number 2. Simply because I think it was phenomenal going up against. I know that I'm like repeating it's like an old broken radio, but he is going up against the best survivor team in China, ranking number 1. You're going up against number 1, and with that kind of performance, that's actually very, very commendable. So I believe Sprinzer has won on behalf of B4U team, has won the hearts of viewers, like just showing like, we're not gonna get run over. If you guys think we're gonna go down without a fight, that's not happening. We're still doing our best, and they are representing NAEU, and I think there's no shame in saying that they are indeed making a proud moment for their region right now. Just by improving and stepping up from the previous tournaments.
Yeah, honestly, like moral victories for them to be able to kind of just give Wolves and make them sweat and give them a run for their money. Since I mean, a lot of people in the chat have been showing their love for Wolves and saying that this is a real tough match for B4U.
It is.
It's calling a spade a spade. It's you're definitely jumping into the deep end right away, not even warming up. You're gonna go straight to the. Honestly, I'm gonna make this pun. You're gonna be fed to the wolves right away, and they have to fend for themselves.
Eat me, please, eat me.
It's I mean, the wolves would gladly be able to get points at the expense of other teams. But let's check out 487's interview.
就是我们当天打决的时候，我开播了嘛，然后有粉丝跟我讲，比我们都紧张，就是我们自己有可能没有特别紧张，就是我自己没有紧张。然后就是希望大家不用担心我。
Oh my God, look, Harissa, you should be in love with Wolves 487 instead of me. Like, look at 487, so modest, humble, handsome, high skilled, cute mask. What is there not to love? And he is in a team where it's so adorable, with the call. Oh,
Oh, I hope we can make that
Oh.
hashtag work out. But it seems like, yeah, the Wolves survivors will be back on the stage here along with Sprinter. So we're going to have our questions answered to what Sprinter will be using because, yeah, these Wolf survivors are definitely all warmed up. The Wolf Pack back on the stage. Let's see if Sprinter can still keep that smile and keep that composure and that calmness in the middle of this storm that it will be round number 2.
Yeah, B4U definitely needs to bring out B4U 2.0. You know what? Leave behind your shell, evolve from from your cocoon, get out, be the free butterfly that you are, and you know what? Just shine, and just make NAU proud of you as a team, as for your plays, for your skills, for your determination. Because right now, this is game number 2. Seems like Wolves survivors are gonna be first. Sprinter, another tough battle uphill. But you know what? I believe the fans are still supporting you from behind. They are not giving up on you. So definitely do your best. And you know what? Let's have a good game. Let's have a good game. Let's enjoy it. Let's just savor the moment. Look at you. Look at you. Smile a little bit, man.
No,
It's not
dude,
over.
no, it's business, bro. It's business.
It's business.
Yeah, that's what Sprinter's thinking right now. He knows the pressure that's on his shoulders will save the smile. He's gonna be like, he's gonna play like SST now. He's gonna be like, let me save the smiles when I get that when I get that W or when I get that tie. Let's wait
Let's
for
go.
that.
Yeah.
Earned smile. So
Yeah.
I think yeah, we can't really see the survivors of Wolves smile right now because they got those adorable face masks on. But I'm pretty sure right now that they're feeling pretty happy with how well they performed. Let's see. I think, yeah, before you would really want to push for a round number 3 and really showcase what they got, their hard work, especially going up against Wolves like this. How often can you go toe-to-toe with one of the best teams out there in Identity 5? So they're really going to see this moment and capture it, you know, everything, one shot, mom spaghetti, all the metaphors that you can make with this one. Yeah, they only get one shot and they won't miss their chance to blow.
Yeah. Pick up your boxing gloves, because right now it's gonna be such a hard battle between two teams representing their proud regions. I am personally very excited to see what Sprinter will be choosing in case his Dream Witch gets banned. For all you know, I'm fairly confident he's not gonna make this a run over. He's gonna give them the fight of his life, and right now, jumping right into game number 2, first half, he's gonna take out Seer. Sorry, Eli. I know you're asleep, but just keep sleeping because that's what.
Wake up for your shift tomorrow.
Wake up for your shift tomorrow, yeah. And even forward though. Yeah, shout outs too. Please go ahead.
So we do shout outs to Eli and shout outs to everyone in the chat that's simping for both sides of this team. So yeah, thank you guys, and also showing love to us, Nell. So big shout outs to everyone.
Oh,
Again,
thank you so much.
super wholesome.
Can we say it? Can we say it?
Go for it. Say what?
Okay, I love you guys too. You guys are so nice. Yeah,
And
we love you.
Love you
The
guys.
L-bomb.
There we
Not
go.
The
Speaking
love
of
bomb.
bombs here, we do see some Acrobat come in with those flame bombs. Mercenary as well here at Arms Factory can do really well. And you see the respect ban coming from Wolves, banning the Dream Witch from Sprinter. So Sprinter again, yeah, this is gonna be quite tough. You know, he has the choice of that Bloody Queen. Can go for that Sculptor. So let's see which one he chooses. Now it's Lion and Juan that will have to lock in their survivors. And it seems like the first one coming up is Patient.
Wow.
They're preparing for something.
They're preparing for something, and I believe they're preparing to run. to run away from Sprinter. Because look at the mobility, except for the barmaid. I mean, even barmaid has a speed boost, like from drinking liquor. But guys at home, please don't drink liquor if you're underage. Yeah, drink responsibly.
Underage, by the way. So sorry, Martha. Sorry, Mind's Eye. You don't get her elixirs. But you do see that Sprinter does lock in that Bloody Queen. So really excited. Yeah, they're getting ready to run. You know, watch Joseph Joestar run like,
And then, but I really like this pick though. Like, there's no other picks that I think would suit Sprinter more in this map, Arms Factory, because you know, Bloody Queen, you saw how good it was against Acrobat, like, and even against survivors like Patient and Merc, who can just gain the distance. One mirror and that's it. You catch up with the survivor. If they don't want to use their pads, if they don't want to use their hooks, well, just get near them and force them to use it. And once they use it, bam, mirror time. Get that hit. And basically, yeah, I think Sprinzer, in your mind right now, aim for a tie at the very least. Aim for a tie, and even better, a 3K. But at the very least, a draw, and it's gonna bring much more breathing space for the B4U survivors in the second half.
Not only the tie and catch up to the point differential, you're also going to give that moral support and that energy to the survivor team. But before anything else, guys, introducing the teams we have in front of us. Again, Wolves Survivors versus B4U Hunters. This is game number 2, first half. Can Sprinter kind of catch up with the points here? We're going to find out. Again, Pot Spice and Nello Mello, your commentators for this match. Cannot wait. Let's head into the Arms Factory.
Yeah. With the awoo. Or the sheesh.
I don't know. We could sheesh any moment, to be honest. There's a lot of
teach me how to sheesh.
there's a pitch up. Yeah, sheesh.
Sheesh.
There we go. I like that.
Oh, I'm feeling it now. Feeling it now.
The arm too. Sheesh. Ice in the vein.
Okay, let's see. Each time we see an amazing play right there, Arms Factory. I just love the graphics here, though. Just love it.
It's scary.
Yo, the worn clothes by Sprinter, showing humble and modesty, but at the same time, just showing how dangerous he is. He doesn't care for looks. He doesn't care for the pretty skins. All he wants is to chop down the awoo survivors with his kitchen knife. Sprinter is gonna rotate into the factory. And look at Acrobat. Mikey is ready to jump through the window. And the mirror is about to be done. Awoo, 4-7. What? Are you gonna get that hit?
He knows. It's oh my god, the wall's being blocked and now able to break the ankle. Now chasing him out, unable to get a mirror hit and transitioning away from the factory over the sandbag area. And 487 now showing his true colors with how well he's kiting back into the factory because he knows he can transition because the mirror is still on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, that was really, really good, like forcing the Acrobat out. But again, the Acrobat is out, but he's gonna get one hit. Nice, beautiful hit right there, mirror hit. But you know what, 487, he is ready for another ball. Look at him. He's just gonna rotate into the 3 walls. But watch out, Sprinter has a blink. And
able to dart back in and forcing him to go through the bomb he put down, that slow ball, in 487 just waiting again, trying to drop it, but no, Sprinter says, you're not gonna get me that time, and the trade-off was definitely in Sprinter's favor there.
What an amazing display of disciplines and mind game right there. 487 was obviously betting on Sprinter to do to walk through the pallet without worries, but nice pallet drop hit right there, and he's gonna get Lions right there. Lions gonna expand his second blink. He's just gonna put down the pallet, and that's already gonna be enough time for 487 to do a second kite, rebound kite.
Safe rescue there, now changing to that flame ball. Lion now just trying to help out. Wow, oh, I thought he got hit there before 487. Going back to the safe haven. We still have a pallet that was unutilized. Mirror is about to be online, but 487 knowing that, trying to transition to that sandbags area while Lion eats that body blocks for him and eats the hit. So at least allowing 487 to, transition to a safer spot, allowing the 2 other survivors to go in for
What are they doing though? I mean, I know body blocking, but why? Now this is like a double down situation. I don't really understand. But Mercenary is about to drop right now, and even one more hit is gonna give him the full presence. That's the thing. And Sprinter right here, he's just one hit away. And look at 487, he's gonna create distance.
Whoa! Oh my god, I didn't even see that!
What's going on? What?
That's insane. Oh my god, Sprinter really making
working
for it. Now he's moving on. 487 ready with that flame ball, able to utilize it, and now unable, locked in the skills, and 487 still in this area. Lion still down. Barmaid trying to push that Cypher over at sandbag area, and Sprinter still focusing on 487. Forcing him to vault this pallet, and now Mirror is online for Sprinter to utilize. Chasing him at this corner spot could be huge, but no more bombs here for this Acrobat to utilize. It has to fall down in this corner. corner, and Acrobat will finally fall down while the barmaid does pop that Cypher over at the sandbags area. And now I think this is what they're talking about. Mercenary is healed up, and I think our girl, the barmaid here, will heal up that Mercenary, giving him that drink. But it seems like they're transitioning away, so it seems like the barmaid will try to go for this rescue.
Yeah, I mean, look at how much time they are buying for 47. It might seem like they'll be able to rescue him before the Cypher is being primed. And Cypher is primed right now, Posh. Endgame is going to commence very, very soon. Look, I can see that the patient is already going towards the gate. Even oh my goodness, this is just so tense, nerve-wracking. Sprinzer cannot allow a 4-man escape right here. He needs to get at least one survivor. But right now it looks like he's gonna heal up. Looks like the barmaid is gonna heal up 487.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's the thing, they're not going to pop that Cypher just yet. So Sprints are back to square one here in 487, going back into the factory where he first started this kiting session, and still the pallet is there for him to drop. But he still doesn't choose to use it. Bolts the window. Sprinter about to utilize that mirror, but forced to go over, and no confined space here, so we can loop this endlessly if ever. So it's gonna be quite tough. He needs to wait for that hit. Gonna go for that hit. Are they gonna go for the pop? They are.
Yeah,
Look how fast the Acrobat's gonna be running.
Yeah, I mean, when he was waiting there, it was obvious that he was waiting for the Mary Sprinter to hit. And that's the thing, though. He's going to get down. I think he's going to be the sacrificial lamb. And that's the thing. But Sprinter doesn't have... he hasn't used his blink. So he has a potential to chair and then go towards the gate. But the gate has been opened. So the blink has been rendered useless. But you know what? GG, you got 487 for the second time.
Yeah,
But
early on, I would have to say he got him early on with that pallet drop. You know, at 487 was trying to go for that stun. I'm pretty sure he's also thinking like that was pretty intense, and honestly a little scary when Lion started to tank those body blocks. Like it was gonna be a double down situation, and all of a sudden the surprise by Barmaid. Apparently Barmaid's a stunner. I thought she was. Did she charge up did she hit Mary over the head with her bottle? No, there was a pallet there.
Oh my god,
Honestly,
yeah,
I didn't even
there was
see
a
that
pallet
coming.
there.
We all got hit
Beautiful
there.
though, yeah.
Will it
this
hit?
is
It definitely did.
Yeah, you can see that it was like defending the queen at that point, and 487 defended all the way until Cypher Prime, and potentially like, you know what? He went back to the factory because he knows, oh, you know what? Mary doesn't have confined space. They don't usually bring confined space, and he made it work. Okay, fine, hit me. But I'm gonna vault over and prime, and basically that's it. The moment you catch up to me, the gate would have already opened, and I would have gotten 3-2-1, and that's exactly what I'm gonna write down in this BO2. 3-2-1 in favor of 3-1 in favor of Wolves.
Wolves, there we go. 3-1. That sounds like a coffee. 3-1 sachet. There, I would have to say though, Sprinter still showed some signs of life there. Again, you're going up with one of the best survivors out there in 487. And rightly so. Now look at the Kadama time. That's almost at the 200 mark. And he was able to stun 1 point. Didn't even have the Acrobat juggling balls towards the middle to late game, but still relied on Lion over there. And Juan with an incredible stun and rescue and heal. Beautiful performance overall by Wolves' side. Nothing to take away from Sprinter, though. He performed amazingly, and I think he's also gained some knowledge with how to, you know what, go up against this team. So point differential isn't too much. B4U needs to aim for at least the 3-1 survivor escape just to push for that game number 3.
3, yeah, for sure.
The best case is for them to get all of the survivors out, but you're going up against Alex, which is, I would say, a taller order. So again, for them, they want to be able to push for that 3-person out. That seems a little more doable than going for 4-person out.
But it's okay. Just coming to this point is already very, very respectable for B4U. But for sure, like what you said, B4U needs to pull out a 3-1 score in favor of Alex. That's like a fisherman trying to fish out a whale. But it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
Call me Ishmael, you know, Moby Dick.
Ishmael.
You know, the white whale. They could do it. I don't know. Like in this game, like we had some incredible matches. Yeah, who knows? The 3-1 might be doable. It's a tall feat. I will not lie. That's like climbing a huge mountain ahead of you. If B4U does it, that's definitely props to them.
Yeah.
So
big statement too.
Yeah, huge statement. So again, we're just giving out the odds here, ladies and gentlemen, with how I wouldn't say it's how it's just how good Wolves is, because they've been so on point with how they are, and they're heralded as the best team out there. B4U was a great team. They've been representing the NAEU region for 3 years straight. It's just that Wolves, they're just operating on different levels, even different levels on IVL. They've been very consistent, and it shows. So now it's really up to the survivors here, how well they'll be able to perform up against Alex. And we saw how Alex is playing 4D chess. He's just I think way in advance with how well he uses his resources and how well he knows the matchup and the map.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see B4U right now, the survivors team, looking into the camera and like, you know what? All eyes are on us, boys. Let's do this. The final battle of our lives is potentially the game-ending match tonight. Second half, we have to do this. Even if we sacrifice my legs, we have to get 3 survivors out.
Why my legs? He's the last one. Okay.
It's fun. But I'm just kidding. Yeah. Regardless of the situation, we have to push for a 3-man escape. I don't care how we do it, even if we have to use 4 doctors, which is not possible.
It's not possible in competitive.
But but if they want to do it, I think they have to get out the mechanic. If Alex doesn't ban the mechanic, which he actually did in BO1, which means that it shows how much he is giving respect to the Cypher Rush. So if he takes out the mechanic, maybe, I don't know. If he doesn't take out the mechanic, B4U should definitely pick it up. And considering how Alex will probably be playing Sculptor or even Bloody Queen, maybe a response to Sprinter. Yeah.
He could go for that stable Bloody Queen if ever. Like, I mean, Alex just needs a tie. The survivors kind of already solidified them in the lead in this game. So in this round, in this game number 2 at least. So yeah, he could go for that mirror match. We do know Alex is kind of crazy on that Bloody Queen too. So it really depends. And I'm sure Alex again would not pull back any of his punches coming into this game. So B4U really has to be ready for anything and everything that Alex will throw at them. Everything in the kitchen sink, that is.
Yeah, everything into the kitchen sink. Yes, let's go. It just reminds me of the dishwashing I have to do later. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay. With Yumiko. Shout out to Yumiko. Yeah, you shouldn't bet against an analyst for COA because we always get our predictions right.
Except mine on the five abnormals. But anyway, we're gonna move past that and we're gonna go straight into the picks and bans. Clear Mercenary, since the priest is not in the way, there's one more that's gonna be banned. We're gonna hold that off. And now the respect on the Sculptor could bring up the Bloody Queen of Alex.
Yeah, so they definitely are going to pick Mechanic at this point. I mean, it is in their arsenal to pick Mechanic, and Alex is allowing Mechanic to be picked. So, depending on what they are planning to do, I think they should definitely pick it because Alex is already opening up the opportunity for them to do a potential Cypher Rush as long as the robot doesn't go down first. But it looks like B4U is still taking their time, trying to think which are the 2 first survivors they should pick. And
okay, so I think they didn't fall for Alex's trap card here. They didn't go for the mechanic. So now does Alex double down? Okay, no, it just takes out the mechanic. So not sure if he, I guess he just wants to mitigate that. So my leg does not have that main decoder that he usually goes for, but it seems like they really want to go for survivability. Schmitty might go for that that patient if he's not on forward duties, and my leg probably you can't go for priestess here. It's too small. So probably go for another kinder if ever, maybe postman, maybe or decoder that is postman.
Yeah. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I would even go as far as to suggest bringing the Wowling, bringing the batter, and then just to make Alex's life difficult. It would be a spectacle to behold, like making his life difficult and ultimately getting a draw or even a 2-man escape or even a 3-man escape. So, but we'll just have to see what happens here. Schmitty is not picking yet. My leg as well. But I like your suggestion though. Like. Maybe a Wowling plus Postman combo. But yeah, they're gonna go for the patient. Oh, the Ada Meal combo. And Acrobat, Mikey.
Yeah, 8 meal combo. That's a combo C, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be ordering that, and we see that Acrobat as well as the forward. But a Bonbon. Oh my God, I totally forgot. Yeah, Bonbon. He's so good on this character too, especially on this hunter too, especially on a map like this. Yeah, it's gonna be quite tough. But yeah, you got the Acrobat too, and you also have a patient that kind of counters Bonbon in terms of moving away from his bombs. But again, win condition for Alex here is just to get a tie.
Yeah, I mean, but this is opening up an opportunity for B4U to get a 3-man escape. Like, surviving against a Bonbon is definitely more doable than a Sculptor. At least that's what I think, and it's banned. Or even Alex could be playing Dream Wish, which would make life much more difficult. So I think it really depends on what Alex will be bringing as well. If Alex decides to bring excitement, well, it's safe to say they might as well sacrifice one, and they could at least still go for the Cypher Rush, like 3 escape. And but if Alex decides to bring teleport, well, Schmidi is there to make the stuns if ever needed. Even the Acrobat can cancel off. We've seen the Acrobat being used as a rescuer and just using the red bomb to cancel off the ability to camp with the bombs.
So let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be quite tough. B4U versus Wolves once again. Potentially match point, or potentially the point that can push for that game number 3. We got Wolves Alex on that Bonbon, but you got a very I would say lastable team here, this team composition. So let's see how B4U will rise to the occasion again. Nello Mello and Potch Spice giving you the commentary action. Let's see what B4U's got, because Alex will definitely test them with this Bonbon.
Am I doing it right? No.
You're totally right. Yeah, your sheet is definitely.
Oh my God. There you have it. Oh my God, the COA skin. Alex is bringing up the cute little panda. Oh my God, kawaii. But this is literally the wolf in panda's clothing.
That's true. And Alex is ready to wreak havoc here, but I'm pretty sure B4U is ready for this. Paul Blem's in this area. He is on that patient, so it can buy a little bit of time here, just trying to transition away. Excellent hook to move away, but now I have to be careful with Alex's bomb placement. Look at, oh my God, able to get a little bit of a hit there, really guarding this pallet for him not to hide behind it. Can he go for the regular hit? He already does.
Yeah, I like it. Like, just dodging that second bomb is so crucial, because now at least you'll be able to extend your kite even longer. And look at Problems. Like looking at Problems, he's not hesitating. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna finish my hook. I'm not even thinking about endgame at this point. I'm just thinking about kiting you as long as possible. And Alex, did he lose the patient?
Yeah, I don't know if he lost the patient, but now he's just
hiding though.
Exactly. So excellent. Kite on Paul Blum. Again, it was so much distance.
Oh my God, the heal!
Able to heal up. He's going back. I think he's gonna find the patient here. Tinnitus is
the trail. Oh, he thinks he's going to the back. He thinks he's going. Oh my God, that is why hiding is so much better than kiting.
But he's able to find the patient now. Again, buying a lot of time here. A Cypher has already popped, and you know what? That heal really came in handy, and we see again Paul Blim. Now Alex, like a hawk, isn't going to lose sight of this patient unless he breaks line of sight. Now dropping some of these bombs, did gain his first kill, and now the time bomb just to close the door on this kiting session. Drops a little bombs here because he knows that there's a survivor in this area. Probably that forward. Already note that he did bring that blink, so no excitement on the side of Alex. And now this is where the game really begins for Alex, with how well he's going to be camping this chair.
Yeah, I mean, if Problem decided to just stay instead of just shifting, because Alex obviously had no idea. He knows that there's Tinnitus there, but he has no idea whether he's in the ruins area, whether he's in the shack. But the moment he decided to move, that's when Alex spotted the blood trails, and that's going to be a problem for Problems. But I'm not complaining, because 3 ciphers remaining.
What happened? Oh my God! Just when we were looking around the area, excellent. That was a half football stun, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Just when I was looking at the steam on top of the Bonbon's costume, Schmitty just crashing the party here, and now 2 ciphers still remain. You know what? It seems like they're in a good position here, but the patient will be falling down. But Schmitty is still in this area, so has to be very careful. Alex being very conservative, dropping some bombs here, but now Schmitty that stun rescue once again.
Are they doing this? Because before you right now, they are finishing the second last cipher, and basically it's just 1 cipher left. I think they have a very high possibility of getting at least a 2 survivor out, or even a 3 escape, which they are trying to aim right now. And look at Schmitty, he's trying to hide, but unfortunately the trail is going to leave. He should try and avoid at all costs. But what? He's gonna get it! He's gonna get it!
It's the rescue, but oh my God, the forward falls down. Patient is still out and about, and it seems like Paul Blems will have to just run as far as he can. Not at 51%, gets the double down, but we do see Roland over here trying to buy as much time as possible, but it's kind of a scary situation because
oh my God,
patient will be flying back to the manor. Smitty is down, wants to go for that patient. Wants to go for this acrobat. So again, Alex just showing us that, you know what, he definitely knows how to multitask in these situations.
Yeah, but he's being pushed to the corner right now, and but still, the cipher is about to be primed. Like, look at Roland. Roland's like, yeah, I'm not gonna rescue. I think he got info. Like, his teammates are telling him, yeah, I'm not gonna do it. And look at that rescue. Oh my God.
Okay. He has to be very careful with this placement. All right, moves on along, waiting for his bombs to be ready, but they pop. Cypher
nice.
Roll. And also Schmitty making a mad dash towards this part of the map. The blink is online and tries to go.
Oh my God!
Now we see that they are separating here, dividing, conquering. Schmitty has still a football to utilize to try and move away. Will have to drop this pallet.
My God!
Just buying so much time for his team. Time bomb being dodged by Schmitty, still containing this hunter for so long. And I think,
oh my God, he can just run to the exit. He can just run to the exit. Roland is already opening the other gate, but it's so slow. I think Roland should run towards the dungeon. The dungeon is actually behind the shack. But where is Roland going? Roland, you are going the wrong direction. Oh my goodness.
I'm not sure if he knows where the dungeon is at. Roland just trying to buy some time, but this is a Bonbon with detention fully fed, as well as can drop so many bombs here. Roland nowhere to go, but trying to utilize the bomb hits. Avoidance again from Alex, trying to go for these pallets in this area. Roland, one more hit, he will be falling down. Oh! A hit, it's gonna be a tie, but ultimately Wolves able to make it with 2 points in the leaderboard.
This was potentially a game tying situation. Like, I just have this feeling that Roland didn't really, like what you said, Roland didn't really have an idea where the dungeon is. If he knew he had 2 balls, he could have easily rotated. He could have wasted time at that cipher, but he went the wrong way. But you know what? Congratulations to Wolves, really, really deserving. B4U definitely made him breathe hard in that game just now. Really sweat. I believe Alex might be, oh my God, I'm sweating. Okay. But
I kept sweating in this interview.
yeah, we're sweating now too. Like Posh and me, we're sweating too, because we were actually sweating for Roland to make it out as well. Because I mean, it is a potential 3 escape. But again, Alex just bringing making the right decisions. He knows that he needs a tie, just cutting the acrobat off. And then the moment Roland went for the left instead of the right, that was already a game deciding decision.
Yeah, just when they should have zigged when they zagged, and it ultimately went to Wolves' side. These small crucial moments is just definitely game changing. But you gotta love this game because it's those moments when it's made so well. Like, it's definitely like chef's kisses, 100% certified in watching these games. And you know what, they really put up an amazing fight. Paul Blems losing the Bonbon, able to get that heal, and also the blink hit missing. Alex usually never misses, and for him to be able to do that, definitely a big feat that Before You has accomplished. And also it wasn't a wash. It wasn't 4-0. It was potentially a 3-1 escape, and this was a tie. This was the bare minimum that Alex wanted, and he got it. But still, like I think that Before You has definitely has elevated their stock here at Call of the Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, but they still have to be very, very proud. Like managing a draw, even a draw and a potential 3-man escape against Alex from Wolves. Well, you have something to write on your resume there Before You, but still very valiant effort. Before You, thank you for showing us your spirit, and congratulations as well to Wolves. But we are gonna look at the match stats right here. Tosh, do you mind going through it?
Yeah, consecutive Cypher Pops. Four Cypher Pops before we were able to see Problems expire. So it was just an amazing kiting session. They were ready for the bonbon of Alex here. Again, the containment time, you know what? It was my leg that didn't really see Alex at all, and everyone was above the 60-second mark. And kiting a bonbon like Alex, it's definitely something that you have to put on your resume or something that you have to be proud of. And I hope you guys have been supportive in the chat, because Before You has definitely played their hearts out. It is Wolves that's taking the victory here, but I really think Before You really gave their all, and I think you got to respect that, because they really left it all on the line there.
They did. They left it all on the line. They tried to fish the whale out of the sea, but unfortunately the whale has managed to, in Panda's clothing, remains free. So the streak of Wolves continue. Wolves has actually won 2 out of the 3 games throughout these 3 days, and thus securing their top 12 spot for COA Grand Finals. Whereas Before You, right now, this is in their 2nd game. They have already, they are down by 2 games out of the 3 games. So they will still be playing for a 3rd game, and in the end, they are going to be doing a points calculation to determine who are the 12 teams out of the 16 that will be joining towards COA Grand Finals.
Yeah, again, positioning is very important, so you do want to be leading the pack in your groups again. But again, the bare minimum is top 3, so that's super important as we march on down to the global finals. This group stage, I would have to say, is really a game changer, and also showcases a lot of the teams, because we can't just have all the qualifying teams in one day, because that was the format before. It's just a weekend of just non-stop Identity 5 action, single eliminations now. So that's like so much pressure. Group stage, yes, there is that pressure, but there's also chances for you to be able to showcase your skills and also kind of redeem some matches that you think weren't your best, because a lot of the teams, they train for this one moment, this one chance in Call of the Abyss, and you have to give it up to NetEase for them changing up the format and showing giving this grand stage and this Apex tournament for Identity 5 for everyone to witness. And yeah, all the regions, you got to respect their hard work and dedication to this game.
Yeah, for sure. Dedication and even the time that they spend polishing their skills, going up in... This is basically them. All these teams are putting their time, their youth, their energy, their focus, their heart. So they're putting up everything. Like, this is such high stakes for all of the teams that are competing in COA main stage and even global finals. So guys, regardless of the results, let's just leave them a sweet taste in their mouth, even after a bitter experience.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, let's try and ease in.
For sure, yeah. Can we get some hearts and some sheeshes in the chat for all the teams out there? The sheesh, let's go.
Let's do it. Let's do it. 3, 2, 1.
Sheesh, let's go. I mean, it's just an amazing... I would say, like, the group stage is just like... And Call of the Abyss in general is just a celebration of Identity 5 action. So it's really important for everyone to support each other. Also support the regions. And I think Nell and I always champion just positivity and also constructive feedback. Not only with the players, with ourselves as well. Because, like, honestly, with ourselves as in the commentators. So thank you guys for being very supportive in chat. Again, we're only human, as we always mention. We do make some mistakes, and we're always working on ourselves to better ourselves, to make this more entertaining and more educational stream, and also highlighting the players and their accomplishments. So again, lots of love in the chat, and on behalf of all the other commentators, thank you guys so much for tuning in. You know, it's still the start of this, but we gotta go and look at the MVP. Who is it? None other than our boy 47?
Yeah, 487.
There we
Yeah,
go.
there we go. Well deserved though, because he has been he has been kiting for a very long time against Princer's Bloody Queen. So yeah, we definitely have to give him props there. Even the containment time is actually not just 121 seconds. I believe that's the average time. He actually kited almost 200 seconds in the Acrobat match. But combining all of the matches that he had against Before You, yeah, very well deserved MVP, Acrobat 487. There we go. And time for the beautiful Miss China. Sorry.
Mellow. It's you, dude. You're
okay.
doing the intro.
Okay, I'll do it. Let's go.
Go for it.
我是潇潇，首先恭喜狼队拿下
我是香香 it means I smell good.
赛后采访席，先打个招呼吧。
大家好。
I smell good.
Hi
everyone, I'm 487.
大家好，我是 Lion 少爷。
Hello, I'm Lion.
就这么搞的吗？可以啊，截至目前，
啊，why so shy?
小组赛之路还是非常的。
Oh, they're always like this. Yeah, they're very humbled in interviews. And look at the nervous. Yeah, he's nervous.
先来分享一下87赛文少爷，对不起。
邵文少爷，
就是
The Young Master of Salmon. What?
顶一下，我 ID 捞了，我们这边人类顶一下就挺好的。
双向奔赴嘛。那今天第一局的时候，感觉大家打的就非常的尽兴。狮子，你们是拿下了一个3跑，当时其实我们对场上的局势还挺捏一把汗的，觉得可能是一个平局或者3抓。那你觉得你们那一局拿下3跑的一个关键决策点是哪里呢？
就当时小
What's the key element during the 3 escape?
就完美有一个3跑。
有一个完美的3跑。
Against Princess
第二局的时候
，87
开局撞了监管，但是呢，当狮子把你救下来之后，你们2个有一波非常棒的配合，一人盖了一块板子，非常有默契。
Yeah, he's saying that during the rescue, the mercenary actually body blocked. There was a beautiful cover.
就给我扛刀，然后就下板这边就扛刀呗。
他给你扛了2刀。
Yeah, he was trying to take all the hits from him. At the same time, build the second red bomb.
走了2步又跑出来骗我。
被迫吃的是吗？
对。
是这样吗，87？
我不知道，
你不知道。
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
狮子倒地之后，有一波红夫人的倾向是被焕赫老师一个板子盖废掉了。当时焕赫老师有没有在语音当中特别的得意呀？
I'm not really sure what it means, but he's talking about the part where Barmaid slams the pallet onto Spritzer when he was trying to hit.
他有没有说是你为什么笑得这么猖狂？他本人对这个操作有没有觉得特别满意呢？
Was he very happy about this?
87看见没有？看见没有？看见没有？哎，看见没有？看见没有
Yeah, he's like, yeah, 487, 487. Did you see what I did there? Do you see how I covered your ass?
狮子，我听说。
Again, yeah, you can see the rapport that they have with each other.
然后截至目前呢，也已经给焕赫老师和87一共扛了4刀了。有没有什么心得体会？对于吃刀这件事情，想要与观众朋友讲一讲呢？
Like you already helped 487 to take 4 hits as a mercenary. Anything you want to say in particular for your fans? He said no, nothing.
会被吃一袋小零食是吗？那还蛮好的。
没有啊，不扛刀也吃
啊，不扛刀也吃。狮子终归是错付了。
He's like, yeah, nothing. Even if I don't,
逃生率是0哎，今天。
Even if I don't body block, it's still, yeah, I still have
讲到
nothing.
上一次小果冻老师也是一个逃生率0的结尾结束了上一场的比赛。那你们有没有说是跟豆子哥结束赛后之后去交流一下，说分手轮流转的事情？
没有这个事情，一般我们不怎么说这个，因为就是当提到的时候我们才会说，因为我们就比赛赢了就可以了，就。 不管逃生率，因为这个东西要等到后面就是逃生率变得很高，就是比如说打了很久，然后还是逃生率0，这个就挺好玩了。
所以说
I'm not really sure what he said. He's just saying we don't want to say anything yet, but wait until we have some results, something like that. Then we will probably say more, elaborate more.
太过关心数据。那截至目前，就像我刚才说的，小组赛还是非常顺利的。所以在接下来的比赛当中，有没有什么自己的小期待呢？
So far it's quite smooth. Is there anything you want to say after this, like in preparation of what your next match is?
每天想着干饭。
每天不但要吃狮子的零食，还想着经理的大餐。OK， 那狮子呢？不要被。
He's talking about eating full every day. What?
就经理在。
Oh, he's swaying, dude. He's shy.
反正就打完就。 尽力打嘛。
尽力打，继续努力。
Yeah, I'll just try
好的，
keep doing my
祝我们
best.
两个梦想成真，也是再次感谢两位来到我们赛后采访环节，也是再次恭喜狼队拿下了今天比赛的胜利。最后呢，让我们再次恭喜今天获胜的4支队伍 GR、MS、SST 和狼队。现在让我们把镜头交还给解说席。
Yeah. So are you saying that SST will be facing Wolves? Is that true?
I think so.
Yeah.
SST, I think, in the group stage. But can I just say that 487 staring down the barrel against the Hunter, unfazed. Interview-wise, he's so nervous. So that's why you gotta love this guy.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's the thing, though. That's the thing. Like, when you play a game, it's so important that you have a good relationship among members, and that's what we see. Like, we handle the jokes so well. Like, we don't get upset, we don't get too sensitive, and when you have a good relationship, you feel good about playing with each other. When you feel good about playing with each other, you're gonna go places, man. So yeah. So it.
I mean, I would just want to point out, yeah, it really shows like the chemistry with him and Lion, like they're like joking around. And yeah, they're definitely characters for a reason. So now, ladies and gentlemen, here are today's result. It was quite the long day, but you had to give it up to all the teams that did advance. Congratulations to GR, MS, SST, as well as Wolves moving on and also gaining points. But you got to give it up to all the other teams. And here we have the rankings. SST, Wolves, GR leading the pack, while we still have Group D to still find a pack leader.
Yeah, pack leader indeed. But right now, at the very least, we can see that SST has won 2 games out of the 3 games. And Wolves as well, 2 out of 0, and GR, 2 out of 0. So definitely something that is... One thing is for sure, all these 4 teams are definitely at the top of their groups now. But speaking of which, we are going to look at the matchup tomorrow. I am so excited for this match. I'm so glad because tomorrow we'll be seeing ACT versus MRC. And
the rest. I want to know the main event. It's going to be DOWU versus FPX-ZQ. Is this IVL finals? What is going on?
And BL versus GR. Yeah, I remember that one too.
Yeah, we're just trying to remember.
Oh my god. Oh my god. But definitely none of these matches should be missed. Definitely none of this should be missed. Like, just prepare your snacks. Like, I even have a little biscuit right here just to prepare.
There we go. Yeah, we need the energy, definitely. Yeah. So that brings us to the end of today's matches. Nell, anything else you want to say before we wrap things up?
Well, I have to say that 487 definitely showing us a lot. But you know what? What else is showing us a lot? The chat. Guys, you guys, like people have been saying, yeah, you know what? We wouldn't want people looking at the chat, but here we are. We're actually looking at it, and we are positive about it. And thank you for making it so positive for us. We're not disappointed at all. We're just so happy to see the chat. We're just reading the chat now. Who says that the chat is toxic? I don't see anything. Posh, I don't see anything.
Yeah, I don't see anything. But you know what? I hope we can keep this up because, again, those positive vibes go a long way, and I'm sure the players can also appreciate it. Again, we want to make Identity 5 grow each and every year, and having a positive mindset, a positive community, a very welcoming community could definitely welcome new players to the game and new players and new fans to the watching competitive Identity 5. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of me and Nello Mello, thank you so much for joining us for this day in the group stages. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more Identity 5 action, but for now, good night.
หมดเดี๋ยวผมไปริม
เครื่องสุดท้ายบนกลางนะ
เครื่องสุดท้ายบนกลางเครื่องสุดท้ายบนกลางริมเล่นได้
재현이 잡던 거지?
파운드
야 그래
ผมเล่นได้เยอะเล่นได้ดู3ต่อมึงพยายามเล่นช่วยกูกันเบสวยมีบิงนะเว้ยมันมีบิงระวัง
30สวยเดี๋ยวกูดึงให้บล็อกสุด
不是，欧拉，你这个门开了没？
还没。
好。
过来，有一只过来了，你们怎么说？
可以，救命过来。
これいけねえよ。あ、オッケー。こっちはパール。同じで登った同じで。気持ちいいけど。あ、ナイスキーじゃない。山菅さん、いいね、出る。
好。木要修。
我死原地。那应该是。闪现。
あ、これまっすぐ行ったらいけるわ。あ、うまい。いける。いけるのうま。これ食べて。壁。
That's good. Oh yeah. Yeah, exciting. Oh, you have to call it.
Yeah, you have the tension.
Use excitement.
主萝卜，我现在在前面，进门没鬼，去大王区，四个。废了，可以。我还大王留鬼，砸到了。OK， 可以。好，砸好，红哥，你怎么砸到的？但是别死大横，进红了。
Hey.
Stop for a moment, can you see? Nothing is broken, you are here. You found the strength to come back from the end of the road. This is your time, you're standing tall, you're electrified. You seize the moment, feel it coming, we are unified. When you believe you win this fight, let this moment shine, it's time to rise. Do you feel